Chapter 1. How could you, brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, how could you be in my bed? Lin Shui felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body and instinctively lifted the covers, revealing a conspicuous stain of crimson. Chu Huan, you scoundrel! How could you commit such an act? Lin Shui wept inconsolably. Chu Huan's mind was a tumult of confusion. It didn't take long for him to regain his composure. He realized that this entire debacle was orchestrated by his wife, Lin Rong. A profound sorrow engulfed Chu Huan. Lin Rong, in her quest to divorce him, had gone to the extent of framing him with her own sister. It had been 3 years since he had married into the Lin family. Throughout this time, Lin Rong had subjected him to countless humiliations, yet Chu Huan had remained unfazed. He believed that as long as he nurtured Lin Rong with sincerity, even her heart of stone would eventually be warmed. Especially after the passing of old Master Lin, Lin Rong's attitude towards Chu Huan had shifted somewhat, leading him to believe that she had developed feelings for him. Little did he anticipate that it was all a ruse to ensnare him, to force him into divorce. The memories of the previous night fueled his ire. Last night, Lin Rong had been devastated. In a moment of kindness, he had sought to comfort her. They had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. In an effort to create a soothing ambience, Chu Huan had even lit 2 candles, marking their first candlelit dinner. After several rounds of drinks, he began to feel lightheaded and subsequently dreamt of sharing a bed with Lin Rong. Upon awakening, however, he found himself in Lin Shui's bed. Chu Huan clenched his fists, fury igniting within him. I intended to surprise Lin Rong after today, since she disregards our 3 years of marital bond. I shall not hold back. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Chu Huan, you beast! Have you stooped so low as to betray your family? Lin Rong stormed into the room, seething with rage. Yet, her face revealed no trace of anger. Instead, a smirk danced at the corners of her mouth as she looked at Lin Shui with a sense of triumph. I always knew you were trouble, a wild seed. Even the discarded shoes I no longer want, you managed to entice. Truly a cunning vixen. Xiaorong, it's all recorded. This scoundrel cannot even show his face in the Lin family anymore. Ren Haojia. Chu Huan's fists tightened, a desire to tear Ren Haojia to shreds surging within him. You wretched couple. You both know precisely what transpired. Ren Haojia was the scion of the Ren family in Han City and Lin Rong's suitor. Over the past 2 years, the duo had employed countless underhanded tactics to instigate a divorce between Chu Huan and Lin Rong. Upon Ren Haoji's arrival, Chu Huan understood that this was yet another scheme devised by the two of them to ensnare him. They truly would stop at nothing to force his hand in divorce. You spineless creature, how dare you address Master Ren so casually? Lin Rong shot him a disdainful glance, her expression dripping with contempt. You've been living off the Lin family for 3 years. Had it not been for the old master, I would have divorced you long ago. Lin Rong's lips curled into a mocking smile as she taunted. Or do you believe I would ever love you? Ren Haojia scoffed, his face a mask of derision. You think this worthless wretch could ever deserve someone like Xiaorong? Look in the mirror and see yourself. Observing Lin Rong's condescending demeanor and her look of utter disdain, the last remnants of Chu Huan's affection evaporated in an instant. Indeed, in her eyes he was but a dog, a mere creature to be summoned and dismissed at will. Over the past 3 years, Lin Rong had never once regarded him with any respect. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? Little did Lin Rong know that 3 years prior, Chu Huan was a beacon of charisma, admired by countless noble young ladies. 3 years ago, following the tragic demise of his master and the sealing of his powers, he found himself at his lowest, arriving at the Lin family. Contrary to the tales spun in novels, old Master Lin did not call off the engagement. Instead, he bestowed his most cherished granddaughter upon Chu Huan. Before his passing, the old man entrusted him with the care of the Lin family and Lin Rong, believing that 3 years would be ample time for affection to blossom between them. However, scarcely had the old man been laid to rest when Lin Rong hastily expelled him from the Lin household. One can only wonder how the old man would feel were he to know. With the matter irrevocably settled, further discussion appeared futile. Chu Huan rose, his gaze icy. Lin Rong, all these actions of yours are merely a means to seek a divorce, are they not? After the customary mourning period, I shall grant your wish. Now be gone at once. Chu Huan seethed, pointing toward the door in fury. Sister, please, silence, you illegitimate child. Just as Lin Shui attempted to explain, Lin Rong raised her hand, poised to strike Lin Shui. As her hand drew near, Chu Huan grasped Lin Rong firmly. Out of respect for the old man, I shall spare you, but leave quickly. You worthless fool. Lin Rong prepared to strike Chu Huan, but was restrained by Ren Haojia, who spoke sternly. Xiaorong, we shall not stoop to the level of this useless man. Forcing Chu Huan into a corner could provoke him into madness. After all, Chu Huan had already agreed to divorce Lin Rong, and she understood Ren Haojia's intent. She regarded Chu Huan coldly, commanding, we shall divorce tomorrow, otherwise, prepare for your notoriety in Han City. Seeing Lin Rong's icy demeanor, Chu Huan felt a profound disappointment. This woman could not even wait a single day. How utterly ironic. Ren Haojia embraced Lin Rong's slender waist. Darling, at last, you are rid of this waist, let us celebrate today. Lin Rong shyly nodded, nestling against Ren Haojia as they departed the room. Sigh. Chu Huan exhaled deeply. Ren Haojia openly laughed with Lin Rong. Chu Huan felt no anger instead. He sensed the shackles of his past being lifted, leaving him unburdened. Perhaps the endurance of the past 3 years had extinguished all his illusions about Lin Rong. He bore no guilt toward her, yet found it difficult to confront Lin Shui. Xiao Xue, regarding last night, I promised to. Chu Huan approached Lin Shui, wishing to offer her comfort. She pushed him away. Leave. You and I are no longer connected, and I wish never to see you again. Chu Huan's body stiffened, and he longed to say something more. Before he could utter a word, Lin Shui's tear-streaked face pleaded, just go. Gazing at Lin Shui, who wept inconsolably, Chu Huan felt a pang of anguish. Xiao Xue, you are my woman, and from this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you. He clenched his fists and turned to leave, but he understood that any words he uttered now would be futile. Perhaps she simply needed some solitude. Moreover, the 3-year term had elapsed, and there were matters he must address. Not far from the Lin residence, a familiar voice drifted into his ears. Junior disciple, it seems these past 3 years have not been kind to you. Chu Huan abruptly raised his gaze, and there stood a woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit, slowly approaching him. The moment he recognized her, an unmistakable venom flickered in Chu Huan's eyes. My survival is of no concern to you. Chu Huan's tone was frigid, his expression as icy as the winter chill. The 3-year period has passed. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Junior disciple, after 3 years, why do you still exhibit such impulsiveness? Such behavior would only squander our master's efforts. Qin Xiener, with a smile that could rival the beauty of 1,000 blossoms, teased him lightly. Master? How dare you mention our master? What were you doing 3 years ago when he was slain? What the other senior sisters? Chu Huan clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging as he resembled an enraged lion, filled with a fury that seemed capable of devouring Qin Xiener whole. Qin Xiener shook her head gently. Junior disciple, do you truly believe that our master is dead? Chapter 2. Beating the adulterer, severing his vitality. What do you mean by that? Chu Huan's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. 3 years prior, he had sensed the mysterious circumstances surrounding his master's demise. Now, with Qin Xiener asserting that his master was still alive, his conviction and his initial suspicions grew stronger. 3 years ago, the news of his master's murder reached Chu Huan's ears. He sought to uncover the truth behind this tragic event, but was met with the sealing of his cultivation and was subsequently banished from the mountain. He resented his senior sisters for their cold indifference and loathed himself for lacking the strength to discern the reality. His master had once saved their lives. How could he stand idly by if his master were truly in peril? Yet, it was his master who forbade them from intervening. Lin Xiener disclosed the truth behind their inaction 3 years ago. Having spent 2 decades with his senior sisters, Chu Huan knew they were not heartless individuals. For 3 years, he had been tormented by this unresolved matter. Now, upon hearing Qin Xiener's explanation, many of his doubts began to dissipate. What transpired 3 years ago? Where's his master now? All Chu Huan desired was to ascertain his master's whereabouts. Little junior brother, even if you were to learn of your master's location, with your current capabilities, you would be ill-equipped to rescue him. The guardians of your master are those ancient beings. When mentioning those old fellows, Qin Xiener was filled with a sense of helplessness. Knowing that those formidable figures were safeguarding his master, Chu Huan felt a mix of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the assurance that his master would be safe with them, while the trepidation arose from the daunting challenge of extracting his master from their grasp. Little junior brother, we shall discuss this matter another time. Today marks the end of the 3-year period. I am here to assist you in restoring your cultivation. As she spoke, Qin Xian'er's delicate, translucent fingers lifted, and a golden radiance surged from her palm into Chu Huan's brow. A tempestuous force churned within him. The tranquil energy that had once resided within Chu Huan began to gradually restore itself. With a resounding roar, he felt the seals within him shatter. At last, my cultivation has been restored. Sensing the true energy swirling within him, Chu Huan let out a triumphant howl. Little junior brother, the path ahead must be walked by you alone. As she spoke, Qin Xian'er vanished from sight, leaving behind a phrase meant for her own ears. After 3 years of tempering, I hope you do not disappoint your master's earnest efforts. Chu Huan practiced throughout the night, discovering that the once unstable foundation of his cultivation had become remarkably solid. Despite the 3 years of confinement, he found that not only had his strength not diminished, but it had also been enhanced. His state of mind had become as unyielding as rock. The following morning, Chu Huan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau as scheduled. You worthless fool finally showed up. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come here. As he approached the entrance, Lin Rong's piercing voice pierced through the air. From this day forth, he could no longer exploit the Lin family's name for deceit. This waste must be reluctant to part with it. Ren Haojia, entwined with Lin Rong, made no effort to conceal his mockery of Chu Huan. Observing this pair of clowns before him, Chu Huan silently mused, Old man, my previous promise to you may soon be broken. 3 years ago, although Chu Huan had lost his cultivation, he was far from being a worthless individual. For 3 years, he discreetly showcased his exceptional medical skills, attracting countless dignitaries seeking his expertise. In gratitude, those patients seized the opportunity to collaborate with the Lin family, allowing them to flourish in Han City, a fact unbeknownst even to the patriarch of the Lin family. I hope you do not regret it. Chu Huan's expression remained impassive, but his gaze sharpened. At that moment, he resembled a resurrected tiger, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any instant. Regret? The only thing I have ever regretted in my life is marrying you. Were you to deserve my regret? With a swift motion, Chu Huan struck Lin Rong across the face. This slap was a reminder that a woman should adhere to her proper role. This slap represented the humiliation he had endured over the past 3 years. After a brief hesitation, he thought, this is my choice to strike you. Chu Huan unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving Lin Rong's face swollen. Lin Rong staggered back, collapsing to the ground on the verge of tears. You worthless fool! How dare you let Lin Rong be struck? Ren Haojia clenched his fists and charged at Chu Huan. Chu Huan raised his foot and kicked Ren Haojia squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Channeling the strength he had acquired the previous night, Chu Huan incapacitated Ren Haojia. From that moment on, Ren Haojia would be a man with a gun, but no ammunition. Ren Haojia clutched his abdomen, wailing in agony. As he watched Chu Huan approach, he trembled with fear. He felt he was facing not a man, but a ravenous wolf. I'm just a worthless fool. How can I be afraid of him? Ren Haojia's heart quaked with trepidation. Don't come any closer. I possess videos of you and Lin Shui. If you're not afraid of them being leaked, behave yourself. Ren Haojia threatened. If those videos come to light, I will not hesitate to kill you. Chu Huan advanced, seizing Ren Haojia by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground with a single hand. Let me go. I promise I won't act recklessly. Ren Haojia gasped, his face flushed and struggling to breathe. Witnessing Chu Huan's ferocity, akin to a rabid dog, both Lin Rong and Ren Haojia felt a surge of fear. With nothing left to lose, Chu Huan was indeed capable of a desperate act. They had no desire to accompany this worthless man into oblivion. To placate Chu Huan's wrath, Lin Rong forced a smile, attempting to reason with him. Chu Huan, though we are here to divorce today, we can still be friends in the future. There is no need to sever ties completely. Wouldn't you agree? Ren Haojia, filled with dread, nodded in agreement, eager for Chu Huan to consent to the divorce and leave swiftly. Your smile is truly unappealing, Chu Huan remarked disdainfully. Ren Haojia's lips twitched, clenching his fists tightly. You brat, once you divorce Lin Rong, I will make you pay. The two, fearful of a sudden outburst from Chu Huan, complied during the divorce proceedings. As they watched Chu Huan's retreating figure, Lin Rong seethed with resentment. How go? You cannot seriously let this worthless fool leave just like that. Chu Huan had nearly disfigured her face. She could not swallow her pride without making him pay a price. Rest assured, my dear, I had already contacted Brother Long yesterday. Once you divorce him, I will ensure he disappears completely. Ren Haojia spoke ominously. Brother Long is a figure from the underworld of Han City, with countless lives on his hands. How dare that useless Chu Huan oppose him? It's akin to courting death. Once Brother Long takes action, that good-for-nothing is doomed. Their conversation reached Chu Huan's ears. Very well, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Had he not regained his powers, perhaps he would have feared Ren Haojia's underhanded tactics. Now that his strength has returned, he is like a hidden dragon emerging from a sea, not even a mere thug. Let alone the renowned martial arts master Yuan Kuan of Han City would he regard with concern. Shortly after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, a group of robust men blocked his path. Chu Huan, someone has bought your life. The leader, a bald man wielding an iron rod, swaggered toward Chu Huan. Behind him, several burly figures surrounded him with mocking smiles. Chu Huan scanned the group before fixing his gaze on the bald man. So, you are Brother Long? Kid, you have some discerning eyes. Brother Long grinned, resting the iron rod on his shoulder. Daring to offend Run Shao in Han City leads to only one outcome. In the midst of his words, Brother Long suddenly struck, aiming the iron rod at Chu Huan's forehead. The other men advanced towards him as well. However, Chu Huan reacted swiftly, an overwhelming energy erupting from his palm. Before Brother Long and his companions could touch him, they collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The long-awaited power had finally returned. How dare these insignificant figures attempt to challenge him? A newfound confidence graced Chu Huan's face. From this day forth, he would compel the world to recognize him anew. Who on earth are you? Brother Long gazed at Chu Huan in terror, his complexion darkening like the bottom of a pot. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Chu Huan emanated a chilling aura that left an oppressive weight in the air. Brother Long, who prided himself on having witnessed many grand spectacles, found himself trembling before Chu Huan's presence, feeling as if he might cross into the realm of death at any moment. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Your woman is in our hands, Brother Long threatened, struggling to overcome his fear. What did you say? Chu Huan seized Brother Long by the neck, demanding an explanation with a furious voice. Coughing and gasping for breath, Brother Long's face turned red as he stammered, his tongue nearly straightened by Chu Huan's grip. The sheer force of Chu Huan's presence nearly made him lose control of his faculties. In that instant, he felt death beckoning him. Lin Shui has been captured by us. We haven't harmed her. As long as you do not kill me, I will take you to her right now. Without waiting for Chu Huan to inquire further, Brother Long divulged all he knew. After years in the underworld, he had never encountered someone with such formidable skills, and he felt that any hesitation on his part could lead to his demise. Wasn't Ren Haojia the one who said that Chu Huan, with a useless live-in son-in-law, dependent on others? Within a minute, he had taken down 6 or 7 of his brothers. Is this what one calls a useless person? At that moment, Brother Long cursed Ren Haojia countless times in his mind. Take me to her. If anything happens to Xiao Xue, you will all pay with your lives. Chu Huan's voice was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. All right, I will take you to Lin Shui right away. Faced with Chu Huan's threat, Brother Long dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately nodded. What do you think the boss is thinking? Such a beautiful girl, yet he forbids us to touch her. Zhang Chong leered at the man beside him. Brother Dao, don't you feel tempted? They had traversed the nightlife for years, but had never encountered a captivating beauty like Lin Shui. Gazing at the bound Lin Shui, countless illicit fantasies flooded Zhang Chong's mind, and the wicked fire within him began to stir. Indeed, to have her just once, I would gladly forfeit 10 years of my life. In that case, once we receive word from the boss, we will take good care of this little lady. Afterward, it will all be done discreetly, Zhang Chong suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Right? Brother Dao's eyes glistened with desire as he stared at Lin Shui. Little lady, I will attend to you properly soon. Their repulsive demeanor filled Lin Shui, who was struggling with utter despair, recalling the ambiguous encounter she had had with Chu Huan not long ago. Only to now face such indignity at the hands of these men. Her heart turned to ashes, and she no longer wished to live. Am I to be humiliated by them? Lin Shui closed her eyes, tears streaming from her eyes. Mom, I'm sorry. I can no longer save you. The thought of her mother, still in critical condition, filled Lin Shui with guilt. Brother Dao's lips curled into an excited smile, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth as he drew nearer, his calloused hands reaching for Lin Shui. Just as his hand was about to touch her, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest. His body slowly crumpled to the ground, and Lin Shui's figure became increasingly blurred before him. He died without ever understanding how it had come to pass. Touch my woman, and you shall die. The familiar voice interrupted Lin Shui's thoughts. She opened her eyes to see Chu Huan rushing toward her. Lin Shui felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Brother-in-law, save me. Chu Huan dashed to Lin Shui's side and forcefully yanked her free. The ropes binding Lin Shui snapped effortlessly, and he comforted her. Xiaoxiu, it's all right. I am here. With that, Chu Huan's gaze shifted to Zhang Chong. Every word exchanged between Zhang Chong and Brother Dao had reached his ears. He had previously promised Lin Shui that no one would dare bully her again. You dare to disrupt my plans? Zhang Chong's face twisted with malice. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Huan swiftly confronted him, seizing his throat and snapping it with a swift motion. Having dealt with the two men, Chu Huan returned to Lin Shui's side, asking, Xiaoxiu, are you all right? Why did you save me? Let me die. Lin Shui cried, hurling herself against the wall. Chu Huan stepped in front of her, embracing her tightly. Xiaoxiu, as long as I am here, we can overcome anything. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Lin Shui pounded her fists against Chu Huan's chest, her voice choked with tears. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been expelled from the Lin family, would not have lost the partnership, and wouldn't lack the money to treat my mother. What on earth happened? Seeing Lin Shui, who was in tears, Chu Huan inquired. In his heart, Lin Shui had always been a strong woman, not one to display such fragility. Since yesterday, the entire Lin family had ostracized me, labeling me as a shameless vixen. My father expelled me from the Lin family and seized everything I had. They even intend to discharge my mother from the intensive care unit. As I sobbed at this point, Lin Shui collapsed into Chu Huan's embrace, utterly inconsolable. Had it not been for the incident yesterday, she could have utilized her earnings from the Lin family to afford her mother's treatment. The thought of her gravely ill mother became the final straw that broke Lin Shui. Those scoundrels in the Lin family, they are utterly despicable. Upon learning of Lin Shui's plight, Chu Huan's fury intensified. The Lin family's current standing owed half its success to Chu Huan, and Lin Shui accounted for at least 50% of the remaining share. How could the Lin family have flourished solely based on their inept members? It was no wonder Lin Rong conspired against both herself and Lin Shui. It had all been meticulously planned. Chu Huan assured Lin Shui, Xiaoxiu, we will reclaim what the Lin family owes us, with interest. As she gazed into Chu Huan's resolute eyes, Lin Shui's despair began to subside. At that moment, Lin Shui's phone rang. Upon answering, a cold voice came through. Miss Lin, if you do not resume payment for the medical fees, we will have no choice but to discharge your mother. Chapter 4. Lin Shui's admiration, the flicker of hope that had ignited within Lin Shui, was extinguished in an instant by those chilling words. She had just prepared to respond when the call was abruptly terminated. What should I do? She felt like a lost child, unsure of her way home. Xiaoxiu, don't worry for now. Which hospital is your mother in? Perhaps I can leverage some connections to assist. Seeing Lin Shui's helpless demeanor pained Chu Huan deeply. Han City Hospital. Can you help me? Lin Shui grasped Chu Huan's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with hope. Under normal circumstances, she would not have placed her hopes in Chu Huan, as he was merely a son-in-law of the Lin family. The hospital's swift decision to discharge her mother surely indicated interference from the Lin family. I can. Chu Huan nodded. Give me a minute. All right. Lin Shui seemed to have no alternative. Chu Huan took out his phone and made a call. When the call connected, an excited voice answered. Master, what can I do for you? Chu Huan recounted the situation, and the other party immediately replied, Master, rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Brother-in-law, what is the update? Lin Shui inquired anxiously as Chu Huan hung up the phone. Chu Huan smiled slightly. Don't worry with me around. There won't be any surprises. Hearing Chu Huan's confident response, Lin Shui felt considerably reassured. Nonetheless, she remained concerned for her mother in the hospital. Brother-in-law, thank you. I'm going to hospital now. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. In front of the ward, Lin Shui spotted a man in a white coat, around 50 years old, pacing anxiously at the door. Lin Shui, having long been familiar with the attending physician at Han City Hospital due to her mother's prolonged suffering, felt a wave of recognition. Before her stood Lin Shui, who had only seen the director Chen Zhoming on the hospital bulletin board. What was he doing here? Just as Lin Shui felt a wave of confusion, Chen Zhoming approached with a beaming smile, respectfully standing before Chu Huan. Master Ancestor, you have finally arrived. I have many questions I wish to consult with you. Lin Shui's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Chu Huan was merely a son-in-law of the Lin family, deemed worthless and inept. Chen Zhoming, the director of the Han City Hospital, held a significant position in Han City. Even the head of the Lin family treated him with utmost deference. It was no exaggeration to say that, given Chu Huan's status, he would not be worthy of even holding Chen Zhoming's shoes. Yet, Chen Zhoming referred to Chu Huan as Master Ancestor and sought his counsel. If Lin Shui had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it impossible. She was eager to uncover the mystery behind their relationship that could compel such a prominent figure as Director Chen to willingly address Chu Huan in such a manner. As for Chen Zhoming's actions, Chu Huan had long grown accustomed to them. Concerned, he inquired, How is Auntie? Chen Zhoming's expression turned complex. Filled with helplessness as he shook his head, the patient's condition is intricate. The tumor is pressing on the nerves, and she is practically immobile below the brain. Even with surgery, the chances of success are less than 10%. Director Chen, I beg you, please save my mother. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with desperation. Chen Zhoming held a pivotal position in the medical community of Han City. If he agreed, there was hope for her mother. However, Chen Zhoming's gaze wavered as he glanced at Chu Huan. Upon seeing Chu Huan nod, he smiled and reassured, Miss Lin, please rest assured. My colleagues and I have thoroughly analyzed your mother's condition, and it is not as severe as it seems. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. You should express your gratitude to Master Ancestor instead. I alone do not possess such capabilities. Chen Zhoming was astute, quickly discerning the extraordinary bond between Lin Shui and Chu Huan. Perhaps she was another esteemed disciple. He had to perform admirably. Huh? Lin Shui looked bewildered. Rely on Chu Huan? Why had he ever acquired medical skills? Could she entrust her mother's treatment to him? A cascade of questions lingered in Lin Shui's mind. Xiao Shui, do not worry. With me here, Annie will be fine. Chu Huan confidently patted Lin Shui's shoulder. Zhoming, prepare the silver needles. Chu Huan suddenly commanded. Yes. Master Ancestor. Chen Zhoming was filled with excitement. 2 years prior, he was brought by his master to meet Chu Huan. Upon their first encounter, he had thought his master was being duped by this young man. However, witnessing Chu Huan's skill with needles, he was instantly captivated, developing a deep respect for him and willingly calling him Master Ancestor. Before long, Chen Zhoming produced the silver needles he had prepared earlier and placed them by the hospital bed. Zhoming observed closely, with the needles in hand. Chu Huan's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Chen Zhoming's eyes widened, not daring to blink, fearful of missing this invaluable opportunity to learn. As Chu Huan's fingers began to move, ethereal white mist swirled around the silver needles at the moment he struck. In the blink of an eye, 9 silver needles were deftly inserted into Lin's mother's forehead. 9 silver needles quivered in unison, enveloped in the resonant sound of a dragon's roar. Could it be that the long-lost 9-change dragon needle technique had reemerged? Chen Zhoming's voice trembled as he spoke. What had once been mere respect for Chu Huan had now transformed into complete submission. This is truly a divine skill. Half an hour later, The dragon's roar gradually faded. Chun Zhoming proactively collected the silver needles and opened the hospital room. "Brother-in-law, how is my mother?" Lin Shui inquired urgently. "The situation is a bit tricky, but rest assured, after a couple more treatments, your mother should be on the path to recovery." Chu Huan replied with a smile. "Brother-in-law, please do not deceive me. I am well aware of my mother's condition." Lin Shui was no naive child. She understood her mother's illness intimately. She recognized that Chu Huan's words were merely intended to comfort her. Chu Huan refrained from further elaboration, knowing that Lin Shui would be skeptical of claims regarding her mother's recovery. It would be preferable to surprise her with the good news once her mother was fully healed. "Zhoming, do you know who is your mother's attending physician?" Chu Huan's fury was palpable as he questioned. Anyone who dared to harm Lin Shui would face dire consequences. Chun Zhoming had known Chu Huan for 2 years and had never witnessed him in such a state of rage. Without hesitation, he replied, "Zhong Chenglin. I do not wish to see him in the medical community of Han City ever again." Chu Huan declared, his tone resolute. "Were you to demand such a thing? Ask Director Chun if he possesses the authority to expel me from the medical circles of Han City." Just then, a brazen voice echoed from outside the room. Zhong Chenglin strutted in, his arrogance palpable, as if he were a king surveying his domain. He approached Chu Huan, scrutinizing him, and addressed him with a condescending tone. "Little brat, do not presume that your connections grant you the right to look down upon others. The Zhong family still holds considerable sway in Han City. Now, you will kneel and apologize and throw her out of the hospital. If you do this, I shall overlook your transgression. Otherwise." Zhong Chenglin's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace. "Or else what?" Chu Huan raised his hand and slapped Zhong Chenglin across the face. "You insolent fool. You dare to act out in my presence." Chapter 5. Break the dog's legs and throw him out. The slap left Zhong Chenglin momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Chu Huan would publicly strike him. Lin Shui and Chun Zhoming exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by Chu Huan's sudden aggression. Zhong Chenglin clutched his swelling cheek, his voice frenzied as he roared, "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you hit me? I will kill you. I will absolutely make you pay." As Zhong Chenglin continued to bark his threats, Chu Huan raised his hand once more and delivered another resounding slap. "I will fight you to the death." Enraged beyond measure from the public humiliation, Zhong Chenglin charged at Chu Huan. In response, Chu Huan lifted his foot and kicked him in the abdomen. Zhong Chenglin was sent flying, crashing against the wall outside the room with a resounding thud, followed by his anguished cries. "Should you dare to disturb my aunt's rest again, I shall end you." Chu Huan stepped outside the room, glaring at Zhong Chenglin with fierce admonition. After suffering setbacks at the hands of Chu Huan, Zhong Chenglin realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. Like a mad dog, Chu Huan was prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Engaging directly with such a man would yield him no advantage. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhong Chenglin glared at Chu Huan through clenched teeth, his fists tightening as he threatened, "Very well, you young rascal, just wait. I shall remember this grievance. The Zhong family will certainly not let you off the hook." Watching Zhong Chenglin storm away in anger, Chun Zhoming grew anxious. "Master, the Zhong family is formidable. After you struck Zhong Chenglin, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. It matters not. If the Zhong family dares to come, I shall bury them." Chu Huan replied indifferently. Chun Zhoming understood that the conflict between the two parties had reached an irreconcilable point. He silently lamented that it might only be possible for the master to intervene to prevent further grievances. "Sister-in-law, I've caused you trouble again," Lin Shui said, her face filled with remorse and guilt. If it were not for her, Chu Huan would never have provoked the Zhong family. She frequently interacted in the business world and was well aware of the terrifying influence of the Zhong family in Han City. The Zhong family was one of the 3 great clans of the city, their presence felt in every corner, truly a behemoth. In comparison, the Lin family appeared merely as slightly larger ants. Although Zhong Chenglin was not a direct descendant of the Zhong family, he was not someone Chu Huan could humiliate with impunity. If the Zhong family sought accountability, Chu Huan would undoubtedly suffer. "Shui, you are my woman. I promised I would not allow anyone to bully you," Chu Huan declared, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he looked at Lin Shui. "Sister-in-law, What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shui stamped her foot, her expression tinged with irritation. Unbidden, memories of the previous day spent with Chu Huan flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Shui, what are your plans moving forward? Chu Huan asked, well aware of Lin Shui's discomfort. He understood that she found it difficult to accept him all at once. Such matters required time to unfold. Plans? Lin Shui pondered for a long while before shaking her head. She truly did not know what to do next. For over 20 years, she had lived under the control of her father, Lin Yinghao, who had instilled in her the notion of strengthening the Lin family. Yet now, she had been cast out from her family, shattering her long-held aspirations. If you have no plans, then cease your worries. From now on, I shall take care of you, Chu Huan said with a cheerful smile. Sister-in-law, if you continue to speak like that, I shall ignore you, Lin Shui retorted playfully, raising her delicate fist as if to strike Chu Huan, looking adorably fierce. Though Lin Shui insisted she would ignore him, her curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, brother-in-law, what about you? What are your plans? Both had been cast aside by their respective families, with Chu Huan also forced into a divorce by Lin Rong. Their circumstances were strikingly similar, both wandering souls in a world of misfortune. I plan to purchase a better house, Chu Huan began, and as he thought of his master, he felt a sense of urgency to enhance his own strength. Knowing that his master was currently under suppression, he believed it was imperative to elevate his abilities. He felt that the third senior sister was concealing something from him. Only by possessing sufficient strength could he uncover the truth of 3 years prior. And in what? Upon encountering Chu Huan, Lin Shui remained silent for a considerable time, prompting her to press for a response. Then take good care of yourself and your aunt, Chu Huan remarked, half in jest, half in earnest, as he gazed at Lin Shui. I shall ignore you. Frustrated by Chu Huan's 3 inconsequential remarks, Lin Shui stamped her foot and turned towards the hospital bed. After bidding farewell to Lin Shui, Chu Huan chose not to linger in the hospital any longer. He made his way directly to the real estate office in Han City. Sir, how may I assist you? A charming young lady greeted him warmly upon his arrival at the sales office. Please take me to view your villa area. I prefer quieter surroundings, Chu Huan expressed, as he deemed it essential to find a serene place for his future cultivation. Ha, just you? Off to the villa area. As soon as Chu Huan's words left his lips, a sharp mocking voice echoed through the sales hall. Chu Huan, you truly have a knack for boasting. Anyone who knows you is well aware that you are merely the useless son-in-law of the Lin family, inferior even to a dog in their eyes. Those unfamiliar with you might mistake you for a big boss from somewhere. Lin Chong approached, his face contorted with disdain as he regarded Chu Huan. With your pitiful status, you lack even the funds to purchase a spiritual residence, let alone a villa. Should I burn one for you instead? Li Guofeng shot a cold glance at Chu Huan, derisively commenting. Lin Chong and Li Guofeng's remarks swiftly drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who shifted their gazes toward Chu Huan. What I possess is none of your concern, Chu Huan retorted coldly. Halt! How dare a worthless wretch like you speak to me? Lin Chong obstructed Chu Huan's path, demanding, come over here and bow in apology, or I shall make you regret it. Chu Huan was merely a spineless waste, and to act defiantly before Lin Chong would incur consequences. Get lost, Chu Huan responded without hesitation, his tone icy. Were it not for the old man's influence, he would have dealt with Lin Chong long ago. You truly believe yourself to be something of significance. Within the Lin family, you are but a dog. Before Lin Chong could finish his sentence, Chu Huan delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. Lin Chong doubled over, clutching his stomach, the agonizing pain causing him to collapse to the ground. Cries of distress escaping him. You call me a waste and a piece of trash. I had refrained from retaliating, but you have truly overstepped. Chu Huan's gaze turned piercing, an aura of chill emanating from him. Dare to insult me again, and I shall end you. You wretched scoundrel. The Lin family has treated you well, Li Guofeng screamed, incensed at the sight of her son being assaulted. Raising her hand, she aimed to slap Chu Huan. In response, he swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap to Li Guofeng's face. Have I not treated you well? Who do you think you are? My previous restraint was out of respect for the old man, and because you are my mother-in-law. Now what are you? Li Guofeng, struck and disoriented, fell to the ground. She writhed on the floor, crying out, "He has struck me. Someone come quickly. This beast has attacked." The surrounding crowd, witnessing the spectacle, began to scatter. However, Li Guofeng's voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing considerable attention. This incident also caught the notice of the higher-ups of the real estate office. A man clad in a tailored suit, flanked by 5 or 6 imposing bodyguards, approached with an irate voice, bellowing, "Who dares to cause chaos in our golden home? Do they wish to forfeit their lives?" Upon seeing the man, Lin Chong sprang to his feet and rushed to his side, ingratiatingly stating, "Manager Song, I am here to purchase a wedding residence for my sister, 2 villas, but this pathetic wretch had the audacity to strike me in public. You must seek justice on my behalf." At this, Song Weifeng's expression turned icy. Those familiar with Song Weifeng understood this to be a precursor to his wrath. Lin Chong and Li Guofeng exchanged cold smirks as they fixated their gazes on Chu Huan. Lin Chong inwardly mused, "What a wretched fool, to act out in the golden home without grasping its formidable background. There was once a man who dared to strike in the golden home, and the very next day, his corpse surfaced in the Han River." Lin Chong could vividly envision the dire fate awaiting Chu Huan. Others around them cast sympathetic glances towards Chu Huan. Song Weifeng raised his hand, poised to instruct his burly associates to deal with Chu Huan, when he caught sight of Chu Huan's visage, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He then swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Lin Chong's face. With scorn, he retorted, "What do you think you are? How dare you show disrespect to Dr. Chu? Manager Song, have you made a mistake?" Lin Chong protested, clutching his face while casting a pleading look at Song Weifeng. He is merely a good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Lin family. How could he possibly be a revered doctor? A doctor? When did Chu Huan become a doctor? How was I unaware of this? He must have employed despicable means to deceive Song Weifeng. Lin Chong was determined to expose Chu Huan's true nature. "Manager Song, you must have been duped. He is merely a son-in-law of the Lin family, not even as valuable as a dog," Lin Chong hastily explained, eager to unveil Chu Huan's deception before the crowd. Before he could finish, Song Weifeng barked, "What do you think you are? How dare you insult Dr. Chu? What are you still doing? To insult Dr. Chu is to challenge me, Song Weifeng. Break his legs and throw him out." Swiftly, several burly bodyguards surrounded Lin Chong. A wretched cry escaped Lin Chong's lips as he was battered, his face bruised and swollen. He crawled to Chu Huan's side, pleading, "Brother-in-law, please save me." Upon hearing Lin Chong refer to Chu Huan as brother-in-law, Song Weifeng trembled in fear. His face filled with urgency as he approached Chu Huan, bowing respectfully and saying, "Dr. Chu, I was unaware he was your brother-in-law. Please forgive me." Chu Huan shook his head calmly. "I do not know him." Song Weifeng's expression darkened, seething with rage. "You scoundrel! How dare you impersonate Dr. Chu's brother-in-law? I will see you dead." Song Weifeng's eyes blazed with fury as he instructed his men. "Drag him away and break his legs. Please, brother-in-law, I beg you, or I shall be beaten to death." Lin Chong, engulfed by terror as the hulking men closed in on him, turned to Li Guofeng for help. As Lin Chong faced a dire beating, on the verge of having his legs broken, Li Guofeng rushed to Chu Huan, urgently pleading, "Chu Huan, I implore you, spare Lin Chong." Chu Huan coldly regarded Li Guofeng. "Are we well acquainted?" Chapter 6. The villa worth 200 million. Given freely moments ago, Li Guofeng had been arrogant and disdainful, yet now she approached, seeking mercy. It was utterly ludicrous. Enraged, Li Guofeng felt the urge to rebuke Chu Huan, but upon hearing Lin Chong's anguished cries, she suppressed her indignation and knelt before him. "Chu Huan, I beg you, spare Lin Chong." As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. Regardless of her feelings towards Lin Rong, she implored him to consider the old man's reputation. Li Guofeng's words elicited a subtle shift in Chu Huan's expression. He scrutinized her coldly and replied without hesitation, "For the sake of the old man, I shall spare you this time. However, should there be a next time, I will ensure you face the consequences." With that, he turned his gaze to Song Weifeng. "Manager, kindly escort them out." Upon hearing this, Song Weifeng smiled faintly. "Dr. Chu, I shall heed your command." He then addressed the assembled crowd. What are you all waiting for? Throw them out of the golden residence. Following his orders, several burly men seized Li Guofeng and her son, unceremoniously expelling them from the premises. Once this was accomplished, Song Weifeng respectfully turned to Chu Huan. Dr. Chu, I have eagerly awaited your arrival at our golden residence. Chu Huan, visibly perplexed, responded, Do we know each other? He had never encountered Song Weifeng. So how could this man be aware of him? You treated our chairman previously, Song Weifeng explained, lowering his demeanor significantly. The chairman stated that whenever you visit, you need not pay a dime, you may stay at your leisure. He knew well the stature of the chairman and felt it imperative to show deference. As for Lin Chan's comments, he dismissed them entirely. By the way, our chairman is Long Qingyun. Seeing the confusion on Chu Huan's face, he elaborated. That individual. Chu Huan recalled treating a young man named Long Qingyun 2 years prior, an encounter that had also led to him taking on an apprentice. If you're unsatisfied, you may temporarily reside at the Longjiang Villa, Song Weifeng offered, producing a set of keys and placing them in Chu Huan's hand. The chairman intended to present these to you personally, but he feared it might disrupt your life. For all these years, the Longjiang Villa has remained vacant for you. And now, handing it over fulfills the task assigned to me by the chairman. If anyone were to hear Song Weifeng's words, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The Longjiang Villa was the most expensive in Han City, valued at no less than 200 million. To reside, there was not just a symbol of wealth, but also of status and identity. Over the years, the three prominent families had sought various avenues to acquire the Longjiang Villa, only to be met with Song Weifeng's refusal. It had remained unoccupied solely for the purpose of gifting it to Chu Huan. If this revelation reached the ears of the Lin family, they would surely be filled with regret. He had awaited Chu Huan for 2 years, keeping the keys close at hand, ready to present them at any moment. How thoughtful! Chu Huan was pleased with Song Weifeng's gesture. After appraising him, he spoke solemnly. You likely do not have children yet, do you? Dr. Chu, how did you know? Song Weifeng stammered. Song Weifeng is approaching his 40s and holds a significant position in Han City. His only regret lies in his lack of offspring. To remedy this, he has consulted countless esteemed physicians, yet none have been able to discern any ailments within his body. This matter has become a source of deep concern for him. Song Weifeng has kept the key to the Longjiang Villa in his possession, largely hoping to please the renowned divine doctor praised even by the chairman. Unexpectedly, Chu Huan was able to identify his ailment with just a single glance. Your body does not bear any serious issues. However, your frailty in childhood has led to a blockage of qi within. I shall prescribe a remedy. Simmer 3 bowls of water down to 1, and continue this regimen for half a month to certainly resolve your troubles. Song Weifeng was overjoyed and immediately summoned paper and pen for Chu Huan. After the prescription was written, Chu Huan urged, for the next half-month, abstain from intimacy. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu. I will certainly adhere to your guidance. Song Weifeng exclaimed with fervor. Once he secured his own residence, Chu Huan promptly contacted Lin Shui. Shui, do you have a place to stay? I wish to care for Mother. Shui, Andy's condition has improved significantly. Moreover, you cannot continue to exhaust yourself staying outside. The intensive care unit prohibits family from remaining. And had it not been for Chu Huan's unique status, Lin Shui would not have been allowed entry previously. Your primary focus must be on your own well-being. Once Annie's health is restored, you could be by her side. Chu Huan advised. I'll come and pick you up. You must be utterly fatigued. Later, I will help you relax. Without waiting for Lin Shui's response, Chu Huan made the decision for her. Under Chu Huan's insistence, Lin Shui was brought to Longjiang Villa. Brother-in-law, is this house yours? Lin Shui gazed at Longjiang Villa, now opened by Chu Huan, with disbelief. Longjiang Villa is the most prestigious villa in Han City, valued at no less than 2 billion. The prominent Jiang family once sought to purchase it, but could not succeed. In many respects, Longjiang Villa not only symbolizes wealth, but also status. She was curious how Chu Huan possessed the key to such an estate. Could it be that her brother-in-law was a scion of a wealthy family, who, after being cast out, concealed his identity to marry into the Lin family? Suddenly, a multitude of thoughts flooded Lin Shui's mind. All right, it was a gift. Chu Huan nodded. Unfazed. Lin Shui scoffed, "You must be joking. Who would bestow a $2 billion mansion upon you?" Upon entering the villa, Lin Shui was utterly astounded. The interior boasted custom agate stone flooring, and antiques adorned every corner. Even a most ordinary vase was worth thousands. "How do you like it?" Chu Huan smiled, observing Lin Shui's astonishment. Lin Shui shook her head. "These items are a waste here. If liquidated and invested, I could multiply their value tenfold." At this, Chu Huan's lips twitched slightly. How could this woman's thought process differ so vastly from that of others? "Brother-in-law, where do you intend for me to stay?" Lin Shui glanced around, seeking a place to rest. The events of the past 2 days had been overwhelming, and she was undeniably fatigued. "You can stay wherever you wish." Chu Huan continued. "Xiao Shui, please refrain from calling me brother-in-law. I have divorced your sister. If not brother-in-law, then what should I call you?" Lin Shui clearly exhibited some reluctance, unwilling to confront Chu Huan directly. "Do as you please." Chu Huan did not press her further. "Xiao Shui, you've been under considerable physical strain lately. I wish to, Don't even think about it." Lin Shui interjected, her expression one of wariness, and she hurriedly ascended the stairs. With a resounding thud, she locked the door tightly behind her. Chu Huan, taken aback by her sudden retreat, was left bewildered. He merely intended to offer her a massage to help her unwind. What was she thinking? Lin Shui firmly shut the door, leaning against it in apprehension of Chu Huan's approach. "Brother-in-law is too wicked. I cannot acquiesce to him," she murmured to herself, her face a mask of defiance. Suddenly, the recollections of the previous night flooded her mind. "Ugh, Lin Shui, have you no shame? He is your brother-in-law." She chastised herself in indignation. Yet, she could not dismiss the kindness he had shown her. Remembering his words, her heart raced tumultuously. In a whisper audible only to herself, she pondered, perhaps brother-in-law isn't so bad after all, and there's a hint of excitement. Resolutely, she shook her head, dismissing those convoluted thoughts. She had been utterly exhausted these past few days. As soon as she lay on the bed, slumber enveloped her gently. In her dreams, she found herself encountering her brother-in-law. The following morning, Lin Shui awoke to find a breakfast laid out on the dining table, a sense of fulfillment washing over her. If every day were like this, it would be quite splendid. She noticed a note left for her. "Xiao Shui, Chen Zhoming urgently sought me. I've stepped out." Reading the note brought her joy and warmth. "Master, you have finally arrived." Chen Zhoming rushed to Chu Huan, exclaiming, "Let us go to the Jiang family at once." "What on earth is happening?" Chu Huan questioned, startled by Chen Zhoming's urgency so early in the day. "Master, to be candid, the head of the Jiang family is a dear friend of my master. His daughter, Jiang Yurong, has fallen ill with a most peculiar ailment. My master and I spent the entire night diagnosing her, but we were at a loss." Chen Zhoming explained without delay. "This young lady has always had a cold constitution, and last night, a sudden wave of intense cold enveloped her, causing her to lose consciousness. Her pulse and heartbeat are alarmingly weak. She could be in critical condition at any moment." As they spoke, they arrived at the grand courtyard of the Jiang family. Halt! Just as they were about to enter Jiang Yuring's room, a figure obstructed Chu Huan's path. "Director Chun, who is this person? The Jiang family does not permit just anyone to enter." Jiang Yuan regarded Chu Huan with disdain. "Jiang Yuan, this esteemed master is here at my behest to treat Miss Jiang." Chen Zhoming began to clarify, but Jiang Yuan interrupted with a scoff. "A master? Him? Don't be ridiculous. What are you to be joking about? Director Chun would not jest with someone like you." As Jiang Yuan's words hung in the air, a figure rushed forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Jiang Yuan sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. "You insolent wretch, I warn you, if you delay my sister's treatment, I shall make you pay dearly." Jiang Fengyun exclaimed, his finger trembling with fury as he pointed at the fallen Jiang Yuan. "What are you waiting for, you fool? Hurry and kneel to the little divine doctor and apologize." Jiang Fengyun's ire surged as he beheld Jiang Yuan prostrate on the ground. "Father, I have yet to finish my words." Jiang Yuan protested, but Jiang Fengyun raised his hand, "Utter another word, and I shall enact justice myself and rid the world of you, you ungrateful scoundrel." Recognizing the seriousness of his father's wrath, Jiang Yuan's eyes brimmed with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Chu Huan and uttered, "I apologize. Get out of my sight." Jiang Fengyun kicked Jiang Yuan aside once more. Then, with a beaming smile, he addressed Chu Huan. "Divine Dr. Chu, it is my failure in raising my son that has caused you distress. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Jiang Fengyun's demeanor was filled with respect and sincerity. Had the Jiang family's attitude mirrored that of Jiang Yuan, Chu Huan would have departed without a second thought. However, Jiang Fengyun's earnestness sparked a flicker of goodwill within Chu Huan. The severity with which he dealt with his son was indeed commendable. "Not to worry. It is but a trivial matter." Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively. "Let's first assess the patient's condition." "Very well," Jiang Fengyun responded courteously. Entirely due to Huang Jianhua's esteemed reputation. Huang Jianhua, a titan in the medical field of Hanjiang province, had willingly chosen to be a disciple of Chu Huan. Huang Jianhua was a medical enthusiast, fervently devoted to his craft, and he firmly believed that true mastery deserved respect. Thus, Jiang Fengyun was eager to witness Chu Huan's capabilities. Moreover, they had no alternative physicians available to treat Jiang Murong. Under Jiang Fengyun's guidance, Chu Huan soon arrived at Jiang Murong's chamber. Even before entering, he sensed a bone-chilling coldness. It was summer, yet her room felt as frigid as winter. Even Chu Huan had never encountered such an unusual ailment, which piqued his interest. Approaching Jiang Murong, he observed her pallid complexion, wisps of white mist emanating from her form, as if she were encased in ice. "Master, you have arrived." At the sight of Chu Huan, Huang Jianhua immediately rose to pay his respects. "No need for that." Chu Huan waved his hand. "What has happened to her? This young lady's condition is exceedingly peculiar. Zaming and I have studied her for quite some time, yet we remain utterly perplexed. The coldness surrounding her makes me feel as though she is some form of energy entity," Huang Jianhua lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Having practiced medicine for decades, he had never encountered such an odd symptom. Chu Huan glanced at Jiang Murong resting upon the bed, preparing to take her pulse. Just as his hand was about to make contact, he felt as if it were plunging into a glacier. The icy sensation seemed capable of penetrating the body, prompting Chu Huan to immediately channel his vital energy to dispel the frigid aura. After a considerable interval, Chu Huan released his grip. "Little divine doctor, do you have confidence?" Jiang Fengyun inquired urgently. "I am 90% sure of awakening her, but only 30% confident in a complete cure," Chu Huan replied after a brief contemplation. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Fengyun's face. "I implore you, little divine doctor, as long as you can save Rong, my Jiang family is willing to pay any price. I can proceed, but I must stipulate beforehand that no one is to disturb me during the treatment, and her clothing should be minimized, as it may hinder my work. As long as you can heal Ronger, we shall comply with your wishes." Jiang Fengyun slightly bowed. "I entrust everything to you, little divine doctor." With that, Jiang Fengyun departed with the others from Jiang Murong's chamber. Chu Huan approached Jiang Murong's bedside, murmuring, "I never anticipated such an unusual constitution existing in the mundane world." As he spoke, Chu Huan gradually unfastened Jiang Murong's attire. The sight of her fair, translucent skin met his gaze, accompanied by a faint fragrance unique to maidens. Although Chu Huan had previously experienced the pleasures of intimacy, he had been intoxicated and oblivious at the time. Now, confronted with such an alluring spectacle, his mind was inevitably stirred by peculiar thoughts. "Chu Huan, you are here to heal," he reminded himself internally. He produced silver needles and prepared to insert them before Jiang Murong. Upon witnessing her prominent features, his hands trembled slightly. Given that several acupuncture points were closely situated near her chest, along with Jiang Murong's ample form, a momentary lapse caused him to inadvertently brush against a delicate area. In that instant, Chu Huan felt as though his body had been jolted by electricity. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became rapid. "Damn it, what am I thinking?" Chu Huan suppressed the turmoil within and focused all his energy into the needlework. The internal qi he wielded was required to combat the frigid energy erupting from Jiang Murong's body, compounded by the immense force needed for the acupuncture. After an hour, His internal chi was nearly depleted. At this moment, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. With his last vestige of strength, he retracted the silver needles. Finally done, he exclaimed, collapsing onto Jiang Murong's form. Jiang Murong, hazily aware of a weight upon her, opened her eyes to find her clothing completely removed. To her astonishment, a strange man lay atop her. You lecher, I shall kill you. Chapter 8. Indecency and Offering Oneself. Chapter 8. Chu Huan felt utterly weak, having been unexpectedly shoved to the ground. Struggling against his weariness, he slowly opened his eyes to see Jiang Murong, furious, her fists clenched, lunging at him. I'll kill you, you scoundrel, Jiang Murong shouted, swinging her fists toward Chu Huan's head. He caught her hands. Is this how you treat your savior? You have violated me. Jiang Murong gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength, determined to strike Chu Huan, vowing not to relent until she achieved her aim. It seems you're the one violating me, isn't it? Chu Huan assessed Jiang Murong, nearly causing his nose to bleed. Jiang Murong was clad only in a tiny piece of lingerie, seated atop Chu Huan. Her prominent bosom nearly brushed against his head. Prompted by Chu Huan's reminder, Jiang Murong swiftly rose, covering her chest with her hands, and exclaimed, You rogue. Turn around. In the midst of her words, she dashed to the side of the bed to quickly don her clothing. Ronger, you are awake? How wonderful. Just as Jiang Murong had finished dressing, Jiang Fingyun's excited voice echoed within the room. Upon hearing her father's voice, Jiang Murong recalled her previous state of unconsciousness. Did you truly heal me? She cast a questioning glance at Chu Huan. Indeed, Chu Huan nodded. At that moment, Jiang Fingyun and others rushed in through the door. Seeing that the chill had dissipated from Jiang Murong's body and her demeanor had brightened considerably, Jiang Fingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached Chu Huan with deep gratitude, saying, Dr. Chu, I cannot thank you enough. Prior to meeting Chu Huan, Huang Jianhua had extolled the virtues of his medical skills. However, Jiang Murong's ailment was peculiar, leaving countless physicians at a loss. He had been skeptical that Chu Huan could remedy such a complex condition. No need for thanks. Chu Huan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Fingyun, understanding the situation, produced a card and handed it to Chu Huan, saying, Dr. Chu, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. The card contained 10 million, with a password of 6 sixes. Jiang Murong snatched the card away, declaring no. I must repay this kindness myself. She then turned to Chu Huan, a radiant smile adorning her face, and said, Dr. Chu, you have saved my life. I can only repay you with my devotion. What do you think? Coughing slightly, Chu Huan was taken aback by Jiang Murong's boldness. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, possessing an exceptional figure, and was renowned as one of the 3 great beauties of Hansheng, a goddess in the hearts of many men. Had it not been for Lin Shui, Chu Huan might have been swayed. However, he was already committed to Lin Shui and had no desire to entangle himself with Jiang Murong. Observing Jiang Murong's antics, Jiang Fingyun chuckled. Well, since Ronger is eager to repay Dr. Chu herself, I shall refrain from meddling in your youthful affairs. Dr. Chu, my family will host a soiree tonight. Would you be able to attend? Chu Huan initially contemplated declining, but before he could voice his refusal, Jiang Murong interjected. I believe tonight is the perfect opportunity for us to clear up our misunderstandings, don't you think? She blinked playfully, her gaze carrying a hint of mischief. Faced with the playful Jiang Murong, Chu Huan felt a sense of resignation. Ultimately, he nodded, Very well, I shall certainly attend tonight. Agreeing to Jiang Murong was not a decision made lightly. He was not fond of such gatherings, but Lin Shui lacked connections, and bringing her along would greatly benefit her future and ease her path in taking over the Lin family. He was quite protective, unwilling to let anyone from the Lin family act recklessly in his presence. I hope Dr. Chu will honor his word. Jiang Murong's face gleamed with anticipation. At the Blue Sky Hotel, within the luxurious private room, Ren Haojik gazed at the man before him with a sycophantic expression. He bent down to personally pour wine for the man, filled with anticipation as he asked, Mr. Jiang, I trust you will handle the collaboration between the Run and Jiang families? Jiang Yukai propped his feet on the table, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Rong. Haojia, I have no other hobbies. I simply have an affinity for married women. Lin Rong met Jiang Yotsai's gaze, feeling the overwhelming possessiveness in his eyes, her complexion instantly paling. She had come to accompany Run Haojia for discussions on the partnership, only to discover that Jiang Yukai had taken an interest in her. Xiaorong, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and give Mr. Jiang a foot massage. Ren Haojia reprimanded Lin Rong harshly. Lin Rong's delicate frame trembled slightly as she looked at Ren Haojia in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he would stoop so low as to have her compromise her dignity to appease Jiang Yukai. Suddenly, she thought of Chu Huan. Despite his shortcomings, he had never asked her to serve another man. Though her heart bristled with resistance, she understood that offending Jiang Yukai was not an option. With the Jiang family's influence in Hacheng, a mere flick of his finger could spell disaster for the Lin family. Reluctantly, Lin Rong approached Jiang Yukai, beginning to knead his legs gently. Jiang Yukai closed his eyes, savoring the moment, and beckoned, "Come, sit here." Hearing his request, Lin Rong cast a pleading look towards Run Haojia, who turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Witnessing his reaction, despair washed over Lin Rong. She realized she could not escape Jiang Yotsai's clutches today. "Mr. Jiang, if you fancy women, I might have someone to introduce to you. My sister, Lin Shui." Ren Haojia offered with a sycophantic smile. Jiang Yukai slowly opened his eyes, intrigued. "Oh, pray tell me more." Noticing Jiang Yotsai's interest, Ren Haojia quickly added, "Though Xiaorong is 2 years older, Lin Shui's figure and beauty are absolutely exquisite. Is that so? Bring her to me. I have yet to indulge in such a beautiful pair of sisters. If she satisfies me, the cooperation between the Ren and Jiang families will be assured." Jiang Yukai replied with evident satisfaction. Just as Jiang Yukai finished speaking, the door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding thud. Jiang Yukai was about to express his anger when he saw Jiang Yuan storming in, seething with rage. "Brother, what's the matter?" Jiang Yukai inquired with a smile. Before he could finish, Jiang Yuan's fist connected with his face, leaving him dazed. "Brother, let us talk this through." Jiang Yukai pleaded for mercy. Lin Rong and Run Haojia recoiled in fear, unsure of what had transpired. "Apologize to Miss Lin." Jiang Yuan glared at Jiang Yukai, his voice laced with fury. He had offended Chu Huan earlier and narrowly escaped his father's wrath. Initially, he had planned to seek revenge on Chu Huan, but upon learning that Chu Huan had healed Jiang Morong, he promptly abandoned that idea. Moreover, he had taken the liberty to investigate Chu Huan's background. To his shock, he discovered that Jiang Yukai was preparing to negotiate with Chu Huan's wife, Lin Rong. Understanding his brother's tendencies all too well, Jiang Yuan rushed over in a frenzy upon uncovering this information. Upon witnessing Lin Rong seated upon Jiang Yotsai's lap, a surge of fury overwhelmed him, wishing he could plunge a knife into Jiang Yukai. "What? Second brother, have you made a mistake?" Jiang Yukai appeared utterly bewildered. Not only was Jiang Yuan confused, but Lin Rong was equally perplexed by the unfolding events, questioning why Jiang Yuan demanded an apology from Jiang Yukai. "You wretched scoundrel, if you do not apologize at once, I shall ensure your demise today." With that, Jiang Yuan seized a nearby stool, poised to strike Jiang Yukai. Despite his bewilderment regarding Jiang Yuan's erratic behavior, Jiang Yukai hastily approached Lin Rong. "Miss Lin, I must admit that it was entirely my fault earlier. I implore you to forgive me." The sudden apology left Lin Rong in a state of shock. The Lin family was merely a third-tier clan in Han City. She could not bear the weight of Jiang Yotsai's apology. She quickly waved her hand, saying, "Mr. Jiang, there is truly no need for such formality." Jiang Yuan respectfully addressed Lin Rong. "Miss Lin, I assure you that I will provide both you and Dr. Chu with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Should Dr. Chu find it unsatisfactory, I am prepared to sever both of his feet." Jiang Yukai, drenched in cold sweat, was left bewildered, questioning the cause of his brother's madness that day. Lin Rong, at a loss for words, could only respond with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, regarding our collaboration between the Lin and Jiang families, rest assured, Miss Lin, from this moment forth, the Lin family shall become our most esteemed partner." Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, urging Lin Rong to explain everything to Dr. Chu upon her return home. In 2 days, we will visit Dr. Chu to extend our apologies to both you and him. Chapter 9. How dare you demand an apology from me? Who do you think you are? Lin Rong was utterly bewildered, as she had no acquaintance with this so-called Dr. Chu. She could never fathom that the Dr. Chu referred to by Jiang Yuan was none other than her inept husband, Chu Huan. Steeling herself, she smiled and replied, I will certainly convey your words, Mr. Jiang. Ren Haojia, filled with confusion, pondered when the Lin family had come to know this supposed Dr. Chu. In Jiang Yuan's presence, he dared not inquire further. Miss Lin, do you have any other requests? I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Jiang Yuan inquired with a smile. Lin Rong shook her head. No, thank you, Mr. Jiang. I shall take my leave now. The two escorted Lin Rong to the exit, watching as she departed the hotel. Once she was gone, Jiang Yukai, still perplexed, asked, Second brother, there was truly no need to show such deference to the Lin family, was there? They are merely a small family in Han City. The Jiang family could easily obliterate them with a mere flick of a finger. He failed to comprehend Jiang Yuan's motives for appeasing Lin Rong. Does she even deserve such treatment? Jiang Yuan shot him a cold glare. The little princess's illness has been cured. Really? That is splendid news. Upon hearing that Jiang Murong's ailment had been resolved, Jiang Yukai was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. Among the 3 generations of the Jiang family, she was the sole girl. From the moment of her birth, Jiang Murong had been showered with adoration from the Jiang family. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had she wished to break the legs of her dozen or so brothers, they would have met that fate, all while inquiring if she was fatigued. In the Jiang family, anyone daring to speak ill of Jiang Murong would undoubtedly face the wrath of 3 generations. Hence, she was affectionately dubbed the Little Princess. Before Jiang Yukai could fully revel in the joy, Jiang Yuan continued. Lin Rong's husband was the one who was cured. Ah! Jiang Yukai displayed a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He finally comprehended the reason behind his elder brother's assault on him. Chu Huan had healed the little princess and was a benefactor to the Jiang family. Yet he harbored desire for the man's wife. With a resounding slap, Jiang Yukai struck his own face twice. Upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's fury dissipate, he cautiously inquired, Elder brother, even if he has healed the little princess's leg, does that warrant the amputation of my own? Sighing deeply, Jiang Yuan responded, In the Dragon Kingdom, while there are numerous families greater than the Jiang clan, there exists but one divine doctor capable of healing the little princess. Do you understand? Jiang Yukai dismissed his brother's words, thinking, What is a mere doctor? No matter how formidable, what difference does it make? I shall make that young man aware that in Han City, he must bow before the dragon or lie low like a tiger. Xiao Xue, are you free tonight? Chu Huan asked, observing Lin Shui busily engaged at her computer. Brother-in-law, do you have something to discuss? Last night, Lin Shui had a rather peculiar dream, and even now, she hesitated to face Chu Huan. There is an invitation gathering at the Jiang family this evening. All the prominent figures in Han City are expected to attend, and I wish to introduce you. Yet he had promised the old master to take good care of the Lin family. Otherwise, the Lin family would have ceased to exist by yesterday. He intended for Lin Shui to take control of the Lin family and oust the unscrupulous merchants. For Lin Shui to seize control of the Lin family, she would undoubtedly require substantial connections. Tonight would mark the first step in expanding her network. I can really attend? Lin Shui stammered, taken aback. She had not anticipated that her brother-in-law would receive an invitation to the Jiang family soiree. Can I truly go? She questioned, a mix of trepidation and anticipation swirling within her. She was merely a small fry, even during Lin Laozu's lifetime. The Lin family might not have qualified to attend such a high-society event organized by the Jiang family. As long as you agree, there is no problem. Chu Huan nodded with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shui responded, I am willing. Then I shall take you there later. As night fell, outside the Shenghao Hotel, an array of luxurious cars had long since filled the parking lot. Influential figures from all sectors of Han City continued to arrive at the Shenghao Hotel. Brother-in-law, do you think I truly look appropriate in this outfit? Lin Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, This was her first time attending such a grand event, and she appeared somewhat stiff, gazing at the enchanting Lin Shui. Chu Huan was entirely captivated. He nodded with a smile, sincerely complimenting. All the women attending tonight's gathering will appear dim by your radiance. Clad in crystal high heels, her fair, translucent long legs accentuated by a form-fitting white dress, Lin Shui's curvaceous figure was displayed to perfection. Under the dazzling lights, she resembled a celestial being. Enraptured by the beauty before him, Chu Huan found himself entranced. As anticipated, upon entering the Shenghao Hotel, Lin Shui and Chu Huan attracted numerous gazes. Xiao Shui, I didn't expect you to be here. Upon their entrance, a refined young man approached Lin Shui, a glass of wine in hand and a beaming smile on his face. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Shui's expression subtly shifted. She wore an icy expression. Zhang Xiao, we are not so familiar. Please refer to me as Lin Shui. Xiao Shui, there is no need for such formality between us. Zhang Bin fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Shui. Noticing the somewhat intimate interaction between Chu Huan and Lin Shui, Zhang Bin cast a dark glance at Chu Huan. He then declared, Xiao Shui, what I mentioned before still stands. You must think carefully. Some individuals are ultimately nothing but hollow shells, utterly devoid of substance. Xiao Shui, if you agree to be my woman, we could discuss anything. As he spoke, Zhang Bin reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Shui. I'll discuss it with your mother. Chu Huan seized Zhang Bin's arm and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Zhang Bin flew backward like a deflated balloon. Thud! He crashed to the ground, the dull thud resonating painfully in the ears of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared at Chu Huan in disbelief. Who is this guy? Has he lost his mind? Does he even realize whose territory he is in? How dare he cause a ruckus here? The commotion stirred by Chu Huan captured everyone's attention. Fong Chengyang, the manager of the Shenghao Hotel, rushed over upon noticing the disturbance. What is going on? Who dares to cause trouble in Shenghao Hotel? With Fong's arrival, Zhang Bin felt assured that this young man was doomed. Indeed, he should be aware of where he is. How dare he disrupt the peace here? Upon seeing Fong Chengyang, Zhang Bin hurried to his side. Manager Fong, this fellow dared to lay hands here, completely disregarding the Jiang family. You must punish him severely. Fong Chengyang frowned slightly at the disheveled Zhang Bin. He turned his gaze towards Chu Huan, inquiring with a serious tone, My friend, who are you? Having never encountered Chu Huan before, Fong was cautious not to offend him. If Chu Huan had a formidable background, he could downplay the incident. But if he were merely a small fry, Fong would make an example of him, demonstrating the consequences of unruliness on Jiang family grounds. Just as Fong Chengyang finished speaking, a derisive voice pierced through the crowd. Him? A son-in-law of the Lin family. No one knows how he slipped in here, causing chaos. This remark stirred a wave of astonishment. All eyes fixated on Chu Huan, as they had not anticipated that a mere son-in-law of the Lin family could be so audacious. Fong Chenliang's face turned an ashen hue with rage. However, he suppressed his fury and questioned, Are you truly a son-in-law of the Lin family? Chu Huan hesitated momentarily, but then revealed a playful smile. I have indeed been a son-in-law of the Lin family. Fong Chenliang scrutinized Chu Huan, his eyes filled with disdain. From his superior position, he looked down at Chu Huan. You immediately kneel and apologize to Zhang Xiao and offer your woman to him. Leave in front of everyone, and I may let you off lightly, otherwise. Zhang Bin, brimming with arrogance, pointed at Chu Huan and cursed. Why aren't you kneeling and apologizing? Chu Huan's gaze was sharp as he approached Zhang Bin and delivered another kick. Zhang Bin fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Chu Huan stepped on Zhang Bin's head. Apologize? Who do you think you are to demand an apology from me? Chapter 10. Pressure from all sides. Stalemate. Chu Huan's words resonated throughout the venue like a thunderclap. Fong Chengliang was clearly targeting him, in the heart of the Jiang family's domain. Not only did Chu Huan refuse to retreat, but he also brazenly assaulted Zhang Bin. Wasn't he this akin to courting death? Lin Shui grasped Chu Huan's arm, her voice laced with anxiety. Brother-in-law you. Chu Huan gently patted Lin Shui's hand, offering reassurance. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Upon seeing the confidence in his eyes, Lin Shui felt her trepidation ease considerably for reasons unknown. Feng Chunliang, seething with rage at Chu Huan's defiance in the face of imminent danger, barked at the security personnel behind him. What are you standing around for? This worthless fool dares to wreak havoc at the Jiang family's banquet. Seize him and break his legs. No sooner had Feng Chunliang spoken than a middle-aged man with a glint in his eyes stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Feng Chunliang. Manager Feng. This fool has a grudge against me from the Qinglong Society. Might I take him off your hands? I assure you, I will make him wish for death. Long Batian? This young man had actually provoked the leader of the Qinglong Society, Long Batian. Offending Zhang Xiao was one thing, but daring to cross Long Batian was truly courting disaster. The Qinglong Society was the most formidable underground force in Hansheng, and Long Batian, known for his ruthless and vicious nature, was a figure to be reckoned with. Those who had incurred his wrath had mysteriously vanished, their remains discarded in the river to feed the fish. With Long Batian personally involved, should Chu Huan fall in his clutches, it would surely be a fate worse than death. Zhong Feiyu emerged from the crowd, his hostility towards Chu Huan unmasked. He publicly provoked the Zhong family and assaulted my cousin. I, too, wish to teach him a lesson. The sudden appearance of these two powerful figures startled Feng Chunliang. As merely the manager of a hotel belonging to the Jiang family, he dared not offend either of them. Moreover, their intervention seemed to imply a desire to extend a friendly hand to the Jiang family while also seeking to punish Chu Huan. Naturally, Feng Chunliang would not slight their wishes. With a beaming smile, he addressed both men, since this lad has grievances with President Long and young Master Zhong. I shall not involve myself in this matter. At that moment, Chu Huan resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, teetering on the edge of peril. Lin Shui's complexion turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out on her palms. She swallowed hard, rose on her toes, and leaned in close to Chu Huan's ear, her voice trembling. Brother-in-law, if anything happens later, you must leave first and don't worry about me. A surge of warmth coursed through Chu Huan as he felt a sweet sensation envelop him. After 3 years of enduring disdain since his marriage, this was the first time someone had shown him genuine care. In that instant, Lin Shui melted his heart. Previously, his kindness towards her stemmed from their muddled relationship, but now, Lin Shui's presence had firmly etched itself into his heart. He smiled at her, saying, "Rest assured, I do not regard these people as a threat." Among those present, only Long Batian had any semblance of martial prowess. The others were likely unfamiliar with the ways of combat. In Chu Huan's eyes, Long Batian was merely a larger ant, easily crushed at his whim. Speak, young man, of Long Wu's whereabouts, and I may grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, the visage of Long Batian will be marred by murderous intent. His fists clenched tightly. An overwhelming aura surged forth towards Chu Huan. Previously, Chu Huan was oblivious to the reason behind Long Batian's animosity towards him. It turns out this fellow was allied with Long Gu and his cohort. I shall eliminate you, Chu Huan replied with indifference. Long Batian, consumed by rage, retorted, "You seek death." Just as he prepared to strike, a chilling voice resonated throughout the space. "Whoever dares to harm Dr. Chu shall face me. Song Weifeng." Song Weifeng approached swiftly, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Long Batian and his associates. The moment Long Batian laid eyes on Song Weifeng, his countenance darkened. Although he was the leader of the underground forces in Hansheng, Song Weifeng was merely the general manager of a real estate company. Yet, he held significant connections in the capital, and even the 3 prominent families of Hansheng would think twice before provoking him. Isn't Chu Huan merely a wasteful son-in-law? How could he possibly know Song Weifeng? Long Batian sneered. "Song manager, are you truly willing to oppose me for this useless son-in-law? Think carefully, Song manager. Will you protect him or become an enemy of the Zhong family?" Zhong Feiyu stepped forth, applying pressure on Song Weifeng. "Are you certain you wish to stand against us? The Zhong family, for him?" Feng Chunliang scoffed, visibly displeased. Disregarding their threats, Song Weifeng addressed Chu Huan with utmost respect. "Dr. Chu, rest assured. As long as I am here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you." Previously, The chairman had advised him to forge a closer relationship with Chu Huan. Moreover, after taking the medicine provided by Chu Huan, he felt invigorated and believed that soon he might bear offspring. All of this was thanks to Chu Huan. Henceforth, anyone wishing to harm Chu Huan would have to contend with him. You alone cannot shield this waste, Long Batian declared bluntly. While Song Weifeng's status was notable, the distance between the capital and this place rendered him less formidable. It was evident that his attempts to exert influence in front of the assembly would not be readily accepted. How dare you call my master a waste? Who do you think you are? Huang Jianhua, filled with righteous fury, approached Chu Huan alongside Chen Zhoming. At the sight of Huang Jianhua, the expressions of all present shifted. As the president of the Hanqing Medical Association, Huang Jianhua held considerable esteem within Hanqing. Being close friends with the head of the Jiang family and possessing exceptional medical skills, no one wished to offend him. Now, Huang Jianhua was referring to Chu Huan as his master. What on earth was happening? Fang Chunliang found himself at a loss. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Weren't you all quite arrogant just moments ago? Now, dare you lay a hand on my master? Huang Jianhua glared fiercely at the crowd, showing no mercy. Old Huang, what do you mean by that? How could we possibly harm your master? Fang Chunliang, drenched in cold sweat, immediately offered an apology. And where is Jiang Fengyan? You allow such a scoundrel to appear at the Jiang family's event? Huang Jianhua showed no leniency towards Fang Chunliang, rebuking him vehemently. Faced with Huang Jianhua's scolding, Fang Chunliang's complexion turned ashen. Old Huang, why do you let such trivial matters provoke such fury? As silence enveloped the crowd, Jiang Yukai approached with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Jiang Yukai, Huang Jianhua's brow furrowed slightly. He coldly addressed Jiang Yukai. Is this how your Jiang family treats its guests? Old Huang, what exactly has transpired? Please share with me, and I shall resolutely stand by your side. Jiang Yukai feigned anger, visibly irate. Young Master Jiang, it is as follows. Fang Chunliang recounted the events to Jiang Yukai in their entirety. Jiang Yotsai's expression darkened, his fury palpable. What? They dare treat the esteemed guests of my Jiang family in such a manner? What are you still doing? Break that scoundrel's legs and throw him out, Jiang Yukai commanded, pointing at Zhang Bin with unwavering authority. Young Master Jiang, this is unjust. I, Zhang Bin, never anticipated becoming a victim in this conflict. In a state of helplessness and despair, Zhang Bin was ejected from the hotel by security. After this ordeal, Jiang Yukai turned to look at Chu Huan with a beaming smile, saying, Old Huang, divine Dr. Chu, do you find this resolution satisfactory? Huang Jianhua's expression darkened as he prepared to express his anger, but Chu Huan interjected with a disdainful snort. Unsatisfactory. Oh, what must I do for divine Dr. Chu to be satisfied? Jiang Yotsai's countenance soured. He had already offered his apologies to Chu Huan, yet the latter showed him no respect. Ignoring Jiang Yukai, Chu Huan stated coolly, if they break a leg and you bow and apologize, I may choose not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 11. The overbearing Chu Huan. What did this lad just say? He demands that young Master Jiang bow and apologize? Is he mad? This fellow is insufferably arrogant. As Chu Huan's words echoed, the hall erupted in disbelief. Everyone felt that Chu Huan had lost his mind. Whether it was Long Beitian, Zhong Feiyu, or Jiang Yukai, they were all individuals perched atop the pinnacle of Han City's elite. Chu Huan not only demanded that Long Beitian break a leg, but also that Jiang Yukai bow an apology. Only a lunatic would utter such a thing. Not only the others, but Huang Jianhua and Song Weifeng also gazed at Chu Huan in astonishment. His proclamation had undeniably shattered the status quo in Han City. In one fell swoop, he had offended 3 of the most powerful factions. Even if they devoted all their resources to assist Chu Huan, it would likely be in vain. Chu Huan, do not presume that saving the little princess grants you the right to command my Jiang family as you please, Jiang Yukai seethed. He had already made concessions and expected Chu Huan to acquiesce to his arrangements. Little did he anticipate Chu Huan's brazen disregard for him. If that is the case, then he shall not hold back his hostility towards Chu Huan. Is that so? Chu Huan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. I refrained from taking action earlier merely to observe how your Jiang family would handle this matter. To my surprise, it seems your family only wishes to gloss over it. I've already had Zhang Bin's legs broken and thrown out. What more do you desire? Jiang Yukai felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, you were merely spectators earlier. Had it not been for my disciple-s intervention, you would have eagerly exploited them to strike at me. Do you think a trivial punishment meted out to a random fool would suffice to placate me? Do you truly believe I, Chu Huan, am so easily bullied? The aura within Chu Huan gradually intensified. The head of the Jiang family, a close ally of Huang Jianhua, had refrained from taking action for this very reason. He wished to gauge the Jiang family's stance towards him. To his dismay, Jiang Yukai merely sought a scapegoat to brush off the issue. Consequently, he saw no need to show the Jiang family any leniency. Chu Huan, young Master Jiang has afforded you ample respect. Do not be ungrateful. Long Batian interjected sternly. Unappreciative? As he spoke, Chu Huan sprang into action. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Long Batian. The latter attempted to resist, but felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. With a crack, excruciating pain surged through Long Batian's leg, as Chu Huan decisively crushed it beneath his foot. As I have stated, a leg must be broken, he declared before delivering a powerful kick to Long Batian's chest. The man collapsed like a lifeless dog, sprawled on the ground, his head lolling, teetering on the brink of consciousness. From a moment he struck, until Long Batian was reduced to a pitiful state. Merely 2 seconds had elapsed. Long Batian, the formidable leader of an underground force, was an enigma of immense strength. Yet before Chu Huan, he had not even a moment to retaliate. Just how powerful was Chu Huan? The entire venue fell into a profound silence as they beheld Long Batian's defeated form. Chu Huan, undeterred by the spectators' reactions, continued his onslaught, incapacitating both Zhong Feiyu and Feng Chunliang. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Youcai's brow, his body rigid with fear. He had presumed he had Chu Huan at a disadvantage, yet the latter exhibited remarkable tenacity. As Chu Huan advanced towards him, Jiang Yukai fell to the ground in terror, exclaiming, "Do not come closer. To harm me would mean enmity with the Jiang family. Master, the Jiang family is not to be trifled with. I implore you to reconsider." Huang Jianhua, overhearing the exchange, rushed to Chu Huan's side, urging caution. He was well acquainted with Jiang Fengyun and understood that the Jiang family was far from simple. Not only the Jiang family, but the 3 premier families of Hansheng were formidable. Chu Huan's reckless affront to the Zhong family, compounded by a potential offense against the Jiang family, could lead to dire consequences. Brother-in-law, do not act rashly. Lin Shui voiced her concerns, apprehensive. Chu Huan, lacking a robust background, had unwittingly made enemies of several powerful factions in Hansheng due to her. If this continued, he would provoke a calamity that could obliterate his standing in the city. Old Huang, do not speak carelessly. An unforeseen moment, Jiang Fengyun arrived, asserting, "This matter is a consequence of Jiang Youcai's own actions and has nothing to do with the Jiang family. I hereby declare that Jiang Yukai, having offended divine Dr. Chu, is expelled from the Jiang family and shall henceforth have no association with us. Uncle, I am your own nephew. How can you do this for an outsider?" Jiang Yukai pleaded desperately before Jiang Fengyun. "From this day forth, you are no longer my kin," Jiang Fengyun replied coolly. He then respectfully bowed to Chu Huan, stating, "Divine Doctor, he bears no relation to the Jiang family. How you choose to deal with him is entirely at your discretion." Jiang Fengyun's words left the onlookers in stunned silence. They had anticipated the Jiang family would unleash a fierce response to subdue Chu Huan, thereby asserting their dominance. Yet, they were taken aback as Jiang Fengyun publicly distanced the family from Jiang Yukai. What did this signify? It is evident that the Jiang family has yielded to Chu Huan in this matter. Simultaneously, curiosity abounds regarding the remarkable capabilities of Chu Huan that could compel the foremost family of Han City to bow before him. Jiang Youcai's face was etched with despair. Previously, Jiang Yuan had cautioned him, but he had paid no heed, instead intending to reprimand Chu Huan. Little did he expect to be forsaken by the Jiang family. "Dr. Chu, I beseech you to spare me. I shall never dare again," Jiang Yukai pleaded, kneeling before Chu Huan and repeatedly bowing in apology. He was acutely aware that his life hung by a thread, contingent upon Chu Huan's whim. "Do you dare to scheme against me? Who gave you such audacity?" Chu Huan's gaze was piercing as he placed a hand upon Jiang Yotsai's shoulder. In the next moment, Jiang Yukai felt as if countless silver needles were stimulating his blood vessels, threatening to rupture them at any moment. He writhed on the ground in excruciating agony. Chu Huan disregarded Jiang Yotsai's plight and turned his attention to Jiang Fengyan. "Is this truly the hospitality of the Jiang family? Quite innovative indeed. Dr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. I was only just made aware of the events that transpired here." Jiang Fengyan bowed slightly, filled with remorse. "I assure you, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Observing Jiang Fengyan's palpable fear of Chu Huan, Huang Jianhua was filled with perplexity. He knew Jiang Fengyan's character well and was intrigued by what could possibly induce such trepidation. Could it be that his master harbored a hidden identity of great significance? Chu Huan paid Jiang Fengyan no mind and took Lin Shue's hand. "Shui, continuing to partake in this gathering holds little appeal. Let us depart." The earlier events made Lin Shui feel as though she were walking a tightrope, with every step fraught with peril. Fortunately, Chu Huan possessed the prowess to navigate these challenges. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Nevertheless, she felt no inclination to remain any longer, burdened with numerous questions she yearned to pose to Chu Huan. Together, they exited the Shenghao Hotel. With Chu Huan's departure, Huang Jianhua, Song Weifeng, and others followed suit. Given the disruption of the banquet, the Jiang family had little desire to continue and could only hastily conclude the affair. "I refuse to accept this. My Jiang family is the foremost of the three great families in Han City. How could we bow to a mere son-in-law?" Jiang Yotsai's father, Jiang Fengyu, gritted his teeth as he questioned. Jiang Yukai was the legitimate heir of the family, and the Jiang family's decision to cast him aside for Chu Huan was indeed a profound humiliation. "A mere son-in-law?" Jiang Fengyun's expression turned frigid. "Do you comprehend the strength of Long Batian? As the leader of the underground forces in Han City, he is a bona fide fifth-tier martial artist. Before Chu Huan, he would have no room to retaliate. Which son-in-law possesses such might?" At these words, the faces of the Jiang family's upper echelons paled. To easily subdue a fifth-tier martial artist, one must possess at least the prowess of a seventh-tier martial artist. Chu Huan's strength likely surpassed the seventh tier, perhaps even reaching the eighth tier. If this were true, then he was not to be trifled with. However, Jiang Fengyu still wished to voice his thoughts. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Fengyu immediately interjected, "From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Jiang family. I refuse to have a brother as dim-witted as you." Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 12. Unleashing revenge. The senior members of the Jiang family were evidently taken aback by Jiang Fengyun's declaration. Even Jiang Fengyu looked bewildered at his elder brother. "Brother, this is utterly excessive." Jiang Fengyu clenched his fists and shouted in anger. "Fool!" Jiang Fengyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. How old is Chu Huan? He is at least an 8th grade martial artist, and moreover, his medical skills are unparalleled. Just him alone is someone the Jiang family cannot afford to offend, let alone the terrifying power behind such an exceptional young man. Use your pig brain to consider that. Jiang Fengyu scolded, pointing a finger at Jiang Fengyu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jiang family's senior members shifted dramatically. They had always focused on Chu Huan, never contemplating the depth of his background. Just how formidable could the origins of such an extraordinary youth be? The very thought made their heads spin. From this day forward, if anyone in the Jiang family dares to oppose Dr. Chu, he shall have no ties to the Jiang family. Jiang Fengyu declared solemnly. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the Lin family to apologize to Dr. Chu." That night, chaos erupted in Han City. As the foremost family among the three great clans, the head of the Jiang family had lowered himself before Chu Huan, prompting everyone to frantically seek information about him. Meanwhile, the very subject of this commotion, Chu Huan, lay leisurely at home, seemingly unaffected. "Brother-in-law, do you think they will truly not seek revenge on you?" Lin Shui expressed her lingering apprehension, recalling the events of the night. Chu Huan had offended the three major powers: the Jiang family, the Zhong family, and the Qinglong society. The Jiang family overlooked the matter due to Chu Huan saving their eldest daughter's life, but the Zhong family and the Qinglong society were not so forgiving. Rest assured, with me around, nothing untoward will occur, Chu Huan assured her, patting his chest confidently. Shui, tomorrow marks the 7th day since the old man's passing. Do you wish to return and pay your respects? Chu Huan sought to alleviate Lin Shui's concerns by changing the subject to the Lin family. Can I even go back? Lin Shui's gaze dimmed, her voice filled with helplessness. Her ability to complete her studies and achieve a measure of success in business was largely due to the support of the late patriarch. She wished to honor her grandfather during this time of remembrance, yet the Lin family had cast her out. Did she still have a chance to return? Shui, do you harbor hatred for the Lin family? Chu Huan inquired, observing Lin Shui's sorrowful expression. Did she indeed hate the Lin family? She had toiled tirelessly for their enterprise, only to receive not respect, but endless humiliation and oppression. To force her out, Lin Rong and the others had even resorted to drugging her to entangle her with Chu Huan. What was worse, they nearly caused her mother to suffer a tragic fate. How could she not despise the Lin family? With a bitter expression filled with resignation, Lin Shui sighed. What good does my hatred do? The Lin family is vast and powerful. I cannot oppose them. I will assist you in reclaiming all that is rightfully yours, Chu Huan said with a smile. With a soft chuckle, Lin Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? She reached out to touch Chu Huan's forehead, finding no trace of fever. Why are you spouting nonsense? With this remark, Chu Huan was rendered speechless. You should focus on yourself. Lin Shui didn't want Chu Huan to worry. He was already facing numerous dangers. Could he afford to be concerned about the Lin family's matters? Tomorrow, I shall present you with a surprise, Chu Huan mused silently. Today marked the 7th day of mourning for the Lin family's elder. Early in the morning, the Lin family was bustling with activity. Brother-in-law, can we really go in? Lin Shui asked, glancing anxiously at the Lin residence not far away. Do not fret. We are here to pay our respects to the elder. They won't be too harsh, Chu Huan reassured her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shui slowly relaxed her clenched fists, summoning her courage as she approached the Lin family home. Well, if it isn't the illegitimate child cast out by the Lin family, do you have the audacity to return? As soon as Lin Shui arrived, biting mockery fell upon their ears. Not just him, but also this good-for-nothing son-in-law living off our family. A blend of scorn and laughter echoed around them. An illegitimate child and a useless man. They actually make a fitting pair. The derisive remarks continued, and Lin Shui lowered her head, unable to meet their gaze. Get lost. Chu Huan pulled Lin Shui close, his anger boiling. I am here to pay my respects to the elder, not to waste time with you. Chu Huan, it has only been 2 days since you were kicked out, and you are already eager to return? Lin Rong sneered, glaring at Chu Huan. I hope you haven't starved out there, you pathetic creature. Do you still wish to assert yourself in the Lin family? Ren Haojie looked at him with disdain. The Lin family had already secured a partnership with the Jiang family, and their rise to prominence was imminent. As for a person like Chu Huan, he could be easily disposed of. Starve? You all might be the ones facing hunger soon. A sly smile played at the corner of Chu Huan's lips. Chu Huan, have you lost your mind? Lin Rong surveyed him from her elevated position, chuckling lightly. Let me inform you, the Jiang family agreed to collaborate with the Lin family yesterday. We will only grow stronger from here on out. Speaking to a worthless person like you is pointless. Guards, make them leave. I don't want them tarnishing the Lin family's territory. Lin Rong waved her hand, instructing the Lin family's bodyguards to expel Chu Huan and the others. Wait. Chu Huan raised his hand, addressing Lin Rong. Do you remember my previous statement about ensuring the Lin family's downfall? Today, I shall present a grand gift to the Lin family. Lin Rong's lips twitched slightly as she gazed at Chu Huan, perceiving him as a fool. Make the Lin family cease to exist? With a coward like you? Before Lin Rong could continue her derision, a hurried figure rushed before her. President Lin, there's bad news. The Wang family from Rongqing just called to permanently cancel their partnership with us. And here is the electronic document they sent. This news struck like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the Lin family and leaving them in shock. President Lin, the Song family from Jiangling also called to terminate their collaboration with us. In merely a minute, Lin Rong received calls from 5 partners, each expressing their intention to terminate their cooperation with the Lin family. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. These partners had been long-standing collaborators, generating profits exceeding 10 million annually for the Lin family. The simultaneous dissolution of all partnerships was nothing short of catastrophic for them. Ren Haojia, evidently sensing the gravity of the situation, placed a reassuring hand on Lin Rong's shoulder and said, "Xiao Rong, do not fret. We still have the Jiang family. Indeed, as long as our collaboration with the Jiang family persists, a steady stream of partners will seek us out." Lin Rong nodded, her resolve unwavering. Chu Huan scoffed. "The Jiang family? They will soon terminate their partnership with you. Chu Huan, you harbinger of misfortune, silence yourself." Lin Rong fumed, infuriated by Chu Huan's mockery amidst their dire predicament. The Jiang family's young master has assured Xiao Rong of continued cooperation. You, a mere failure, should abandon your hopes. Ren Haojia remarked with a hint of disdain. "We shall see," Chu Huan replied coolly, unwilling to engage further. "You should leave," Ren Haojia threatened, prepared to further insult Chu Huan. At that moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before the Lin residence. The appearance of the vehicle instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Upon noticing the number plate, which bore the auspicious number 8, they recognized it as the chariot of the Jiang family patriarch. As anticipated, the car door swung open, revealing Jiang Fengyan. Ren Haojia and Lin Rong beamed with delight. "Once we have welcomed the patriarch of the Jiang family, we shall deal with you," Ren Haojia warned fiercely. Together, he and Lin Rong hastened to greet Jiang Fengyan. "Patriarch Jiang, welcome to our humble abode. Your presence truly illuminates our home," Lin Rong exclaimed with a smile, extending her hand in greeting. However, Jiang Fengyan bypassed both her and Ren Haojia, striding directly to Chu Huan. "Divine Dr. Chu, the events of yesterday were entirely the fault of my Jiang family. I implore your forgiveness." With that, Jiang Fengyan bowed deeply before Chu Huan. The sight left Lin Rong and Ren Haojia in utter disbelief. What were they witnessing? The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Fengyan, was bowing an apology to Chu Huan. Jiang Fengyan was the head of the foremost family in Han City, a figure whose mere stamp could shake the very foundations of the city. Yet, Chu Huan was merely the discarded son-in-law of the Lin family, unworthy even to carry Jiang Fengyan's shoes. What on earth was happening? Were they hallucinating? Lin Shue's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Chu Huan. Just yesterday, she had been concerned that the Jiang family might trouble him. Yet today, the patriarch had come to apologize. The stark contrast was overwhelming. Yet, observing Chu Huan's demeanor, it seemed he had anticipated this turn of events. Her curiosity deepened. What could possibly grant him such immense confidence? "I require an explanation from the Jiang family." Chu Huan's tone was indifferent, clearly indicating his reluctance to let the matter slide. "Jiang Yukai and his faction have been expelled from the Jiang family. Henceforth, they are no longer associated with us." Jiang Fengyan, unable to stand, continued to bow. "If you need, we could—" "No need," Chu Huan interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "This is a matter between myself and Jiang Yukai. I shall handle it personally." Hearing Chu Huan relent, Jiang Fengyan exhaled in relief. During their conversation, he had felt the palpable pressure emanating from Chu Huan. He sensed that Chu Huan was undoubtedly not merely an 8th-tier warrior, but rather a master of martial arts surpassing that level. Warriors are categorized into 9 tiers, each with strict classifications. The Jiang family's enduring prominence in Hansheng is attributed to the presence of an 8th-tier warrior and 3 7th-tier warriors. The 9th tier is known as the Master of Martial Arts, and above that lies the innate realm, known as the Martial Arts Grandmaster. Yuan Kuan, the strongest in Hansheng, is a pinnacle 9th-tier warrior. It was astonishing that someone as youthful as Chu Huan had achieved such a level. At that moment, he felt fortunate not to have shielded Jiang Yukai out of misplaced loyalty. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have faced catastrophic repercussions. After all, offending such a young 9th-tier warrior is hardly a prudent choice. Thank you, Senior Chu. Jiang Fengyun's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect upon realizing Chu Huan's prowess. His address changed from Dr. Chu to Senior Chu. At that instant, the Lin family was utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why Jiang Fengyun held Chu Huan in such high esteem, but clearly, a figure who instilled such trepidation in the head of the Jiang family was not someone they could simply dismiss. They had even dared to mock him. The thought of Chu Huan seeking retribution filled them with an inexplicable dread and boundless panic. If only time could be reversed, they would never again have the audacity to humiliate Chu Huan in such a manner. Just as the Lin family trembled in fear, Chu Huan's voice resonated once more. Jiang family head, I have heard that your family intends to collaborate with my ex-wife. Are you deliberately slapping my face? Chu Huan's tone was light, yet laced with an unparalleled authority. Jiang Fengyun immediately smiled and offered apologies. Dr. Chu, I have come not only to apologize, but also to clarify this matter. The Jiang family will forever be a partner to you. Dr. Chu, she is deceiving my Jiang family under the guise of your name, attempting to swindle us into a partnership. I will not let her off lightly. Jiang Fengyun pointed at Lin Rong, his words unreservedly scathing. His long tenure in a position of power exuded an aura that pressed heavily upon Lin Rong. Terrified, she crouched on the ground, exclaiming, No, this cannot be true. Chu Huan, it's all you're doing. Lin Rong's face contorted in rage as she sat on the ground, screaming in hysteria. Ren Haojia, frightened, began to retreat, seeking an escape. Just as he attempted to flee, a car halted before him, blocking his path. Is it too late to leave now? Jiang Murong stepped out of the vehicle, her voice cold. Simultaneously, the bodyguards beside her acted swiftly to apprehend Ren Haojia. Dr. Chu, regarding last night's incident, it was indeed an oversight on the part of the Jiang family. To express my sincerest apologies, I have gathered relevant information about the Lin family overnight, which I believe will be of assistance to you. Jiang Murong presented a plate to Chu Huan. Thank you. Chu Huan smiled and nodded. Dr. Chu, will you not invite me in for a moment? Jiang Murong's radiant smile was accompanied by a heartfelt request. The way Jiang Murong looked at Chu Huan made Lin Shui feel somewhat uncomfortable, as though something precious of hers was being taken away. Faced with the assertive Jiang Murong, Lin Shui found herself at a loss. Very well. Having said that, Chu Huan took Lin Shui's hand and invited Jiang Murong to the Lin residence. He was acutely aware of the disappointment reflected in Lin Shui's eyes, and as her partner, he wished to shield her from any distress. Feeling the warmth emanating from Chu Huan's palm, Lin Shui's crystalline eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her heart raced as if a multitude of fawns were frolicking within. Observing Chu Huan holding Lin Shui's hand, Jiang Murong's smile momentarily stiffened, though she quickly composed her facial expression and followed behind Chu Huan. The other members of the Lin family stood by, silent and apprehensive. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family bowed low to Chu Huan. They dared not offend him further. Upon entering the Lin family hall, Chu Huan led Lin Shui to the seat of honor, stating, Shui, from this moment on, you shall have the final say in the Lin family. Chu Huan surveyed the assembly of the Lin family, his gaze icy. Today, we will settle both new and old scores with them. Chapter 14. Let me hear you call me husband seated in the position of honor. Lin Shui felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. After all was said and done, Chu Huan had mentioned giving the Lin family to her. At the time, she thought he was jesting. Little did she anticipate that he would indeed follow through. Watching Lin Shui occupying the seat of honor, Lin Rong felt her heart sink. Just days prior, Chu Huan had been her husband, yet she had looked down upon him, willingly handing him over to Lin Shui. All of this was something she believed was rightfully hers. Leaning against Chu Huan, she approached the patriarch's position, contemplating the possibility of greater heights in the future. Yet, she had chosen Ren Haojia. For a mere trifle of gain, he could so easily relinquish her. Initially, she thought she and Ren Haojia would live happily together. Now, however, she found herself a complete and utter joke. This was all her doing. Li Guofeng and Lin Yinghao trembled as they gazed at Lin Shui in the seat of honor. For over 20 years, They had been exceedingly harsh on her, and now they were paralyzed by fear. Should Lin Shui truly seek retribution? Lin Yinghao's expression darkened as he hesitated for a moment before rushing to Lin Shui's side. Shui, it's all that venomous woman's fault. For so many years, I have longed to cherish you, but that wicked woman branded you a bastard, threatening me with the Li family. I was left with no choice. Shui, I swear to treat you well from now on, and I shall care for your mother too. I implore you, spare me. Lin Yinghao, you scoundrel, you despicable wretch. May you meet a miserable end. Li Guofeng never expected Lin Yinghao to suddenly turn against her. You wretched woman, had it not been for you, would I have forsaken my wife and child? How dare you curse me now? I will put you to death. Lin Yinghao raised his hand and struck at Li Guofeng. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shui let out a deep sigh. The others, however, paid no heed to Lin Yinghao and Li Guofeng. Instead, gleefully approached Lin Shui, exclaiming, Xiao Shui, it is truly wonderful to have you back. Indeed, I used to hold you in my arms. The members of the Lin family flattered Lin Shui, causing her last remnants of affection for the Lin family to dissipate entirely. Brother-in-law, they are quite bothersome to me. Perhaps I should refrain from coming here in the future? Lin Shui's gaze bore a hint of pleading. She had long since seen through the fickle nature of the Lin family's affections. Now, with her final illusions shattered, remaining here seemed utterly meaningless. Very well. Chu Huan smiled gently. After we pay our respects to Grandpa, we shall depart. Dr. Chu, what do you intend to do about the Lin family? Jiang Murong inquired with a smile directed at Chu Huan. Let the law take its course with them. Over the past 3 years, they have spared no effort in belittling me. I shall not repay their malice with kindness. Were it not for the late Lin patriarch, I would have eradicated the Lin family the moment my powers were restored. I have no inclination to engage with them any longer. Handing them over to the legal system for judgment is the most prudent choice. Xiao Shui, let's go pay our respects to Grandpa. Chu Huan took Lin Shui's hand and led her toward the ancestral grounds of the Lin family. They spent several hours there, sharing recent events with the old man. In the following days, Chu Huan assisted Lin Shui in regaining control of the Lin Corporation. With Chu Huan's support and Lin Shui's prior knowledge of the company, the Lin Corporation swiftly returned to its former glory within a week. Brother-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for you, I could never have taken charge of the Lin Corporation. Lin Shui expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Huan. During these days, Lin Shui shook off her previous despondency. She radiated an aura of confidence, her demeanor transformed, exuding an indescribable allure. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, refrain from calling me brother-in-law, Chu Huan said with a smirk. What should I call you then? How about trying husband? Chu Huan probed playfully. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot. But I haven't married you yet. How could I call you that? Why not marry me now? Who would marry you? Lin Shui playfully punched Chu Huan's chest with her delicate fist. Brother-in-law, you are bullying me again. If you continue this way, I shall not invite you to dinner. Chu Huan laughed heartily, ceasing his teasing. After a week of busyness, Lin Shui finally found time today to treat herself to a meal. It was akin to a first date for them, and he certainly did not want Lin Shui to cancel it. All right, let us go out for dinner now. They decided on the Morning Light Hotel for their meal. Upon arriving, Chu Huan was surprised to see a familiar face. Why is Ji Tao working as a security guard here? Wasn't he managing his wife's company? Chu Huan pondered with curiosity as he spotted the old acquaintance. Ji Tao, noticing Chu Huan, quickly approached him with concern evident in his voice. Chu Huan, what brings you here? Quickly hide. They are searching for you. Who is looking for me? What's going on? Chu Huan inquired. His curiosity piqued as he stared intently at Ji Tao. I caught wind of something. The leader of the Qinglong Society has summoned skilled fighters from within the province to trouble you. Ji Tao whispered urgently into Chu Huan's ear. Moreover, the Zhong family is also offering a bounty for you. Chu Huan, as a mere son-in-law, how did you manage to provoke them? Ji Tao paced back and forth, striving to assist Chu Huan, but at a loss for effective solutions. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, tore off his security cap, quickly shed his uniform, and grasped Chu Huan's arm. I must swiftly escort you out of Han City. If they find you, your life will be forfeit. Witnessing Ji Tao's anxious demeanor, Chu Huan could not help but smile wryly. Ji Tao, if I leave, what will happen to you? What about your wife and child? Both Ji Tao and Chu Huan were sons-in-law. However, Ji Tao was favored by the Chun family due to his computer skills, and his love for his wife blossomed freely. Consequently, Ji Tao's life was considerably more comfortable than that of Chu Huan. They often engaged in casual conversations, which led to a growing familiarity. To Chu Huan's surprise, Ji Tao displayed such loyalty, willing to assist him despite the imminent danger. If I leave, what will become of my woman? Chu Huan remarked, gesturing towards Lin Shui beside him. Ji Tao, consumed with concern for Chu Huan, had overlooked Lin Shui's presence until now. Upon being reminded, his gaze fell upon her, and he was instantly captivated by her aura. Having known Chu Huan for 3 years, he had certainly met Lin Rong. Yet the girl before him was clearly not Lin Rong. How could Chu Huan dare seek another woman behind Lin Rong's back? This fellow possessed an audacity beyond belief. Seeing Ji Tao rooted in place, Chu Huan assumed he was stunned by Lin Shui's beauty. With a sense of pride, he declared, for her, I cannot possibly leave. Is that so? Even if you wish to depart now, it is too late. Chapter 15. Ascending upon the Qinglong Society, a few men approached, their expressions menacing, encircling Chu Huan and his companions. Where do you think you're going? The leader of the group asked with a mocking grin. A long scar marred his face, resembling a centipede sprawled across his features, enough to frighten a child into tears. Scarface Jia, we are doomed now that he has arrived. Ji Tao's face drained of color, turning pale at the sight of the man. Scarface Jia was one of the 4 guardians of the Qinglong Society, infamous for his misdeeds. The mere mention of his name could instill fear in many, a testament to his notorious reputation. Do not worry, it will be fine, Chu Huan reassured. Patting Ji Tao's shoulder, Lin Shui stepped protectively in front of Chu Huan. I am a chairwoman of the Lin Group. What is your business here? Huh, what does the Lin Group amount to? Get out of my way. Scarface Jia spat disdainfully, gesturing dismissively at her. He pointed at Chu Huan, commanding you come here. In the face of Scarface Jia's provocation, a fierce determination filled Chu Huan's expression. How dare you insult my woman? Who grants you the audacity? With that, he clenched his fist and struck towards Scarface Jia. Young man, you dare to ambush my boss, and now you wish to strike at me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The scarred-faced Jia seethed with rage upon seeing Chu Huan take the initiative against him. What are you waiting for? Eliminate this kid. Though Jia attempted to dismiss Chu Huan's threat, he could not afford to underestimate him, especially after Chu Huan had crippled Long Batian's leg. 8 burly men charged at Chu Huan simultaneously. With a speed akin to lightning, Chu Huan unleashed a punch before Jia could even react, sending him flying. The remaining 7 subordinates rushed toward Chu Huan, but he executed a swift kick, sending 4 of them sprawling. In a thunderous display, he dispatched the other 3 to the ground. The fluidity of Chu Huan's movements was mesmerizing. He had defeated all 8 adversaries in mere seconds. Witnessing the moaning and writhing figures of Jia and his men on the ground, Ji Tao stood in disbelief. This is astonishingly swift, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Having known Chu Huan for quite some time, he had never realized the latter's prowess in combat. Initially, Lin Shui harbored concerns, but as she watched Chu Huan effortlessly take down Jia and his gang, admiration sparkled in her eyes. I never imagined your strength was so formidable, but you have offended my Qinglong Society, and they will not let you off lightly. Jia glared menacingly at Chu Huan, his teeth clenched. I had no intention of dealing with your pathetic Qinglong Society, but since you seek death, I shall oblige. He approached Jia, his voice cold as ice. Get up and take me to the Qinglong Society. What do you intend to do? A foreboding sensation washed over Jia as he felt the murderous intent emanating from Chu Huan. Enough chatter. Lead the way, Chu Huan declared, his foot pressing down on Jia, eliciting a cry of agony. Fine, I will take you there. Jia acquiesced, fearful of defying Chu Huan's command, lest he be struck down in an instant. Xiao Shui, it seems our date will have to be postponed, Chu Huan stated, the intensity of his murderous intent intensifying. He had long awaited this meeting with Lin Shui, only to be interrupted by these ruffians from the Qinglong Society. If they sought demise, he would grant it to them. It's nothing, Lin Shui replied, shaking her head. Brother-in-law, are you truly going to confront the Qinglong society alone? I am worried. Xiao Shui, do not fret. These scoundrels do not concern me. Chu Huan reassured her. Once I eradicate the Qinglong society, we shall resume our date. All right, I shall await your return. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, her concern tempered by an understanding that some matters must be confronted. With a decisive kick to Jia, Chu Huan urged, what are you still doing? Hurry and lead the way. Jia, cowed, complied and led Chu Huan towards the Qinglong society. Inside the Qinglong society, one of the four guardians, the Bloodblade, gripped his short knife tightly. Boss, Jia just reported that he has located Chu Huan. Should we go together to deal with him? The other two guardians turned their attention to Long Batian, awaiting his response. Do not act recklessly for the time being. The strength of Chu Huan is far beyond your capacity to contend with. Long Batian shook his head. We have already sought the assistance of Master Yuan Kuin's esteemed disciple, Elder Feng Yuan. Once he intervenes, dealing with Chu Huan will be as effortless as child's play. Upon hearing the name Feng Yuan, the higher-ups of the Qinglong society were filled with elation. Feng Yuan had attained the 8th grade martial artist realm, and his prowess was unfathomable. Having him on their side guaranteed that they could easily handle Chu Huan. Long Batian, come out. As the discussions ensued, a chilling voice reverberated within the Qinglong society. Suddenly, the lifeless body of scarred Jia crashed into the hall. Is this the corpse of old Six? Who did this? The sight of scarred Jia's body ignited Bloodblade Hand's fury. Long Batian glared furiously at the entrance, bellowing, who dares to harm a member of the Qinglong society? I will dismember them into pieces. The high-ranking members of the Qinglong society rose in unison, turning their gazes toward the outside. Gentlemen, do temper your tempers. After all, I shall soon escort you all to the underworld for a reunion. Chu Huan's voice drifted slowly into the hall. He wore a blank expression, showing no concern for the matter at hand. Chu Huan, you wretch! Upon seeing Chu Huan, the blood within Long Batian surged violently. I vow not to be human until I have torn you to shreds. You might as well join the ranks of the dead. At least you'll have some company. Chu Huan retorted without reservation. Arrogant. This lad is utterly presumptuous. He dares to storm into the Qinglong society alone and openly humiliate the president. He clearly has no regard for the Qinglong society. You seek death. Bloodblade Hand growled, his short blade radiating a blinding light as he lunged at Chu Huan. The moment Bloodblade Hand moved, the other high-ranking members of the Qinglong society also rushed to besiege Chu Huan. Come at me. Chu Huan laughed heartily. He clenched his fists, channeling his energy into them, and struck at Bloodblade Hand. Clang! The short blade collided with Chu Huan's fist. Bloodblade Hand's hands went numb, and the blade was transformed into scrap metal by Chu Huan's strike. How can this be? Bloodblade Hand was filled with disbelief. That blade had cost him a fortune to forge and was as hard as granite. Yet, Chu Huan shattered it with a single punch. How terrifying must this fellow's strength be? Before Bloodblade Hand could finish his thought, Chu Huan's formidable iron fist broke through his defenses, sending him flying. The other high-ranking members of the Qinglong society attacked simultaneously. Chu Huan tightened his fists and unleashed another punch. A tangible surge of energy radiated from Chu Huan, coalescing into a fist imprint that struck the assembled members. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the high-ranking members of the Qinglong society were knocked to the ground by Chu Huan's punch. Long Batian, seated at the head, turned ashen at the sight. He stared at Chu Huan in horror, incredulously exclaiming, "You've transformed energy into essence? This is a hallmark of a martial arts master. You actually are a martial arts master? How can this be possible?" Chapter 16. The Fall of the Qinglong Society. At this moment, Long Batian was utterly panicked. A martial arts master. This was indeed a martial arts master. Within the confines of the capital, even a mere 9th-tier martial arts master could effortlessly obliterate the Qinglong Society with a single utterance. As for those transcending the 9th tier, a mere stomp of their foot could easily subdue figures like Long Batian. The onlookers, witnessing Chu Huan unleash his formidable energy, were overtaken by despair. For them, a 9th-tier martial arts master was an unattainable being. They had never once contemplated that they would provoke a martial arts grandmaster in their lifetime. Had they known Chu Huan's true status, they would have promptly bowed an apology, pleading for mercy. "Senior, we were mistaken. Please grant us clemency." Long Batian, dragging his injured form, knelt before Chu Huan, and one by one, the others followed suit, recognizing their utter inability to resist before such a master. "You have squandered the opportunity presented to you," Chu Huan declared, his murderous intent palpable, his gaze piercing. Previously, when he had crippled Long Batian's leg, it was a warning, a minor punishment for a major transgression. Long Batian, far from repenting, had disrupted his first date with Lin Shui, an unforgivable sin. With that, Chu Huan raised his hand, energy radiating from his palm. "Now that you are here, how much longer do you intend to linger outside?" He struck forth, the force of his palm slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade aimed at the hall's entrance. "What an arrogant young man, daring to invade my Qinglong society. He seeks death." A figure rushed towards Chu Huan, wielding a baton. The moment the baton clashed with the wind generated by Chu Huan's strike, Hu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad," he exclaimed. In the next instant, the baton was shattered into splinters by the force of the blow, sending Hu Ming staggering back several steps. At that critical moment, a hand shielded Hu Ming from behind, dissipating the impact and allowing him to regain his footing. "Hu Ming, I did not expect your Qinglong society to provoke such a formidable expert. I am eager to witness the extent of his prowess." The owner of the hand, displaying a curious smile, spoke with intrigue. "Senior Fan Yuan, I implore you to intervene and eliminate this scoundrel." Hu Ming beseeched with utmost respect. "Certainly." Fan Yuan's gaze fixated on Chu Huan, his expression indifferent. "Senior Fan Yuan, it is my Qinglong society that has wronged this martial arts grandmaster. It has nothing to do with you. Please withdraw." Long Batian urgently cautioned upon seeing Fan Yuan prepare to engage Chu Huan. If Chu Huan were merely a martial arts master, Fan Yuan would have no fear. But Chu Huan was a martial arts grandmaster, a force capable of inducing despair. Long Batian's warning served two purposes: to inform Chu Huan of Fan Yuan's intentions and to assure him that this matter was unrelated to Fan Yuan. A martial arts grandmaster? This boy barely has a beard. Fan Yuan scoffed, disdainful. "What a joke. How could such a young martial arts grandmaster possibly exist?" "Senior Fan Yuan, Long Batian still wishes to caution you." But Fan Yuan had not taken Long Batian's words to heart. "I am genuinely curious to discover the true strength of this so-called martial arts grandmaster." As he spoke, Fan Yuan clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of power directed at Chu Huan. The formidable aura of the 8th-tier martial artist surged towards Chu Huan like a relentless tide. Fan Yuan, in his initial strike, unleashed all his power, determined to teach Chu Huan a lesson about the consequences of impersonating a martial arts master. The dragon binding hand. Fan Yuan's hands moved with the grace of a swimming dragon, rapidly weaving through the air. The true energy surrounding him coalesced into a vast energy field, pressing down upon Chu Huan. The mere emanation of his energy rendered Long Batian and others breathless. "You brat, perish!" Fan Yuan's face contorted with ferocity as the palm print, forged from his true energy, descended upon the crown of Chu Huan's head. In response to this onslaught, Chu Huan merely chuckled coldly. An 8th-tier martial artist. Not bad. With that, he extended a finger and gently pointed ahead. The once ferocious aura was instantaneously dismantled. In the next moment, a fierce energy enveloped Fan Yuan's head. Primordial true qi? Fan Yuan's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the finger above him, swiftly channeling his true energy to counter it. Yet, his defenses crumbled effortlessly before Chu Huan. Bang! With a single finger strike, Fan Yuan's hands shattered under the force of the true energy, blood splattering around him and staining the ground crimson. His previously steadfast form collapsed under the overwhelming pressure, kneeling on the ground and cracking it beneath him. You truly are a martial arts master." Fan Yuan trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes. When had a martial arts master emerged in Han City? Moreover, a master so young? At that moment, Fan Yuan's heart was thrown into disarray. Those who insult the martial arts master shall die. Realizing he had just attempted to kill a martial arts master, Fan Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. Senior, I did not know you were a martial arts master. He stammered, his body shaking and his face pale. He yearned for mercy, desperate to save his own life. You must die, Chu Huan uttered without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow. Long Batian had already warned Fan Yuan, yet he continued to provoke Chu Huan. Moreover, Fan Yuan had harbored murderous intent when he initiated his attack. Such a person could not be spared. The violent true energy, laced with a sharp gust of wind, enveloped Fan Yuan's form. Fan Yuan let out a desperate howl. In the presence of a martial arts master, he had completely forgotten about resistance. A single palm descended, extinguishing Fan Yuan's life force. An 8th-tier martial artist was thus effortlessly slain, with no chance to retaliate against Chu Huan. At that moment, Long Batian and the other high-ranking members of the Qinglong Society were filled with regret. Why had they provoked Chu Huan? From this day forth, the Qinglong Society would cease to exist. Chu Huan showed no mercy, annihilating all the high-ranking members of the Qinglong Society. Until their last breath, Long Batian and the others' eyes were filled with bitterness and despair. No one had anticipated that the downfall of the Qinglong Society would stem from Brother Long's small favor to Ren Haojia, leading to enmity with someone they should not have offended. The Qinglong Society had long terrorized Han City, having ruined countless families. In a single night, it was entirely dismantled by Chu Huan. The demise of the Qinglong Society sent shockwaves through Han City. The Qinglong Society was the pinnacle of power in Han City, boasting more than 10 martial artists under its banner. Yet, they were all exterminated. This left the foremost powers of Han City utterly unsettled, prompting them to investigate who was responsible for the annihilation of the Azure Dragon Society. Their inquiries pointed increasingly towards Chu Huan, causing his name to swiftly ascend to the center of public discourse in Han City. Wuxing sect, Yuan Kun bellowed furiously from his position at the head of the table, directing his ire at his seated disciples. You inept fools! How could you possibly believe such news? Are you all brainless? Chu Huan, who possesses the capability to slay an 8th-tier master, would choose to become a son-in-law. Find out who killed Fan Yuan, no matter who it is. Anyone daring to oppose the Wuxing sect shall pay dearly. Chapter 17. The eerie sounds of night investigate thoroughly whether the destruction of the Azure Dragon Society is in any way connected to Chu Huan. In the grand hall of the Zhong family, the patriarch, Zhongshan, wore an expression of terrifying gloom. Zhong Feiyu's leg had been broken by Chu Huan, bringing shame upon the Zhong family. They had initially planned to employ the most brutal methods against Chu Huan and his family. However, the sudden news of Chu Huan's obliteration of the Azure Dragon Society took them by surprise. Although the Azure Dragon Society's strength was far inferior to that of the Zhong family, the ease with which Chu Huan had dismantled them, without a trace of forewarning, indicated that his prowess could easily overshadow that of the Azure Dragon Society, a feat that even the Zhong family found difficult to achieve. Patriarch, what shall we do about our grievances with Chu Huan? Zhongju, the father of Zhong Feiyu, gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Having had his son's leg severed by Chu Huan, he yearned for vengeance, unwilling to let their feud end here. If Chu Huan were indeed involved in the Azure Dragon Society's demise, the Zhong family would have to personally apologize. If not, they would strike. Zhongshan was resolute. Very well. I shall ensure this matter is investigated thoroughly. Zhongju nodded, swiftly setting out to uncover the truth. Jiang family. Ha ha. It is fortunate that our Jiang family has not offended Elder Chu. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Fengyun laughed heartily, appearing completely at ease. The senior members of the Jiang family nodded in agreement, relieved that their patriarch had not crossed paths with Chu Huan. Otherwise, they too might meet the same fate as the Azure Dragon Society, easily obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. It was said that the Azure Dragon Society had even invited Fan Yuan, a genuine 8th-tier martial artist, who met his end at the hands of Chu Huan. Just how formidable is Chu Huan? No one could ascertain. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was just in his early 20s, a young man in his 20s, slaying 8th-tier martial artists. His future is boundless. My daughter, what do you think of divine Dr. Chu? Suddenly, Jiang Fengyan directed his gaze upon Jiang Murong. Jiang Murong scoffed. My relationship with divine Dr. Chu is something I shall manage myself. Do not taint my feelings with your assumptions. With that, she turned and departed. Watching Jiang Murong's retreating figure, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family felt helpless but were unable to voice their sentiments. The downfall of the Azure Dragon Society sparked speculation among the populace of Han City. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Chu Huan, reclined leisurely in his villa at Longjiang. Chu Huan, you aren't deceiving me, are you? This is your villa? Ji Tao gazed around in astonishment. My goodness, how much did you spend on this villa? When did you become so wealthy? Why didn't you mention it to me? He peppered Chu Huan with questions, his curiosity palpable. Having known Chu Huan for quite some time, Ji Tao had always perceived him as being in dire straits, often extending his hand to assist him. He never anticipated that his friend could possess such riches. Old Ji, I summoned you here to inquire if you might be interested in undertaking a different endeavor. A mere villa, what is so extraordinary about it? Chu Huan replied nonchalantly. With his current capabilities and status, he knew that acquiring not just one villa, but an entire estate would be a trivial matter, with many willing to bestow such gifts simply to curry favor with him. He understood, well, that wealth was merely a superficial possession. True power lay in strength. In the realm of the mundane, Chu Huan could indeed look down upon the masses. Yet to unravel the truths of 3 years prior, his current prowess was still insufficient. Moreover, during his time in the sect, he had made numerous enemies. He had spent 3 years in obscurity, maintaining a low profile to evade detection by those adversaries. Now, having stirred up quite a commotion in Han City, it was inevitable that they would trace the clues back to him, bringing trouble his way. Time was slipping away. Chu Huan, you certainly are rather extravagant, Ji Tao remarked, exasperation etched on his face. This house is worth at least 200 million. It is a place that countless individuals dream of, but can never attain through a lifetime of toil. Ji Tao, I sought you out to assist Xiao Shui. She wishes to venture into the technology sector, and you excel in that field. What are your thoughts? Chu Huan asked with a smile. Ji Tao had become the son-in-law of the Chun family largely due to his exceptional talent in computer science. Over the years, he had shared his dreams with Chu Huan, yet reality had thwarted those aspirations. Brother, if you have a need, I am more than willing to help. Ji Tao replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Despite the Chun family's prominence in Han City, he had grown weary of the constraints of being a son-in-law. Recently, he had also heard whispers about the downfall of the Qinglong Society, fully aware that this event was intricately linked to Chu Huan. While he remained unaware of Chu Huan's true background, the fact that he could dismantle the Qinglong Society indicated that his strength far surpassed that of the Qin family. Nonetheless, Chu Huan still regarded him as a brother, making it impossible for Ji Tao to refuse. This could very well be his opportunity for ascendance. Chu Huan extended his hand, smiling. I welcome your involvement on behalf of Xiao Shui. Ha ha ha. I too wish to strive for success. Perhaps I can realize my dreams. Ji Tao chuckled lightly as he spoke. Afterward, Ji Tao departed from Chu Huan's villa, preparing to join Lin Shui's company. Barely had he left when Song Weifeng arrived. Dr. Chu, you must help me this time. Upon seeing Chu Huan, Song Weifeng almost knelt in front of him. Manager Song, please feel free to speak directly. There is no need for such formality. Chu Huan helped Song Weifeng to his feet, gesturing for him to sit. After a few days apart, Song Weifeng looked considerably haggard, with strands of white hair sprouting from his head. This left Chu Huan deeply intrigued. What could have transpired with Song Weifeng? Recently, a property belonging to our company has been plagued by haunting cries each night. Numerous construction workers have inexplicably fallen ill, unable to rise for several days, and this morning, one of them tragically lost their life. Now, all the workers are filled with dread, too frightened to continue their work. We summoned doctors, yet they could find no discernible cause for the ailments. In my desperation, I sought your assistance. As he spoke, Song Weifeng nearly fell to his knees. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. If he could not resolve this, the company faced losses in the tens of billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions. Should that occur, his tenure as general manager would come to an abrupt end, and it could lead to the disintegration of his family. Chu Huan understood that if this matter remained unresolved, it could very well spell doom for Song Weifeng. Manager Song, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the site and ascertain what has transpired. From Song Weifeng's words, Chu Huan sensed that this was no ordinary affliction. Of course, he was merely speculating. Only by visiting the site and observing closely could he validate his hypothesis. Excellent. Dr. Chu, let's depart at once. Upon hearing Chu Huan's willingness to assist, Song Weifeng felt as though he had found a lifeline. The two hastily made their way to Juwei property. As they arrived, Chu Huan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. It aligns with my suspicions, he murmured. Dr. Chu, do you have confidence in your abilities? Song Weifeng inquired anxiously, looking at Chu Huan with trepidation. He was left with no other recourse. If Chu Huan lacked assurance, his fate would be sealed. Chu Huan nodded assuredly, exuding confidence. Manager Song, rest assured. I shall handle this matter. Chapter 18. The one who seeks your demise, elated by Chu Huan's affirmative response, Song Weifeng's spirits soared. Previously, he had sought the help of many, all to no avail. He had begun to lose hope. Turning to Chu Huan was a last-ditch effort, but to his astonishment, it seemed that Chu Huan could indeed offer assistance. Very well, he replied, eager to cooperate. First, lead me to the workers. I must observe their symptoms to provide the appropriate remedy. Chu Huan spoke with gravity. Song Weifeng stepped forward, guiding Chu Huan to the construction site. Upon arrival, they were met with a chorus of mournful wails. The workers appeared gaunt and pallid, their vitality drained, resembling frail elders on the brink of death. The sight confirmed Chu Huan's earlier assessment. They had been robbed of their essence. If they were not aided promptly, their lives would be in jeopardy. What? Song Weifeng exclaimed, his face paling at the revelation. The notion of essence being siphoned away was something he had only encountered in television dramas. He never fathomed that such absurdity could manifest in his reality. Dr. Chu, what should we do now? Song Weifeng asked, urgency lacing his voice. This is clearly the work of malevolent forces. But you are a physician, not a sorcerer. Can you truly resolve this? Song Weifeng tentatively inquired. Should we summon a master? Rest assured, with me here, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. Chu Huan replied with unwavering confidence, fully aware that Song Weifeng suspected malevolent spirits at play. In truth, Chu Huan understood that this was not the work of ghosts, but rather the actions of someone seeking to enhance their cultivation through nefarious means. Since it was a man-made issue, he had a solution. I will first tend to these workers, and when the evening arrives, I will resolve this matter entirely. Observing the suffering workers, Chu Huan felt a pang of concern. Their vital energy had been drained, leaving them gasping for breath. If he did not restore their energy soon, they could perish. Dr. Chu, please take action. Whatever you need, just let me know, and I'll do everything in my power to assist. Song Weifeng said, bowing slightly with a smile. If several fatalities occurred here, his days of comfort would come to an abrupt end. Without further ado, Chu Huan retrieved the silver needles he had prepared at his waist and began his treatment on the workers. After approximately 2 hours, he finally finished. Manager Song, they are mostly out of danger, but the lost vital energy must be replenished with medicine. Chu Huan stated, handing him a prescription he had prepared. You must purchase the ingredients immediately and brew a medicinal soup for them. Within a week, they will make a full recovery. Song Weifeng took the prescription and promptly replied, understood. I will arrange for the medicine right away. Soon night fell. From the depths of the darkness, anguished cries echoed, chilling to the bone. As an educated man, Song Weifeng had never encountered such a terrifying scene. Dr. Chu, there are ghosts. There are ghosts. He trembled in fear, hiding behind Chu Huan. Others also saw billows of black mist slowly creeping into the factory, causing the workers to huddle together in fright. Standing outside the factory, Chu Huan coldly declared, enough of this charade. Cover your mouths and noses. This black mist is merely a hallucinogenic smoke. Inhaling even a little will render you unconscious. He urged the workers, quickly, heed Dr. Chu's words and cover your mouths and noses. Though afraid, Song Weifeng followed Chu Huan's instructions, calling out to the crowd. A sinister voice echoed from outside. The unrelenting grasp of death, the wicked spirits claiming souls. This chilling sound reverberated in everyone's ears, an incessant torment. There are ghosts. There are ghosts. Soon, a worker screamed in terror. Chu Huan had initially intended to wait for these miscreants to reveal themselves before acting, but witnessing the workers' reactions, he realized he could no longer remain passive. The consequences of inaction would be dire. Stepping outside, he surveyed the surroundings and stated coldly, "Since you have already come, cease your pretense." As soon as his words fell, silence enveloped the area, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, after a brief interval, the mournful voice returned. The unrelenting grasp of death, the wicked spirits claiming souls. It seems you are unwilling to relent. If that is the case, then come forth. With these words, Chu Huan lightly stamped his foot. A formidable surge of energy erupted from within him. He transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly racing towards the source of the voice. "How did you know I was here?" A voice tinged with fear emerged from the darkness. "Humph, such meager tricks may fool the ordinary, but to deceive me? You are still too inexperienced." Chu Huan scoffed. Their mastery over sound was sufficient to deceive the senses. However, as a grandmaster of martial arts, Chu Huan could see through illusions. Such petty antics were insignificant before him. "Humph, even if you have discovered my location, what can you do? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the black and white impermanents? I will end your life." A man, dressed like the black impermanents, brandished a morning staff and charged at Chu Huan. The aura of a fifth-tier warrior surged from the shadows towards Chu Huan. A mere fifth-tier warrior dares to act recklessly before me? Seeking death. Chu Huan struck with a powerful punch. The morning staff in the black impermanence's hand shattered, and he was grievously injured, collapsing to the ground. With your cultivation, you lack the capacity to absorb the vitality of so many. Who supports you from behind? Chu Huan questioned, standing over the black impermanence. "We follow the orders of the King of Hell. Spare me, I beg you." The black impermanence, realizing he was no match for Chu Huan, immediately pleaded for mercy. Chu Huan did not conceal his murderous intent. "You have harmed so many, yet you still wish for my mercy? Utterly ridiculous. If you kill me, the white impermanence will slaughter those workers." "Ha ha, you have fallen into my trap." The black impermanence laughed maniacally. Without further ado, Chu Huan crushed the black impermanence beneath his foot. Having dealt with him, he swiftly made his way into the factory. "Please, do not kill us." The incessant pleas from within the factory reached Chu Huan's ears. "Ha ha ha, we originally did not intend to kill you so soon, but you chose to stir trouble. Since that is the case, you shall not be spared." A voice resembling a wailing infant emerged from the white impermanence. Merely the sound sent shivers down one's spine. "You shall become the nourishment for the King of Hell. It is a blessing for you wretched ants to contribute to his cultivation." As she spoke, the white impermanence wielded her morning staff, and a wave of pitch-black energy emanated from her being. The dark mist spread like a demon, intent on engulfing the workers. A mere sixth-tier evil cultivator dares to act with such impunity. Just as the dark mist was about to engulf the white impermanence, a chilling voice resonated from outside. Chu Huan, like a celestial being, stood before the workers. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Chu Huan caused the white impermanence to retreat several steps in fright. "The one who will take your life." Chapter 19, Slaying the Pinnacle of Ninth Tier. As soon as Chu Huan finished speaking, the white impermanence felt as though her body was being crushed by a mountain. She exerted all her strength to break free, but the force was overwhelming. Being a sixth-tier warrior, she had no capacity for resistance. With a resounding slap, the white impermanence was sent flying, landing several meters away. "Where is the King of Hell?" Chu Huan demanded. "Why you killed the black impermanence? Did he tell you?" Bai Wuchang gazed at Chu Huan with trepidation. The latter's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering Bai Wuchang utterly powerless in his presence. Even the pressure exerted by the King of Hell paled in comparison to that which Chu Huan imposed upon her. "You shall respond to my inquiries." Chu Huan glared fiercely at Bai Wuchang, reprimanding her. "He is 3 miles away in the forest. We are merely obeying the King of Hell's commands. I beseech you, spare my life." Bai Wuchang feigned innocence, pleading desperately. I am willing to sacrifice anything, provided you grant me mercy. As she spoke, Bai Wuchang cast a seductive glance at Chu Huan. Simultaneously, she tore off her garment, presenting herself in a manner that suggested she was ripe for the picking. She was acutely aware that, given her own capabilities, escape from Chu Huan was an impossibility. This was her only chance for survival. Bai Wuchang was fair of face and possessed an appealing figure. However, Chu Huan was not swayed by such tactics. As for her earlier declarations, he harbored not a shred of belief. Prior to his arrival, this woman had intended to eliminate everyone present. Such a ruthless individual would not be spared. Is that so? Lead me to the King of Hell, and perhaps I shall grant you clemency, Chu Huan declared coldly, stepping on Bai Wuchang's garment. Taken aback, she had not anticipated such a demand. It was well known that the King of Hell was a pinnacle warrior of the 9th rank, with few rivals beneath the Grandmaster level. If she were to deliver Chu Huan to him, the king would assuredly vanquish him. Should the King of Hell drain Chu Huan's lifeblood, he might even ascend to the Grandmaster realm. With this thought in mind, Bai Wuchang devised a plan. Very well, I shall heed your guidance. I will escort you to the King of Hell, she said, casting a fearful yet respectful glance at Chu Huan. Manager Song, please ensure the workers are calmed. I will return shortly. Chu Huan instructed Song Weifeng. Startled by the earlier events, Song Weifeng quickly regained his composure upon Chu Huan's return. Understood. Dr. Chu, I will pacify the workers. You need not worry, he replied, nodding with respect. Once everything was settled, Chu Huan fixed his gaze on Bai Wuchang. Why do you stand there in silence? Lead the way. Bai Wuchang dared not utter another word. In her heart, she thought, let him be arrogant for now. Once we meet the King of Hell, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Under Bai Wuchang's guidance, Chu Huan swiftly arrived at the forest she had mentioned. Deep within, there lay an entrance, the energy emanating from it palpable even from a distance. Senior, the King of Hell resides within that cavern. Bai Wuchang pointed towards the entrance and informed Chu Huan. Without further ado, Chu Huan seized Bai Wuchang and charged into the cavern. Upon entering, a formidable blade of light surged forth, aimed directly at Chu Huan's head. The sharp blade, imbued with a fierce assault, threatened to inflict grave harm upon him. Retreating a few steps, Chu Huan grasped Bai Wuchang and hurled her towards the entrance. Ah! Bai Wuchang's anguished scream echoed from within the cavern. You dare to plot against me. I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. A furious voice resounded from inside. Suddenly, a dark shadow, accompanied by a sharp blade of light, surged towards Chu Huan. The shadow was enveloped in black, true energy, resembling a specter emerging from the depths of hell. Excellent. Chu Huan pressed his fingers together and charged directly at the shadow. With that, he concentrated his vital energy and thrust a finger towards the assailant. The finger descended, confronting the tip of the infernal blade. The King of Hell, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Chu Huan, was taken aback. You are actually a martial arts master? How can this be? Before arriving in Han City, he had specifically inquired and learned that there were no martial arts masters in this place. It was precisely for this reason that he felt emboldened. When did Han City acquire a martial arts master? Flee. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind. Although he was a peak 9th-tier martial artist, he was merely a step away from the innate realm. Yet that step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Crossing it would elevate him to a master of a generation. Failing to do so would confine him forever to the realm of a grandmaster. Was it too late to consider escape now? Chu Huan let out a cold laugh and struck down with his palm. Faced with Chu Huan's assault, the King of Hell dared not underestimate him. He gripped his long knife tightly and exerted all his strength to resist. The knife clashed against Chu Huan's palm. The innate, vital energy shattered the long knife, sending the King of Hell flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he retreated over 10 meters. Indeed, a martial arts master is terrifying. The King of Hell's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Without hesitation, Chu Huan launched another attack. The King of Hell realized he was no match for Chu Huan and turned to flee. However, he underestimated Chu Huan's speed. Like lightning, Chu Huan's palm struck the King of Hell's chest. The blow left the King of Hell grievously injured, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Boy, if you kill me, our organization will surely seek revenge. Blood trickled from the corners of the king of hell's mouth as he gritted his teeth in threat. If I did not kill you, I would be remiss to the innocent lives lost at your hands. Chu Huan raised his hand and struck down once more. The king of hell had cultivated his wicked arts to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, having caused the deaths of at least hundreds of ordinary people. Such filth, if left alive, would not suffice to quench his wrath. A mournful sound escaped the king of hell's lips. In a moment of despair and unwillingness, he was forcefully slain by Chu Huan. After dispatching the king of hell, Chu Huan sensed movement emanating from the cave entrance. Could there be accomplices remaining? He focused his gaze back on the cave. Indeed, merely 3 individuals could not possibly absorb the essence of dozens of workers to such an extent in a short time. Within that cave, there could very well be another expert on par with the king of hell. Chu Huan swiftly approached the cave entrance, his voice booming. Either you come out, or I shall enter. After a prolonged silence, there was no response from within. Chu Huan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could it be that I misjudged? Nonetheless, he coldly declared, since you refuse to show yourself, I shall venture inside. Still, there was no reply. He gathered his focus and cautiously stepped into the cave. The moment he set foot inside, a powerful force suddenly surged from within, rushing towards him. A profound sense of danger washed over Chu Huan. Chapter 20. The Xianwang Stone, a breakthrough opportunity of formidable aura, emanating from a peak 9th grade martial artist, surged rapidly towards Chu Huan. The intensity of this power was alarmingly close, and the speed of the attack was so swift that Chu Huan barely had time to react. Seeking to evade death, Chu Huan quickly retreated a couple of steps to dodge the fierce blow. Clenching his fists, he channeled his internal energy into a punch that struck towards his opponent. The Black Shadow, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Chu Huan, immediately recoiled back into the cave. Terrified, attempting to flee, do you think you can escape? Chu Huan pursued closely behind. Before long, he located the shadowy figure once more. Just as Chu Huan was about to strike down upon him, the figure knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Senior, I am but a junior who failed to recognize the greatness before me. I have offended you, and I humbly ask for your leniency to spare my life. Yuan Cohen was filled with inner turmoil. In recent days, he had learned of a malevolent practitioner wreaking havoc in Hansheng, a practitioner who happened to be his old nemesis, Yin Wang. Thus, he had ventured here alone, determined to eliminate Yin Wang and reclaim the treasures he possessed. Everything had proceeded according to his plan today, even obtaining the coveted treasure. However, he had not anticipated an unexpected variable. A martial arts master had emerged. Yuan Cohen had initially intended to seize the opportunity to pilfer the treasure while Chu Huan dealt with Yin Wang, yet he found himself a step too late. Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing others while practicing your nefarious arts and harming innocent lives? A murderous intent enveloped Yuan Cohen as Chu Huan prepared to strike. Senior, I am not a malevolent practitioner. I implore you to see the truth. Yuan Cohen continued to plead respectfully. Chu Huan meticulously scrutinized Yuan Cohen's internal energy and found no evidence of wickedness. What brings you here? Chu Huan retracted his intent to kill and questioned him. He did not wish to engage in unwarranted slaughter, but should he discover even the slightest hint of collusion between Yuan Cohen and Yin Wang, he would not hesitate to eliminate Yuan Cohen. I am Yin Wang's sworn enemy. I have come here with the sole purpose of killing him, Yuan Cohen declared through gritted teeth, feigning righteous indignation. In his heart, he thought, this young man possesses great strength, yet his youth may allow me to deceive him with an excuse. He feigned animosity towards Yin Wang, hoping to trick Chu Huan. You seem to be somewhat insincere, Chu Huan remarked, tightening his grip around Yuan Cohen's throat. The internal energy enveloped him, and Yuan Cohen felt the oppressive force making his hair stand on end. He realized that if Chu Huan desired his demise, he would not survive. You and Yin Wang are of comparable strength. With your abilities, dreaming of defeating him is sheer folly. Chu Huan bluntly exposed his thoughts. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for your demise. Yuan Cohen's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that if he continued to withhold the truth, Chu Huan would indeed take his life. Senior, I swear, I am Yin Wang's sworn enemy. I'm not deceiving you. Yuan Kuan replied with a bitter smile. Chu Huan, still gripping Yuan Kuan's throat and unwilling to entertain any further nonsense, stated, "The reason I am at odds with him is that he has obtained a treasure that could assist him in breaking through to a higher realm. Regarding the enmity between myself and the King of Hell, should he ascend to the realm of a Grandmaster, both I and my disciple would undoubtedly face annihilation at his hands. With no other choice, I was compelled to act." "Oh, what treasure?" Chu Huan inquired with keen curiosity, wondering what kind of precious artifact could assist such a wretched being as the King of Hell in achieving Grandmaster status. Yuan Kuan, without hesitation, presented the treasure he held to Chu Huan, saying, "Senior, this is it." Upon seeing the treasure in Yuan Kuan's possession, a smile of delight graced Chu Huan's face. "The Xianhuang stone? How extraordinary!" he exclaimed as he seized the Xianhuang stone from Yuan Kuan's hands, overwhelmed with excitement. He never anticipated that a nefarious cultivator at the 9th rank would possess such a rare gem. Although he had already reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster and even brushed against the next realm, the path to further ascent still seemed distant. However, with the aid of the Xianhuang stone, advancing to the next tier would be significantly easier. "If you require this treasure, Senior, I shall bestow it upon you," Yuan Kuan said with a grin, observing Chu Huan's exuberance. He recognized that the Xianhuang stone no longer belonged to him. Thus, it would be wise to offer it to Chu Huan in hopes of securing his own safety. "This Xianhuang stone indeed proves beneficial to me. Yet, I shan't accept it without offering something in return," Chu Huan declared, raising his hand to puncture a few needles into Yuan Kuan's body. As the innate vital energy flowed into Yuan Kuan, he felt his inner chi surging, and the persistent bottleneck that had plagued him began to show signs of breaking. "In no more than 6 months, or perhaps merely a month, you shall condense your vital energy, and the breakthrough to the realm of a martial arts grandmaster will be within your grasp." Chu Huan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you," Yuan Kuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he repeatedly bowed to Chu Huan. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You were but a step away from the innate realm. Yet an underlying ailment hindered your progress. I merely aided in healing that ailment and facilitated the flow of your meridians. Consider this a reward for your gift of the Xianhuang stone. Are you satisfied?" "I'm most content," Yuan Kuan replied, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Then we are even. You may take your leave," Chu Huan said, gesturing for him to depart. Yuan Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart brimming with elation. "Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave now." With that, he hurriedly fled into the distance, gazing at the Xianhuang stone in his hand. A smile crept upon Chu Huan's lips. "Just when I was troubled by the lack of a treasure to aid my breakthrough, I unexpectedly acquired the Xianhuang stone while assisting Song Weifeng against the nefarious cultivator. Truly, it is as if I fell asleep and was met with a pillow." With the Xianhuang stone in his possession, he was confident that it would not be long before he achieved his breakthrough. At that time, he would be able to contend with those ancient beings. After securing the Xianhuang stone, Chu Huan returned to the workers' rest area. "Dr. Chu, what has transpired?" Song Weifeng inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Chu Huan. He was consumed by a singular thought: to expedite the resolution of the situation at hand. He could not bear the consequences should his superiors lay blame upon him. "Rest assured, everyone, this time it was the actions of individuals rather than malevolent spirits." Chu Huan reassured the workers. "The evildoers have been dealt with, and they shall not trouble you again." "Is that truly the case? Please do not deceive us." A worker, filled with skepticism, questioned, "We are here to work, not to meet our demise." Chu Huan cast a glance at Song Weifeng, signaling him to step forward and clarify. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Weifeng addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that such incidents will never recur from this moment onward. Furthermore, I will provide each of you with a bonus of 10,000 yuan as a token of the company's acknowledgement of its shortcomings. As for the unfortunate souls affected by this incident, I will personally compensate them with 1 million yuan. What do you think?" His tone was earnest as he surveyed the gathering. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. After a considerable pause, a weathered voice broke the stillness, I agree. We toil for our families, and if the boss is willing to pay a hefty price for our lives, then it is worth it. Yes, yes. In an instant, the workers rallied in support of Song Weifeng's words. Observing the fervent workers, Chu Huan let out a deep sigh. In this world of chaos, who does not toil endlessly for a few coins? He patted Song Weifeng on the shoulder. Say, Manager Song, please treat them well. Chapter 21. The effeminate and the overbearing woman Ren Haojia. Are you certain that Chu Huan possesses no martial prowess? Zhongzhu inquired meticulously. Zhong, Yi, if Chu Huan had any genuine skills, Lin Rong would not have divorced this worthless man to be with me, Ren Haojia explained. He merely stumbled upon good fortune by rescuing the young princess of the Jiang family, earning their favor. Otherwise, he would have long been destitute. The mere thought of Chu Huan filled Ren Haojia with a desire to see him utterly destroyed. In his eyes, Chu Huan was akin to a mere dog, now daring to rise above him. Were it not for the support of the Jiang family, he would have already hired someone to dismantle Chu Huan piece by piece. Upon learning that the Zhong family intended to deal with Chu Huan, Ren Haojia promptly approached Zhongzhu, divulging all of Chu Huan's past. Good. Excellent. This trash dares to offend my Zhong family. I will not rest until he is eradicated. Zhongzhu clenched his fists, roaring in a fit of rage. The memory of his son, whose leg was broken by Chu Huan and who now lay in a hospital bed, fueled his desire for vengeance. Fully aware of Chu Huan's identity, Zhongzhu returned home immediately. At that moment, within the Zhong family estate, the family head, Zhongshan, sat with Yuan Kuan. Rest assured, the death of my disciple is intricately linked to Chu Huan. Even if he has a 9th-tier master backing him, I can slay him, Yuan Kuan declared confidently, smiling at Zhongshan. Recently, Zhongshan had gifted Yuan Kuan a century-old wild ginseng. Just days prior, under Chu Huan's guidance, Yuan Kuan's cultivation had surged, nearing the point of manifesting his vital energy. Consuming the century-old wild ginseng would undoubtedly enable him to solidify his power. Within 6 months, he could easily attain mastery. Faced with such temptation, Yuan Kuan would not refuse. The death of his eldest disciple, Fang Yuan, was also closely tied to Chu Huan. Even if Zhongshan did not seek him out to confront Chu Huan, he would find a way to create trouble for him. To effortlessly deal with Emir's son-in-law while gaining the century-old wild ginseng was an opportunity too enticing to ignore. Gratitude to Master Yuan for his timely assistance. Zhongshan, with a contented expression, stroked his beard. Although the wild ginseng, rare as it is, was valuable, gifting it to a future martial arts master rendered the transaction quite profitable for the Zhong family. Chu Huan had offended the Zhong family. The only way to alleviate their hatred would be to see him utterly destroyed. However, the formidable figure behind Chu Huan was not one that the Zhong family could easily provoke. With Yuan Kuan in their corner, they felt invincible. In 3 days, once I refine the medicinal properties of this wild ginseng, I shall join forces with the Zhong family to eradicate this youth. With a spirited declaration, Yuan Kuan departed from the Zhong residence. Following this, Zhongzhu shared the intelligence he had gleaned from Ren Haojia, which further delighted Zhongshan. In 3 days, Chu Huan shall meet his end. Zhongshan reveled in his triumph, envisioning a time when all of Han City would recognize the Zhong family as the esteemed allies of Master Yuan. Unbeknownst to Chu Huan, the Zhong family had allied with Yuan Kuan to conspire against him. Since returning from a construction site, Chu Huan had been in seclusion, striving to harness the power of the Xian Huang stone for a breakthrough. He sensed the barrier that lay before him, yet the path to the next realm remained daunting. The martial arts journey is categorized into the acquired, innate, and transcendent stages. The acquired stage is further divided into 9 ranks, referred to as the 9 grades of martial arts. Beyond the 9th grade lies the title of master. Masters are recognized as existing in the innate realm, which itself is also subdivided into 9 grades. Currently, Chu Huan had attained the pinnacle of the 9th grade in the innate realm, merely half a step away from transcendence. It seems I'm still lacking, Chu Huan mused inwardly. Only upon reaching the transcendent realm would he be worthy of ascending to a sect and uncovering the truths of 3 years past. Perhaps this is not the most opportune moment for a breakthrough, He reflected. It was also time to venture outside. Upon checking his phone, he discovered over 30 missed calls. Just as he was about to dial an unfamiliar number, the phone rang again. Upon answering, a melodious voice chimed in. Dr. Chu, you finally answered my call. Miss Jiang? What brings you to contact me? Chu Huan wondered what urgent matter could warrant such persistent calls. You saved my life. I wish to thank you in person. I also want to apologize for the harm caused by the Jiang family. Jiang Murong's sweet voice carried a hint of anticipation. Miss Jiang, you needn't feel obligated. Chu Huan began, but Jiang Murong interjected. Dr. Chu, I have never even held hand with a man. Given how you treated me that day, should you not bear some responsibility? Or do you expect me to come to your home and create a scene? Her words left Chu Huan in a cold sweat. If Jiang Murong had used other means to coerce him, he would remain unfazed. However, recalling the intimate circumstances during her treatment, he felt a headache brewing at the thought of what might happen if Lin Shui found out. All right, where are you now? I will come immediately. Chu Huan conceded, albeit reluctantly, to Jiang Murong's request. After hanging up the phone, Chu Huan arrived at the mall mentioned by Jiang Murong. Jiang Murong, with her sweet appearance, resembled a princess, effortlessly drawing the gaze of countless admirers wherever she went. From a distance, Chu Huan spotted Jiang Murong, who today wore a form-fitting white dress that perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Coupled with her meticulously crafted makeup, she exuded an air of mature beauty. Dr. Chu, you have finally arrived. Jiang Murong approached Chu Huan with light, delicate steps. Her sweet smile was like a gentle breeze, capable of scattering sunlight. To express my gratitude, I will take you to the best restaurant here. Without hesitation, she took Chu Huan's hand, leading him toward the restaurant she had thoughtfully chosen to show her appreciation. However, as she turned, she accidentally bumped into someone. Oh dear, look at her. She has assaulted me. A high-pitched voice echoed in Jiang Murong's ears. The man, acting coyly, nestled against a woman, feigning distress. Realizing she had collided with the man, Jiang Murong quickly apologized. I am so sorry. It was not intentional. The man, persistent and unyielding, raised his delicate fingers and reprimanded in a tone reminiscent of a eunuch. You did it on purpose. You, so young and yet so unrefined, are trying to seduce me. Jiang Murong felt repulsed by the man's effeminate tone. She had made an honest mistake and had already apologized. It was evident to everyone that this man was merely seeking trouble. I will say sorry again. Jiang Murong's voice turned sharp and filled with anger. Oh dear, look at her. Not only did she assault me, but she is also being rude. You must stand up for me. The man whined, burying his head in the woman's embrace. Infuriated by the man's incessant slander, Jiang Murong's anger flared. As the little princess of the Jiang family, she had never endured any grievances throughout her life. To be defamed by such a man was utterly intolerable. You pathetic creature. My man is 1,000 times better than you. Do I need to resort to assaulting you? Jiang Murong scoffed. You? Oh, how can you humiliate someone like that? The man was nearly brought to tears by Jiang Murong's words, tears glistening in his eyes. Dear, you must help me teach her a lesson. All right. The woman stroked the man's head, then fixed Jiang Murong with a fierce glare. Kneel and apologize to my boyfriend, and we will consider this matter settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. The woman's words ignited Jiang Murong's fury instantly. As a princess of the Jiang family, how could she endure such humiliation and be forced to kneel in apology? Do these lowly creatures truly believe they can act so brazenly before me? Jiang Murong seethed with rage. My apology is out of courtesy and respect, not out of fear of you. It seems you are not prepared to apologize? The woman's sharp gaze bore down on Jiang Murong, a chill enveloping her. To demand an apology from me, you are not worthy. Jiang Murong resolutely stood her ground. Dear, look at this shameless woman. She is simply outrageous. The man whined. The woman smiled softly, caressing the head of the princess. This woman is ungrateful. Today I, Chao Tietue, shall teach her a lesson. Upon finishing her words, a formidable aura emanated from Chao Tietue, locking onto Jiang Murong. Chu Huan sensed the potent energy radiating from Chao Tietue, and her expression changed slightly. Her cultivation had surprisingly reached the 5th rank. Jiang Murong was equally taken aback by Chao Tietue's displayed prowess. A fifth-rank warrior? No wonder you exude such confidence. Chao Tietue's gruff voice carried a heavy threat. Kneel down and apologize immediately, and I may spare you. The effeminate one, brimming with arrogance and raising his delicate fingers, taunted. Little girl, did you hear that? Apologize to me. A mere fifth-rank warrior, hardly worth my concern. Jiang Murong was repulsed by both of them. Ignoring the opportunity for courtesy, Chao Tietue ceased his idle talk and launched a punch at Jiang Murong. Chao Tietue, with her impressive stature and training in a rugged martial art, possessed strength far exceeding an ordinary fifth-rank warrior. As her fist flew, the air crackled with a faint roar. Facing this thunderous strike, Jiang Murong deftly evaded with a graceful sidestep. I didn't expect you to be a warrior as well. Today, I shall destroy you. Chao Tietue laughed heartily and struck again. Darling, splendid. Teach her a lesson. As Chao Tietue punished Jiang Murong, the effeminate one clapped incessantly. The noise was unbearable. As a man, lacking any true skill, he instead reveled in provoking others with his exaggerated demeanor, which was utterly nauseating to Chu Huan. Approaching the effeminate one, Chu Huan delivered a resounding slap across his face. Chu Huan had never cared for this pretentious individual, and his duck-like voice was particularly grating. You hit me? How dare you? The effeminate one wailed. Darling, he struck my face. You must silence. Chu Huan shouted, interrupting him. This fool was utterly inept, yet he thrived in his flamboyant antics. Chu Huan continued to rain slaps upon the effeminate one. You scoundrel, how dare you strike me? The effeminate one glared furiously at Chu Huan. Nearby, Chao Tietue had also heard his cries. You seek death. Chao Tietue unleashed her full strength, charging at Chu Huan. Seek death? I believe it is you who are courting disaster. Chu Huan did not hold back, delivering a punch to Chao Tietue. The two fists collided with a thunderous sound, and Chao Tietue's arm was rendered useless by Chu Huan's blow. She gazed at Chu Huan in agony, astonished. Why, you are an eighth-rank warrior? Though Chao Tietue had honed her physique from a young age, granting her immense strength, even typical sixth-rank warriors would hesitate to engage her in a direct confrontation. For Chu Huan to incapacitate her with a single punch, he must indeed be at least an eighth-rank warrior. Take this effeminate one and roll away immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The sight of the effeminate one repulsed Chu Huan. Should he utter another word, he would have no qualms about silencing him permanently. You, even as an eighth-rank warrior, have struck our young master, the effeminate one exclaimed, rushing to Chao Tietue's side. Darling, how are you hurt? Are you all right? Chao Tietue shook her head. I am fine. No, darling. I must take you to heal your wounds. The effeminate man shot a fierce glare at Chu Huan and exclaimed, You bunch of scoundrels dare to harm my dear. Make sure I don't see you again next time. With that, he grabbed Wang Tietue and stormed off in a fit of rage. Young master, you were publicly humiliated by that brat. Why didn't you let me teach him a lesson? Chao Tietue asked through clenched teeth, his face filled with fury. To many, the young master appeared effeminate. Yet Chao Tietue understood that he was a martial arts prodigy. At a tender age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, just a step away from the realm of masters. Had he not encountered a setback in his training, he could undoubtedly rival the 7 madmen. Wang Gongxiang's delicate face was etched with frost. That man earlier was no ordinary individual. He is likely a martial arts master. What? How old is he? And he is already a martial arts master? Chao Tietue was clearly incredulous. Now that's intriguing. A man so fascinating deserves to be my Wang Gongxiang's partner. Wang Gongxiang licked his lips, his expression brimming with anticipation. Hearing this, Chao Tietue's face turned sour with jealousy. If Chu Huan had heard the effeminate man's earlier words, he would surely be disgusted. Dr. Chu, are you all right? Jiang Murong inquired with genuine concern, carefully examining Chu Huan's arm for any injuries inflicted by Chao Tietue. Chu Huan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, that fellow's strength is insufficient to harm me. However, that effeminate man is indeed a nuisance, he remarked nonchalantly. The mere mention of the effeminate man made Jiang Murong feel nauseous. Though she had seen such characters on television, She had never encountered such a repulsive man in reality. Fuming, Jiang Murong declared, "Dr. Chu, don't worry. I will have the Jiang family investigate their background immediately. I want them to know that I, Jiang Murong, am not to be trifled with. It's better not to provoke them. Don't invite trouble upon yourself." Chu Huan kindly cautioned. If it were just Wang Tietue, the Jiang family would not be intimidated. However, the effeminate man's cultivation was at least at the 9th rank, a threat the Jiang family could not afford to challenge. Yet, Jiang Murong seemed unperturbed by Chu Huan's warning. She took his hand and smiled. "Dr. Chu, you needn't concern yourself with such trivial matters." Seeing that Jiang Murong did not wish to pursue the topic further, Chu Huan acquiesced. She led him to the hotel on the top floor. At that moment, she simply desired to spend some quiet time with Chu Huan to gain a more comprehensive understanding of him. Initially, Jiang Murong felt a mix of gratitude and a hint of anger towards Chu Huan. Gratitude for saving her, and anger for the inappropriate contact. However, as she interacted more with him, her feelings gradually transformed into curiosity. Each encounter brought her immense surprise. It seemed that Chu Huan was shrouded in endless mysteries that compelled her to uncover the truth. Perhaps she did not even realize that when a woman seeks to understand a man, the shadow of that man has already taken residence deep within her heart. Upon arriving at the top floor, a striking figure appeared before Jiang Murong with a bright smile. "Murong, what a coincidence! You're here as well?" Upon seeing the woman before her, Jiang Murong's expression shifted slightly. She shot a fierce glance at the woman, signaling her to depart. However, the woman paid no heed to Jiang Murong and instead greeted Chu Huan with a cheerful smile. "So, you're Murong's boyfriend? Quite handsome indeed. Qin Shiyu, what are you up to?" Jiang Murong gritted her teeth, tugging at Qin Shiyu in an attempt to make her leave. She understood her dear friend all too well. Qin Shiyu was undoubtedly lingering here, waiting for her arrival. Judging by Qin Shiyu's earlier behavior, her intentions were far from innocent. "I am not Miss Zhang's boyfriend," Chu Huan clarified. Qin Shiyu smirked and remarked to Jiang Murong, "Murong, it seems you haven't quite won over this handsome guy yet. Today, my dear sister, I shall impart the ways to captivate a man." With that, Qin Shiyu sauntered over to Chu Huan, leaning slightly against him. Her eyes sparkled with allure as she gazed at Chu Huan, whispering softly in his ear, "Handsome, I can have ice cream today, and I brought my ID. Do you have time tonight?" Chapter 23. A beautiful invitation for a date. Qin Shiyu. Jiang Murong seethed, "Get away from me." She had long suspected that Qin Shiyu's intentions were less than pure. Yet, she was taken aback by how openly Qin Shiyu was trying to seduce Chu Huan. This woman was being deliberately provocative. Ever since their childhood, Qin Shiyu's older brother, Qin Wei, had harbored feelings for Jiang Murong. In Qin Shiyu's mind, Jiang Murong was the perfect choice for her brother's wife. However, as the Qin family's focus shifted to other cities, their meetings dwindled. Yet every time they met, she would bring up the connection between Jiang Murong and her brother. Qin Wei had expressed his affections for Jiang Murong on several occasions, but she had always regarded him as a brother, never considering his advances. Upon returning this time and discovering that Jiang Murong was dating someone, Qin Shiyu could no longer remain passive. She took the initiative to tease Chu Huan. "Murong, this handsome guy isn't your boyfriend, so why the rush? Besides, we have a spark between us. Isn't it a mutual affair of adults? Shouldn't you mind your own business?" After saying this, Qin Shiyu cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Huan. Jiang Murong wanted to reprimand Qin Shiyu, but found it difficult to muster a suitable argument. Seeing Qin Shiyu deliberately getting close to Chu Huan made her feel as though something she cherished was being snatched away. "Handsome, would you consider my proposition?" Qin Shiyu deliberately blew softly into Chu Huan's ear. The proximity between them, coupled with her delicate fragrance, was intoxicating. Their bodies brushed against one another, creating an undeniably flirtatious atmosphere that made refusal almost impossible. Moreover, with Qin Shiyu possessing both an alluring figure and striking beauty, she was confident that her bold approach would not be met with rejection. Jiang Murong stood by, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation regarding Chu Huan's response. "Miss, you are unwell," Chu Huan replied casually. His 5 simple words left both women momentarily stunned. Such a startling response. To reject a beautiful woman's invitation to a hotel room with such a remark, what kind of straight man could possibly deliver such a reply? Qin Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in indignation. You are the one who is sick. Your entire family is unwell. Jiang Murong, is this the man you admire? In that instant, Qin Shiyu felt her defenses crumbling. Both she and Jiang Murong were among the three great goddesses of Han City, perpetually pursued by countless admirers. Until now, she had never been in a romantic relationship, and today marked her first invitation to a man, only to be met with such a response. Jiang Murong, amused by Chu Huan's remarks, chuckled. She had anticipated a refusal from Chu Huan, but was taken aback by the assertion that she was unwell. Realizing her comment may have been a bit abrupt, Chu Huan quickly clarified, "My dear, I was not insulting you. Rather, I was suggesting that there may be an issue with your health. What illness do you believe I have?" Qin Shiyu retorted, her anger intensifying. She underwent regular health checkups every 6 months and had never been diagnosed with any ailments. For Chu Huan to declare her unwell upon their first meeting was intolerable, and she was determined to make him regret his words. Jiang Murong, understanding Chu Huan's medical expertise, anxiously inquired, "Master Chu, are you certain you are not mistaken? Do you often suffer from insomnia, vivid dreams, irritability, and painful menstrual cycles, sometimes accompanied by allergies, palpitations, abdominal pain, and lower back discomfort?" Chu Huan gazed at Qin Shiyu and asked, "How do you know this?" Qin Shiyu stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. "It is likely due to irregular sleeping and eating habits, compounded by prolonged mental strain. If this continues, it could lead not only to depression but also cognitive disarray, potentially impacting fertility," he explained. "Do not frighten me." Qin Shiyu's face drained of color, clearly unsettled by Chu Huan's words. "I strongly advise you to take a break and perhaps find a boyfriend. Otherwise, serious issues may arise." Chu Huan spoke earnestly to Qin Shiyu. "Do not speak nonsense. What does my relationship status have to do with this?" Qin Shiyu's gaze flickered, her tone softening considerably. "Are you certain you want me to elaborate?" Chu Huan inquired with a hint of significance. "Perhaps it is better if you refrain from discussing it." Qin Shiyu waved her hand, evidently apprehensive about what Chu Huan might reveal. "Murong, it has been ages since we last met. Today, you must treat me to a sumptuous meal." Qin Shiyu clearly wished to divert the conversation. Grasping Jiang Murong's hand, she shifted the topic. Jiang Murong could only manage a wry smile at her best friend's antics. "Today, I invited Master Chu to dinner to express my gratitude, and since you are here, it will be delightful for us all to dine together." Jiang Murong nodded in agreement. The carefully arranged dinner by Jiang Murong was disrupted by Qin Shiyu's arrival. Each of them harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere among the trio was subdued. Upon exiting the private room, petals of fresh flowers cascaded from above, showering the three as the hotel staff stood before them, surrounded by the floral display. Melodious music resonated through the hotel lobby. "Murong, is this the surprise you prepared for Chu Huan?" Qin Shiyu inquired with curiosity, observing Jiang Murong. It was evident to her that Jiang Murong harbored feelings for Chu Huan. Given her understanding of Jiang Murong, such affection did not seem sufficient to prompt her to pursue Chu Huan actively. Indeed, Jiang Murong shook her head, exclaiming, "This is not my doing." With a mischievous grin, Qin Shiyu turned her gaze towards Chu Huan, teasing, "Could it possibly be you? Stop being a bystander. Look who has arrived." Jiang Murong gestured towards the entrance, her eyes fixed outside. A man approached, striding confidently towards Jiang Murong and her companions, holding a bouquet of flowers. His gaze lingered on Chu Huan for a brief moment before shifting to Qin Shiyu. "Chu Huan? Isn't he in the army? What brings him here?" Qin Shiyu was taken aback to find herself entangled in this unfolding drama. Chu Huan was the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the three prominent families in Han City. He had pursued Qin Shiyu since their high school days but had been in the military for the past few years. To her surprise, upon his return, he had orchestrated such a grand display. At that moment, Chu Huan knelt before Qin Shiyu, presenting the flowers as he earnestly declared, "Shiyu, will you marry me?" Chu Huan, stop joking. The sudden proposal left Qin Shiyu visibly distressed. Being caught in the spectacle was one thing, but to have such a public proposal was mortifying. Shiyu, I am not jesting. I have cherished you for years, striving to become a better man, hoping you would accept me. Zhou Haoran professed sincerely. I could never agree to this. You should abandon this notion. Qin Shiyu replied resolutely, her voice cold. Why? Is it because of him? Zhou Haoran pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Huan, his anger palpable. What makes this guy so special? He demanded, frustration evident in his tone. Throughout their lives, no other males had ever been around Qin Shiyu, and upon seeing Chu Huan, he sensed something amiss. The stark refusal from Qin Shiyu only solidified his belief that her rejection stemmed from Chu Huan's presence. Zhou Haoran, what madness is this? What does this have to do with Chu Huan? Qin Shiyu was exasperated by Zhou Haoran's unreasonable behavior. Zhou Haoran's gaze remained fixed on Chu Huan, challenging. If you have any ability, don't hide behind a woman. Let me see what you're made of. Chapter 24. The scoundrel deserves a beating. Chu Huan merely wished to observe the unfolding events in silence. Yet he found himself the target of Zhou Haoran's ire. He cast a calm glance at Zhou Haoran and clarified, I have no relation with her. Do not misconstrue. His words only deepened Zhou Haoran's disdain. A man like you dares to aspire to my dream girl? Zhou Haoran scoffed derisively. Shiyu, is this the man you admire? He is nothing but a coward. Zhou Haoran, you lunatic, apologized to Dr. Chu. Jiang Murong could no longer contain her indignation at Zhou Haoran's unwarranted insult towards Chu Huan. While she fully supported Zhou Haoran's pursuit of Qin Shiyu, she could not tolerate his baseless attack on Chu Huan. He is merely a coward hiding behind women. Zhou Haoran, unrepentant in the face of Jiang Murong's rebuke, escalated his ridicule. Jiang Murong pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Haoran, her anger boiling over. Before she could utter a word, Chu Huan seized Jiang Murong's hand, declaring, engaging in idle chatter with such a person is futile. Only by delivering a sound lesson will he learn to keep his mouth shut. With that, the aura emanating from Chu Huan underwent a dramatic transformation. I initially had no intention of meddling in your trivial affairs, but you have chosen to provoke me, and that is quite displeasing, he spoke in a cold tone. Zhou Haoran regarded him with disdain, retorting, I aim to irritate you. What can you possibly do about it? By virtue of his lineage. He was the eldest son of the Zhou family, capable of strutting through Han City with impunity. In terms of strength, he was a martial king within the army, a victor of the provincial martial arts competition. In every regard, he was capable of crushing Chu Huan. How could Chu Huan retaliate against such humiliation? Without further ado, Chu Huan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Haoran's face. The crisp sound reverberated through the hall. A vivid red imprint appeared on Zhou Haoran's cheek. The onlookers within the hotel were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that Chu Huan had the audacity to strike the heir of the Zhou family. Had this young man lost his sanity? Zhou Haoran, momentarily stunned by the slap, exclaimed in rage, You insolent fool! How dare you hit me? I will make you pay. Channeling his internal energy, a menacing aura surged forth, aimed directly at Chu Huan. Zhou Haoran's prowess as a sixth-grade martial artist became evident. Yet just as he approached, Chu Huan retaliated with another swift slap. With a series of sharp strikes, Chu Huan left Zhou Haoran resembling a battered figure. With such meager strength, you dare to mock me? Chu Huan then delivered a kick to Zhou Haoran's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. From now on, steer clear of me, or I will end you. Such trivial individuals ought to be imprinted with a lasting lesson. Zhou Haoran, sprawled on the ground, took a considerable time to rise. Gritting his teeth, he seethed at Chu Huan. You will regret this, young man. Our feud is far from over. With that, he retreated in disgrace. Wow, Chu Huan, you are astonishingly formidable. Qin Shiyu gazed at him in awe. She finally understood why her friend had developed feelings for Chu Huan. His medical skills were exceptional, and his martial prowess was unparalleled, a true embodiment of both medicine and martial arts. Chu Shini, Zhou Haoran will not let this go easily. You must exercise caution. Jiang Murong cautioned. Rest assured, such trash is hardly worth my concern. Chu Huan replied nonchalantly. It is time for me to return. Enjoy yourselves. After bidding farewell to the two, he departed. In the following days, Chu Huan devoted himself to training and assisting Lin Mu with her recovery. It would not be long before she completely healed. His relationship with Lin Shui deepened through their daily interactions. Master Zhong, are you certain that Chu Huan resides here? Yuan Kuan's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke coldly. After 3 days of rigorous training, Yuan Kuan's aura had grown significantly more profound, exuding a sense of primal authenticity. He had nearly condensed innate vital energy, and, after consuming a century-old wild ginseng, his cultivation had experienced a marked enhancement. At this moment, he had already become a master at the threshold of innate power. In no more than 3 months, he would be able to transform all the true energy within him into innate vital energy, stepping into the realm of the innate and becoming a genuine martial arts grandmaster. Master Yuan, I have long discerned Chu Huan's daily routine. Once you give the command, we shall act together to eliminate this boy, Zhongshan said, casting a flattering glance at Yuan Kuan. Zhong family held Chu Huan's strength in scant regard. The grand display of forces from Zhongshan, in alliance with Yuan Kuan against Chu Huan, was primarily to demonstrate to outsiders that the Zhong family had the formidable support of Yuan Kuan. Simultaneously, they aimed to seize this opportunity to elevate the Zhong family to the foremost position among the 3 great clans of Han City, disperse the orders, and instruct everyone to be vigilant. This lad may not possess great strength, yet there could be an esteemed 9th-grade martial master behind him. We must not underestimate him, Yuan Kuan cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan's expression shifted slightly. However, he quickly suppressed his shock and, with a sycophantic demeanor, replied to Yuan Kuan, with Master Yuan present, why should I concern myself with a mere 9th grade? Even if that boy has a 9th grade martial master backing him, he shall merely serve as a stepping stone for your martial prowess. Zhongshan's flattery delighted Yuan Kuan. Zhong family head, your kin are stationed outside the gates. I shall accompany you to confront that Chu Huan. Today, I will demonstrate the might of a master at the threshold, Yuan Kuan proclaimed with satisfaction. Hearing this, Zhongshan was overjoyed. Witnessing the prowess of a master at the threshold would greatly benefit his own cultivation. Surround this villa. No one is to escape. I will teach Chu Huan and the martial master behind him a proper lesson. Zhongshan commanded his family members. Yes. Zhongju and the others immediately began to arrange a complete encirclement around Chu Huan's villa. Standing at the entrance, Zhongshan bellowed, Chu Huan, you wretch. I, Zhongshan, head of the Zhong family, demand you come out and face your doom. Yuan Kuan stood before Chu Huan's door, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Chu Huan's emergence. With a creak, the door swung open. Boy, summon your martial master and sever your own limbs. I may spare your life. Zhongshan threatened, his voice laden with malice. Otherwise, once Master Yuan intervenes, you should be reduced to ashes. Zhongshan brimmed with confidence. He believed that with Master Yuan's renown, the Zhong family would certainly make a name for itself in Han City today. Yet, upon seeing Chu Huan, Yuan Kuan was gripped by a sudden chill, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking in terror. Prior to Chu Huan's appearance, Yuan Kuan had envisioned countless lines to utter. However, he never anticipated that Chu Huan was the very master who had aided him in eradicating his affliction that fateful night. With a thud, Yuan Kuan knelt before Chu Huan, exclaiming, I am Yuan Kuan, your junior, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. Chapter 25. Captivating the heart of a beauty. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had all anticipated Yuan Kuan's display of power, ready to suppress Chu Huan with a mere gesture. Instead, the scene they had envisioned was turned on its head. Yuan Kuan appeared as a contrite child, kneeling before Chu Huan. What is Master Yuan doing? Why has he knelt? Did Master Yuan just refer to that boy as esteemed elder? Has he lost his mind? Master Yuan, what are you doing? Zhongshan exclaimed, his face flushed, addressing Yuan Kuan. Please take action and eliminate this little beast. Yuan Kuan, a master of martial arts, stood as a formidable figure on the brink of the innate realm. What was he doing? Not only Zhongshan, but others also gazed at Yuan Kuan in confusion, awaiting his response. Silence. Yuan Kuan bellowed in anger. He immediately turned to Chu Huan and apologized. Senior, I was unaware of your presence here. Please forgive me. With that, Yuan Kuan bowed repeatedly before Chu Huan. Witnessing Yuan Kuan's evident fear towards Chu Huan, even Zhongshan, despite his foolishness, recognized that he had offended an extraordinary individual. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he stared at Chu Huan, inwardly lamenting. It's over for the Zhong family. With Master Yuan showing such reverence to this young man, how could we possibly survive this? The expressions of the other members of the Zhong family were grim, their faces darkened with fear. Are you Yuan Kuan? After a prolonged silence, Chu Huan spoke slowly. Yuan Kuan dared not hesitate and promptly replied, Senior, I am indeed Yuan Kuan. Have you come to avenge your disciple? Chu Huan inquired coolly. Yuan Kuan knelt, lowering his head in trepidation, and said, Feng Yuan has wronged you, Senior. His demise is merely his own fault. How could I dare seek vengeance against you? I was completely deceived by the Zhong family. I implore you to see through this and spare my life. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan quickly knelt, stammering, Senior. I did not. He swallowed his words, fully aware that the situation had reached an irrevocable conclusion, and further explanations would be futile. I am willing to bear the consequences. I beseech you not to harm others. Zhongshan sighed deeply. Bear the consequences? Are you capable of doing so? Chu Huan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhongshan, his face reddened with fury, gritted his teeth and declared, I am willing to pay any price. I implore you, Senior, to spare the Zhong family this once. In this moment, Zhongshan resigned himself to his fate, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, Chu Huan was a figure whom even Yuan Kuan feared. Those involved in this matter should take their own lives, Chu Huan stated flatly. He harbored no significant grievances against the Zhong family, but they had sought to eliminate him. Chu Huan was not one to show mercy. If the Zhong family wished to kill him, they must face the repercussions. Young man, are you going too far? Zhongshan glared at Chu Huan, threateningly asserting, the Zhong family is not the Qinglong society to be toyed with at your whim. As soon as Zhongshan's words left his mouth, Chu Huan delivered a powerful kick. Sensing a surge of violent energy coming his way, Zhongshan hurriedly summoned his true qi to defend himself. However, before he could react, Chu Huan's kick struck his chest. Zhongshan was sent flying, crashing to the ground several meters away. Coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood, he lay there, grievously injured from a single blow. The Zhong family? What a farce, Chu Huan remarked disdainfully. Yuan Kuan crawled before Chu Huan, respectfully stating, Senior, the Zhong family dares to provoke your authority. I am willing to serve as your vanguard and obliterate them. Yuan Kuan, you old fool. Zhongshan seethed, his anger boiling over as he glared at Yuan Kuan. Before Zhongshan could finish his words, Yuan Kuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Zhongshan. Those who humiliate their elders shall face merciless retribution. Yuan Kuan struck with the ferocity of tiger, landing a punch squarely on Zhongshan's head. With a profound sense of unwillingness, Zhongshan was slain on the spot by Yuan Kuan. Observing the blood staining the ground, Chu Huan frowned slightly. Killing is permissible, but let us not tarnish this place. It would not be long before Lin Shui returned, and Chu Huan wished to shield her from such a gruesome sight. Yes, esteemed senior, Yuan Kuan replied respectfully. He then addressed the disciples of the Five Elements sect. Were you still dawdling for? Leave no one from the Zhong family alive. Kill, under Yuan Kuan's command. The disciples of the Zhong family, lacking any means of resistance, were swiftly annihilated. After extinguishing the Zhong family, he led the disciples of the Five Elements sect to thoroughly cleanse the courtyard, inside and out. Esteemed senior, do you have any further instructions? Yuan Kuan inquired with utmost reverence towards Chu Huan. Despite being on the verge of entering the innate realm, he still felt like an ant in Chu Huan's presence. He could not discern the depths of Chu Huan's strength. Yuan Kuan speculated that Chu Huan was not merely a youth in his 20s, but rather an ancient being who had preserved his youthful appearance through many years of cultivation. Such a formidable individual warranted cautious handling. Leave, Chu Huan commanded sternly. Lin Shui was returning, and he did not wish for Yuan Kuan and his associates to be seen by her. Esteemed senior, we shall take our leave at once. Yuan Kuan dared not hesitate, promptly leading the members of the Five Elements sect away in haste. Shortly after their departure, Lin Shui returned home. Xiao Shui, how are you feeling now? Chu Huan asked with a smile. Lin Shui pressed her temples and replied, Brother-in-law, I've been quite busy researching new projects. I just received a call from the hospital. They informed me that mother has awakened and should be fully recovered in no time. Brother-in-law, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you, my mother. Lin Shui's eyes turned red with gratitude. Without Chu Huan's support, she would not have been able to manage the Lin group, and her mother might have succumbed to her illness. Thankfully, with Chu Huan's assistance, everything had changed. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Chu Huan gently tapped Lin Shui's forehead. Why must we be so formal between us? Brother-in-law. Lin Shui gazed at Chu Huan with affection. Having spent nearly a month together, he had taken meticulous care of her in every aspect of life. Lin Shui had long since etched his image into her heart. Chu Huan's affectionate gesture had unleashed all the love she had concealed deep within. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Before Chu Huan could finish his sentence, Lin Shui, overwhelmed by affection, surged towards him. Their lips met in an intimate embrace, and in that moment, Lin Shui could no longer hide her love for Chu Huan. A day later, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Brother-in-law, Lin Shui nestled in Chu Huan's embrace. Xiao Shui, are you still calling me brother-in-law? Shouldn't you change how you address me? Chu Huan teased, playfully pinching Lin Shui's nose, his smile radiating joy. After so long, Lin Shui had finally opened her heart to him. I just like calling you brother-in-law. Is that not permissible? Lin Shui pouted. Come on, call me brother-in-law a few more times. Chu Huan playfully teased as he engaged in a light-hearted quarrel with Lin Shui. Their joyous banter resumed. Chapter 26. In laughter. The destruction of ninth-rank warriors the following day's sunlight gently roused the slumbering earth. After a night of tender intimacy, Chu Huan slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Shui. Last night, Director Chun called me to say that Annie has made a full recovery and can be discharged today for surgery, Chu Huan said with a smile. Is that true? Lin Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the hospital immediately. The two rushed to the hospital with great urgency. Upon arriving at Lin's mother's ward, Chu Huan found not his mother-in-law, but rather a group of unfamiliar strangers. Director Chun Zhoming was being held captive within the room by these individuals. Zhoming, what is going on? Chu Huan inquired in a serious tone, noticing the strange faces surrounding him. Before Chun could respond, a man in a black suit stepped in front of Chu Huan, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. So you are the one who cured a terminal cancer patient? He asked coldly. Ignoring the man, Chu Huan turned his attention to Chen Zhoming. Master, they are important figures from the province. They heard of your remarkable medical skills and wish to invite you to treat someone, Chen explained. This is how they extend an invitation? Chu Huan scoffed, his tone laced with frost. Surrounding Andy's ward and approaching me with such arrogance? Is this a request for medical assistance or a coercion? Dr. Chu, my subordinate, was indeed out of line earlier. I apologize on his behalf, Zhuang Feiyun. The butler for the Long family said with a polite smile, though his words carried an undercurrent of threat. Our master wishes to invite you to the provincial capital. We sincerely hope you will agree. Zhuang's words were courteous, yet the threat lingered in the air. Should Chu Huan dare to decline, it was likely that other means would be employed against him. Get lost, Chu Huan retorted, showing no mercy. At this command, the bodyguards behind Zhuang clenched their fists, ready to strike. Zhuang raised his hand and smiled. Dr. Chu, my men were indeed at fault earlier. I sincerely apologize once again. I hope you can agree to visit the Long family to treat our master. I said get lost. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, insisting they leave. If they had approached him with respect and a genuine request for assistance, perhaps he would have considered it. However, their approach was one of intimidation. Such an attitude did not warrant his cooperation. It was utterly laughable. Kid, so you intend to refuse a toast only to drink a penalty? Zhuang Feiyun's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he spoke angrily. Seeing Chu Huan's resistance, Zhuang cast aside his pretense. He clenched his fists, unleashing his inner strength. What? You wish to use force against me? Go ahead and try. Chu Huan replied nonchalantly. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhuang Feiyun, he sensed the man's formidable prowess, peak ninth-rank warrior. The black-clad individuals surrounding Zhuang were all sixth-rank warriors or above. With such a force, they could easily dominate the entirety of Han City. It was no wonder Zhuang Feiyun acted with such arrogance. Young man, since that is the case, I shall not hold back. With that, the black-clad men behind Zhuang Feiyun sprang into action. Get lost, Chu Huan growled. This single utterance sent the group of black-clad assailants reeling. Seizing the moment as they retreated, Chu Huan unleashed a formidable counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad men were hurled out through the door. Witnessing his subordinates vanquished, Zhuang Feiyun's countenance darkened to the hue of a charred pot. Fixing a cold gaze upon Chu Huan, he intoned, I did not expect you to be a formidable martial artist. No wonder you possess such confidence. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Zhuang Feiyun clenched his fists, the pinnacle of a ninth-tier martial artist's power erupting forth. A formidable aura bearing down on Chu Huan. Chu Huan raised a hand and lightly pointed at Zhuang Feiyun. The surging energy immediately shattered Zhuang Feiyun's released true qi. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Chu Huan, he gasped, Martial arts master? You are actually a martial arts master? Hardly had his words escaped his lips when a surge of energy pierced through Zhuang Feiyun's body. This time, consider it a minor reprimand. Should you return, there will be no mercy. With that, Chu Huan waved his hand, the terrifying force flinging Zhuang Feiyun out the door. Zhuang Feiyun's face turned ashen, his garments stained crimson with blood. Thank you for your mercy, master. With that, they fled the hospital in haste. Seeing the villains vanquished, Lin Shui hurried to Chu Huan's side. Brother-in-law, are you unhurt? I'm fine. Such petty rascals do not trouble me. Chu Huan replied nonchalantly. Lin Shui meticulously inspected Chu Huan's body, relieved to find him unscathed. Master, the Long family in the provincial city is not to be trifled with. You have just offended them, diminishing their prestige. There may be endless troubles ahead. Chen Zhoming spoke gravely to Chu Huan. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui furrowed her brows. Director Chen, what is the Long family in the provincial city? The Long family is the foremost among the three great families of Han province, headed by Long Feiyang. It is said that his cultivation reached the master realm 30 years ago. The Long family venerates martial prowess, being an unequivocal martial clan, and they control nearly one-third of the economic lifeblood of Han province. Virtually no one dares to provoke them. Rumor has it that the Long family in the provincial city has deep connections with the Long family in the capital. Offending them is unwise indeed. Chen Zhoming's expression turned bitter as he gazed at Chu Huan. Lin Shui's face paled upon grasping the power of the Long family. Brother-in-law, what shall we do now that you've offended them? Lin Shui looked at Chu Huan with worry, her heart racing. Do not fret. The Long family is but a trifling concern to me. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively. First, let us handle Mother's discharge procedures. We shall devise our own solutions for the rest. Chu Huan asserted. Master, I've already arranged your discharge. The elder is resting in my lounge. Once you sign, you may leave. Chen Zhoming smiled. Ha ha ha, Zhoming, I appreciate your assistance. Chu Huan clapped Chen Zhoming on the shoulder, returning the smile. This is all that I ought to do, Chen Zhoming said respectfully. After completing their tasks, Chu Huan, Lin Shui, and Lin Mu returned to the villa. Elder, you have returned? Yuan Kuan cheerfully approached Chu Huan, wearing a flattering expression. Noticing Yuan Kuan's unsolicited visit, Chu Huan's countenance darkened slightly. Upon seeing someone seeking out Chu Huan, Lin Shui took Lin Mu back into the house. What is it? Chu Huan inquired coldly. Elder, I visited the Zhong family yesterday and discovered an esoteric martial technique. I have come specifically to present it to you. Yuan Kuan cautiously retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom, its pages worn and yellowed, indicative of its age. Chu Huan accepted the ancient text and flipped through a few pages, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. He mused inwardly, to think that the Zhong family possesses such a treasure. Should Zhongshan manage to master this martial art and launch a surprise attack, I might unwittingly fall prey. However, mastering this technique requires the procurement of numerous materials. Within the sect, acquiring such items would be a trivial matter. Now, as a solitary individual, obtaining them poses a challenge. Yuan Kun, after years of training, do you know where one might procure rare treasures? Chu Huan asked in a low tone. Elder, you have indeed come to the right person. To be frank, I am the only one who knows in all of Hansheng. Yuan Kun replied with pride. Within Han Province, there exists a place known as Jiuzhai, a trading hub for martial artists. Jiuzhai? Chu Huan responded, bewildered. Yuan Kun nodded and elaborated. Indeed, it is a gathering place for martial practitioners and is home to the largest merchant association in the martial arts realm, the Tonling Chamber of Commerce. Elder, in 2 days, there will be a grand auction hosted by the Tonling Chamber, attracting many martial artists for trading. You could visit the chamber tomorrow. Perhaps you will find what you seek. Chapter 27. Journey to Jiuzhai. After acquiring information about Jiuzhai from Yuan Kun, he took his leave, assuring Chu Huan that he would return in 2 days to escort him to the marketplace. Brother-in-law, who was that person just now? Lin Shui inquired. Having known Chu Huan for some time, yet never having encountered Yuan Kun before. An old man who mentioned an auction hosted by martial artists in 2 days. Just informing me, Chu Huan replied tersely. Lin Shui, unfamiliar with martial matters, chose not to probe further. Xiao Shui, please prepare a room for Annie. I shall handle the cooking. Once the meal is ready, I will call you. Chu Huan cheerfully said to Lin Shui. Today marks Auntie's discharge from the hospital. We must celebrate. All right. Lin Shui nodded with a smile. With their roles clearly defined, they swiftly set to work. Chu Huan soon prepared a sumptuous feast. Xiao Chu, I have heard all about your care for Xiao Shui. I am quite at ease in trusting her to you, Lin Mu declared, raising her glass of fruit juice and downing it in one gulp. Hearing her mother praise Chu Huan thus, Lin Shui felt a blend of happiness and shyness. Xiao Shui, Xiao Chu is indeed a good man. You must cherish him. Lin Mu smiled, taking Lin Shui's hand and placing it in Chu Huan's. Lin Shui's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Aunt, rest assured, Xiao Shui is my woman, and I shall take full responsibility for her. Chu Huan earnestly declared to Lin's mother. Who is your woman? How shameless. Lin Shui blushed, unable to meet Chu Huan's gaze in her mother's presence. Little Chu, Lin Shui has endured considerable hardship since childhood, much of which I inadvertently caused. I owe her so much. It brings me solace to know she has found you. Otherwise, I would find it impossible to rest in peace even in death. Upon hearing Lin's mother speak thus, Lin Shui felt a profound discomfort within her heart. Subsequently, Lin's mother recounted tales from Lin Shui's childhood. Although Chu Huan was already aware of Lin Shui's less-than-ideal upbringing, hearing it from Lin's mother stirred deep compassion within him. Lin Yinghao truly deserves condemnation. Chu Huan clenched his fists, seething with rage. Had he known of Lin Yinghao's torment of Lin Shui in her youth, he would have sought retribution against him. Nevertheless, he has received his due punishment. Lin Shui gently patted Chu Huan's hand, urging him not to be angry. The meal stretched over several hours, allowing Chu Huan to gain further insight into Lin Shui's past. With Lin's mother recently discharged from the hospital, Lin Shui took several days off to spend quality time with Chu Huan. Under the guidance of Yuan Kun, Chu Huan made his way to Jiuzhai. Senior, as this is your first visit to Jiuzhai, please exercise caution. This place is rife with all sorts of individuals, including innate masters who come here for trade. Moreover, be mindful that the Spirit Communication Guild, a titan in the martial arts community, has at least 3 martial arts masters stationed here. Do not provoke them lightly, or the consequences could be dire. Throughout the journey, Yuan Kun shared all he knew about Jiuzhai's customs and protocols. From this information, Chu Huan distilled a simple truth: respect the strong. In essence, Jiuzhai is a microcosm of the martial arts realm. Only those with might command authority. Otherwise, one must adhere to the established rules. Nestled in the remote mountains outside Han City, Jiuzhai is heavily guarded to prevent ordinary people from entering. Thus, one must claim an identity token before entry. As it was Chu Huan's first visit and lacking a token, he entrusted this trivial task to Yuan Kun. Brother, is this your first time in Jiuzhai? While waiting for Yuan Kun, a woman approached Chu Huan with a smile, inquiring warmly. Yes, Chu Huan nodded in response. I am Xiao Xiao, and you? She asked with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Huan, he replied, introducing himself. From which faction do you hail? The senior who brought you seems quite formidable, Xiao Xiao remarked, glancing at Yuan Kuan in the distance. I am a lone cultivator, Chu Huan answered. Ah, a lone cultivator? Xiao Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of disdain within her crystalline gaze. In the martial arts world, lone cultivators are regarded as the lowest tier. Upon realizing Chu Huan's status, she quickly stated, Brother Chu, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, she promptly returned to her group. Watching her depart, Chu Huan could only shake his head with a smile. This woman truly embodies the stark realities of the martial arts world. However, he does not hold any animosity towards Xiao Xiao. Given their unfamiliarity, she might feel uncomfortable being overly kind to him. Senior, do you know that young lady from earlier? Yuan Kuan inquired respectfully, approaching Chu Huan while holding his identification badge. I do not, Chu Huan replied with a shake of his head. Senior, you ought to be cautious around that girl, Yuan Kuan warned. Although her cultivation is not high, she is a disciple of Chu Huan. While she may not have mastered even half of Chu Huan's martial arts prowess, she has certainly learned the art of seduction. In the vernacular of the youth, that girl is undoubtedly a quintessential green tea type. Hearing this, Chu Huan could not help but chuckle. He was surprised to find that Yuan Kuan, despite being in his 60s, was aware of such contemporary terms. The girl is currently accompanied by members of the Long family from the provincial city, with the elder leading them being Long Feiyang, the head of the Long family. His cultivation has reached the peak of the innate third tier, merely a step away from the innate fourth tier grandmaster. Yuan Kuan gestured towards Xiao Zhao's group, his eyes filled with trepidation. The innate realm is categorized into 9 tiers. The first 3 are known as minor grandmasters, the 4th to 6th as major grandmasters, and those above the 7th tier as celestial beings. However, in the secular world, it is rare to encounter martial artists beyond the innate third tier. Thus, practitioners in the innate realm are generally referred to as martial masters. Chu Huan cast a curious glance at Long Feiyang in the distance and shook his head. No wonder the Long family had previously arranged for someone to invite him to treat Long Feiyang. Given Long Feiyang's current condition, he could only expect to live for 6 more months at most. The Long family head likely seeks the 1,000-year blood ginseng to aid in his recovery, Yuan Kuan elucidated. Long Feiyang's severe injuries were evidently no secret in the martial arts community. Otherwise, Yuan Kuan would not have been privy to such information. Let us depart. If they do not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with them, Chu Huan said with a slight smile and a calm demeanor. Yuan Kuan nodded in agreement. Although he was unsure of the extent of Chu Huan's cultivation, he felt that Chu Huan was no weaker than Long Feiyang. As they journeyed, Yuan Kuan made sure to inform Chu Huan about the martial families they encountered from Han Province. Soon, they arrived at the true 9-section stronghold. Upon arriving, Yuan Kuan's complexion turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, Damn it, why must my luck be so wretched, arriving only to encounter this calamity? No sooner had Yuan Kuan spoken than a gruff voice echoed from a distance. Yuan Kuan, I didn't expect you to dare bring someone to 9-section stronghold. You have 3 seconds to leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Zhou Lai bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura from within him. A peak 9th tier presence surged forth like a ferocious tiger, charging towards Chu Huan and Yuan Kuan. Chapter 28. Yuan Kuan displays might. The mysterious Chu Xiao Zhou Lai was a member of the 9-section stronghold, and given his formidable cultivation, Yuan Kuan had always been hesitant to confront him directly. Each time, he opted to evade confrontation, and Zhou Lai would typically relent. Yuan Kuan initially believed that Zhou Lai merely sought to humiliate him this time as well. However, he did not anticipate that Yuan Kuan would strike with lethal intent. The overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the 9th grade converged into a singular force, violently impacting Yuan Kuan. Zhou Lai unleashed a punch, his entire being akin to a ferocious tiger lunging at Yuan Kuan. The fist generated a faint, thunderous sound as it sliced through the air, stirring a formidable gale. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Zhou Lai, Yuan Kuan seethed with rage. exclaiming, "Old fool, do you truly believe I fear you?" As he spoke, Yuan Kun unleashed his full power. A tempestuous aura clashed violently with the explosive might of Zhou Lai's punch. Bang! The collision of their formidable energies reverberated through the air. In the next moment, Zhou Lai was forced back several steps, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Yuan Kun, exclaiming in astonishment, "Qi transforming into Gang? Have you reached the threshold of the innate realm?" Having battled Yuan Kun for over a decade, both were at the pinnacle of ninth-grade warriors. His decision to join the Nine Sections village was driven by the hope of seizing opportunities to become a master of martial arts in his lifetime. With the aid of the Nine Sections village in recent years, his strength had seen substantial enhancement. Each encounter with Yuan Kun had allowed him to dominate. Yet now, Yuan Kun had transformed his qi into Gang, stepping into the innate realm ahead of him. This was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Zhou Lai. "Oof. I had no intention of provoking you, but you sought your own demise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Yuan Kun unleashed the full force of his aura. Five elements palm. Yuan Kun bellowed, executing his renowned technique. With a single palm strike, a tempest arose around him, the fearsome gale pressing down upon Zhou Lai. Zhou Lai's expression shifted dramatically, gritting his teeth, "Even if you have entered the threshold of the innate realm, I shall not fear you." Fierce tiger fist. Zhou Lai's fists danced as his qi roared, the essence within him manifesting as a roaring tiger. An invisible force transformed his body into a fierce beast. Smash! The two clashed once more, their terrifying energies colliding before the watchful eyes of onlookers. Boom! 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 The powerful qi emanated from the two, expanding outward. The ground beneath them cracked under the strain of their explosive forces. A cloud of dust enveloped the two figures, obscuring the outcome of their confrontation. "With such meager abilities, you dare command me to leave?" Suddenly, Yuan Kun's voice emerged from within the chaos. He summoned the aura within him, shattering Zhou Lai's defenses with a single palm strike. Zhou Lai was forced back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Kun executed a swift spinning kick. Zhou Lai, unable to react in time, was struck in the chest. In the next instant, he was sent flying, coughing up blood. Zhou Lai's face was a mask of unwillingness. Before he could rise, Yuan Kun seized his throat with a thunderous grip, declaring, "Next time, should you dare to disrespect me, I will end your life." Zhou Lai's eyes brimmed with resentment as he fixed his gaze upon Yuan Kun, solemnly stating, "I concede, as far as I know, you shall never attain the status of a martial arts master in this lifetime. In merely a few short months, how could your prowess have surged to such heights?" Zhou Lai questioned through gritted teeth. Yuan Kun let out a cold laugh, disregarding Zhou Lai, yet the figure of Chu Huan vividly surfaced in his mind. Had he not encountered Chu Huan, he would have never ascended to the realm of a martial arts grandmaster in this lifetime. Instead, he would have remained perpetually beneath Zhou Lai's shadow. With this thought, his respect for Chu Huan deepened. Yuan Kun understood clearly that to achieve greater heights in the future, he must unwaveringly follow in Chu Huan's footsteps. The battle, culminating in Yuan Kun's victory, caused many to regard him with newfound respect. Although he had not yet attained the status of a martial arts grandmaster, he had already crossed the threshold toward that goal. Within 6 months at most, Yuan Kun would undoubtedly become a martial arts grandmaster. This explains why, after Zhou Lai's defeat, no one from the Nine Sections stronghold stepped forward to seek retribution on his behalf. Within the Nine Sections stronghold, there were over 10 practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, yet only a handful of martial arts grandmasters. They were not inclined to provoke a future grandmaster lightly. "Thank you, esteemed sir." Yuan Kun approached Chu Huan and bowed deeply. Witnessing this scene, everyone cast astonished glances. Previously, they had all assumed that Chu Huan was a junior to Yuan Kun, who had brought him to the Nine Sections stronghold for enlightenment. To their surprise, Yuan Kun publicly bowed to Chu Huan, igniting curiosity about Chu Huan's origins. Yuan Kun, a quasi-grandmaster, commanded respect wherever he went. Who was Chu Huan? None had heard of him. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the legendary Seven Madmen could compel a grandmaster to bow so readily. Many speculated that Chu Huan might indeed be one of the 7 madmen. Otherwise, why would a quasi-grandmaster willingly follow him? Not far away, Xiao Xiao watched this unfold, filled with regret. Had she been a bit more amiable toward Chu Huan earlier, perhaps they could have forged a friendship. But now, that opportunity seemed lost. Let us proceed, Chu Huan said as he led Yuan Kuan into the depths of the spirit communication chamber. 100 meters away, at the top of the spirit communication chamber, a young man fixated on Chu Huan's figure, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "I never expected to encounter the illegitimate offspring of the Chu family here. 3 years ago, those old fools deceived my Chu family, claiming they had slain this wild child to protect him. They would never have imagined I would cross paths with him. Elder Qi, summon all martial artists above the innate realm from the 9-section stronghold," Chu Ming commanded, his gaze glinting with icy malice. "Young Master Chu, this may be inappropriate," Elder Qi responded, his expression complex and troubled. While the spirit communication chamber appeared to have 3 martial arts grandmasters on the surface, in reality, there were 6, one of whom was a 5th-rank grandmaster of the innate realm. Even as the grand elder of the spirit communication chamber, he could not command that grandmaster. "Relay my orders. Let them come. Anyone who dares to defy will be opposing my Chu family. Understand?" Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke coldly. Seeing Chu Ming's fury, Elder Qi turned pale with fear. Though the spirit communication chamber was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Chu family. Do not speak of a grandmaster of the 5th rank. Even a celestial being of the 7th rank would not dare to defy the Chu family. Indeed, young Master Chu, Elder Qi would not dare to disobey, and is preparing to take his leave. By the way, instruct someone to block that wretched child outside the trading hall. Chu Ming pointed towards the nearby Chu Huan. "Yes, young Master Chu, I will immediately give the orders." Elder Qi, without hesitation, sprang into action. "You wretched child, today you have encountered me. Let us see how you escape my grasp." Chu Ming exerted a slight force, and the cup in his hand shattered into dust. In his eyes, Chu Huan was akin to this shattered vessel. With but a mere gesture, he could reduce him to ashes. Upon arriving at the spirit trading hall, Chu Huan and Yuan Kuan were swiftly surrounded by a throng. Yuan Kuan furrowed his brow at this sight. He cast a glance at the leader of his assailants and spoke in a deep tone. "Lu Chuang, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Chuang sneered and rebuked. "Yuan Kuan, you have the audacity to lay hands upon my people at the 9-section stronghold. Now you dare to come to the spirit trading hall, truly believing us to be easy prey? I advise you to forfeit your cultivation and surrender. Perhaps we may spare your life. Otherwise," Lu Chuang lightly stomped his foot, and a surge of formidable energy emanated from him, pressing relentlessly towards Yuan Kuan. The ground beneath Lu Chuang, centered around him, spread out like a spider's web. Lu Chuang's icy voice echoed once more. "I shall take your life." Chapter 29. A matter of life and death. Yuan Kuan had not anticipated Lu Chuang's overwhelming assertiveness. This was utterly uncharacteristic of the spirit trading hall. Previously, when disputes arose with the hall's members, they would never initiate conflict unless provoked. After all, the purpose of establishing a trading hall is to generate profit. To resort to violence for personal gain contradicts the hall's principles and tarnishes its reputation. "Lu Chuang, have you gone too far?" Yuan Kuan gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. He intended to continue, but Chu Huan interjected calmly. "Step aside. Your quarrel is not with you, but with me." Chu Huan's gaze fixed upon Lu Chuang, and he pondered, "Having never provoked your hall, why do you seek conflict with me? Offending those who should not be offended leads to but one outcome." Lu Chuang charged with a clenched fist, intent on striking Chu Huan. The innate energy coalesced around his fist, forming a massive imprint aimed directly at Chu Huan's crown. "You wretched lot, do you truly believe you can kill me? How laughable!" With Lu Chuang's murderous intent unleashed, Chu Huan saw no reason for further words. He clenched his own fist and met Lu Chuang head-on. "You seek death." Upon witnessing Chu Huan's audacity to confront him, Lu Chuang erupted in fury. He was a 2nd-rank innate powerhouse, while Chu Huan was merely a boy yet to reach maturity. This was an affront to the dignity of martial masters. "Kill!" Lu Chuang roared. The two fists collided. Bang! A deafening boom resonated, emanating from the two, sending shock waves through the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the ground beneath them erupted in a cloud of dense smoke. Lu Chuang stared at Chu Huan in disbelief, his voice trembling. How can this be possible? With all his might, he delivered this punch. Yet, upon striking Chu Huan, it felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Chu Huan remained utterly unmoved. Not even a tremor, while a sharp pain surged through Lu Chuang's fist. With such meager power, you dare to threaten me? How utterly ludicrous! Chu Huan scoffed. Oomph. I am eager to see just how strong you truly are. Lu Chuang retorted, undeterred. Whirlwind Fury Fist. As soon as the words left his lips, the innate vigor within him surged violently. He resembled a frenzied beast, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to meteors, aimed at Chu Huan. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a series of over 10 strikes, each one met with Chu Huan's unwavering defense. Begone! Chu Huan raised his hand, channeling his innate energy into a singular point. Lu Chuang's relentless assault crumbled before him. Realizing the danger, Lu Chuang instinctively sought to escape as the strike descended upon him. Yet, Chu Huan's speed was overwhelming. With a mere flick of his finger, he shattered Lu Chuang's defenses. Lu Chuang was sent reeling back over 10 meters, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion ashen. Witnessing Lu Chuang's swift defeat at the hands of Chu Huan, all onlookers were ensnared in disbelief. Is this the prowess of a senior? I am fortunate not to have crossed paths with him. Otherwise, my grave would be overgrown. Yuan Kuan remarked, dread evident in his tone, further solidifying his resolve to follow Chu Huan. While others had speculated that Chu Huan was a youthful master, the display of his formidable strength against Lu Chuang left them astounded. Lu Chuang, face darkened with fury, gritted his teeth and glared at Chu Huan. Kid, your strength is indeed impressive, but this is the domain of the Spirit Trading Association. To act recklessly here is to invite death. All of you attack. Lu Chuang commanded the skilled fighters beside him. Previously, he had believed he could easily vanquish Chu Huan without assistance. However, having witnessed Chu Huan's capabilities, he acknowledged that he was no match. 5 8th-tier warriors, 3 9th-tier warriors, and a 2nd-tier innate martial arts master surged forward in unison. As the 9 of them launched their assault, a thunderous force erupted, bearing down upon Chu Huan. Senior Chu, I shall assist you. Yuan Kuan, seizing the moment, joined the fray. Though he could not partake in the battle between the two masters, he remained undefeated beneath the innate realm. Having resolved to follow Chu Huan, he could not stand idly by in the face of adversity. Yuan Kuan fiercely engaged with the 5 8th-tier warriors, while the 3 9th-tier warriors, alongside Lu Chuang, encircled Chu Huan. Kid, your strength is indeed formidable, but this is the territory of the Spirit Trading Association, and you must perish. Lu Chuang hissed through clenched teeth. The order to eliminate Chu Huan had come from the young master of the Chu family. Offending them meant this kid, regardless of whether he was merely a master or something beyond, would not survive long. 4 warriors attacked simultaneously, converging upon Chu Huan. With an indifferent glance, Chu Huan surveyed the gathering crowd and coldly declared, "It seems I have been too lenient. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." With that, he released the full extent of his innate energy in an instant. Furious Dragon Palm, a deafening roar, akin to a dragon's cry, erupted from within Chu Huan. Astonishingly, 2 dragon shadows whirled in the palm of his hand. With a forceful strike, Chu Huan unleashed a torrent of potent energy directed at Lu Chuang and the 3 9th-grade martial artists. The 4 joined their strengths in a desperate attempt to fend off this ferocious blow. Yet, how could Lu Chuang, merely a 2nd-tier innate warrior alongside 3 9th-grade practitioners, withstand the might of Chu Huan's assault? The energy they conjured was effortlessly shattered beneath the onslaught of Chu Huan's palm wind, like the shadows of dragons. The force struck the 4 warriors. With a resounding thud, they were sent flying by Chu Huan's strike. So powerful, Lu Chuang gazed at Chu Huan in disbelief. He was acutely aware that Chu Huan had not utilized his full strength against him. However, he never anticipated Chu Huan's terrifying prowess. Perish! Chu Huan's murderous intent was unmistakable as he advanced with overwhelming force. In a flash, he appeared before Lu Chuang. Upon witnessing the ghostly visage of Chu Huan, Lu Chuang instinctively attempted to defend himself. With a resounding impact, Chu Huan's palm struck Lu Chuang's chest, shattering his heart. "I am unwilling." Lu Chuang emitted a desperate roar filled with profound regret. A second-tier innate martial master crumbled so effortlessly before Chu Huan. Witnessing Lu Chuang's demise at the hands of Chu Huan left the three ninth-grade martial artists, initially prepared to engage, utterly pale with fear. If they could not contend with Lu Chuang, how could they possibly overcome Chu Huan now that Lu Chuang lay dead? They exchanged fearful glances. "You shall meet your end as well." As their trepidation escalated, Chu Huan's chilling voice resonated in their ears. "Flee!" The three, devoid of resistance, turned to escape. Is it not too late to seek refuge now? Chu Huan pursued them mercilessly. In his eyes, the three ninth-grade warriors were no more significant than ants. In the blink of an eye, they were vanquished by Chu Huan's overwhelming might. At that moment, Yuan Kuan had also dispatched 5 eighth-grade warriors. With an icy demeanor, Chu Huan fixed his piercing gaze upon the direction of the Spirit Communication Guild. Will the Spirit Communication Guild not offer me an explanation? Inside the guild, no one acknowledged Chu Huan. As his murderous intent surged, a formidable aura enveloped the area. "Since you refuse to provide an explanation, I shall carve one from your ranks." Chapter 30. A single strike to vanquish a master, the harbinger of death, one who slays, is perpetually hunted. Chu Huan had never provoked the Spirit Communication Guild, yet they unjustly targeted him. When he demanded answers, they feigned ignorance. In that case, let the slaughter commence. Let instill fear in their hearts. "Senior, I implore you to reconsider," Yuan Kuan exclaimed urgently upon witnessing Chu Huan's intent to strike the guild. "Are you afraid?" Chu Huan replied coldly. "If fear grips you, step aside." With that, he charged into the Spirit Communication Guild. As he entered, he found himself ensnared by a multitude of powerful auras. Those who wish to remain uninvolved, vacate the Spirit Communication Guild immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for the collateral damage. Chu Huan's ominous energy erupted as he spoke coldly. Upon the utterance of those words, many faces turned pale. It was evident that Chu Huan was a formidable martial arts master, and they were reluctant to offend such a powerful figure without cause. Consequently, numerous individuals hastily exited the Spirit Communication Chamber. In the briefest of moments, only 5 martial arts masters and the staff of the chamber remained inside. "Are you prepared to intervene in this matter?" Chu Huan coldly surveyed the martial arts masters, challenging them with his gaze. "Rest assured, young friend, we are not affiliated with the Spirit Communication Chamber and will not interfere in your affairs." An elderly man replied with a jovial smile. The others nodded in agreement. "Then leave, or face death," Chu Huan declared, his imposing aura emanating from him as he stomped his foot. The masters, initially inclined to observe, turned pale upon sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Chu Huan. A grandmaster? At the very least, he is a 4th-grade innate grandmaster? How can this be? Retreat. The martial arts masters, realizing Chu Huan was not to be trifled with, immediately fled the scene. Had he been merely an ordinary master, they might not have been concerned. However, a being above the 4th-grade innate level was not someone they dared to offend, as angering him could jeopardize their lives. In an instant, the previously bustling Spirit Communication Chamber was left with only a few staff members. "All personnel from the Spirit Communication Chamber, come out." Chu Huan's furious voice echoed throughout every corner of the establishment. "Young Master Chu, the young master has arrived. What shall we do?" Elder Qi looked anxiously at Chu Ming, fear evident in his gaze. At this moment, 4 masters from the Spirit Communication Chamber had gathered beside him. "Since he seeks his own demise, I shall grant him that." Chu Ming's expression twisted into a snarl, murderous intent surging forth. "You 4, attack together and eliminate this brat with utmost speed." Chu Ming commanded the 4 masters. "Understood, young Master Chu," they replied with deference. At that moment, Chu Huan unleashed a tremendous force, launching a punch towards the Spirit Communication Chamber. Boom! The entrance of the chamber shattered under the impact of Chu Huan's fist. The entire establishment trembled as if an earthquake had struck. "Brat, you seek death." Just then, a peak fourth-grade innate aura emanated from within the spirit communication chamber. An elderly man in a long white robe leaped down from the fifth floor. He was enveloped in innate energy, and a formidable gust of wind gathered in his palm, descending upon Chu Huan as if executing the Buddha's palm technique. The other three martial arts masters also sprang into action. Chu Huan snorted disdainfully and leapt into the air. His own energy erupted forth. In the next moment, Chu Huan clashed palm to palm with the elderly man. The elder was sent stumbling back over 10 meters, his face ashen as he glared at Chu Huan. The three martial arts masters, seizing the opportunity, attacked Chu Huan from different angles. One aimed for his head, another for his abdomen, and the third for his lower body. Chu Huan did not shy away. Instead, he retaliated fiercely against the three. Despite their aggressive onslaught, their cultivation levels paled in comparison to Chu Huan's prowess. He met their attacks with his formidable innate energy, sending them reeling backward. With an air of dominance, Chu Huan seized one individual's arm and twisted it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the arm snapped. A wretched scream reverberated throughout the Spirit Communication Guild. Chu Huan then delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him flying. His body crashed into the wall over 10 meters away, creating a gaping hole embedded within it. In a single move, he had vanquished a martial arts master. The four individuals, initially dismissive of Chu Ming's command to confront Chu Huan as an overreaction, were swiftly brought to a stark realization of Chu Huan's formidable prowess upon witnessing the effortless defeat of a master. The three martial arts masters fixated on Chu Huan, silenced by trepidation. Observing their reaction, Chu Ming's expression turned icy. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to subdue Chu Huan even in unison. Elder Chi's complexion shifted at this revelation. Chu Huan had already slain 2 martial arts masters, a significant loss for the Spirit Communication Guild, as each master was a cornerstone of their strength. The anguish of losing 2 such figures weighed heavily upon him. "Elder Chi, why not take matters into your own hands against this wildling?" Chu Ming inquired with a smile. Elder Chi's expression darkened, unable to respond. "I knew you were too cowardly to act." Chu Ming shook his head dismissively and continued, "Very well, since he belongs to the Chu family. It is only fitting that we handle him ourselves. Elder Qing, Elder Ming, you are to join forces and eliminate this wildling." Chu Ming stated matter-of-factly, "Yes, young master." The response from both elders echoed from afar. As they sensed the immense aura emanating from them, Elder Chi's face paled. Despite his own cultivation reaching the 5th rank of innate mastery, he had failed to perceive the presence of these 2 formidable beings beside Chu Ming. This indicated that both possessed at least the 7th rank of innate mastery, if not higher. The depth of the Chu family's resources was indeed terrifying, with a young master accompanied by 2 celestial beings of such caliber. Elder Chi's gaze fell upon the youthful master, contemplating. This time, the young master is surely doomed. Chu Huan turned his attention to the innate 4th rank warrior nearby, asking once more, "Why do you target me?" He had not provoked the Spirit Communication Guild, yet they unjustly pursued him, which filled him with dissatisfaction and a desire to uncover the underlying reasons. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The elderly figure in a long robe shook his head, his face etched with bitterness. He too was unaware of why the young master of the Chu family sought Chu Huan's demise. "Since you do not know, then meet your end," Chu Huan declared, abandoning further dialogue as he prepared to annihilate the group. He was intent on achieving a satisfactory resolution and uncovering the identity of those conspiring against him. At the moment Chu Huan was about to strike, 2 powerful auras locked onto him. A wildling daring to act recklessly before the young master deserved to perish. Chapter 31. 7 masters in alliance against him, Elders Ming and Qing, descended upon Chu Huan like divine beings, intent on his destruction. 2 formidable forces at the pinnacle of the innate 7th rank surged toward Chu Huan like towering mountains. Confronted by these 2 powerful adversaries, Chu Huan dared not display the slightest hint of carelessness. It appeared that he had underestimated the Spirit Commerce Guild. Rather than retreating, Chu Huan advanced resolutely, coldly declaring, "But today you must both perish." He was uncertain why these two claimed to be bastards, yet they undoubtedly knew the truth of their lineage. Thus, he resolved to subdue them first and inquire about the underlying reasons later. Sky-shattering slash. The long blade in the hands of the elder Ming emitted a blinding radiance, enveloping Chu Huan. Waves of oppressive blade energy assaulted him. Chu Huan raised his hand, countering the onslaught with a palm strike, the two forces clashing fiercely against one another. Beside him, Elder Qing bellowed in anger, "Kid, I truly underestimated you. However, you must die today." Elder Qing transformed into a fleeting shadow, his long sword dancing through the air, its dazzling light descending upon Chu Huan. The sharp sword energy pierced through Chu Huan's protective aura, aiming directly at his heart. "Get away!" Chu Huan unleashed all his might, the aura of the pinnacle of the innate ninth rank erupting powerfully. Furious Dragon Palm. He concentrated all his energy into his palm, striking fiercely at Elder Ming. To his astonishment, Elder Ming's blade energy was shattered by Chu Huan's iron-like hands. Elder Qing was also thrown back several meters by the overwhelming force radiating from Chu Huan. The expressions of both men darkened as they stared at him in disbelief. The pinnacle of the innate ninth rank? How is that possible? Elder Qing gazed at Chu Huan in incredulity, his voice trembling. It was known that even young Master Chu Ming, under the full cultivation of the Chu family, had only reached the innate fourth rank. Such cultivation was already considered extraordinary within the Chu family. Chu Huan was merely a bastard. How could his talent be so formidable? Chu Huan chose not to engage in further dialogue. "It seems I must take this seriously." He cast a cold glance at the two men, raising his hand as several streaks of light shot forth from his palm. The silver brilliance darted directly toward Elder Qing and Elder Ming. "Get away!" Realizing the imminent danger, the two hastily summoned their protective auras to counter Chu Huan's hidden weapons. Yet, the silver light pierced through their defenses with alarming ease. "Impossible!" they exclaimed, retreating in fright, raising their weapons in a futile attempt to shatter the oncoming threat. Clang! 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 Several silver needles struck their weapons, creating brilliant sparks. Their arms trembled from the force contained within the needles. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Huan unleashed another volley of silver needles. The fierce light once again aimed at them. "Ah! Ah!" The pitiful cries echoed from the mouths of Elder Qing and Elder Ming as the needles pierced through their arms, blood cascading down and staining their garments a deep crimson. The two men glared at Chu Huan with growing trepidation, utterly fearful. Witnessing the two innate seventh-rank beings rendered powerless before Chu Huan, the onlookers were engulfed in despair. How can this be? He is merely a bastard. How could he possess such strength? Standing at the pinnacle of the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce, Chu Ming's countenance turned ashen upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Ever since he encountered Chu Huan, he had perceived him as a mere pawn in his palm, convinced that he could suppress him at will. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Huan's prowess had surpassed his control. "Qi Elder, it seems we must act in unison," Chu Ming declared, his voice laced with fury. "This wretched spawn must perish." Qi Elder's expression was grave, and he remained silent for an extended period. Previously, he had been wary of the Chu family backing Chu Ming, and given Chu Huan's youthful appearance, he believed that the spirit communication chamber could easily subdue him, thus acquiescing to Chu Ming's demands. Yet, the strength that Chu Huan had just exhibited far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, the spirit communication chamber of the nine-section village would likely face annihilation. "Qi Elder, should you agree to my proposal, you will become my most loyal partner." Sensing Qi Elder's hesitation, Chu Ming spoke solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Elder finally nodded. "Very well. Since you, young Master Chu, have spoken thus, I shall not shirk my duty. May you succeed in slaying this child." Qi Elder was acutely aware of the Chu family's influence. If the spirit communication chamber could align itself with the Chu family, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for them. Profiting from commerce, having attained the desired benefits, he was naturally inclined to assist Chu Ming. "Let's strike together," Chu Ming bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura from within. He had reached the peak of the innate fifth tier. Chi Elder nodded, similarly exuding a powerful presence. He too was a formidable innate fifth-tier expert. The two leapt from the fifth floor, joining forces against Chu Huan, flanked by two innate seventh-tier experts, two innate fifth-tier experts, and one innate fourth-tier expert, summoning a total of 7 innate experts to besiege him. 7 innate powerhouses were more than sufficient to sweep through the pinnacle forces of the Han province. Can our senior truly triumph against 7 innate experts alone? Yuan Kuan pondered anxiously, observing Chu Huan's slender figure. Even if this young master were to falter, this battle would certainly elevate his renown. Indeed, he might even rival the 7 madmen. Numerous martial arts masters watched from afar, their gazes fixed on the impending confrontation. A cold smirk graced Chu Ming's lips as he looked down upon Chu Huan. "Chu Huan, I never anticipated that this wretched spawn would grow to such an extent. Nevertheless, you must die today." The prodigious talent that Chu Huan exhibited instilled in Chu Ming a profound sense of danger. He felt compelled to eliminate Chu Huan for his own peace of mind. "Who are you?" Chu Huan's piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Ming, questioning him. He had never encountered Chu Ming before, yet the latter emanated an unsettling familiarity, having been raised by his master without the presence of his parents. The insinuation that he was a wretched spawn was jarring. Clearly, this individual before him possessed knowledge of his origins. Perhaps he might glean the truth of his lineage from this man. Though Chu Huan harbored no emotional ties towards his parents, he yearned to understand the reasons behind their abandonment. "Wretched spawn, you are not worthy of knowing my identity," Chu Ming retorted haughtily, and as he spoke, he launched a forceful assault. Upon witnessing Chu Ming's assault, the formidable members of the Spirit Communication Guild, including Old Ming and Old Qing, hastily joined forces to besiege Chu Huan. 7 innate realm experts, employing overwhelming tactics, encircled him. Yet, unfazed by their combined might, Chu Huan cast a sweeping glance at the assembly before fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to do so." As he uttered these words, a soft sword was drawn from his waist. A powerful sword aura emanated from him, piercing towards the 7 adversaries. An astonishing intent surged skyward, bearing down upon them. Upon sensing this formidable sword intent, both Old Ming and Old Qing were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. In disbelief, they regarded Chu Huan, exclaiming, "Sword intent? He has actually comprehended sword intent?" Chapter 32. The Sword Slays the Master. Sword intent. Previously, when Chu Huan's cultivation reached the 9th tier of the innate realm, they had been astonished, yet their emotions remained relatively stable. Their sole intent was to apprehend him, for there were indeed prodigies within the Chu family's younger generation who had also ascended to the 9th tier. However, none had grasped the profound realms of intent. As for sword intent, among the youth, aside from a few sword enthusiasts, none had achieved such an understanding. Why do these 7 enthusiasts overshadow their peers and become unparalleled prodigies, adored by many? A significant reason lies in their comprehension of intent, forging their unique paths. To think that a wild seed from the Chu family, at such a tender age, has grasped sword intent? If the members of the Chu family were to discover this, their opinions of him would undoubtedly transform, elevating him to the status of a prodigy within the clan. Those who can comprehend such concepts are destined to transcend into the realm of metamorphosis, potentially evolving into extraordinary powers beyond. At this moment, both Old Ming and Old Qing were gripped by fear, as distinguished prodigies of the Chu family. If the family patriarch were to learn that they had participated in the attempted assassination of a heavenly prodigy who comprehended sword intent, the consequences would be unfathomable. Chu Ming, too, was startled by the sword intent displayed by Chu Huan. At this juncture, his feelings toward Chu Huan were not merely resentment, but also a deep-seated envy. It was imperative they could not allow this wild seed to remain, for the repercussions would be dire. Chu Ming's gaze turned more murderous as he contemplated Chu Huan. He understood all too well that if news of Chu Huan's sword intent were to reach the Chu family, their stance would shift dramatically. His own fate would then become exceedingly grim. Why do you hesitate? Act swiftly and eliminate this child. Chu Ming bellowed frantically at Old Ming and Old Qing. The two elders, gripped by trepidation, cast fearful glances at Chu Huan, reluctant to strike. Sensing their hesitation, Chu Ming admonished them. If he truly returns to the Chu family, can you bear the consequences of your actions? His words struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them in stunned silence. Indeed, should Chu Huan return to the Chu family, revealing their murderous intentions, they would be as good as dead. Rather than allowing Chu Huan to rejoin the clan, it would be better to eliminate him. Exchanging glances fraught with intent, they steeled themselves. Let us act. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forth to confront Chu Huan. This time they dare not hold back. In this fierce battle, one side is destined to perish. The moment the elder of the underworld and the elder of the azure struck, the heavens and earth were infused with a terrifying aura of blades and swords. The fearsome energy accompanying their assault enveloped Chu Huan entirely. The other innate masters, collaborating with the two elders, unleashed their full strength. The combined presence of the 7 innate warriors was sufficient to injure an ordinary martial arts master. Senior Chu, be cautious, Yuan Kuan exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. Although he was on the verge of entering the innate realm, he lacked the qualification to partake in this confrontation. Relegated to merely praying for Chu Huan's victory, others around were equally curious about the outcome of this day. Bring it on. Chu Huan laughed heartily, exhilaration coursing through him. It had been ages since he had unleashed his full potential. The soft sword at his waist had not tasted blood in years. Today, he would christen it with the blood of several innate warriors. Solar Slash. Chu Huan summoned the sword intent within him, transforming it into sharp sword energies that coalesced into genuine chi swords. In an instant, as he raised his hand, the sword energies that had gathered behind him surged forth, targeting the adversaries. The formidable sword intent pierced towards the 7 innate masters. Bang! 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 The overwhelming force effortlessly punctured the bodies of the 7. The innate masters were utterly defenseless before Chu Huan's might. Phew! Chu Ming gazed at his own chest, now riddled with wounds, filled with disbelief as he stammered. How could you be so strong? As a 5th-grade innate master, even a typical 6th-grade opponent would not match him. Yet, he could not withstand a single blow from Chu Huan. This was an unbearable reality. With a cold snort, Chu Huan swung his sword. Elder Qi and the other members of the Spirit Communication Guild fell victim to his blade, their heads severed. The crimson blood splattered across the entirety of the guild. Witnessing this scene, many were left pale and shaken. Dragon Feiyong, the head of the dragon family, trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. The image of Chu Huan, like a demonic deity, was indelibly etched in his mind. In this lifetime, he would rather provoke the king of hell than offend Chu Huan. It was too terrifying. Not only him, but the other martial arts masters lurking in the shadows were also quaking in fear at Chu Huan's overwhelming presence, which had indelibly marked their hearts. This individual was not to be trifled with. Crimson blood splattered onto Chu Ming. The scalding liquid horrified him, draining the color from his face. With a twisted expression, he glared at Chu Huan. You bastard! You cannot kill me. I am a direct descendant of the Chu family. Chu Ming attempted to threaten Chu Huan, but before he could finish his sentence, Chu Huan struck with his sword. Chu Ming's arm was severed in an instant. Ah! A sound akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from Chu Ming's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. If you dare to bark again, I will end you. The chilling aura emanating from Chu Huan's blade enveloped Chu Ming. The sword energy sliced through his skin, sending waves of pain throughout his body. He realized that Chu Huan was indeed capable of killing him. Silenced, Chu Ming glared at Chu Huan with venomous eyes. Speak. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? Chu Huan inquired indifferently. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, glaring back at Chu Huan. Bastard. I will never tell you. As soon as his words escaped his lips, Chu Huan struck down with his sword. Chu Ming's head was severed, and until his last breath, he could not fathom that he had been slain in such a manner. Did he truly consider himself merely a vegetable? Chu Huan regarded Chu Ming with disdain. He turned to the elders, Ming Lao and Qing Lao, and asked, "Will you speak?" The death of Chu Ming deeply stirred the souls of both elders. Chu Huan was a madman, one who would kill at the slightest provocation. "I will speak. I will." Qing Lao quickly nodded, exclaiming, "You are the abandoned child of the Chu family, the target of their collective wrath. As for why they wish to end your life, I do not know." Chu Huan glanced at Ming Lao, inquiring, "And you?" "I only know this much." Ming Lao trembled. The truth from years past eluded them. But he was certain that Chu Huan was a bastard, a disgrace to the Chu family, and they had to eliminate him. "What use is it to keep you if you know nothing?" Chu Huan wasted no time, swinging his sword toward the two. In a flash of light, both were forcefully slain by Chu Huan. Though he yearned to understand their connection to him, he found no reason to engage in further discourse with such a tedious lot. If necessary, he would seek the truth himself. He had a foreboding sense that the sudden suppression of his master 3 years ago, alongside his own diminished strength, was intricately linked to this so-called Chu family. Nevertheless, regardless of any connection between the Chu family and his master-as predicament, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. "Senior, you are truly formidable," Yuan Kuan exclaimed, gazing at the corpses strewn about, as he rushed to Chu Huan, his face alight with admiration. Initially, he believed their situation to be one of inevitable demise, given the immense power of the Spirit Commerce Association. Yet, it now appeared that his vision had been woefully limited. Chu Huan's strength exceeded anything he could have imagined. "Enough of your flattery." Chu Huan shot Yuan Kuan a glance, instructing, "The Spirit Commerce Association possesses many valuable items. Ensure you account for them thoroughly so we can take them with us." The Spirit Commerce Association sought to kill him, and he had effortlessly obliterated them in return. The items they possessed were merely a small price to pay for their misdeeds. In the future, the Spirit Commerce Association would pay a far greater price for their actions. Whether it be the Chu family or the Spirit Commerce Association, this was merely the inception of Chu Huan's retribution. Chapter 33. Winds of Change. Yuan Kuan wasted no time. He thoroughly scoured the Spirit Commerce Association for their treasures, even capturing several of their staff to assist in loading the items onto carts. Elated by the bounty, he nonetheless ensured that all of Chu Huan's desired items were delivered to him. Chu Huan sat within the Spirit Commerce Association, awaiting Yuan Kuan's completion of the task. Patriarch Long Fei Yong pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Long Fei Yong, accompanied by a group from the Long family, approached the Spirit Commerce Association respectfully, wishing to pay a visit to Chu Huan. "Get lost," Chu Huan coldly rebuffed. He harbored no fondness for the Long family of the provincial city. Not long ago, they had sought to capture him to cure Long Fei Yang's ailments. Had it not been for his desire to avoid trouble, he would have eradicated that group on the spot. Now, Long Fei Yang dared to visit him. Chu Huan's restraint in not killing him was already a show of mercy. "Yes, esteemed elder." Long Fei Yang spoke bitterly, his voice laced with resignation. Beside him, Xiao Xiao felt an increasing sense of regret upon hearing Chu Huan's commanding words. Had she known of Chu Huan's formidable strength during their initial acquaintance, she would have undoubtedly endeavored to curry favor with him. Reflecting on her past demeanor towards Chu Huan only deepened her remorse. Subsequently, a number of individuals sought to pay their respects to Chu Huan, only to be rebuffed by his stern reprimands. After acquiring the medicinal herbs he required, Chu Huan immediately immersed himself in rigorous training, diligently practicing the martial techniques he had learned from the Zhou family. The technique of Vitality Burst proved to be intricate, fraught with the risk of injury if not approached with caution. After laboring for half a day, he finally managed to grasp the method of cultivation. Vitality Burst is a formidable martial art capable of compressing the true energy or vital force within oneself. By compressing merely 10% of his innate vital force, Chu Huan was able to unleash a strike powerful enough to vanquish a formidable opponent of the 9th rank. This ongoing compression of his innate vital force would undoubtedly confer significant benefits to his cultivation. Remarkably, this session of training brought him closer to the threshold of the transformation realm. He was confident that it would not be long before he successfully broke through. His recent journey had indeed been fruitful. Chu Huan wore a satisfied smile, having not only uncovered information about his lineage, but also perfected the vitality burst technique, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Furthermore, he had procured a millennium-old blood ginseng, a treasure that aids martial artists in their training and prolongs the lifespan of ordinary individuals. The blood ginseng also possessed beautifying properties for Xiao Shui, and he contemplated giving it to her for that purpose. If others were to learn that Chu Huan intended to offer the millennium-old blood ginseng to Lin Shui merely for her beauty, many would surely rise against him in fury. It was time to return to Han City. Having completed his endeavors, Chu Huan and Yuan Kun made their way back to Han City. In the wake of the events at the 9-section stronghold, Chu Huan's reputation had spread far and wide. Many had come to recognize the prowess of a young master who had decisively overpowered numerous masters of the Spirit Communication Association, single-handedly uprooting their stronghold in the 9-section stronghold without leaving a trace. However, the identity of this young master remained a mystery. All that was known was that his surname was Chu, of the Chu family. What? 4 masters and 2 grandmasters have perished, and you do not even know who the perpetrator is? What use is there in keeping such incompetent fools? The Southern Division President of the Spirit Communication Association raged at his subordinates. The loss of 4 martial arts masters and 2 grandmasters at once was an overwhelming burden for him to report to his superiors. What further infuriated him was their ignorance regarding the identity of the assailant, save for the knowledge that it was a young master with the surname Chu. President Jiang, someone from the Chu family, has visited the 9-section stronghold. Suddenly, an elder named Zhang Chong spoke gravely, his expression serious. Which Chu family? Jiang Shan inquired, perplexed. The Chu family of Qingzhou. Zhang Chong hesitated momentarily before revealing the name of the family that inspired trepidation in many. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Communication Association fell silent. President Jiang Shan remained mute for a considerable time before finally stating, I shall consult the headquarters regarding this matter and allow them to make the determination. If it were any other faction, the Spirit Communication Association would show no fear whatsoever. However, the Chu family of Qingzhou is not to be trifled with. The Chu family of Qingzhou. What? My son is dead? Investigate. Find out who did this. Upon hearing the news of Chu Ming's demise, Chu Qingge was consumed by rage. It had always been the Chu family of Qingzhou that dealt death to others, who would dare to harm their descendants. No matter who it was, he vowed to annihilate their entire lineage. Third Master, the young master, visited the Spirit Communication Chamber, and, according to our findings, he was slain by a young master surnamed Chu. The elderly man gazed at Chu Qingge in trepidation as he spoke solemnly. A young master with the surname Chu? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingge's body trembled, a chilling aura emanating from within him. Could it be that wretched spawn? He clenched his fists, and, in that moment, his fury erupted. No matter who dared to take my son's life, I shall ensure they are torn to shreds. Let be known, whoever provides information leading to the one who murdered my son, I, the Chu family, will assist them in becoming a martial arts master. Those who attain such mastery shall be welcomed as esteemed guests of the Chu family and rewarded with a profound martial technique. Understood, Third Master. Subsequently, the Spirit Communication Chamber also concluded that the destruction of a 9-section village's branch was related to the young master with the surname Chu. Thus, the martial arts community embarked on a fervent search for Chu Huan. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chu Huan, was enjoying a day at the amusement park with Lin Shui. Brother-in-law, Mother mentioned last night that she wishes to return home, Lin Shui said with a mix of guilt and reluctance. Why? Isn't she doing well here? Chu Huan inquired. Puzzled. It had only been 2 days since he left. Why was Lin's mother already contemplating leaving Han City? She stayed at the Lin family for my sake. And now that she sees I can manage on my own, she wishes to return to the countryside to live the life she desires, Lin Shui explained. It's rather lonely for her here, being in unfamiliar surroundings. Then let us find a time to send her back. Chu Huan understood Lin's mother's sentiments. Lin Shui was currently in a period of career advancement, often occupied with work and sometimes not returning home for days. Indeed, Lin's mother must feel quite solitary at home. Do you agree? Lin Shui asked, her face lighting up. Mother was afraid of troubling us and has already purchased train tickets for the day after tomorrow. Ah, you complete your affairs, and only then inform me? Just wait and see how I shall punish you." As he spoke, Chu Huan playfully reached for Lin Shui. "Please, I was wrong. Don't, husband," Lin Shui immediately pleaded. Lin Shui's sudden address of him as husband sent a wave of excitement through Chu Huan. He joyfully embraced her, grinning as he asked, "What did you just call me?" I. Lin Shui's face bloomed like a peach blossom, a rosy hue overtaking her, and she stammered, unable to find her words. Just as Chu Huan prepared to press further, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. "You old hag. Do you have any idea how much these shoes cost? Are you going to pay? Will you pay with your life?" Chapter 34. Come over and apologize. The commotion drew the attention of Chu Huan and Lin Shui, who rushed toward the crowd upon seeing Lin's mother being dragged and humiliated. "It was your son who deliberately knocked over my milk tea, spilling it onto my shoes. How can you be so unreasonable?" Lin's mother protested, her expression filled with indignation. "My son is so well-behaved. He would never spill your milk tea. You lack discernment and dare to tarnish my son's reputation. You old hag, this is utterly outrageous," exclaimed the woman with a plump face, gripping Lin's mother's clothing with fury. "Apologize to my son at once, and make your family compensate me for these shoes, or I will ensure your demise." "Mother, she did it on purpose." A child tugged at the plump-faced woman, pointing accusatorily at Lin's mother. "I did not." Lin's mother attempted to approach the child to confront them. The plump-faced woman, seeing this, forcefully shoved her. Having just been discharged from the hospital, Lin's mother, already frail, fell to the ground. Witnessing Lin's mother tumble, the woman's wrath intensified. "What do you intend to do? In broad daylight. Do you wish to extort me? Look at this old crone. She assaulted my son, splashed milk tea on me, and now seeks to feign victimhood. Come and witness this." Under the plump-faced woman's relentless provocation, a crowd of uninformed onlookers began to chastise Lin's mother. "This is outrageous. At her age, still engaging in fraud. Indeed, disrespectful to her elders. Wickedness has merely aged." The cacophony of disparaging remarks echoed in Lin's mother's ears. "No, it was her son who pushed me." Lin's mother frantically tried to clarify. TSK, still playing the victim. "How disgusting." The plump-faced woman haughtily accused Lin's mother. I did not. Lin's mother repeatedly shook her head, nearly on the brink of collapse from the crowd's accusations. "Mother, what on earth is happening?" Lin Shui and Chu Huan, having pushed through the throng, inquired. "Just in time. This old hag spilled milk tea on my shoes and now wants to extort me. What do you intend to offer as compensation?" The plump-faced woman loomed menacingly, her demeanor predatory. Lin Shui attempted to explain, but Chu Huan raised his hand and struck the plump-faced woman across the face. "Apologize to my mother." Unaware of the specifics of the altercation, he refused to permit anyone to insult Lin's mother. "How dare you hit a woman, you filthy thug?" The plump-faced woman attempted to retaliate, but Chu Huan, unyielding, struck her again. "If you cannot speak respectfully, I will ensure you learn to." His tone was frigid, his voice a thunderous warning. Faced with Chu Huan's fierce countenance, the plump-faced woman was rendered speechless, too frightened to continue her tirade. The spectators who had previously been gossiping recognized Chu Huan's intimidating presence and fell silent. "Mother, what truly transpired?" Chu Huan quietly inquired of Lin's mother. She recounted the events in detail. "You old hag." The plump-faced woman interjected once more, but Chu Huan retaliated with 2 swift slaps to her face. The force of the blows sent her crashing to the ground, emitting anguished cries. With venomous eyes, she glared at Chu Huan, her expression icy with resentment. In her heart, she vowed, "You may be bold now, but wait until my husband arrives. You will rue this day." Chu Huan was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The plump-faced woman, for the moment, refrained from provoking him further. Earlier, she had discreetly messaged her husband, the general manager of the amusement park, a man of considerable stature in Han City. Dealing with a ruffian like Chu Huan would be a trivial matter for him. Chu Huan gazed coldly at the corpulent woman and inquired, "Is what my mother said true?" If it were indeed as Lin's mother claimed, that the hefty woman had deliberately slandered her, Chu Huan would not hesitate to make her pay dearly. Conversely, should Lin's mother be at fault, Chu Huan would ensure appropriate compensation, including medical expenses. Even if what she said is true, What does it matter? The portly woman retorted, her visage twisted with rage. You assaulted me. I will ensure you face the consequences. Let me inform you, my husband has already summoned reinforcements, and he will arrive within 3 minutes. When he does, it will not only be you who suffers, but also your companions. Dare to strike me, and I shall annihilate you. Her declaration elicited astonished glances from the onlookers, particularly the bystanders who began to reproach the corpulent woman. Silence, she barked. Anyone who dares to speak ill of me, just wait until my husband arrives. I will end you. No sooner had she finished speaking than a sharply dressed man appeared in the distance, flanked by a dozen security personnel. My dear, who dares to bully you? Speak to me. Chu Huan stormed over, his rage ignited by a message from his wife. How could anyone dare to affront his wife on his territory? It was an affront to his dignity. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure that the offender paid a hefty price. Thus, he summoned 2/3 of the amusement park security to deliver a stern lesson to the perpetrator. It's this scoundrel. The corpulent woman rushed to Chu Huan's side, lamenting, and that old hag too. Husband, you must help me take revenge. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Huan, her complexion drained of color. Chu Huan had never anticipated that his wife had provoked such a formidable adversary. Gritting his teeth, he glared furiously at the corpulent woman and demanded, what exactly transpired? Explain yourself. Under normal circumstances, Chu Huan would have first reprimanded the offender and then demanded an apology. But he was faced with Chu Huan, the very being to whom even the head of the Jiang family owed an apology. To chastise such a person? That would be tantamount to courting death. Dear husband, she hit me, and she has slandered our son. The corpulent woman seethed through clenched teeth, convinced that Chu Huan would vindicate her. Upon hearing her words, Chu Huan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He knew his wife's character all too well. Her admission indicated her awareness of her own culpability. The situation was spiraling, and he was uncertain how to navigate it. Apologize, Chu Huan hissed, his teeth grinding. What? She retorted incredulously. You called me here to have me apologize? You expect me to let this scoundrel off the hook? Beat him into submission, or I shall not find peace. I demand that you apologize to this gentleman. Chu Huan bellowed in fury at his wife, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Chu Huan, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize to him? Let me assure you, if you do not teach this scoundrel a proper lesson today, our lives will be intolerable. The corpulent woman sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Chu Huan approached the woman with a round face and delivered 2 swift kicks to her head. I demand you apologize to young Master Chu. So hurry up and get on with it. Chapter 35. Have Lin Shui come to accompany me. I'm sorry. I apologize. The woman pleaded desperately, tears streaming down her face. The onlookers cast disdainful glances in her direction. Auntie, I truly apologize. It was not my intention. The woman bowed deeply before Lin's mother. Kneel and apologize. Chu Huan shouted angrily. Without hesitation, the woman knelt before Lin's mother. There is no need for such formality, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved, Lin's mother said, startled, as she hurried to help the woman up. It's all right, just don't let this happen again. I promise I won't behave like this again. The woman nodded earnestly. Chu Huan shook his head at the scene. Lin's mother was far too kind-hearted. If that woman had encountered someone else today, the outcome would have been quite different. The aggressive demeanor Chu Huan displayed, accompanied by a large group of security personnel, made that abundantly clear. He stepped forward, coldly inquiring, Do you know who I am? Chu Huan, filled with trepidation, glanced at Chu Huan and replied, I had the fortune of encountering you at the Jiang family gathering. He lowered himself significantly, fearful of offending the imposing figure before him. Chu Huan nodded slightly. You have surely done this sort of thing before, haven't you? From the outset, Chu Huan sought to intimidate without understanding the circumstances. They were well acquainted with such tactics, executing them without a hint of moral burden. Chu Huan despised individuals like this, those who strike hard at the weak yet cower before the strong. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Chu Huan feigned a smile, his tone lacking conviction. I cannot concern myself with your past actions, but if you dare to bully my family, you shall face the consequences, Chu Huan asserted, placing a firm hand on Chu Huan's arm. An excruciating pain shot through Chu Huan's limb. His arm became utterly immobilized, a sudden wave of weakness causing him to collapse to the ground. "My arm," he cried in despair, looking up at Chu Huan, filled with resentment. Deep down, he realized that his arm was effectively rendered useless. With a frigid tone, Chu Huan commanded, "From this day forth, I do not wish to see you in Hansheng. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." "Yes, I understand." Changshan knelt on the ground, too fearful to resist. He recognized that Chu Huan's decree had irrevocably shattered his future. Given that his arm was incapacitated, securing even a mundane job would prove exceedingly difficult. His life, as he knew it, was over. "Auntie, Xiaoxue, let us depart," Chu Huan said, supporting Lin's mother as they exited the amusement park. As they left, the faint cries of the round-faced woman begging for mercy echoed behind them. Throughout their journey, Lin's mother appeared somewhat uneasy. Chu Huan understood that the earlier incident weighed heavily on her mind. He smiled at Lin Shui, saying, "Xiaoxue, do you think I was too harsh on that woman?" Lin Shui nodded, perplexed as to why Chu Huan had to be so severe with that family. "But they have already apologized. If that round-faced woman had encountered someone else today, what do you think the outcome would have been?" The words of Chu Huan caused Lin Shui to shudder slightly. Were it an ordinary individual, Chang Shuren would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Chu Huan let out a deep sigh, expressing his helplessness. Some people should never hold even the slightest power. Otherwise, they will wield their authority to torment others to the fullest. Such individuals do not deserve to remain. Whether it be Chang Shuren or the portly-faced woman, they both adopt an air of superiority when dealing with the common folk. Otherwise, how could they raise such unruly children? Allowing them to act with impunity will only lead to more individuals suffering at their hands. Such people do not deserve a chance to rise. Lin Shui nodded, glancing at her mother. The rigid expression on Lin Mu's face finally softened into a smile. "Little Chu, I misunderstood you." "Auntie, what do you mean?" Chu Huan feigned ignorance. A faint smile graced Lin Shui's face, deepening her affection for Chu Huan. Subsequently, Lin Shui and Chu Huan accompanied Lin Mu for an entire day. The two had initially planned to escort Lin Mu back to her hometown, but she firmly declined. "President Lin, please hurry back. There's trouble at the company." Ji Tao spoke urgently to Lin Shui. The news caused Lin Shui to furrow her brow slightly. "What exactly is happening?" she asked in a low voice. "The individual claims to be the young master of the Zhang family from the provincial city. He wishes to discuss acquisition matters with us. When we refused, they injured our security personnel and threatened to vandalize our company." Ji Tao said, his anxiety palpable. "I will be there immediately." Lin Shui's face clouded with concern. In the past, she had dealings with the Zhang family from the provincial city. The young master had been excessively arrogant and had even insisted she spend the night with him to secure a partnership with the Lin Group, prompting Lin Shui to abandon the collaboration. It was unexpected that they would act so brazenly. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Seeing the troubled expression on Lin Shui's face, Chu Huan asked with a smile. Lin Shui shook her head, stating, "No need, I can handle this matter." "Very well." Chu Huan nodded. "I have no pressing matters at the moment. I will visit your company and take a look at your usual work environment." Observing Chu Huan's relaxed demeanor, Lin Shui understood that he wished to preserve his dignity and ensure his safety. This thought filled her with comfort. "All right." Lin Shui did not refuse and headed to the company with Chu Huan. "You lot of worthless scum think you can negotiate with me?" Zhang Baiqi lounged in the chairman's seat of the Lin Group, his leg crossed over the other. Behind him stood 8 burly, intimidating bodyguards. Ji Tao and the others knelt on the ground, too intimidated to speak. "What are you still standing around for? Hurry and get Lin Shui here to entertain me." Zhang Baiqi shouted furiously. As they entered the chairman's office, Zhang Baiqi's irate voice reached their ears. Chu Huan's expression turned icy as he glanced at Lin Shui. "Xiao Shui, it seems this matter requires my intervention." Lin Shui was his woman. Someone sought to humiliate him, and now they had come to his company. If he took another step back, they would only grow more arrogant. "All right," Lin Shui agreed without further hesitation. She was acutely aware of Zhang Baiqi's motives for troubling the Lin Group. Given the current capabilities of the Lin Group, they could only engage in a delicate dance with the Zhang family. For their company to flourish swiftly, A stable environment was essential. Chu Huan was confident in assisting her with these trivial matters, which was indeed a boon for her. Once inside, just observe. Chu Huan's expression turned cold, an imperceptible aura of menace emanating from him. Today, I shall ensure that everyone understands the consequences for those who dare to set their sights on you. As he spoke, Chu Huan pushed open the door to the office. Instantly, Zhang Baiqi's attention was captured by the entrance of Lin Shui. His eyes sparkled with a sinister light, fixated intently on Lin Shui's alluring figure. "Ah, you finally arrived?" Zhang Baiqi exclaimed, clapping his hands on the table, a grin spreading across his face as he addressed Lin Shui. "Ms. Lin, have a seat. Let us discuss our collaboration." Lin Shui was filled with revulsion at Zhang Baiqi's gaze. Just as she prepared to speak, Chu Huan stepped in front of her. "Leave this to me. I shall have a proper discussion with him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiqi was enraged. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Huan, bellowing, "Who do you think you are to speak with me?" A slight smirk graced Chu Huan's lips as he approached Zhang Baiqi, seizing his clothing and lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. "What are you doing?" Zhang Baiqi's protest was cut short as Chu Huan executed a swift throw, landing him on the ground. Standing over Zhang Baiqi's head, his voice was laced with icy disdain. "Now, do you understand what I am?" Zhang Baiqi's face was pressed against the ground, his strength waning as he struggled to break free, but Chu Huan's grip was unyielding. The pain radiated through his face, making even the simplest utterance a monumental challenge. "Why you dare strike me? I am Zhang Baiqi." He attempted to threaten Chu Huan. In response, Chu Huan delivered a brutal kick to Zhang Baiqi's abdomen. Blood spurted from Zhang Baiqi's mouth as he felt as though he had been struck by a truck, his insides roiling. "You useless fools! Why are you still standing there? Finish this brat off!" Zhang Baiqi shouted furiously at the 8 bodyguards. You truly do not heed caution until faced with calamity. Observing Zhang Baiqi's attempts to resist, Chu Huan landed 2 more kicks. Several of Zhang Baiqi's ribs cracked under the force, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, unable to move. "Please stop. I was wrong," Zhang Baiqi pleaded, genuinely terrified of further punishment, fearing for his life. Chu Huan let out a cold laugh. "Now tell me, what brings you here?" "I just came to take a look. Nothing more." Zhang Baiqi, not being foolish, realized that Chu Huan's aggression stemmed from his interest in Lin Shui. Admitting he was there to pursue Lin Shui would certainly lead to his demise at Chu Huan's hands. "Is that so?" Chu Huan grinned, tightening his fists as he prepared to strike. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a barrage of blows, landing over a dozen punches before finally pausing. Zhang Baiqi, with a woeful expression, turned to Chu Huan and asked, "Brother, why are you hitting me?" Witnessing the arrogant and audacious Zhang Baiqi being beaten down like a dead dog by Chu Huan brought immense satisfaction to the members of the Lin group. The extent of his prior arrogance was now matched by his current misfortune. "I simply wish to strike you. Is that unacceptable?" Chu Huan uttered coldly. "Please stop. I was wrong." Zhang Baiqi was genuinely terrified. Throughout his life, he had never endured as much punishment as he had today. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. "What brings you here today?" Chu Huan inquired once more. Trembling with fear, Zhang Baiqi stammered, "To discuss cooperation." "Xiaoxue, young Master Zhang has already agreed to collaborate with us. Please present him with the contract we prepared earlier." Chu Huan said with a grin. "Remember, he receives only half the profit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiqi's complexion transformed, becoming paler than a pig's liver. He dared not protest. Otherwise, Chu Huan would swiftly teach him a lesson in humility. Soon, Lin Shui had the contract ready and handed it to Zhang Baiqi. Under the threat of Chu Huan, Zhang Baiqi signed the contract and, accompanied by his subordinates, fled the Lin group in utter disgrace. As Zhang Baiqi departed, Lin Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. She urgently addressed Chu Huan, brother-in-law. After all, Zhang Baiqi is from the Zhang family in the provincial capital. Will they not retaliate? If they adhere to the terms of the contract, I may spare Zhang Baiqi's life. However, should they choose to act recklessly, I would not hesitate to send them to meet the king of hell. Chu Huan declared, his murderous intent palpable. Given his temperament, he would have already eliminated Zhang Baiqi. but the latter still held some utility for Lin Shui. Otherwise, he would have perished 100 times over. Seeing Chu Huan exude such confidence, Lin Shui felt somewhat helpless. The Zhang family from the provincial capital was not so easily intimidated. Rest assured, the Zhang family will not dare to take any extreme actions, he reassured her, noting her continued concern. Simultaneously, he resolved to pay a visit to the Zhang family to neutralize this potential threat. If they were sensible, all would be well. If they sought their own destruction, Chu Huan would be more than willing to assist them on their journey. All right, I trust you, Lin Shui replied with a slight smile and a nod. The incident involving Zhang Baiqi had instigated considerable unrest within the company. As the chairwoman, Lin Shui had the responsibility to reassure the employees. After resolving this matter, Chu Huan took his leave. Yuan Cohen stood beside Chu Huan, his face alight with joy. After several days of training and under Chu Huan's guidance, he had finally broken through to the innate realm, becoming a genuine martial arts master. Yuan Cohen appeared noticeably younger and more spirited. Senior Chu, there will be a martial arts exchange conference in the provincial capital soon. Renowned martial artists from the region will participate. I wonder if you would be interested in attending? Yuan Cohen stated, getting straight to the point. Not interested. Chu Huan flatly declined Yuan Cohen's invitation. A mere provincial martial arts tournament would attract only those who had yet to enter the innate realm. For him to attend would be akin to a middle-aged man fighting in a kindergarten. Would he not end up punching the nursing home on South Mountain and kicking the kindergarten in Beihai? Although he had anticipated being refused, Yuan Cohen still felt a pang of disappointment. Since the senior is unwilling to attend, I shall pave the way for you, Yuan Cohen said with a smile. Many are aware that Yuan Cohen is backed by a youthful master. This time, with Yuan Cohen's invitation, many are eager to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic young master. However, Chu Huan is reluctant to reveal himself, leaving Yuan Cohen at a loss. Do your best, Chu Huan encouraged, patting Yuan Cohen on the shoulder. With a wry smile, Yuan Cohen bid farewell and departed. Shortly after Yuan Cohen's departure, a call came in from Huang Jianhua. Master, I have encountered a peculiar ailment and would like to seek your counsel. Are you available? This old fellow remains true to his nature. He never reaches out unless absolutely necessary. Where are you? Chu Huan inquired coolly. A condition that leaves even Huang Jianhua at a standstill could hardly be conveyed in a few words over the phone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called. I'm in the provincial capital. Master, could you come over? Huang Jianhua asked with a smile. Initially, Chu Huan was disinclined to head to the provincial capital. But recalling his earlier promise to Lin Shui to address matters concerning the Zhang family, he hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Where shall we meet? Thank you, Master. I'll await your arrival, Huang Jianhua exclaimed, filled with excitement. After hanging up, Huang Jianhua sent Chu Huan a location pin. Just as Chu Huan stepped outside, a red Ferrari came to a halt before his villa. Jiang Mu Rong rushed out of the car, her face etched with urgency. Chu Shini, do you have a moment? I'm in dire need of your help. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Mu Rong pulled Chu Huan into the vehicle. Miss Jiang, what is the matter? I have patients in the provincial capital awaiting my treatment, Chu Huan remarked with a wry smile, noting her anxious demeanor. Ah, you're also going to the provincial capital to treat someone? That is splendid. A friend of Shi Yu's has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and many doctors are at their wits' end. I wish to ask Chu Shini to take a look, Jiang Mu Rong said with eager anticipation. A friend? Whose friend? Chu Huan questioned, somewhat perplexed. You'll find out when you get there, Jiang Mu Rong replied, activating the navigation system as they drove towards the provincial capital. Curious about the destination, Chu Huan asked, Is that friend named a buyer? How did you know? Jiang Mu Rong stared at him in astonishment. Could it be that Chu Huan not only possesses medical skills, but also the gift of prophecy? Chapter 37. The stalwart Chu Huan and Jiang Mu Rong. Chu Huan, of course, is not a fortune teller. Huang Jianhua summoned him to the provincial capital for buyer-s treatment. Little did he expect that the patient Jiang Mu Rong spoke of would indeed be her. Since it is the same person, let us hasten our journey, Chu Huan said without further ado. The two set off together to the residence in the provincial capital. Chu Shini, are you aware that there is a martial arts competition in 3 days in the provincial capital? Jiang Mu Rong asked curiously. I'm aware. You practice martial arts as well. Would you care to join me in the competition? Chu Huan suggested, noticing the spark of excitement in her eyes. Chu Huan had been spending his days at home. Jiang Mu Rong yearned for a moment alone with him, but lacked an excuse. The last time she managed to coax him out, her plans were thwarted by Qin Shiyu. This time, with Chu Huan accompanying her to Han Province. She was determined to carve out time for an intimate encounter with him. Only then could she fully comprehend the depths of Chu Huan. Not interested. With the same rationale, Chu Huan politely declined Jiang Mu Rong's request. Jiang Mu Rong pouted, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Huan, murmuring, "You blockhead. Why can't you grasp the situation?" Noticing her discontented expression, Chu Huan inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiang Mu Rong, visibly irritated, retorted, "It's nothing, I just don't want to talk to you." As she focused on driving, she secretly cursed Chu Huan in her heart. Stupid blockhead, insufferable fool. Chu Huan gazed at Jiang Mu Rong in confusion. Is this woman unwell? Just moments ago, they were conversing amiably, and now she suddenly erupts in anger? It was utterly perplexing. Chu Huan chose not to engage further with Jiang Mu Rong, narrowing his eyes and feigning sleep. Upon seeing Chu Huan reclining in the passenger seat, Jiang Mu Rong fumed, her nostrils flaring with indignation. If she were not at a disadvantage against him, she would have gladly given him a couple of punches. 2 hours later, they arrived at the in-family residence. "Master, you have finally arrived." Immediately upon alighting from the vehicle, Huang Jianhua, visibly anxious, pulled Chu Huan towards Bei heiress room. What on earth happened? Chu Huan inquired with curiosity. The eldest daughter of the in-family suddenly fell into a coma yesterday. No method has been effective in rousing her. What astonishes me further is that her pulse remains normal. Huang Jianhua's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness as he continued. However, her internal energy appears to be unstable, at risk of dissipating at any moment. Energy is crucial for propelling and regulating the human metabolism, sustaining the essence of life. Should her energy dissipate entirely, her life would inevitably cease. I shall investigate the matter forthwith. During their journey, they encountered no interruptions. They swiftly arrived at the door of Bei Heir's hospital room. There lay a woman on the bed, her face heart-shaped, with willow-like brows arching delicately above her eyes. Her long eyelashes were tightly clumped together, and her exquisite features resembled that of an ethereal being. Though she appeared outwardly normal, her breath was strikingly faint, teetering on the brink of peril. The family members of Bei Heir wore expressions of deep worry, some with closed eyes in prayer, beseeching for her well-being. "Divine healer, you have finally come." The patriarch of the family hurriedly approached Chu Huan, imploring, "Please, I beg you, save my daughter. I will do my utmost." Chu Huan replied as he stepped beside Bei Heir and began to take her pulse. His expression grew solemn, occasionally shaking his head. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his examination. "Master, what is the verdict?" Huang Jianhua asked anxiously. "She has been poisoned, compounded by a previous curse placed upon her, which has led to her current condition," Chu Huan elucidated. "Divine healer, do you possess the means to save her?" And Qi Shan, the head of the in-family, implored, nearly kneeling before him. "If you can rescue her, the in-family is willing to pay any price." Observing in Qi Shan's desperation, Chu Huan nodded. Although her ailment was indeed formidable, it was not entirely insurmountable. However, Chu Huan intoned gravely, "The parasites within her are intricately connected to the Miao culture. To treat her, we must extract these parasites from her body. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" At this revelation, Qi Shan's countenance paled. "No, absolutely not." A middle-aged man immediately interjected. Chu Huan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing silence. He was merely a physician, reluctant to meddle in the affairs of others. Should the in-family wish to save and buy her, he would naturally extend his assistance. However, he had no inclination to involve himself further. "Is there no other way?" And Qi Shan inquired in a grave tone. Chu Huan replied with a shake of his head, "None. You have merely half an hour to deliberate. After that, even divine intervention may prove futile." And Qi Shan's countenance darkened, his inner turmoil palpable. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Save her. I implore the divine physician to rescue my daughter." "Very well. Chu Huan responded without further ado. He retrieved silver needles from his robe. With the needles in hand, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of formidable strength. A powerful stream of true energy coursed through the needles, causing them to shimmer brilliantly. Chu Huan deftly inserted the needles into the acupoints of Shun Tsang, Shun Ke, Chi Hu, Tianzong, and others. In the span of a mere minute, an buyer was adorned with a multitude of silver needles. Utilizing the needles, Chu Huan channeled true energy through an buyer's various meridians. Soon, wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the needles, each one tainted with venom. Quickly, prepare dog blood and a basin of clean water. Chu Huan suddenly instructed in Qishan. Without hesitation, and Qishan commanded his subordinates to prepare the necessary items. Before long, the clean water was placed beside Chu Huan. Channeling the true energy within him, he expelled the toxins from an buyer's body into the fingertip of his left hand. Swiftly, he pierced her hand to create a small opening. Dark venom mixed with blood flowed from an buyer's finger into the basin, filling it with a murky blackness in an instant. Bring the dog blood, Chu Huan urged immediately. Soon, steaming dog blood was set beside him. Everyone, step back. Chu Huan glanced at the onlookers, his voice grave. Upon hearing his command, Huang Jianhua quickly ushered everyone out of the room. Come out. They heard Chu Huan bark. Subsequently, peculiar and sinister insects danced joyfully in the black dog blood. The sight of the black insects left the family members pale with fear, and Qishan sighed deeply, his expression a portrait of resignation. After expelling the insect from a buyer's body, Chu Huan swiftly annihilated them with his innate vigor. At that very moment in Miaojiang, a spurt of blood erupted from Miao Tianlong's mouth. His eyes burned crimson as he bellowed in despair. Who tampered with my love goo? I shall rend you limb from limb. The innate energy within Miao Tianlong shattered the surrounding stone walls, causing a tremendous uproar. The news spread throughout the Miao clan, and all were aware. As the chosen one of the Miao clan, to have his love goo destroyed was a grave affront. The clan's high-ranking members convened an urgent meeting, unanimously deciding that Miao Tianlong must emerge from seclusion. Whoever dared to insult the Miao clan would face dire consequences for their actions. Chapter 38. Once again exposed. Chu Huan remained blissfully unaware that his casual act of healing had incited the wrath of the Miao clan. He removed all the silver needles from Amber and collected them. Rest assured, everyone, Amber is now out of danger, Chu Huan said with a smile to the members of the family. Many in the family wore bitter expressions, exchanging glances in silence, unsure of what to say. And Qishan, the head of the family, smiled at Chu Huan and said, Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu, for rushing here overnight to treat my daughter. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Amber's condition was exceedingly complicated. Had it not been for Chu Huan's personal intervention, she would likely have perished that day. And Qishan felt immense gratitude towards Chu Huan, yet he was also deeply anxious. They were well aware that Amber was infested with a parasite. Without her, the family had little hope of becoming one of the 4 prominent families in Han Province. Now that the parasite within Amber had been eradicated, the Miao people would undoubtedly seek retribution. And Qishan's heart was a tumult of emotions. The rest of the family shared his concerns. The potential consequences of the Miao people's wrath were dire. It was but a trivial matter, no need for thanks. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, evidently not troubled by the situation. Divine Dr. Chu, it is getting late, and we have arranged accommodations for you and Miss Jiang. Please rest at our family residence tonight, and I shall present the consultation fee to you tomorrow, and Qishan explained. Amber had been cured, yet there were pressing matters for the family that required careful deliberation. While treating Amber, Chu Huan had discerned the intricate ties between the family and the Miao people. With the parasite now dealt with, it was imperative for them to discuss how to navigate the fallout. He remained unhurried, as he had many matters to attend to in the provincial capital. Very well, Chu Huan replied with a smile. And Qishan intended to have a maid lead Chu Huan to his quarters when Huang Jianhua approached him, grinning. Head of the family, I know the way. Allow me to guide you. He had several issues he wished to discuss with Chu Huan. Master, soon there will be a medical conference in the provincial capital, and the Koreans will be attending. Will you be able to come? Huang Jianhua inquired eagerly. Oh, What connection does the medical conference in the provincial capital have with the Koreans? Chu Huan asked, puzzled. He harbored no fondness for the nation of Korea. Could it be that they intended to pilfer something? At this medical conference, someone has uncovered the notes and insights of the esteemed Li Shizhen, and those rascals from Korea shamelessly claim a connection to him, challenging us in the hopes of acquiring his legacy. We would prefer to ignore the Koreans, but they insist on competing with us through other means, leaving us with no choice, Huang Jianhua said, a bittersweet smile gracing his aged face. The shamelessness of the Koreans was known worldwide. Chu Huan was taken aback by the lengths to which they would go for Li Shizhen's notes. If I were to attend, I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from striking them down. Chu Huan shook his head. His temper was rather foul. If those shameless Koreans provoked him, Chu Huan would indeed strike down this bunch of scoundrels in public. Huang Jianhua chuckled. Master, if you lose, we naturally would not dare to act recklessly. But if you win, even if you were to kill him, no one would utter a word. As he spoke, Huang Jianhua made a knowing gesture. This old man evidently harbored a strong disdain for the actions of the Koreans, which explained his admonition to Chu Huan. If I have the time, I might as well come and take a look. Chu Huan replied with a faint smile, his tone nonchalant. Then I shall take that as your agreement, master. With that, Huang Jianhua came to a halt. He pointed ahead, saying, Master, the room at the far end is where you will rest tonight. I shall not intrude upon your time with Master Mu. After speaking, Huang Jianhua joyfully departed, pulling out his phone. Master Mu? What nonsense is this? Chu Huan pondered in confusion. Upon entering the room and pushing the door open, he was taken aback. Ah! A sharp cry emanated from within. Chu Huan, what are you doing here? Jiang Murong glared furiously at him, her teeth clenched as she raged. She had just finished bathing and was in the midst of changing. In an instant, this rogue had barged in. Chu Huan was momentarily blinded by the sight before him. He swallowed hard, captivated by Jiang Murong. Quit staring, get out. Jiang Murong seized an item from the bed and hurled it at him. Chu Huan instinctively caught the object she had thrown and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in this room. With that, he promptly retreated. Chu Huan, you scoundrel, give me back my underwear. Jiang Murong's furious voice echoed in his ears once more. Chu Huan was bewildered. When had he taken Jiang Murong's underwear? He squeezed the soft fabric in his hands, staring at the purple garment, lost in thought. She clearly threw this at me. How could she possibly blame me? With his eyes still closed, he tossed the underwear back into the room. 2 minutes later, Jiang Murong emerged, fully dressed, and opened the door. Chu Huan stood outside like a child caught in mischief. Chu Huan, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Jiang Murong glared at him, her anger palpable. She had feelings for him, but their relationship had not yet reached the level where she would expose herself to him. Although he had seen her once before, that was under the pretense of treating her illness. This time, however, it was simply Chu Huan being a rogue. Chu Huan stammered, a loss for words. He finally understood the meaning behind Huang Jianhua's earlier comments. It seemed this old man had misconstrued his relationship with Jiang Murong. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Murong with earnest eyes and said, Miss Jiang, do you believe me when I say this matter is unrelated to me? Chu Huan, are you even a man? Even if you're going to make excuses, can't you make them a bit more reasonable? Jiang Murong was thoroughly dissatisfied with his response. Unrelated to you? Am I to perform a striptease before you, having brought you here? With each word, Jiang Murong's anger intensified. No, that is not what I meant. Chu Huan quickly waved his hands in denial. I truly had no knowledge of anyone being in the room. At that moment, Chu Huan felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Huang Jianhua. What else could this old scoundrel do but bring about his own ruin? Witnessing the typically formidable Chu Huan in such disarray, Jiang Murong's fury diminished significantly. She realized that, at this moment, Chu Huan lacked his usual dominance, revealing a more endearing side. She found herself quite fond of this version of him. However, she was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. Chu Huan, how do you plan to handle this? Regardless of the outcome, you must provide me with an explanation. Chapter 39. The Zhang family's self-destructive actions in the provincial city. Under Jiang Murong's interrogation, Chu Huan felt utterly helpless. What could he do? Was he to marry Jiang Murong? If Lin Shui found out, he would have no chance of survival. Yet, Having gazed upon Jiang Murong twice, he felt a sense of obligation to offer her an explanation. Steeling himself, Chu Huan nodded. Speak, what kind of explanation do you desire? Given the circumstances, any further hesitation would not befit a man. Quite simply, be my boyfriend, Jiang Murong said with a bright smile. What? Chu Huan panicked, momentarily at a loss for words. He was already involved with Lin Shui. To become Jiang Murong's boyfriend would mean straddling two boats. Although Jiang Murong was indeed beautiful, he could not bear to be a scoundrel. Moreover, having seen Jiang Murong's body on 2 occasions, he felt a strong possessiveness. To be frank, the thought of Jiang Murong becoming someone else's woman in the future stirred discontent within him. I mean, during this period, pretend to be my boyfriend, Jiang Murong clarified. Noticing Chu Huan's shock, she smiled. Her explanation relieved Chu Huan, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. All right, I agree to your terms. Chu Huan nodded. After all, pretending to be a boyfriend was not an insurmountable task. Seeing him acquiesce, Jiang Murong continued. During your time as my pretend boyfriend, you must help me fend off my admirers. Can you manage that? Certainly. Chu Huan did not hesitate to accept Jiang Murong's request. Hey, you said it. Jiang Murong beamed. Tomorrow, Qin Shiyu's brother has invited me to dinner. You must come. Initially, Jiang Murong was unsure how to persuade Chu Huan to help her eliminate those bothersome suitors. Little did she anticipate that he would volunteer himself. However, the price was steep. He had seen her in her entirety once more. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that having already been seen once, another glance seemed inconsequential. Jiang Murong shook her head. With minimal loss, having Chu Huan act as her protector was indeed advantageous. The more she contemplated, the more she felt she had struck a tremendous bargain. The following day, after Chu Huan once again assisted in detoxifying and Bayer, he was led away from the Jiang residence by Jiang Murong. The weather today is delightful. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Jiang Murong suggested with a smile. I have other matters to attend to in the provincial city, but I shall certainly come to assist you in shooing away the flies this evening. What do you think? Chu Huan inquired with a grin. Observing Chu Huan's earnest demeanor, Jiang Murong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. Thank you. With that, she bid farewell to Jiang Murong. Watching Chu Huan's retreating figure, Jiang Murong couldn't help but admire. He truly is handsome. After parting ways with Jiang Murong, Chu Huan arrived at the Zhang family in the provincial city. Having promised Lin Shui that the Zhang family would not dare to trouble him again, he was determined to fulfill that vow. At that moment, within the Zhang family, Zhang Yi, the head of the family, wore an expression of fury. Yesterday, he had fortuitously invited 3 martial arts masters from Han province to visit the Zhang family. To his dismay, his son Zhang Baiqi had been assaulted in Han City. This was an affront to the dignity of the Zhang family. Brother Yuan, Brother Wang, Brother Huang, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality this time. But those people from that small place, Han City, have truly gone too far. Not only did they assault my son, but they also coerced the Zhang family into signing a contract. If I do not teach them a lesson, they will genuinely think the Zhang family is easy to bully. Zhang Yi exclaimed, his teeth clenched in anger. Though he was not a martial arts master himself, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade, and the Zhang family also had a 2nd grade innate martial arts master. Thus, Zhang Yi felt no fear when facing a warrior who had just entered the innate realm. Moreover, the Zhang family had other powerful forces backing them. Otherwise, establishing themselves as one of the 4 prominent families in the provincial city would not have been so straightforward. Han City? Upon hearing the mention of Han City, Yuan Kuen's heart tightened slightly. Logically speaking, Han City lacked the strength to provoke the Zhang family, unless that esteemed elder intervened personally. However, would that elder truly offend the Zhang family over a mere Lin family group? Yuan Kuen gradually calmed the worries in his heart. Ha ha, Master Yuan, your Han City is quite remarkable. You've even dared to bully the Zhang family. Wang Shukuen laughed heartily, his tone laced with mockery. Previously, Han City had no masters, often facing disdain from others. Now that Yuan Kuen had just entered the innate realm, his foundation was not deep, making it natural for others to look down upon him. Brother Zhang, if you have any needs, don't hesitate to inform us. We would also like to see who would dare to provoke you in the diminutive Han City. Huang Shunan remarked with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Kuan. Yuan Kuan snorted coldly, his tone turning icy. You best be cautious in Han City. Elder Chu resides there. If you provoke him, not even the gods can save you. Since they look down upon Han City, he would invoke the name of the formidable Chu Huan. The title of the youthful master had already resonated throughout Han province, and many were aware of this powerful existence. With a single sword strike, he had slain 2 innate 7th-grade warriors. Across the entirety of Han province, there was no one as terrifying as he. Upon hearing this, the previously smug Huang Shunan and Wang Shukuan turned pale. They dared to look down upon Yuan Kuan, yet they refrained from uttering a single disparaging word about the young master. Otherwise, should their words reach the ears of that master, a single stroke of his sword could sever their heads from their shoulders. Amidst the conversation among the crowd, a figure suddenly materialized before them, startling everyone present. The individuals gathered, each a martial arts master at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, along with 3 martial arts grandmasters, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this person. What terrifying power must he possess to approach them so stealthily? Zhang Yi, drenched in cold sweat, rose from his position as the head of the family and bowed slightly to Chu Huan, inquiring respectfully, "Might I ask what brings you to the Zhang family, esteemed elder?" Upon seeing Chu Huan, Yuan Kuan leaped from his seat in fright. Why had this esteemed elder come to the Zhang family? Was it due to him? Yuan Kuan was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that he had somehow offended Chu Huan. However, Chu Huan remained silent, leaving Yuan Kuan no choice but to stand there like a child who had misbehaved. Chu Huan spoke coolly to Zhang Yi. "Are you the head of the Zhang family?" Though Zhang Yi was unaware of the unfolding events, he nodded and respectfully replied, "Esteemed elder, I am Zhang Yi. How may I serve you? I was the one who injured Zhang Baiqi. Should your family have any grievances, do not hesitate to confront me," Chu Huan stated with a nonchalant air. To Zhang Yi, this was nothing short of provocation. He had assaulted his son, intruded without invitation, and now dared to trample upon his dignity right before him. Enraged, Zhang Yi's fury erupted like a volcano. "You dare to provoke the Zhang family? I see you're seeking death." As he spoke, Zhang Yi lunged at Chu Huan. The moment Zhang Yi made his move, an impressive surge of vital energy erupted forth. "Presumptuous! Who dares to show disrespect to the elder shall face annihilation." Chapter 40. I earned billions through robbery as Zhang Yi struck. Yuan Kuan also sprang into action. The innate vital energy collided with Zhang Yi, causing him to stagger back several paces. Wang Shukuan and Huang Shunan were taken aback, never expecting Yuan Kuan to turn against Zhang Yi. They immediately rose, glaring at Yuan Kuan, and demanded, "Yuan Kuan, what do you mean by this?" Having endured Yuan Kuan's blow, Zhang Yi felt his blood boiling within him. He suppressed his inner fury and glared at Yuan Kuan. "Yuan Kuan, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall pay the price." "Zhang Yi, I truly wonder how many lives you believe you possess, daring to strike at Elder Chu." Yuan Kuan scoffed dismissively. Despite Zhang Ye's earlier courtesy, Yuan Kuan had also received Zhang Ye's kindness in the past. His recent action served as a warning. Should Zhang Yi continue on this reckless path, Yuan Kuan would firmly stand by Chu Huan's side against him. Zhang Yi had intended to unleash a torrent of curses upon Yuan Kuan, but upon hearing Elder Chu, a flash of realization struck him. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He looked at Chu Huan in terror and cautiously asked, "Are you the young master, Elder Chu?" At this revelation, the previously unaware Wang Shukuan and Huang Shunan's expressions shifted drastically. They had previously heard of Chu Huan's exploits and held him in considerable awe. Aware that such a young master resided in Han province, they were eager to behold his true visage. However, they never anticipated encountering Chu Huan under such dire circumstances. Had they known that the Zhang family had offended this formidable figure, they would have never dared to set foot here. "Senior, we did not intend to offend you. Please forgive us." Wang Shukuan and Huang Shunan, both cunning individuals, immediately bowed and apologized to Chu Huan. Chu Huan cast a cold glance at the two and said, "Today, this is a matter between me and the Zhang family. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave." To Chu Huan's rebuke, The two showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, they appeared quite relieved. After bidding farewell to Chu Huan, they hurriedly retreated from the Zhang family estate. Zhang Yi looked at Chu Huan with a face ashen as death. Chu Huan's fearsome reputation had spread throughout Han province. He single-handedly fought against 7 innate experts, slaying 2 of the 7th rank. Even the Spirit Communication Guild had been uprooted by Chu Huan. What was the Zhang family in comparison to him? In a fleeting moment, Zhang Yi contemplated numerous scenarios. After careful consideration, he realized that the Zhang family stood no chance against Chu Huan. Should they confront him head-on, their demise would be inevitable. Zhang Yi suppressed his aura and approached Chu Huan, saying, "Senior, it is I, Zhang Yi, who has failed to educate my son, thus offending you. I am willing to pay any price. I implore you to spare the Zhang family." Zhang Yi was terrified. Chu Huan had obliterated the Spirit Communication Guild with little provocation. He feared that if Chu Huan was displeased today, he might annihilate the Zhang family as well. "I have come today merely to resolve our grievances and to impart a lesson. If your family remains unconvinced, feel free to seek revenge." Chu Huan replied nonchalantly, "Should you dare to harbor any intentions against the Lin group, do not blame me for extinguishing the Zhang family." Chu Huan's words filled Zhang Yi with elation. He had prepared himself for death, yet he realized that Chu Huan was not here to slay them. "Thank you, Senior. I shall remember your words," Zhang Yi said anxiously, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. When he rose, Chu Huan had already vanished from sight. "Zhang Yi, you truly raised a fine son, daring to covet Senior Chu's woman," Yuan Kuan exclaimed, his fury palpable as he directed his murderous intent toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression turned bitter, filled with regret. Had he known that Zhang Baiqi would provoke such a terrifying existence, he would have acted differently. "Brother Yuan, I truly had no idea. It was my wayward son who caused this trouble," Zhang Yi lamented helplessly. He glanced at Yuan Kuan and inquired, "Brother Yuan, everyone knows you are well acquainted with Senior Chu. Could you possibly speak a kind word for the Zhang family in front of him?" Yuan Kuan patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. "Zhang family head, a lost son can be replaced, but offending the wrong person is irreversible. Do not forget, Senior Chu came here for a reason." With that, Yuan Kuan turned and departed from the Zhang estate. Zhang Yi deeply bowed to Yuan Kuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yuan, for your guidance." He inhaled deeply, letting out a long sigh, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Indeed, a lost son can be replaced. Chu Huan remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's thoughts. After resolving matters concerning the Zhang family, he was summoned by Jiang Murong. She chided him for his lackluster taste and insisted on taking him for a stroll. As they settled the bill, he distinctly noticed the envious glances cast his way by the young men around them. Not only was Jiang Murong exceptionally beautiful, but she also possessed considerable wealth. Who wouldn't envy that? Once they finished their outing, Jiang Murong took Chu Huan along to a rendezvous. Their destination was an upscale restaurant, where the average expenditure was a minimum of 5 figures. Upon arriving at the entrance, they heard Qin Shi Yu's voice calling out, "Murong, we're over here." Following the sound, Jiang Murong and Chu Huan made their way to where Qin Shi Yu was seated. Beside her sat a strikingly handsome man, distinguished by his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of noble elegance. His every gesture radiated a refined charm, drawing the admiring gazes of the young women at the same table. This gentleman was none other than Qin Shi Yu's elder brother, Qin Wei. As Jiang Murong approached, Qin Wei rose slowly. Upon noticing Chu Huan, who was linked to Jiang Murong, his brow furrowed. He focused his gaze on Chu Huan and with a smile inquired, "Murong, who is he?" Previously, Qin Shi Yu had mentioned Chu Huan in passing, but Qin Wei had paid little heed. In his estimation, no one from a small place like Han City was worthy of Jiang Murong, apart from himself. Qin Wei was taken aback to see Jiang Murong arrive with another man for their meeting. This revelation stirred a sense of defeat within him, igniting a competitive spirit. Jiang Murong, with a smile, introduced Brother Wei. "This is my current boyfriend, Chu Huan." Qin Shi Yu, astonished, quickly interjected, "Murong, when did Chu Huan become your boyfriend? The last time we met, you weren't together. Had it not been for your unexpected appearance last time, we would have been together long ago." Jiang Mu Rong shot a displeased glance at Qin Shiyu, her irritation evident. Qin Shiyu stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, offering an awkward smile and falling silent. Observing this, Qin Wei's brow creased further. His gaze bore into Chu Huan, an unspoken tension brewing between them. Chu Huan, displaying indifference, entirely disregarded Qin Wei's menacing stare. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wei smiled and asked, "Brother Chu Huan, if I may inquire, what is your occupation?" With disdain, Chu Huan retorted, "Are you not simply asking how much I earn in a month? Why the euphemism?" His candor left Qin Wei feeling embarrassed. Yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the means to properly care for Mu Rong," Qin Wei clarified. "Rest assured, that is not a concern," Chu Huan confidently replied. "Just yesterday, I earned 5 million. The day before, I signed a contract with the Zhang family, which should yield a profit of around 7 million. Adding to that the recent heist at Jiuzhai, my earnings this month should total in the billions. And you? How much do you earn in a month?" Chapter 41. The Master of the Knife Gang. Chu Huan? Accumulating billions through robbery? Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, what young person could possibly earn billions in a single month? Qin Wei naturally found it hard to believe that Chu Huan had earned over 1 billion last month. Such a preposterous tale seemed utterly laughable. "Chu Huan, please spare us your jest," Qin Shiyu exclaimed, her curiosity vividly etched on her face. "I too am intrigued. How much can you actually earn?" In her eyes, her brother had always been a paragon of excellence. No one surpassed his capabilities. Jiang Murong was the sister-in-law she revered, and with Chu Huan's audacious intrusion, she was eager to see him embarrassed, assisting her brother in reclaiming his beloved. "Well, it's not much, merely 5 million, Chu Huan replied casually, "the consultation fee I received from the infamily today." Observing the disbelief etched on their faces, he produced the bank card Qishan had given him, tossing it before them. "If you doubt my words, feel free to verify." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's complexion drained of color, though he was undeniably accomplished. Having risen to the position of general manager of the Qin Group at a young age and nearing a fortune of nearly 100 million, these earnings were a result of family dividends and business acumen. The notion of a single consultation fee amounting to 5 million felt as far-fetched as a fairy tale. Yet, Chu Huan's demeanor suggested he was not fabricating the truth. Qin Wei could barely hope to earn 5 million in half a year. A wave of indescribable frustration surged within him. "Go ahead, inquire further if you wish," Chu Huan said with a cheerful smile. Qin Wei shook his head, clearly shaken by the revelation. He could only manage 10 million a year through family support, while Chu Huan earned 5 million in a single appointment. The disparity was insurmountable, rendering any comparison futile. Qin Wei could boast of his lineage and family influence, but Chu Huan, relying solely on his prowess, could establish a prestigious legacy of his own. Sensing the disheartenment within Qin Wei, Chu Huan smiled and reassured him, "Brother, do not be troubled. There are few in this world who possess excellence such as mine." As Qin Wei pressed for answers, Jiang Murong contemplated intervening. After all, healing was merely a physician's forte. With the Qin Group as his backing and dividends to boot, it seemed implausible that Chu Huan could surpass Qin Wei in terms of wealth. Yet, it was evident that Chu Huan's financial success was formidable. After all, he treated complex cases, and had she not bestowed upon him a hefty consultation fee of over 10 million during her own ailment? However, Jiang Murong viewed money as trivial, wishing instead to express her gratitude to Chu Huan in a more personal manner. Now, witnessing Chu Huan's financial triumph over Qin Wei, her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, Qin Shiyu was far from pleased. She glared at Chu Huan fiercely. "You really don't know when to hold your tongue. No one thinks of you as mute. Is this how one offers encouragement? Brother, in my eyes, you will always be the best," Qin Shiyu declared with a smile, "aside from your medical skills. You aren't particularly remarkable. You are among the top 10 outstanding youths in our provincial capital." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei felt a slight uplift in his spirits. "No, I also practice martial arts and can make Murong smile." Just as Qin Wei's mood began to lift, Chu Huan delivered another sharp remark, leaving Qin Shiyu wishing she could contend with him fiercely. Is that scoundrel the leader of the dagger sect, specifically aiming to twist the knife in Qin Wei's wounds? A faint twitch of discomfort played at the corner of Qin Wei's mouth, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing Qin Wei's silence, Chu Huan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For reasons unknown, he found Qin Wei's pretentious demeanor utterly irksome, particularly his attempts to show off in his presence. If he wished to flaunt his superiority, Chu Huan would not hesitate to deliver a stinging rebuke. All right, Brother Qin Wei, I am well aware of Chu Huan's capabilities, Jiang Murong remarked with a knowing smile. Even if Chu Huan cannot earn a living, I am more than capable of supporting him. My father has already given his blessing for us to be together, so you need not worry. Having been wounded by Chu Huan once, Qin Wei felt a deep sense of frustration. Now, with Jiang Murong further aggravating his injury, he felt a profound bitterness within. Since Murong is satisfied, I, as the elder brother, shall refrain from interjecting. Qin Wei managed to mask his embarrassment with a smile. Witnessing her elder brother's dejected demeanor, Qin Shiyu shook her head. Before Jiang Murong had a boyfriend, Qin Wei had struggled to win her affection. Now that she was with Chu Huan, he stood no chance. Brother Qin Wei, it's time to eat, Jiang Murong cheerfully urged. Though Qin Wei was not pleased internally, he bowed his head and began to eat. However, despite the meal's expense, it tasted like mere sawdust to him. Seeing her brother appear as though he had lost his spirit, Qin Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Brother, they have only just begun their relationship and are still in the throes of romance. You still have an opportunity, she whispered encouragingly. Besides, you have me, your sister. Qin Wei shook his head. Murong has found her happiness. I cannot be the third party. Observing her brother's resolve, Qin Shiyu felt a pang of discomfort. She silently vowed to learn more about Chu Huan and uncover his background. She refused to believe that Chu Huan could be more remarkable than her brother. To know oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in every battle. Her brother's crushing defeat stemmed from insufficient knowledge of Chu Huan. She was determined to do something for him. In the Long family, Long Huanyu excitedly relayed news to the family patriarch, Long Feiyang. Father, we have received word that the miraculous physician, Chu, has arrived in Han City. The illness of the infamily's young lady has been cured by him. Long Feiyang, whose condition was deteriorating, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news. His ailment had worsened to the point where his life was in jeopardy. He had initially intended to visit Han City personally to seek out Chu Huan for treatment, but his worsening condition had delayed his plans. Is that so? Immediately send for him, Long Feiyang exclaimed with delight. He believed only the esteemed Chu physician could cure his affliction. Father, we have past grievances with him. It may not be easy to bring him here, Long Huanyu replied, shaking his head somberly. The only feasible plan is to enlist the help of our second and third uncles to persuade him to come. From their assessment, they believe that the prowess of the renowned physician was akin to that of a martial arts master. Their previous attempt to invite him had been met with rejection. Should he refuse again, they would have no choice but to resort to force. To contend with someone of such formidable strength, it would likely require the involvement of innate realm experts. Long Feiyang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He pondered for a moment and coldly stated, Is it not the case that the people of the Wokoku wish to collaborate with our Long family to jointly seek out that treasure-laden land? Inform them that our Long family is amenable to this arrangement. However, they must summon the esteemed Dr. Chu to treat my ailment. Otherwise, this matter is non-negotiable. Long Huanyu's expression hardened as he solemnly remarked, Father, is collaborating with Wokoku truly wise? Long Feiyang's gaze was sharp, piercing directly into Long Huanyu's eyes. The intensity of his stare sent ripples through Long Huanyu's mind. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trivialities. If it means healing my wounds, what does it matter if we partner with Wokoku? Chapter 42. I shall not attend to the Wokoku and their dogs, ha ha. How utterly delightful. Jiang Murong laughed heartily as she spoke to Chu Huan. Throughout her life, Qin Wei had exuded confidence. Yet this was the first time she witnessed a look of defeat upon his face. She believed that, after this comparison with Chu Huan, Qin Wei would refrain from pursuing him for the time being. You performed admirably today, Jiang Murong remarked, patting Chu Huan on the shoulder. Her spirits lifted. She had been concerned that Qin Wei might bully Chu Huan and was prepared to defend him. To her surprise, in their confrontation, Chu Huan emerged victorious with overwhelming superiority. Am I not crushing his spirit? Chu Huan inquired with a hint of worry. Jiang Murong shook her head. Do not concern yourself with him. If this causes him to retreat, that would be quite splendid. Hearing Jiang Murong's words, Chu Huan felt a sense of relief. Qin Wei was known for his humility and elegance, unlike many second-generation heirs who were arrogant and dismissive of others. He was also celebrated as one of the top 10 outstanding youth in Han Province, and his lifelong friendship with Jiang Murong made him an ideal figure in the eyes of many women. Chu Huan found himself curious as to why Jiang Murong had declined Qin Wei's advances. As if reading his thoughts, Jiang Murong smiled and explained in the Jiang family, I am the sole daughter, and everyone dotes on me. I have always viewed Qin Wei as a brother, and I never anticipated he wished to marry me. Considering his rather rigid personality, I find it unbearable. I have contemplated experiencing a sweet romance myself. Yet, be it at school or during my martial arts training, none of the suitors have captured my interest. Only you. Upon our first encounter, you, astonishingly, saw through me. At this, a faint blush crept across Jiang Murong's face. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Huan, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her heart. Perhaps it was due to him saving her life, or perhaps it was the unique charm he exuded. Ahem. Initially, I was merely endeavoring to heal you. Chu Huan awkwardly coughed, seeking to clarify. And what of last night? Jiang Murong pressed. Chu Huan, I am not a frivolous girl. You have seen me in my entirety on 2 occasions. You must take responsibility. Jiang Murong gazed intently at Chu Huan, her tone earnest. Her feelings towards him were complex. Was it love? Certainly not in the romantic sense. Perhaps it was a subtle fondness, an enjoyment of their conversations and shared moments. Chu Huan always managed to surprise her in unexpected ways, though at times he could be quite exasperating. Responsible? You wouldn't be trying to pin this on me, would you? Just as Jiang Murong mused about the potential for their relationship to deepen, Chu Huan's startled exclamation rang in her ears. His face was etched with anxiety, as if Jiang Murong had latched onto him, leaving him at a considerable loss. Jiang Murong shot a glare at Chu Huan, her fists clenched, wishing she could strike him down. This rascal was infuriating beyond measure. Was she not one of the 3 most beautiful women in Hansheng? Why did she seem utterly undesirable in Chu Huan's eyes? Jiang Murong had intended to confront Chu Huan about the meaning behind his words, but suddenly, he grasped her hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. The overwhelming masculine aura emanating from Chu Huan enveloped Jiang Murong completely. Nestled in his arms, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. This scoundrel spoke provocatively, yet his body betrayed an honesty. Jiang Murong mused silently. Surely he wouldn't be confessing his feelings now? Should I accept his advances? Her heart raced like a stampede of fawns. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Huan was unaware of her inner turmoil. His voice taking on a serious tone. Be cautious. Danger is approaching. What? Jiang Murong stared at him in confusion. Was he not preparing to declare his feelings? A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Just as she was about to become angry, a group of men in black emerged from the darkness, blocking their path. It was indeed surprising how perceptive Dr. Chu was. The leader of the black-clad men smiled warmly at Chu Huan, saying, Dr. Chu, there's no need to worry. We bear no ill will. We merely seek your assistance in treating a patient. The fee will be more than satisfactory. What do you say? Watanabe Nishigo's gaze was earnest, feigning friendliness as he extended the invitation to Chu Huan. Jiang Murong shook her head, unwilling for Chu Huan to comply. Chu Huan chuckled lightly. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, not a veterinarian. I cannot treat the ailments of the Japanese. Jiang Murong burst into laughter at this, unable to contain herself. She had not anticipated that Chu Huan could be so audacious, hurling insults without resorting to foul language. Watanabe Nishigo's expression darkened, his piercing gaze revealing a fierce glint. Dr. Chu, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the dozen or so men behind him drew their swords. What you presume you are, threatening me on the soil of my dragon country? Chu Huan scoffed. Get out of my sight immediately, or I shall obliterate you. His disdain for the Japanese was palpable. The thought of treating them was utterly laughable. If that is the case, then you shall not blame me. Watanabe Nishigo waved his hand, signaling his warriors to charge at Chu Huan. The men in black brandished their swords, the sharp gleam of steel and their fierce demeanor exuding an intimidating chill in the night. You watch from the sidelines. I will take care of this trash. Chu Huan's expression was indifferent as he spoke to Jiang Murong, who nodded obediently and stood to the side. Upon encountering the group of Japanese men, Chu Huan was seized by a murderous intent. Their audacity to appear here brandishing blades clearly signified ill intentions. The Japanese warriors resembled beasts, and their existence was nothing but a calamity. Kill! Chu Huan uttered a low command, and an innate vigor erupted from within him. A dozen black-clad warriors brandished their swords, striking towards Chu Huan. As the word kill fell from Chu Huan's lips, several slender silver lights danced through the darkness. The black-clad warriors stood motionless, and upon closer inspection, one would notice a tiny puncture wound in their chests. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Huan pierced the hearts of these Japanese warriors with silver needles. In less than a second, the warriors fell effortlessly to his might. What are you still dawdling for? Don't just stand there. Kill this scoundrel! Watanabe Nishikabo bellowed upon witnessing his subordinates frozen in place. Chu Huan shook his head with a smile, replying, I fear they're no longer capable. Just as Watanabe Nishikabo was about to inquire further, the sight before him froze him in disbelief. All his subordinates lay lifeless on the ground. What? How is this possible? He stared in shock, unable to comprehend how his men had perished without him witnessing Chu Huan's actions. When Watanabe Nishikabo looked back at Chu Huan, a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. Previously, he had regarded Chu Huan merely as a skilled physician. Despite Long Huanyu's warnings about Chu Huan's formidable strength, he had dismissed them. He never anticipated Chu Huan's true terror. Now, it's your turn. Chu Huan's piercing gaze, imbued with a chilling glint, fell upon Watanabe Nishikabo. Under Chu Huan's scrutiny, Watanabe Nishikabo felt as though he were trapped in an ancient ice cellar, a chill coursing through him. Yet, he quickly dispelled his unease. The collaboration that allowed them to bring Chu Huan to treat Long Feiyong was the foundation of their alliance with the Long family and pivotal to the future plans of their nation. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to seize Chu Huan. Young man, do not presume that the death of a few of my subordinates grants you the license to act recklessly before me. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Japanese Qianren. As he spoke, Watanabe Nishikabo unleashed his innate energy. Gripping his sword tightly, a fierce blade aura emanated from the tip, pressing toward Chu Huan. Chu Huan, be careful! Jiang Murong warned anxiously from a distance. Even from several meters away, she felt the immense pressure emanating from Watanabe Nishikabo. His cultivation surely reached at least the innate realm. Though Chu Huan was powerful, could he contend with a martial arts master? Despite her concerns, Jiang Murong could only fret helplessly. Fear not, Chu Huan replied with a slight smile. With that, he stepped forward. The innate energy within him surged forth, countering Watanabe Nishikabo's blade aura with equal ferocity. Watanabe Nishikabo snorted coldly, exclaiming in anger, I did not expect you to be a martial arts master as well. To have vanquished a martial arts prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. At that moment, Watanabe Nishigo's heart was filled with murderous intent. Initially, he had intended merely to capture Chu Huan to aid Long Feiyong in his recovery. However, upon discovering that Chu Huan had attained the innate realm at such a tender age, he swiftly altered his course of action. Even if that old man Long Feiyong were to perish, they could still forge a partnership with the Long family through alternative means. Nevertheless, the emergence of numerous martial arts talents from the Dragon Kingdom posed an immense threat to the Yamato nation. They were determined to prevent another unparalleled genius like Chi from arising in the Dragon Kingdom. Enough with the meaningless chatter. Chu Huan scoffed, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward Watanabe Nishigo. In response, Watanabe Nishigo fully unleashed his internal energy. with a cultivation level of the second tier of the innate realm. His robust, vital energy bore down upon Chu Huan like the weight of Mount Tai, seeking to subdue him through sheer force. He raised his katana, striking with the swiftness of a cheetah, aiming directly for Chu Huan's vital points. In the blink of an eye, his blade was poised before Chu Huan. With a disdainful snort, Chu Huan extended a finger. The once unstoppable katana came to an abrupt halt. The clang of metal resonated as the blade's tip collided with his fingertip. Watanabe Nishigo poured every ounce of strength into his strike, attempting to cleave Chu Huan in two. Yet he could not advance a single inch. Beside them, Jiang Murong watched in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Watanabe Nishigo was a true martial arts master, a veritable expert in his field. How could his incisive attack fail to penetrate Chu Huan's defenses? Just how strong was Chu Huan? Watanabe Nishigo roared, retracting his katana and launching another strike at Chu Huan. Unfazed, Chu Huan raised his hand and struck the katana. With a sharp crack, the blade shattered under the force of his palm. Watanabe Nishigo was sent staggering back several meters, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Chu Huan, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Watanabe Nishigo realized all too well that he was no match for Chu Huan. In a desperate bid, he turned to flee. "Escape? Do you think you can?" Chu Huan raised his hand, sending forth a silver needle that zipped through the air. The silvery streak pierced Watanabe Nishigo's body. His eyes filled with resentment as he fell into a pool of blood. Upon witnessing Watanabe Nishigo's demise, Jiang Murong's face was painted with shock. She gazed at Chu Huan with admiration, akin to a devoted fan beholding their idol. "Chu Huan, are you truly a martial arts master?" Jiang Murong had always known that Chu Huan was skilled in martial arts, yet she had never fathomed that he was a master at such a young age. Just as Chu Huan was about to respond, he sensed a powerful aura swiftly approaching. "We must leave at once," he declared, lifting Jiang Murong and departing with utmost haste. Mere moments after their departure, a graceful figure appeared at the scene. Observing the slain Yamato warriors, the newcomer furrowed their brow. What were these Yamato warriors attempting? Who could have killed them? Judging by their wounds, they were all struck down in a single blow. When did Han Province produce such a martial arts expert? This visit to Han Province has indeed become intriguing. Upon concluding her call to have the body of the samurai cleared away, she vanished into the night. What transpired just now? Why does your countenance appear so grim? Jiang Murong, having just become a devoted admirer of Chu Huan, was filled with curiosity. What could possibly incite such urgency in Chu Huan? I sensed an extraordinarily formidable aura. With your presence, I cannot exert my full strength, Chu Huan remarked calmly. Although the other party had meticulously concealed their presence, he still managed to perceive it. Chu Huan was bewildered by the existence of such a powerful being in Han Province, suspecting that they might originate from Japan. If that were the case, the situation could be far more intricate than he anticipated. Chu Huan's words caused Jiang Murong's expression to shift dramatically. The scene of Chu Huan displaying his formidable prowess was indelibly etched in her memory. What manner of being could instill such trepidation in Chu Huan? This matter does not significantly concern us. I trust that the Martial Arts Association will intervene. Noticing the worry etched on Jiang Murong's face, Chu Huan spoke with a hint of reassurance. Jiang Murong nodded in agreement. This situation transcended their understanding, and indeed, it was beyond their control. Quickly dismissing the matter from her mind, Jiang Murong grasped Chu Huan's hand, curiously inquiring, "Chu Huan, tell me, when did you become a martial arts master?" 6 years ago, perhaps. Impossible. Jiang Murong was clearly incredulous. I shall take you to meet my master tomorrow. I want them to know that my man, Jiang Murong, is a martial arts master. Jiang Murong exhibited the demeanor of an infatuated admirer. Witnessing this, Chu Huan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Had he known revealing his strength would lead to this, he would have taken Jiang Murong away sooner. The following day, Jiang Murong led Chu Huan to her master's residence. On this occasion, the esteemed martial forces of Han Province had gathered. Although martial arts in Han Province were not particularly flourishing, it boasted a revered sanctuary for practitioners, Wudong. To Chu Huan, Wudong's astonishment. Jiang Murong's master was indeed from Wudong. As they arrived at the site where Wudong disciples congregated, many cast unfriendly glances towards Chu Huan. It seems you possess quite a reputation among the Wudong disciples. Chu Huan jested. Naturally, had it not been for my frail health since childhood, I would have long since joined the inner sect and studied under the celestial masters within. Jiang Murong responded with pride, her demeanor exuding confidence. Wudong is divided into inner and outer sections. The disciples known to the public are typically from the outer sect, whilst the inner sect remains a secluded domain, rarely venturing out unless faced with a calamity. However, do not underestimate my master. He is also a martial arts master. As she spoke, Jiang Murong had already led Chu Huan before her master. Murong, you have arrived? Shen Lang sat upright, and upon seeing Jiang Murong, a smile broke through his previously stern expression. His gaze swept over Chu Huan, lingering momentarily before a frown creased his brow, as if deep in thought. Others also turned their attention to Chu Huan, with many harboring palpable hostility towards him. Jiang Murong linked her arm with Chu Huan's and smiled as she introduced him. Master, this is Chu Huan, my boyfriend. He is also a martial arts master. Her words instantly ignited the ire of many. Junior sister, do you truly believe such childish claims? Him, a martial arts master? I am curious. Which sect does he belong to? How could he possibly attain such a status at such a tender age? Oomph. In the entirety of Wudong, how many have achieved mastery at such an age? Jiang Murong's declaration ignited the anger of several Wudong disciples. Shen Lang turned his gaze towards Chu Huan, questioning, Young man, are you aware of the consequences of deceiving Murong? Upon Chu Huan's entrance, he had scrutinized him closely, yet he felt no threat emanating from him. Generally, two scenarios could lead to such a misperception. Either Chu Huan's strength was so feeble that he had yet to cross the threshold of a martial artist, or he vastly surpassed Shen Lang, rendering him unable to sense any fluctuation of energy. Shen Lang was a 5th-grade grandmaster, a formidable figure within Wudong, and he could not fathom that Chu Huan's cultivation could exceed his own. Chu Huan undoubtedly belonged to the former category. Deceiver? I have not deceived her. Chu Huan shook his head earnestly. Witnessing his indifference, the surrounding senior brothers grew even more incensed. They clenched their fists, glaring at Chu Huan with fury. You claim to be a martial arts master? Do you dare to compete with me? Yes, let's measure your strength. Originally displeased that Jiang Murong, a prized gem, had been claimed by Chu Huan, they now found a perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jiang Murong looked at her eager senior brothers and cautioned, this might not be wise. Junior sister, spare your defense of Chu Huan. We shall surely show him mercy. The eldest brother, Xiao Fei, chuckled. Before Jiang Murong could voice her concerns further, her words were drowned out by the enthusiastic agreement of the crowd. Xiao Fei fixed his gaze on Chu Huan and asked, Chu Huan, do you dare to accept? Everyone looked at Chu Huan with gleeful anticipation, eager to see him humiliated. Chu Huan nodded and addressed Xiao Fei and the others. You all may come at once. Facing each one individually would be too time-consuming. Chapter 44. The shocked Lin Shui at this declaration, all the Wudong disciples erupted in fury. Shen Lang's brows furrowed into a tight line. Arrogant. This young man was far too presumptuous. It was as if he disregarded all the disciples of Wudong. You are exceedingly audacious. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. Chu Huan's words provoked Xiao Fei. With a sudden burst, he unleashed his energy, channeling it into his fists, and struck with formidable force. Xiao Fei moved like lightning, fierce as a beast, charging directly towards Chu Huan's chest. As the eldest brother of Wudong, he had reached the 9th grade of mastery. This audacious young man had provoked the eldest brother, and he would surely suffer the consequences. Indeed, daring to act so brazenly on Wudong's territory was unprecedented. Soon, the junior sister would realize just how hypocritical this young man truly was. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Fei's fist was already descending upon Chu Huan. Chu Huan stood motionless like an ancient monk, completely unfazed by Xiao Fei's onslaught. This nonchalance only fueled Xiao Fei's fury further. He was determined to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Just as Xiao Fei's fist was about to land on Chu Huan's chest, Chu Huan slowly raised his hand. A powerful aura emanated from both of their bodies, forcing several disciples to retreat a few steps in awe. All eyes were glued to the two, eager to witness the spectacle of Chu Huan being thoroughly beaten. How could this be possible? Many disciples gasped in unison, astonished by the unfolding scene. They watched in disbelief as Xiao Fei's attack was effortlessly neutralized by Chu Huan. With one hand, Chu Huan grasped Xiao Fei's fist. Despite Xiao Fei exerting all his strength to break free, it was futile. Jiang Mu Rong's lips curled into a slight smile, her delicate face radiating pride. "Humph. I told you, Chu Huan is a master of martial arts. You just wouldn't believe me." Shen Lang's eyes widened, clearly realizing his earlier misjudgment. This young man's strength was unfathomable. Chu Huan, with an air of ease, addressed Xiao Fei, saying, "Brother, I suggested you all come at me together." With that, he raised his hand and sent Xiao Fei stumbling several meters away. Xiao Fei staggered back, only managing to regain his footing with the help of several disciples behind him. Witnessing the ease with which their senior brother Xiao Fei was defeated by Chu Huan, everyone understood that they stood no chance against him. "Brother Chu, I was wrong." Xiao Fei bowed deeply to Chu Huan in apology. He had exerted all his effort, and upon his fist connecting with Chu Huan's palm, it felt as though his strength had vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace of Chu Huan's true depth. The pressure Chu Huan exerted was even greater than that of Shen Lang. "No worries." Chu Huan waved his hand and turned to the others, brothers and sisters. "Would any of you care to give it a try?" At this challenge, everyone stepped back several paces. If they lost, they could not afford the humiliation it would bring to Wudong. A one-on-one? With their senior brother Xiao Fei defeated, what chance did they have? It seemed that only some extraordinary talents within Wudong could hope to defeat Chu Huan. Shen Lang smiled at Chu Huan and said, "Well done, my friend. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. It appears I was the one who misjudged." Hearing their master praise, Chu Huan filled Jiang Mu Rong's heart with sweetness. "But your arrival was timely. Otherwise, our Wudong and even Hunan province might have faced disgrace." Shen Lang exclaimed joyfully to Chu Huan. "Oh," Chu Huan responded, puzzled. With senior brother Xiao Fei's 9th grade martial prowess, he should easily handle the younger generation of Hunan province, right? Why would Shen Lang say such a thing? "Last night, the Hunan Province Martial Arts Association informed me that a prodigy from Japan has infiltrated this tournament, possessing extraordinary strength and achieving innate mastery. We are uncertain of the full extent of his power. The president earnestly requested that Wudong exert all its efforts." I relayed this message back to Wudong last night, and they agreed to send their innate level juniors to participate in the grand competition. If my junior from Wudong is capable of securing victory, there shall be no need to trouble you. However, should my junior falter, I humbly request your assistance." Shen Lang spoke with a tone of respect, tinged with a hint of earnest plea. Just moments ago, he had been unable to discern the depth of Chu Huan's prowess. Those versed in the art perceive the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely witness the spectacle. Only upon entering the innate realm does one truly grasp the extent of control over power that Chu Huan exhibited with that casual strike. Shen Lang recognized that Chu Huan's cultivation and strength likely surpassed his own. In the entirety of Wudong, only that remarkable prodigy could potentially rival Chu Huan. Nevertheless, to summon such a paragon from Wudong for a mere provincial competition seemed rather lacking in martial decorum. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, Chu Huan recalled the enigmatic master from the previous night. Could it be him? A myriad of complex thoughts flooded Chu Huan's mind. Regardless, the discord between him and the warriors from the land of the rising sun had become irreconcilable. If they dare to stir trouble in Han province, they must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. Should the need arise, I shall intervene. Chu Huan replied with a smile and a nod. Hearing this, the weight that had burdened Shen Lang's heart finally lifted. At that very moment, Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, arrived at the Lin group accompanied by his entourage. The sight of such an imposing presence sent chills down the spines of Lin group's personnel. This incident swiftly captured Lin Shue's attention. Upon witnessing Lin Shue's poised demeanor, Zhang Yi approached her with a beaming smile bowing deeply. Lin Zong, I am Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family from the provincial city. Previously, my son Zhang Baiqi acted thoughtlessly and offended you. Please rest assured, I have imposed consequences upon him, and I ask that you do not hold my family accountable. The staff of Lin Group stood dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. Never had they imagined that the head of the Zhang family would personally come to apologize to Lin Zong. An inexplicable sense of pride welled up within them as employees of Lin Group. Lin Shui was equally taken aback by Zhang Ye's actions. She had prepared to apologize to him, only to find him bowing in contrition first. Wasn't Zhang Baiqi nearly killed by Chu Huan? Why had the Zhang family not sought retribution against Lin Group, but instead came to offer an apology? Could be due to Chu Huan? Chu Huan had confidently assured her that the Zhang family would not dare to provoke the Lin family. Now, barely had he set foot outside when Zhang Yi, along with the upper echelons of the Zhang family, arrived to express their regrets. If there were no connection whatsoever, Lin Shui would find it utterly implausible. I implore you to forgive us, Lin Zong. The Zhang family is willing to pay any price. Seeing Lin Shui remain silent, Zhang Yi bowed once more in earnest supplication. The other senior members of the Lin family bowed their heads, awaiting Lin Shui's response. Lin Shui immediately extended her hand to assist Zhang Yi in rising. I forgive you. There is no need for such formality. Thank you, Lin Zong, Zhang Yi exclaimed, gesturing with his hand. This is a token of our family's apology. Please accept it. With that, he presented a share transfer agreement to Lin Shui. Upon seeing the conspicuous document detailing the transfer of shares in Jinhua Technology, Lin Shui was utterly astounded. Jinhua Technology stands as the largest technology company in the entirety of Hansheng, boasting an annual net profit in the hundreds of millions. How could such a colossal enterprise be relinquished so easily? What deeds has Chu Huan committed to provoke the Zhang family into surrendering such a grand establishment? Chapter 45. Undercurrents. Chu Huan's intent to kill the family stood respectfully at the entrance, heads bowed before the youth, too intimidated to utter a word. How unreasonable can you be? My father has explained that if the parasitic insect within me is not removed, I shall perish. And Bayer exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation as she glared at Miao Tianlong. You are mine in life and in death, without my consent, even in death. You must retain my love parasite within you. Miao Tianlong's voice was frigid, emanating a powerful aura that instilled fear of defiance. Speak. Who is it that exterminated the parasite within you? Miao Tianlong demanded. And Bayer tilted her head defiantly, remaining silent. The others around her fell into an uneasy hush, too fearful to speak. You seek death, Miao Tianlong growled, tightening his grip around Bayer's throat. Pain surged through her neck as she felt as though it might snap. Cough, cough. You're hurting me. And Bayer gasped, struggling and wincing in agony. Yet, Miao Tianlong remained unyielding, his expression cold as he threatened. I will ask you once more. Who removed your love parasite? Speak or face death. And Bayer's eyes bore into Miao Tianlong, her silence unwavering, witnessing her torment. And Qishan could no longer bear it. He fell to his knees before Miao Tianlong, pleading, I will tell you. It was Chu Huan. Please spare my daughter. Chu Huan, from the Chu family? Even they should not interfere with matters concerning my Miao clan. Miao Tianlong seethed, demanding to know where he could find Chu Huan, vowing to eliminate him for daring to slay a member of the Miao clan. I refuse. And Bayer gritted her teeth, glaring defiantly at Miao Tianlong. Before she could finish her retort, Miao Tianlong tightened his grip further. And Qishan immediately pleaded for mercy. He will be at the provincial conference tomorrow. With a forceful toss, Miao Tianlong flung Bayer aside, his demeanor as frigid as ever. You had best not deceive me, or the family shall know no peace henceforth. Meanwhile, in a villa hall on the outskirts of Han province. Old fool, I shall ask you one final time. Where is that bastard child? Chu Qing inquired, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he coldly interrogated. He grasped Yuan Kuen's hair, yanking it with such force that a layer of skin was torn away, blood staining Yuan Kuen's scalp. Yuan Kuen wailed in agony, his body crumpling to the ground. At that moment, his face bore the marks of a blade. his body marred with wounds, his clothing soaked in crimson. He resembled a wretch risen from the grave. Not only was Yuan Kun suffering, but several other youths nearby endured similar inhuman torment. I do not know. Yuan Kun gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge Chu Huan's whereabouts. Very well. Since you refuse to reveal the whereabouts of that wildling, I shall proceed to torture each of your disciples mercilessly and then feed them to the dogs. I wonder how long you can endure this. Chu Qing spoke with a cruel smile, unfazed by the situation. Master, I beg you, please tell us where Senior Chu is. We do not wish to die, pleaded one of Yuan Kun's disciples, desperation evident in his voice. The others echoed his plea, urging Yuan Kun to disclose Chu Huan's location. Take your time to discuss. I have all the time in the world to entertain you. With that, Chu Qing brandished an iron rod and thrust it towards one of Yuan Kun's disciples. Soon, several crimson wounds emerged on the disciple's body, and under such inhuman torment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Someone, throw him out to feed the dogs. Chu Qing commanded, preparing to dispose of the poor soul. Witnessing his disciples' suffering, Yuan Kun's heart sank into despair. This man before him was a demon. If he remained silent, his disciple would be tortured to death. I will speak. I will speak. Yuan Kun's mental defenses crumbled entirely. His name is Chu Huan. He will appear at the martial arts competition in the provincial city tomorrow. With that, Yuan Kun collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. He had initially hoped to make a name for himself through his own prowess, but now he was consumed by despair. Ha! Had you revealed the whereabouts of that wildling sooner, I would not have had to resort to such torture, Chu Qing exclaimed, before crushing the skull of one of Yuan Kun's disciples. Go tell Chu Huan to prepare for his demise in my hands. With that, he kicked Yuan Kun out of the villa. Meanwhile, within the Long family estate, the Red Soul team merely went to invite a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to treat you, and you tell me they have been annihilated? The murderous intent emanating from Zhong Shanyu enveloped Long Fei-yong. The palpable aura of death nearly forced Long Fei-yong, a peak innate third-grade expert, to his knees, highlighting the overwhelming terror of Zhong Shanyu. We have not received any news of their return. Long Fei-yong replied, trembling slightly. What is the name of that practitioner? Where is he now? Zhong Shanyu demanded through gritted teeth. The Red Soul team was led by the martial arts master Watanabe Nishiguchi. Anyone capable of slaying members of their team must at least be a martial arts master themselves. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in Han Province. Regardless, he had to avenge the Red Soul team. His name is Chu Huan. According to my investigation, he will appear at the provincial martial arts tournament tomorrow. Long Fei-yong, drenched in cold sweat, recounted all he knew. You had better not be lying, for even if you are Long Fei-yong's brother, I will not hesitate to kill you. With the knowledge that Chu Huan would be present at the tournament, Zhong Shanyu's murderous intent intensified. He silently vowed to end Chu Huan's life the following day. A current of dark energy surged simultaneously throughout Han Province. All eyes seemed to converge on the martial arts tournament set for tomorrow. Unbeknownst to all of this, Chu Huan, the central figure in this unfolding drama, had just received a phone call from Lin Shui. Lin Shui informed him that Zhang Yi, accompanied by all the senior executives of the Zhang family, had come to offer an apology and presented her with a company, inquiring whether Chu Huan could accept it. It was then that Chu Huan learned of Zhang Ye's unexpected contrition. He urged Lin Shui to accept, for otherwise, Zhang Yi might forever be haunted by sleepless nights. Just as he hung up the phone, a blood-soaked man appeared before Chu Huan, in a state of utter disarray. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head before her, exclaiming, "Senior Chu, I am sorry, I betrayed you." Initially, Chu Huan thought he was merely a madman seeking her out. However, upon hearing his voice, she managed to recognize him, albeit with uncertainty about whether it was Yuan Kun. After all, Yuan Kun was now a master of martial arts. What could have possibly reduced him to such a pitiful state? Yuan Kun, is that you? Chu Huan asked, her heart aching with concern. Yuan Kun nodded, too afraid to respond. At that moment, upon witnessing his acquiescence, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from within Chu Huan. What kind of torment had Yuan Kun endured to become like this? Who did this to you? Chu Huan demanded, her voice laced with fury. Yuan Kuan shook his head. It doesn't matter, Senior Chu. You must leave quickly. There are those who wish to kill you. Who? Chu Huan narrowed her eyes, the malevolence within her fully unleashed. This individual must be the architect of Yuan Kuan's suffering. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to make them pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 46. Recklessness in the Dragon Kingdom? I shall strike you down in a single blow. Sensing the terrifying intent radiating from Chu Huan, Yuan Kuan trembled slightly. He dared not meet her gaze, lowering his head and speaking in a somber tone. Senior, do not inquire further. They are not foes you can afford to confront. Who? Chu Huan's voice turned icy as she pressed again for answers. An insatiable fury engulfed the atmosphere. Yuan Kuan, unable to face her, remained silent for a moment before murmuring. The Chu family of Qingzhou. Chu Qing. The Chu family of Qingzhou. Once again, it was the Chu family of Qingzhou. Chu Huan clenched her fists in indignation. Previously, Chu Ming had ambushed her, branding her as an illegitimate child, only to be decisively vanquished by her. Later, upon investigating Chu Ming's background, she discovered his ties to the Qingzhou Chu family. Now, Chu Qing dared to trouble her once more. If she did not teach the Qingzhou Chu family a bloody lesson, would they truly believe they held dominion over the world? Senior, the Qingzhou Chu family is not one we can provoke. They boast numerous prodigies and several transcendent masters. To offend them is to invite certain death. Yuan Kuan knelt, despair etched across his face. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Chu Huan waved her hand dismissively, speaking with an air of calm determination. She did not seek conflict, yet she was not afraid of it either. Since they had already dared to encroach upon her doorstep, what difference did it make if she cowered in hiding? Furthermore, she had already slain a prodigy of the Chu family along with 2 innate 7th-grade warriors. The enmity between her and the Chu family had been irreparably severed. Now, they had the audacity to provoke her once more. She would make them tremble in fear. One day, she would unsheath her sword and obliterate the Chu family once and for all. Seeing Chu Huan's resolute demeanor, Yuan Kuan realized that he could not dissuade her. Senior, Chu Qing is immensely powerful. He subdued me with a mere gesture. You must exercise utmost caution. Yuan Kuan meticulously recounted his recent experiences, keen to prevent Chu Huan from underestimating the situation. Chu Huan smiled faintly and replied, Rest assured, among my peers, I am invincible. Witnessing the overwhelming confidence radiating from Chu Huan, Yuan Kuan shuddered slightly. Chu Huan comfortingly urged, Now, focus on your recovery. Thank you, Senior. Yuan Kuan expressed with utmost respect. Subsequently, Chu Huan commenced the healing process for Yuan Kuan. Upon closely examining Yuan Kuan's injuries, his animosity towards Chu Qing intensified. Yuan Kuan was grievously wounded both inside and out. Had it not been for his remarkable medical skills, he would have succumbed to his injuries within 3 days due to severe internal damage. Regardless of their past grievances, it was unjust to drag innocent individuals into the fray, let alone inflict such brutality upon Yuan Kuan. The members of the Chu family from Qingzhou were nothing short of beasts. After a bustling afternoon, Chu Huan managed to stabilize Yuan Kuan's condition. The disciples of Wudong were seething with anger upon learning of Yuan Kuan's plight at the hands of Chu Qing. Yet, they felt powerless against the tyrannical nature of the Qingzhou Chu family. The Qingzhou Chu family was exceedingly formidable. Even a powerful faction like Wudong was reluctant to provoke them. After a night of cultivation, Chu Huan adjusted his strength to its zenith. Though filled with fury, he understood that the Qingzhou Chu family had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly for their arrival. He was poised to face an impending bloodbath. Unbeknownst to him, the time for the provincial martial arts tournament had arrived. Families from across Han Province had assembled at the venue well in advance. As the foremost martial arts power in Han Province, Wudong was the last to make its entrance. With Wudong's arrival, the Grand Martial Arts competition officially commenced. Initially, the event showcased the younger generation from various martial arts families engaging in friendly sparring. Various factions observed and offered insights, creating a lively atmosphere. As time progressed, Challenges among the factions ensued. As the senior disciple of Wudong, Xiao Fei naturally became the target of numerous challenges. Senior brother Xiao, I, Zhang Biao from the Zhang family. Challenge you, Zhang Biao declared, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Fei, a smile adorning his face. Go, senior brother. Jiang Mu Rong cheered, clenching her fists in encouragement. Go, senior brother. Other Wudong disciples joined in the chorus, rallying behind Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly approached the martial arts arena. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle between Zhang Biao and Xiao Fei commenced. As Wudong's eldest disciple, Xiao Fei's cultivation and strength far surpassed Zhang Biao's. And within merely 3 exchanges, Zhang Biao was decisively defeated. In the aftermath, numerous disciples stepped up to challenge Xiao Fei, all of whom he vanquished with overwhelming prowess. Each time, the martial arts tournament concluded with a disciple from Wudong claiming the championship. Just as everyone believed the provincial martial arts tournament was nearing its end, a somewhat inexperienced voice rang out. Senior brother Xiao, I have come to spar with you. As the words were spoken, a potent surge of innate vital energy erupted from the newcomer. Upon sensing this terrifying force, the expressions of all present martial artists shifted dramatically. Innate vital energy? Could this individual be a martial arts master? When did Han Province produce such a young martial arts master? All eyes converged upon the newcomer. This individual is none other than Nakayama Wairi. The moment he appeared, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, sweeping across the martial arts arena. The terrifying presence of a peak, innate 7th rank left many present gasping for breath. Xiao Fei was the first to bear the brunt, nearly brought to his knees by the force unleashed by Nakayama Wairi. With a cold gaze fixed on Xiao Fei, Nakayama Wairi disdainfully inquired, Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I personally escort you out? Xiao Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes resolutely fixed on Nakayama Wairi. Bring it on. I am eager to see just how strong you are. With a scoff, Nakayama Wairi retorted, You foolish pig from China, since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of innate vital energy that struck directly at Xiao Fei's heart. Faced with Nakayama Wairi's formidable attack, Xiao Fei's expression changed dramatically. He tightened his grip on the long knife, shouting with fury, Shatter for me. The disparity in cultivation levels between Xiao Fei and Nakayama Wairi was insurmountable. In a single blow, Nakayama Wairi shattered the long knife in Xiao Fei's grasp, sending him flying several meters, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Wudong were thrown into disarray. Senior brother, Jiang Murong clenched her fists, her face etched with anxiety. The other's eyes burned with rage, wishing to rend Nakayama Wairi to pieces. Damn it! Shun Lang clenched his fists, fervently wishing to descend and teach Nakayama Wairi a lesson. Amidst the fury of the Wudong disciples, Nakayama Wairi contemptuously declared, Is this all you pigs from China are capable of? Only our Japanese ninjutsu is the strongest in the world. His words ignited the ire of everyone present. Master, I shall slay him. At that moment, a young man behind Shun Lang, fists clenched and brimming with murderous intent, spoke. Shun Lang shook his head, quickly responding, Sun Chong, you are not his match yet. Going up would be tantamount to seeking death. Sun Chong was the prodigy sent by Wudong. Yet his cultivation was merely at the innate 5th rank, a significant gap compared to Nakayama Wairi. If I do not intervene, who else can stand against him? Sun Chong seethed, unable to contain his inner fury. Shun Lang let out a deep sigh and turned his gaze towards Chu Huan. With a slight smile, Chu Huan said, Allow me to handle this. You? Are you capable? Sun Chong questioned, doubt clouding his belief in Chu Huan's strength. Chu Huan offered no explanation, instead focusing on the arena, where a commanding voice rang out, Who dares to act like a lapdog in my dragon country? In one strike, I shall end you. Chapter 47. It takes but a sword to slay you. Stepping forward, Chu Huan lightly leaped onto the martial arts stage. In that instant, all eyes converged upon him. Nakayama Wairi gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze upon Chu Huan, and roared, You Chinese pig, how dare you humiliate me? I shall slice you into pieces. 1,000 cuts for 1,000 grievances. Chu Huan shook his head, his expression calm and indifferent. Remember, it is I, Chu Huan, who shall take your life. He raised his hand, drawing the long sword from his waist. With the sword in hand, he felt invincible. At that moment, Chu Huan's aura transformed into a sharp and formidable presence. The fierce sword light danced around him, and he stood rooted in place. A harmonious unity formed between himself and the sword he wielded. The sword energy surged towards Nakayama Wairi. Grasping his katana, Nakayama Wairi felt the clash of blade and sword energy, forcing him back several paces. Die, you Chinese pig, he bellowed, stomping fiercely on the ground before striking towards Chu Huan. In that moment, Nakayama Wairi's momentum peaked. As he swung his katana through the air, it emitted a series of metallic clangs. West River Strike. Nakayama Wairi unleashed his blade with astonishing speed and ferocity, aiming directly at Chu Huan's head. Confronted with Nakayama Wairi's fierce assault, Chu Huan looked up with a cold smile and retorted, "Is that all?" As he spoke, he sprang into action. The long sword in his hand, combined with the innate vital energy within him, formed an indomitable barrier of force. I told you, it takes but a single strike to kill you. With that declaration, Chu Huan's sword descended like a torrential downpour. In an instant, Nakayama Wairi's entire offensive was shattered. The blinding sword energy struck him with the force of thunder. Not good. Nakayama Wairi's expression changed dramatically as he immediately retreated. He sensed an overwhelming danger. Should he continue to withstand it, he would undoubtedly perish at Chu Huan's hands. In the fleeting moment of his retreat, Chu Huan had already sealed off his escape route. The crisp sound of the sword echoed in Nakayama Wairi's ears. As the sword light flashed before his eyes, he instinctively shut them and raised his katana to endure Chu Huan's strike. All present witnessed the collision of blade and sword, igniting a blinding spark. Clang! The resounding metallic ring filled the air. Nakayama Wairi's katana was cleaved in two, and a crimson line appeared across his forehead. How could this be? Nakayama Wairi, filled with disbelief, closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend the extent of his defeat. The demise of Nakayama Wairi caused considerable alarm among the concealed Japanese warriors. Nakayama Wairi had been their nation's prodigy, and to be slain by a single sword stroke was a humiliating blow to their pride. Simultaneously, they silently etched Chu Huan's name into their memories. Victory! Chu Huan had triumphed. Jiang Murong clenched her fists in excitement, filled with elation. The disciples of Wudong rose in unison, their faces alight with admiration for Chu Huan. Shun Lang nodded, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "What a lad! You've concealed your strength well. Hadn't the Japanese trash just been arrogant? They couldn't even withstand a single strike. Ha ha ha! How could they dare to claim supremacy in the realm of Japanese ninjutsu?" The frustration everyone had felt moments ago now transformed into overwhelming relief. The prominent families of Han Province cast admiring glances towards Chu Huan. Nakayama Wairi was a formidable opponent of the 7th rank in innate strength. Chu Huan's ability to slay him with a single sword stroke was a feat they could only aspire to. Shun Lang gradually stood, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the gathering. Ha ha ha! This time, the champion of the Han Province competition is Chu Huan. Does anyone have any objections? The various factions of Han Province shook their heads in disbelief. What a joke! With Chu Huan's ability to slay a 7th-rank genius with a single strike, how could they possibly contest his claim to the title? With that, as Shun Lang prepared to announce Chu Huan as the champion of this grand competition, a domineering voice interrupted him, proclaiming, "A dead man can also be the champion?" As the words echoed, a man leaped from the high platform and swiftly descended into the arena. Who is this audacious individual that dares to utter such brazen words? Chu Huan had already established an illustrious reputation by slaying the prodigy of the Wokou. To provoke him at this moment required immense courage and confidence. Just as the crowd's curiosity peaked, another chilling voice resonated from nearby. "I too believe this wildling deserves to die." Chu Qing slowly descended from the platform, casting a relaxed glance at Chu Huan. He regarded Chu Huan with a detached demeanor and inquired, "Will you take your own life? Or shall I be the one to end you?" Although Chu Huan had never encountered Chu Qing, the arrogant attitude gave him insight into the man's identity. "With just you?" Chu Huan scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "Today, I shall use your head to declare war on the Chu family of Qingzhou. One day, I will annihilate the Chu family of Qingzhou. You seek death." Chu Qing roared, stomping his right foot, shattering the stone floor beneath him. In a swift motion, he charged at Chu Huan, his long blade aimed directly at Chu Huan's chest. Unyielding, Chu Huan swung his sword, clashing against the rapidly advancing blade. Sparks flew as metal met metal, and with a powerful shockwave, Chu Qing was forced back several steps. Chu Huan remained steadfast, as motionless as an ancient monk. "I shall come." Witnessing Chu Qing's retreat, a formidable man charged toward Chu Huan. With clenched fists, each step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. "Dominant fist!" The man bellowed, his iron fist striking toward Chu Huan like shooting stars. His strength was formidable, and each punch resonated with explosive force. Clang! 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 His iron fists met Chu Huan's soft sword, ringing out with each collision. "Get away!" Chu Huan shouted, channeling his sword energy into a single, decisive strike toward the dominant man. Sensing the sharpness of the sword energy, the man staggered back repeatedly, finally halting after a dozen steps. "What a formidable sword technique! I underestimated you," the dominant man said coldly. Chu Huan regarded him with a newfound seriousness. This individual's cultivation had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of innate mastery. Who could he possibly be? It seemed he had not provoked such an extraordinary prodigy. "Who are you?" Chu Huan inquired coolly. "It appears we have no grievances between us. Killing my beloved is akin to taking my wife's life. You must die." Miao Tianlong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Upon hearing Miao Tianlong's words, Chu Huan felt a wave of frustration. "I was trying to save your wife," he attempted to explain, but Miao Tianlong interrupted with fury. "You have destroyed over a decade of my efforts. You deserve to die." With that, Miao Tianlong charged at Chu Huan once more. Realizing that reason would not prevail with Miao Tianlong, Chu Huan decided to subdue him first before discussing matters further. As Miao Tianlong launched his attack, Chu Huan moved like lightning, engaging in yet another fierce clash with Miao Tianlong. Confronted with Chu Huan's fierce assault, Miao Tianlong did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward like a beast, striking at Chu Huan. Seeking death, Chu Huan retorted coldly, feeling belittled. In an instant, his long sword descended upon Miao Tianlong. The next moment, Chu Huan's expression shifted dramatically. His strike surprisingly failed to breach Miao Tianlong's defenses. "Is that all you've got? You couldn't even tickle me with such feeble attempts." Miao Tianlong scoffed, raising his hand to strike at Chu Huan once more. Chu Huan retaliated with another swing of his sword. Clang! 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 A series of strikes landed upon Miao Tianlong, yet he remained utterly unfazed. Staring in disbelief at Miao Tianlong, Chu Huan queried, "The diamond goo? You have actually fused with the diamond goo?" Miao Tianlong smirked disdainfully, responding, "You possess some insight, but it won't save you." With that, his ferocious fists rained down upon Chu Huan like a tempest. Chapter 48. Sword presses the talented. Astonishing emergence of a transcendent power after fusing with the diamond goo. Miao Tianlong was as impervious as an iron wall, invulnerable to blades and spears. The diamond goo. It is a potent and formidable creature from Miaojiang, and only a handful of individuals, perhaps no more than 10, have managed to cultivate and fuse with it. As far as Chu Huan knew, among the younger generation of Miaojiang, only the holy son, Miao Tianlong, had achieved such a feat. With a grave expression. He regarded Miao Tianlong and solemnly inquired, "You are the holy son of Miaojiang, Miao Tianlong? Do you know me?" Miao Tianlong's gaze was fierce. "Even if you do, today you must die." In that instant, his fist descended upon Chu Huan. The force of his blow struck Chu Huan's abdomen, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Chu Huan snorted coldly and replied, "I have no desire to oppose your clan, but if you seek my death, do not blame me for the consequences." As he spoke, The vital energy within him coalesced around his longsword. Miao Tianlong showed no fear, his iron fists colliding with Chu Huan's blade. Their speeds reached an astonishing peak as they exchanged blows in rapid succession. Kill! Miao Tianlong roared, unleashing his innate vital energy to its fullest extent. This energy surged through his limbs and bones, his eyes turning a menacing red as he declared to Chu Huan, "Boy, to die at the hands of me. The king of Thousand Gu would be your fortune." In the next moment, Miao Tianlong's strength surged several-fold, his fists growing larger as they came crashing down upon Chu Huan. Solar Sword Slay. Chu Huan dared not underestimate him, channeling his sword energy into a decisive strike. Their attacks formed two towering walls of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The walls collided with an ear-splitting sound. Yet, Chu Huan's sword energy, like a relentless parasite, pierced through Miao Tianlong's innate vital energy in an instant, driving towards his body. Miao Tianlong was forced back several steps, a small puncture wound appearing on his chest. Coughing violently, blood erupted from his mouth as he glared at Chu Huan with bitter resentment. "Holy son of Miao, allow me to handle this myself, for I am the scourge of the Chu family." Upon witnessing Miao Tianlong's defeat, Chu Qing laughed heartily, a smile gracing his face. Miao Tianlong shot a cold glare at Chu Qing, choosing not to respond further. With a knife in hand, Chu Qing advanced menacingly toward Chu Huan. "You wildling, you have slain Chu Ming, and now you shall pay for his life." A tempest of murderous intent emanated from Chu Qing. He lifted his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved toward Chu Huan. Flowing light blade, kill. Without hesitation, Chu Qing employed his martial prowess, aiming to defeat his foe in a single move. His peak, innate 8th-tier cultivation erupted forth, conjuring a terrifying aura that manifested as an invisible blade descending from above, directly targeting Chu Huan's crown. "Come forth," Chu Huan bellowed. "I too wish to strike you down with a sword." As he spoke, the sword energy he released coalesced into a slender line. "A line of heaven," Chu Huan intoned softly. The myriad sword energies seemed poised to cleave the heavens asunder. Blade and sword danced in the air. In an ephemeral moment, the blade energy was obliterated, and the sword energy enveloped Chu Qing's form. Chu Huan roared, his voice a thunderous echo of fury. He harbored no affection for Chu Qing or the entire Chu family of Qingzhou. Chu Qing had mercilessly injured Yuan Kuan, and Chu Huan was determined to exact his vengeance in full measure. As the sword energy surrounded him, an intense sense of peril surged within Chu Qing. 13 blades of the Chu clan. Chu Qing unleashed the ancestral technique of the Chu family, seeking to dismantle Chu Huan's onslaught. Yet, he underestimated his opponent's strength. Despite exerting all his might, he could only carve out a narrow breach. Bang! The sword energy pierced through Chu Qing's body. In an instant, his form was marred with sword marks, blood staining his garments. He staggered backward for several paces, steadying himself before spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his countenance a portrait of disarray. "Chu Huan, you accursed wildling." Chu Qing's eyes burned with rage as he howled in despair. He was the pride of the Chu family. Chu Huan was merely a wildling. How could he possibly suffer defeat at the hands of such a baseless wretch? He could not reconcile this humiliation. "Brother Chu, shall we join forces to annihilate this child?" At that moment, Miao Tianlong exclaimed, his voice breaking through the tension. The utterance caused a shift in the expressions of many onlookers outside the fray. What audacity! Unable to best Chu Huan in a fair fight, he sought to gang up on him. Jiang Murong clenched her fists, her voice laced with indignation. She yearned to aid Chu Huan, yet knew her own strength would only serve to complicate matters. Upon hearing this, Shun Lang furrowed his brow. The disciples of Wudong cast disdainful glances at Miao Tianlong, eager to witness whether Chu Qing would acquiesce to an alliance with him. Chu Qing laughed heartily, addressing Miao Tianlong. "Saint Miao, I appreciate your goodwill. This wildling of the Chu family shall be dealt with by us alone." Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, Miao Tianlong's expression darkened considerably. Jiang Murong sighed in relief, inwardly hoping, as long as they do not unite, Chu Huan is bound to triumph. Meanwhile, Chu Huan regarded Chu Qing with wariness. Just moments ago, he had reduced Chu Qing to a state akin to that of a beaten dog. He could not believe that Chu Qing would dare confront him again. This fellow surely harbored some insidious scheme. Indeed, no sooner had Chu Qing spoken than he channeled the innate energy within him, directing his voice skyward. Elders Lu and Qi, I implore you both to lend your strength and eradicate this child. As soon as Chu Qing finished speaking, an ancient voice resonated from the sky. Young Master Chu Qing, we have previously advised you to allow us to intervene and eliminate this child. Why insist on taking matters into your own hands? At that moment, two elderly figures descended from the heavens, their presence exuding an aura potent enough to subdue all present. Even Shunlang, at the pinnacle of the fifth level of the innate realm, felt nearly compelled to kneel upon sensing their formidable might. Jiang Murong and the other disciples of Wudong trembled, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. The forces from other regions found themselves bowing to the overwhelming pressure. Rendered immobile, only a transcendent master could traverse the air, and only such a being could emit an aura that left even a fifth-tier innate realm warrior like Shunlang gasping for breath. Furious, Shunlang glared at the two elders and barked. Does the Chu family of Qingzhou wish to be enemies with Wudong? The elder known as Elder Lu smiled slightly. I apologize for not restraining my aura earlier. I hope this esteemed elder can overlook that. Shunlang clenched his fists, glaring at Elder Lu, yet refraining from further retorts. Fully aware that Elder Lu's earlier display was a deliberate provocation towards Wudong. Noticing Shunlang's silence, Elder Lu turned his gaze upon Chu Huan, coldly fixing him with a disdainful stare. You little bastard, are you the one who killed young Master Chu Ming? As he spoke, Elder Lu unleashed his transcendent power, pressing it down upon Chu Huan. The overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave towards him. Chu Huan scoffed, and with a burst of sword energy, he pierced through the oppressive might, retorting, not only him, but today I shall send you all to hell to reunite. You seek death, you little beast. Elder Lu roared in fury. Chu Qing gritted his teeth and urged the elders, cease the banter, strike together, and eliminate this man. The two transcendent masters nodded in unison, understood. In an instant, they launched their assault on Chu Huan, exclaiming, Little beast, die. Chapter 49. Sword Pressure of the Transcendent Realm. The two elders attacked simultaneously, both being transcendent masters whose every movement radiated terrifying power. Breaking Wind Fist, Soul Refining Palm. They struck with lethal intent, eager to swiftly dispatch Chu Huan. Old dogs, do you think you can kill me? You are not nearly enough. Facing the combined might of the two transcendent masters, Chu Huan advanced rather than retreated. He wielded his sword with fervor, manifesting invisible sword energies that coalesced into dozens of blades. 13 whirlwind swords. As the illusory swords materialized, a tempest erupted. With a powerful sweep, Chu Huan sent forth a barrage of sword strikes towards Elder Lu and Elder Qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energies collided with the shadows of fists and the winds of palms in the sky. With sword in hand, Chu Huan charged at the two elders, who were taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of his techniques. They were transcendent masters. Both elders, initially confident they could swiftly eliminate Chu Huan, found their offensive thrust dismantled in an instant. The two elders regrouped and resumed their fierce engagement with Chu Huan. The silhouettes of the three individuals swiftly collided. Onlookers were captivated by their confrontation. How could this wretched bastard possess such formidable strength? He was engaging in an intense battle with two esteemed elders of the clan. Chu Qing glared at Chu Huan with gritted teeth, his body trembling with rage. In his eyes, the two elders would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly crush Chu Huan. Not only would this eliminate the bastard, but it would also demonstrate the might of the Chu family of Qingzhou. Instead of achieving the anticipated outcome, they now risked becoming the subject of ridicule. Miao Tianlong, too, was thoroughly astonished by Chu Huan's displayed prowess. A peak innate ninth-grade cultivator with such overwhelming power. Perhaps only the likes of Seven Foolish and the scions of those great powers possessed such terrifying combat ability. Jiang Murong clenched her fists, silently praying. Chu Huan, you must prevail. The disciples of Wudong, including Shun Lang, were fixated on the unfolding battle. Only the head of the Long family, standing a short distance away, wore a grim expression, while others were unaware of Chu Huan's true strength. He had previously felt it firsthand. Until now, he had not realized that the young master he encountered at the nine-section stronghold was indeed Chu Huan. Upon seeing him, the reason for the annihilation of the Japanese Red Soul Squad became clear. A wave of fear washed over Long Feiyong as he recalled the murderous intent he and his family had harbored against Chu Huan. He thought to himself, "We must eliminate him. Otherwise, our Long family is doomed." Clenching his fists, Long Feiyong's gaze remained fixed on Chu Huan, who had already exchanged over 30 blows with his adversaries. In their fierce engagement, every strike landed with palpable force. Chu Huan bore numerous wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood. Elder Lu and Elder Qi were also gravely injured, their bodies surrounded by the sword energy unleashed by Chu Huan, which had wounded them extensively. After a powerful exchange, the three combatants quickly separated. With grim expressions, Elder Qi and Elder Lu exchanged a glance before Elder Qi exclaimed, "Old Lu, we can no longer afford a delay. We must strike swiftly to eliminate this boy." The longer they fought Chu Huan, the more they felt his strength growing. If this continued, they would soon exhaust themselves, and to be vanquished by Chu Huan would bring them great humiliation. Agreed. Elder Lu nodded resolutely. As they spoke, the energy of their transcendent realms converged in their hands. Thunderous fist, Elder Lu bellowed. A resounding thunder seemed to emanate from his surroundings as he swung his fists, channeling the gathered power into a single strike. "If you perish beneath my technique, it will indeed be a testament to your skill." Elder Lu's gaze was piercing as he shouted at Chu Huan. Simultaneously, Elder Qi unleashed his own attack, his palms moving in unison. Blazing palm, a searing energy radiated from his hands, resembling a furnace. Both fists and palms bore down rapidly upon Chu Huan. In the face of their onslaught, a look of disdain crossed Chu Huan's face. "Old ghosts, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" As he spoke, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within him. The moment the sword intent was released, Elder Qi and Elder Lu's expressions shifted dramatically. The assault of the two individuals came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Not only they, but everyone present was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chu Huan unleash his sword intent. Sword intent, among the youth of this generation. Why does the seven madmen reign supreme? It is due to their comprehension of the profound realms, having forged their own paths. Now Chu Huan, too, has grasped sword intent. How could this not astound everyone? Such extraordinary talent. It is truly remarkable. The Chu family of Qingzhou seeks to eliminate such a prodigious individual. How utterly laughable and tragic. Seeing Chu Huan manifest sword intent, Shun Lang shook his head. The Chu family of Qingzhou is indeed formidable. They boast numerous prodigies, and among the younger generation, some have even reached the transcendent realm, overwhelming many other talents. Yet, none among the Chu family's youth shine as brightly as the seven madmen. This is a disgrace for the Chu family of Qingzhou. Ironically, while Chu Huan possesses a talent that rivals the seven madmen, he is being pursued by the very family that should cherish him. "Master, is Chu Huan truly that gifted?" Jiang Mu Rong inquired, perplexed by Shun Lang's lamentations. "In the entirety of Wudong, only the son can rival his talent. Do you not see how exceptional he is?" Shun Lang replied indifferently. "Ah, he is that formidable?" Jiang Mu Rong's gaze towards Chu Huan grew increasingly infatuated. Upon sensing the sword intent emanating from Chu Huan, Chu Qing's expression drastically changed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a bastard like him comprehend sword intent? In that moment, Chu Qing descended into madness. No matter how formidable Chu Huan's cultivation, without the understanding of profound realms, he posed no threat. Such prodigies were plentiful in the Chu family. However, to attain sword intent at such a young age and carve out his own path was a different matter entirely. It could even lead the family to alter their stance towards Chu Huan. The more he pondered, the more trepidation welled within Chu Qing. "Ha ha! I have wagered correctly." In the distance, Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, laughed heartily. He had offended Chu Huan, but quickly sought to amend the situation by extending an olive branch to Lin Shui. He believed that through Lin Shui, he could forge a connection with Chu Huan. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated Zhang Yi became. Unperturbed by the reactions surrounding him, Chu Huan remained resolute. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Elder Lu urgently called out, "Young Master Chu Huan, please cease your actions. We were unaware of your comprehension of sword intent. We are willing to apologize. Please show us mercy." After demonstrating sword intent, their demeanor towards Chu Huan was a stark contrast. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan snorted coldly. "An apology? Do you think mere words can resolve everything? How utterly ridiculous!" With a disdainful snort, his sword intent surged even more fervently. "You might as well perish." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the two. The two were taken aback by Chu Huan's blatant refusal to yield. They exchanged glances, and Elder Lu shouted furiously, "You, a bastard, since you refused to show gratitude. Do not blame us for what follows." Elder Qi bellowed, "Young Master Chu Qing, please take action and eliminate everyone present. We must ensure that this news of the bastard comprehending sword intent does not escape." A torrent of murderous intent erupted from the two. Elder Qi exclaimed furiously, "It is your own failure to recognize their worth that has led to their demise alongside you." Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that Elder Qi, in a bid to conceal the news of Chu Huan's comprehension of sword intent, would resort to murder to silence him. Such a ruthless old man. In an instant, chaos erupted in the arena as many began to flee, desperate to escape the scene. Chu Qing chuckled heartily and nodded, "Excellent." He understood all too well that if Chu Huan established himself within the Chu family, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Thus, he was more than willing to cooperate with the two elders. Chu Huan, however, was taken aback by the mercilessness of the two old men. "You two wretched old hounds deserve to die." Upon hearing these words, Chu Huan's murderous intent intensified. The sword intent within him melded with his swordplay, unleashing a devastating strike. A terrifying sword aura surged toward Elders Lu and Qi. The two elders exerted their utmost effort to counter Chu Huan's ferocious assault. Yet this time, Chu Huan was fully committed. With a single blow, he dismantled their attacks. In the next moment, two beams of sword energy soared into the sky. Before they could react, the blinding sword light descended upon their necks. In an instant, a crimson line appeared across their throats. How is this possible? Elders Lu and Qi gazed at Chu Huan in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never envisioned that they would meet their end at his hands. Previously, when engaging with them, Chu Huan merely sought to gauge the strength of a transcendent realm warrior. Having now discerned the approximate power of a first-tier transcendent realm fighter, he felt no need to hold back. With a single sword strike, he could eliminate the two. The two wretched old hounds deserved their fate. After dispatching them, Chu Huan turned his attention to Chu Qing, who was poised to slay the disciples of Wudong. Shun Lang and Sun Chong exerted every ounce of their strength to barely fend off Chu Qing's onslaught. Had it not been for Chu Huan's previous grievous injury inflicted upon Chu Qing, the two would have long since perished. Saint Miao, you wouldn't wish for Chu Huan to survive, would you? I implore you to assist me in eliminating them. Chu Qing, impeded by Shun Lang and Sun Chong, hastily beckoned Miao Tianlong. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Tianlong replied solemnly, "Very well, I will hold off these two. You go and slay the others." "Kill others? You should rather perish." As Miao Tianlong prepared to act, Chu Huan's chilling voice echoed in his ear. Miao Tianlong, upon seeing Chu Huan suddenly appear beside him, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Chu Huan in disbelief, exclaiming, How can you be here?" As Miao Tianlong caught sight of the lifeless bodies of Elders Lu and Qi, despair enveloped him. "You actually killed two transcendent realm powerhouses?" His eyes brimmed with incredulity. Chu Huan, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "You talk too much." With that, the sword intent within Chu Huan enveloped Miao Tianlong's form. Despite Miao Tianlong's protective golden cursed armor, it proved utterly ineffective against the sword intent. In mere moments, his defenses crumbled under Chu Huan's assault. With a single thrust, Chu Huan pierced Miao Tianlong's heart. In the midst of battle, upon hearing Chu Huan's voice, Chu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at Chu Huan in astonishment, his voice trembling as he stammered. How could you possibly? Before he could finish, the long sword in Chu Huan's hand had already penetrated Chu Qing's body. The blade, stained crimson with blood, shattered the meridians within Chu Qing. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Chu Qing's lips as, in an instant, decades of his cultivation were rendered null by Chu Huan. Helplessly, he lay on the ground, his hollow eyes reflecting despair. You've killed me. Why didn't you finish me off completely? To die like this is far too merciful. I will hand you over to Yuan Kuan, and you shall experience the torment of being at someone else's mercy. Chu Huan's tone was frigid as he replied coldly. Kill me. Ah. Chu Qing howled in anguish, each cry echoing his despair. Yet, Chu Huan paid him no further heed. Chu Huan, I cannot thank you enough. Had you arrived, even a moment later, we might have perished at the hands of this scoundrel. Shun Lang said with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement, casting grateful glances at Chu Huan. Do not be so courteous. Had it not been for me, none of you would have faced such calamity. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, his voice solemn. At that moment, Jiang Murong rushed from afar, enveloping Chu Huan tightly in her embrace. You scare me to death just now. The warmth of her embrace caused Chu Huan to stiffen, even in the face of formidable opponents. He had proven capable of wielding his sword with deadly precision. However, being held by such a beauty left him momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Murong whispered softly, Promise me you will try to avoid danger in the future, all right? Meeting her pleading gaze, Chu Huan nodded. All right. Hee, you mustn't deceive me. Jiang Murong beamed a sweet smile as she tightened her grip around him. During the battle, she had considered rushing to his aid multiple times, but upon reflecting on her own abilities, she restrained herself, fearing she would only hinder him. In that moment, Jiang Murong truly comprehended the significance of strength. She vowed silently within her heart that if Chu Huan emerged victorious this time, she would diligently train, aspiring to fight alongside him in the future. This, of course, was unknown to Chu Huan. Chu Huan, will you promise to be my boyfriend? Jiang Murong suddenly inquired. It was only through the crucible of danger that she recognized her own feelings. Throughout the duel, her heart had raced in tandem with his. In that instant, Jiang Murong understood that deep within, she had already etched his image into her soul. She no longer wished to evade her affections for him. Having acknowledged her feelings, she resolved not to let go. What? Chu Huan was taken aback. He had merely engaged in a fight, and yet Jiang Murong had declared her feelings? What had transpired during this time? Chu Huan was utterly perplexed. Although Jiang Murong had anticipated his answer, she still felt a pang of disappointment. She stood on her tiptoes, resting her head on his shoulder, and softly murmured in his ear, Chu Huan, whether you agree or not, I have decided. You are my man. However, Chu Huan still yearned to speak. Jiang Murong lifted her gaze and leaned towards Chu Huan's lips. This sudden action left Chu Huan breathless, his body rigid, and his eyes wide with shock. Ahem, Murong, you young ones should find a room for such matters. All the senior brothers are watching. Just as Jiang Murong became lost in the kiss, Shun Lang's awkward cough broke the moment, reverberating in her ears. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Murong snapped back to reality. Noticing the inquisitive gazes of the Wu Dang senior brothers, she swiftly separated from Chu Huan, her face flushed. She cast a glance at Chu Huan, and upon seeing his innocent expression, she fiercely stomped on his foot, exclaiming, It's all your fault. With that, she shyly retreated to the side, prompting the others to disperse in a flurry. Once the crowd had departed, Shun Lang turned to Chu Huan and asked solemnly, Chu Huan, what do you intend to do with him? He gestured toward the motionless Chu Qing on the ground. Unlike the two elders, Chu Qing was a direct descendant of the Chu family from Qingzhou. If Chu Qing were to be killed, the Qingzhou Chu family would undoubtedly seek revenge. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qing immediately pleaded, Chu Huan, as long as you spare my life, I will introduce you to the Chu family. I promise silence. Chu Huan interrupted, delivering a resounding slap to Chu Qing's face. You might as well abandon that hope. Whoever dares to harm me must pay the price. Chapter 51. The return of the evil cultivator. With a thud, Chu Qing was unceremoniously tossed before Yuan Kuan. Chu Huan regarded the injured Yuan Kuan with a smile and remarked, I have brought you Chu Qing. How would you like to deal with him? Yuan Kuan looked at Chu Qing in disbelief, tears streaming down his face. He never imagined that Chu Huan would capture Chu Qing on his behalf, valuing him so highly. Young Master Chu, I am not worthy, Yuan Kuan exclaimed, shaking his head. Chu Qing is the eldest son of the Qingzhou Chu family. There is no need for you to offend them on my account. Please let him go. Hearing Yuan Kuan's words, Chu Qing eagerly nodded and implored, Chu Huan, spare me. Be quiet, Chu Huan commanded, placing his foot on Chu Qing's head. Chu Qing howled in pain, too terrified to utter another word. Young master, thank you. My injuries are nothing. Please let him go, Yuan Kuan said earnestly, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Chu Huan. Understanding the situation, Chu Huan realized that Yuan Kuan did not wish to offend the Qingzhou Chu family because of him. Little did he know, the relationship between Chu Huan and the Qingzhou Chu family had turned hostile, a vendetta that would not be resolved without bloodshed. Even if Chu Huan spared Chu Qing, the Qingzhou Chu family would not easily relent. Moreover, Chu Qing had come solely to kill him. Those who sought his life would not be spared. Very well. I shall handle Chu Qing myself. With that, Chu Huan lifted Chu Qing and departed. Chu Huan, what do you intend to do? We are brothers. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Chu Huan, Chu Qing trembled in fear, pleading for mercy. Brothers? You wretched creature are hardly worthy to call me that. Chu Huan scoffed, delivering a punch that shattered Chu Qing's heart. Chu Qing, filled with reluctance, collapsed into a pool of blood. The martial arts competition ultimately concluded with Chu Huan emerging as the champion. The recent competition has left everyone astounded. With a single stroke, Chu Huan vanquished a prodigy from the Wokou and grasped the essence of swordsmanship, decimating two formidable experts in the process. Each revelation was nothing short of explosive, quickly becoming the focal point of discourse within the martial arts community. Many who heard the news were initially skeptical, unable to believe that, apart from the eccentric from Wudong, anyone in the younger generation of Han Province could comprehend such profundity. Nevertheless, numerous talents sought to journey to Han Province to encounter this so-called unparalleled genius. A greater number expressed their belief that Chu Huan was merely an impostor, eager to undermine him for their own ascendance. Meanwhile, Chu Huan was leisurely enjoying music, savoring a moment of tranquility. Brother-in-law, what exactly did you do in the provincial city to instill such fear in the Zhang family? Lin Shui inquired with curiosity. The Zhang family, one of the four prominent families in Jiang province, had compelled their patriarch to apologize to Chu Huan personally and even bestow upon him a company valued at over 100 million. To Lin Shui, this seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, Chu Huan had accomplished it. I merely treated an ailment and engaged in a cordial discussion with the Zhang family. They recognized their missteps and subsequently offered their apologies. Chu Huan replied with a chuckle. Lin Shui, not one to be easily deceived, questioned, is it truly that straightforward? Indeed it is. Chu Huan responded earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shui gazed at him and asked, Brother-in-law, are you perhaps a scion of a prominent family, coerced into this position? Before she could finish, Chu Huan playfully flicked her forehead. It seemed she had indulged too much in tales of reluctant grooms. Stop imagining things, he said, exasperated. Realizing her overthinking, Lin Shui earnestly regarded Chu Huan and pleaded, if there is anything you are hiding, please don't keep it from me. That is not permissible. Chu Huan replied with utmost seriousness. Lin Shui's expression shifted, and before she could speak, he continued, unless you marry me, I won't divulge a thing. Lin Shui's brows furrowed, but upon hearing his words, she burst into laughter, a blush adorning her cheeks. Brother-in-law, you're doing this on purpose. She playfully punched him. Chu Huan grasped Lin Shui's hand, pulling her into an embrace. Little Shui, don't you still call me brother-in-law? It's time to call me husband, he declared with mock seriousness. I will continue to call you brother-in-law. Have you been longing for me all this time? Or do you have a peculiar penchant? He teased with a mischievous grin. Ah, you're insufferable. I no longer like you, Lin Shui exclaimed, wishing to vanish into a crevice. Chu Huan, ever the troublemaker, declared, Then I shall do what you enjoy. With that, he ushered Lin Shui into the room, and a playful tussle ensued. Divine Dr. Chu, something has gone awry. Something grave. Song Weifeng, drenched in sweat, implored Chu Huan in distress. What has transpired? Chu Huan inquired, puzzled by Song Weifeng's frantic demeanor. The creature that consumes essence has returned. Divine Dr. Chu, you must assist us. Song Weifeng exclaimed in terror. Listening to this, Chu Huan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he already vanquished those supernatural beings? The King of Hell and the Yin-Yang messengers? How could there still be someone siphoning off vital energy? Could it be that another malevolent cultivator had arrived in Han City? What on earth was happening? Chu Huan inquired, perplexed. Song Weifeng, unable to conceal the truth, confessed. Recently, a business associate of mine mentioned that his child was suffering from extreme weakness, yet the hospital could find no symptoms and the condition was deteriorating. When I visited the child, I found him akin to those workers I encountered before. Upon inquiring at the hospital, I learned there were dozens of such children. Those monsters have returned. True Divine Doctor, I implore you, you must save me. The memory of that night haunted Song Weifeng, robbing him of sleep each evening. Take me to the hospital. Chu Huan's countenance darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. The two hastily made their way to the hospital. Upon arriving at Han City Hospital, Song Weifeng guided Chu Huan to the ward. There lay a boy, around 12 or 13 years old, on the hospital bed, while a middle-aged woman sat anxiously beside him. Her expression was frantic, with tear stains evident on her cheeks, clearly having wept moments ago. The boy's breathing was slow, his gaze vacant, and a hint of malevolence lingered between his brows. To Chu Huan's astonishment, the malevolent energy within the boy was actually devouring the woman's vital essence. This caused Chu Huan to furrow his brows. True Divine Doctor, what do you think? Song Weifeng asked urgently. The woman immediately rose and approached Chu Huan. Please, Divine Doctor, save my son. Chu Huan's expression grew grave as he addressed them. Your son's condition is far more complex than before, so I advise you to keep your distance while I treat him. The malevolent cultivator he had previously encountered was merely at the peak of the 9th rank, employing crude methods that were easily countered by Chu Huan. This time, however, the malevolent cultivator's techniques were far more sophisticated. Residual energies capable of consuming the essence of ordinary people still lingered within. Should this situation persist, Han City would surely face a calamity. Very well. I will heed your guidance. I will cooperate fully. The woman responded immediately. You both should step outside. I will administer acupuncture to him. Chu Huan instructed Song Weifeng and the woman to leave the ward, preparing to treat the boy alone. Taking out his silver needles, Chu Huan approached the boy. As the needle pierced the boy's skin, a surge of dark energy suddenly emanated from the needle, rushing towards Chu Huan's body. Observing this, Chu Huan swiftly circulated his vital energy and dispersed the malevolent force with a flick of his finger. Just as he was about to continue the acupuncture, he noticed the malevolent energy within the boy beginning to coalesce. The energy formed a terrifying skull that advanced menacingly toward Chu Huan. Chapter 52. One of the Seven Fools. The Wine Fool. Gazing at the eerie skull before him, Chu Huan's expression grew increasingly solemn. Such a tactic was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary malevolent cultivator. Any conventional doctor who encountered this skull would surely become fodder for that malevolent being. What a vile method, Chu Huan thought to himself. However, he still gathered his inner strength, picked up a glass bottle nearby, and used his innate vital energy to force the malevolent energy into the bottle. Once the malevolent energy was expelled from the boy's body, he regained consciousness. After Chu Huan administered the needle, he awoke within 10 minutes. Song Weifeng and a young woman rushed into the room. Son, you're finally awake. You scared your mother to death. The woman embraced her son, her anxiety palpable. Song Weifeng, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Divine Physician Chu. The woman, regaining her composure, stood to thank Song Weifeng as well. Thank you, Divine Physician. If it weren't for you. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, if any further mishaps occur, feel free to seek me out. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb the child's rest. This time, the malevolent techniques employed by the dark cultivators were exceedingly sinister and intricate. A moment's carelessness could ensnare even the hospital-S doctors. Without hesitation, Chu Huan made his way to Chen Zhongming's office to inquire about the current situation at Han City Hospital. Upon arrival, he found Chen Zhongming, his face etched with worry, pacing back and forth outside the office, occasionally glancing within. Zhongming, what has happened? Chu Huan asked, puzzled by Chen Zhongming's anxious demeanor. Chen Zhongming looked up, and upon seeing Chu Huan, his furrowed brow finally relaxed into a smile. Master Ancestor, you have come. This is truly fortuitous. With your intervention, my master is surely saved. Chen Zhongming exclaimed, hastening to Chu Huan's side, brimming with excitement. What has happened to your master? Chu Huan asked with curiosity. Recently, numerous strange cases have arisen in Han City, and our hospital is at a loss. Upon learning of this, my master immediately came to investigate. He swiftly diagnosed the ailment and successfully treated several patients. However, when he attempted to treat a young boy, he suddenly collapsed. Chu Huan's expression shifted to concern. What is his current condition? He inquired urgently. Huang Jianhua was his only disciple, and from Chen Zhongming's account, Chu Huan gleaned the likely cause of his fainting, but worried whether Huang Jianhua's body could endure. Not long ago, a mysterious woman claimed to be from the Security Bureau, stating she could awaken his master. Chen Zhongming, glancing at Chu Huan, appeared somewhat anxious. Chu Huan rapped his knuckles against Chen Zhongming's head, exclaiming, nonsense. If anything were to happen to your master, I shall hold you accountable. With that, he directed his gaze toward the office. Inside, a woman radiated a terrifying aura, enveloping Huang Jianhua's body. She harnessed this energy, and the searing force surrounded her, flames dancing around her form. Witnessing this, Chu Huan was taken aback. This woman had indeed grasped the essence of fire. When had such comprehension become commonplace? In this humble Han City, Chu Huan encountered such a prodigy. As the essence of fire was unleashed, the malevolent energy within Huang Jianhua was incinerated entirely. The woman retracted the flames and retrieved a small gourd from her waist. After a brief moment, her previous weakness seemed to dissipate. Who was peeking outside? She suddenly demanded, her gaze piercing like a sword. Just as Chu Huan opened the door, he caught a whiff of wine. Chen Zhongming, the scoundrel, was drinking in the office. He resolved to give Chen Zhongming a proper reprimand when he had the chance. At this moment, the woman fixed her gaze upon Chu Huan, incredulously asking, is it truly you? How is it that you find yourself here? Chu Huan glanced at her, racking his brain to recall where he might have encountered her before, but to no avail. Embarrassed, he inquired, my lady, have we met before? You haven't seen me, but I assisted you in extricating yourself from a predicament. Thus you owe me a favor, she replied with a subtle smile and a nonchalant tone. She? Help me with a problem? When did that happen? Why do I suddenly owe her a debt? Chu Huan thought, utterly bewildered. Could you elaborate? He asked, puzzled. Song Wanjun chuckled softly. About a week ago, you dispatched over a dozen warriors from Japan, and it was I who helped you clean up the mess. Her words jolted Chu Huan back to reality. The formidable presence he sensed that night was not from the Japanese experts, but rather from this woman before him. It made sense now why he felt such a palpable danger. I was actually looking for you. Who would have thought you would appear so fortuitously? Song Wanjun beamed at him, her smile sending a chill down his spine. Chu Huan had an ominous premonition. This woman was surely up to no good. He refrained from addressing her comments and approached Huang Jianhua, relieved to find him relatively unharmed. Rest assured, he is fine, he assured. Song Wanjun stepped closer to Chu Huan and continued. Let us resume our conversation. How about you repay your debt to me? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Chu Huan felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, sensing that this woman harbored ill intentions. Her formidable prowess instilled a measure of apprehension in him, and he had no desire to become too closely entangled with Song Wanjun. Noticing Chu Huan's wariness, Song Wanjun sighed in resignation. She endeavored to maintain her smile, addressing him. Relax, do not fear. I bear no malice. Yet, her words struck Chu Huan as peculiar. It seemed only those with sinister motives would speak in such a manner. A woman speaking to me like this? It is highly irregular. What is it you want? Speak plainly. I cannot endure your ambiguity, Chu Huan declared, unable to tolerate her evasiveness any longer. Realizing her previous words had indeed sounded odd, Song Wanjun conceded, "Very well, I am currently on a mission in Han City. I presumed that with my abilities, I could easily accomplish this task. But to my surprise, the situation has escalated drastically. Thus, I seek your assistance." Her eyes glinted with a frigid intensity as she spoke earnestly. Gazing into her piercing eyes, Chu Huan remained perplexed. Song Wanjuan's strength was undoubtedly among the elite of her peers. If she could not resolve the issue, what could he possibly do to help? "Who are you? What is your intention?" Chu Huan demanded. "My name is Song Wanjun, though many affectionately refer to me as the wine enthusiast." She introduced herself. The seemingly unreliable individual before him was the infamous wine enthusiast? This was beyond belief. Chu Huan was taken aback by her introduction. "My current mission is to eliminate those malevolent practitioners in Han City." Song Junwan gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze on Chu Huan, and said in a low voice, "This despicable group intends to use 99 young boys and 99 young girls within Han City to set up the nine-turn soul-devouring formation. Should they succeed, the entire Han City will descend into hell." Chapter 53. The Sacrificial Victim What? Upon hearing this news, not only Chu Huan, but also Chen Zhongming and Huang Jianhua were taken aback. Chu Huan was aware of the peculiar methods employed by these malevolent cultivators. Although he had never engaged them in combat, he could sense their formidable strength. However, he never imagined they would attempt to arrange a formation to turn Han City into a realm of torment. No wonder that young boy exuded such a strange aura of malevolence. Impossible to set up such a terrifying formation. One must at least choose an appropriate location. Surely, Han City cannot be suitable. Chu Huan inquired with curiosity. Han City is an ancient city with a history of 1,000 years. A millennium ago, a malevolent cultivator massacred tens of thousands here. The place is rife with evil energy. Although 1,000 years have passed, remnants of that malevolent cultivator's power still linger. They have discovered numerous valuable items at the site of his legacy, which is why they dare to act so brazenly in Han City. I have already reported this matter to higher authorities, but they are preoccupied with dealing with the warriors from Japan and entangled in that issue, compounded by unrest at the borders. Thus, it falls upon me to resolve this situation. As she spoke, Song Junwan displayed an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Whether it be the Martial Arts Association or several esteemed elders, they could easily settle matters here. Yet, such a grave responsibility now rested solely on her shoulders. The fate of all Han City residents was at stake. Failure to complete the task would lead to unimaginable consequences. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan's expression changed drastically. He had initially intended to suggest that Song Junwan seek assistance from the senior members of the Safety Bureau, only to find that the Bureau was also unable to lend a hand. What are your plans then? If it were any other matter, Chu Huan would naturally prefer not to wade through murky waters. However, this issue concerned the lives of all the people in Han City. He cannot stand idly by. I'm a loss as well. The only way forward is to quickly locate the tomb of that malevolent cultivator from 1,000 years ago and eliminate their foundation. Only then can we hope to resolve this crisis. Song Junwan said solemnly. This was her first encounter with such a daunting issue, and she could only proceed cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan was almost driven to exclaim in frustration. This matter involved countless lives. How could this woman be so clueless? Since you have no other ideas, we should first rescue the children and then seek out the malevolent cultivators. Without waiting for Song Junwan's response, Chu Huan began to busily prepare. Realizing that she had not handled the situation adequately, Song Junwan, aware of Chu Huan's exceptional medical skills, proactively offered her assistance. Soon, Chu Huan managed to rescue the children in the Han City Hospital who had been drained of their vital energy. After completing this task, he gathered all the malevolent energy from the children into a glass vial. "What are you doing?" Song Junwan asked curiously. This malevolent energy can absorb the vital energy from ordinary humans. If one inadvertently comes into contact with it, their life could be in jeopardy. Since they intend to inflict harm upon the common people by surrounding them with malevolent energy, we shall use this very tactic to counteract their nefarious plans. Chu Huan's gaze was icy. As he spoke, he raised his hand, compressing the malevolent energy within the glass vial. Before long, he extracted a silver needle, and under the influence of innate vital energy, the malevolent energy transformed into slender black needles. Witnessing Chu Huan's actions, the others were left even more perplexed. "Master, is there anything we can do to assist you?" Huang Jianhua inquired, puzzled. Chu Huan promptly replied, "You and Zhoming should closely monitor the patients in Han City, particularly those young boys and girls around 12 or 13 years old. If you encounter any cases of energy absorption, contact me immediately." "Understood." Huang Jianhua and Shen Zhoming responded without hesitation. "We must now proceed to a certain location and ascertain whether any malevolent practitioners are present," Chu Huan declared, leading Song Junwan swiftly towards the site where he had previously encountered the black and white impermanence. An hour later, the duo arrived at a construction site. Upon seeing the area, both Chu Huan and Song Junwan's expressions changed dramatically. They observed the surrounding trees gradually turning yellow, life force dissipating. What overwhelming malevolence! Song Junwan assessed the surroundings and spoke solemnly. "How did you come to know of this place?" "Initially, I eradicated 3 malevolent practitioners here, believing that their demise would alleviate any further issues. I did not anticipate that." Chu Huan replied gravely. "Let us not dwell on that. Let's investigate for any other anomalies. We must swiftly locate the malevolent practitioners," Song Junwan urged, hastening her pace. "Patience, let us first inquire with these workers. They may provide us with unexpected insights," Chu Huan suggested as they approached the construction site. Upon arrival, a middle-aged man named Ha excitedly exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly. Divine Physician Chu is here." Hearing this, the workers abandoned their tasks and rushed to Chu Huan's side. "Divine Physician, we cannot thank you enough. Ever since we began taking the medicine you prepared for us, we feel invigorated each day at work," Ha expressed with fervor. "Indeed, Divine Physician, I can now carry 10 bags of cement effortlessly." "Ha ha ha. Same here. Same here." The surrounding workers chimed in, expressing their gratitude to Chu Huan. At this, Chu Huan furrowed his brow slightly. "The medicine you provided them enhances their physical strength, aiding in their cultivation?" Song Junwan queried with curiosity. Chu Huan shook his head, clarifying, "I merely replenished their vital energy. Ordinary medicinal herbs cannot possibly augment their physical capabilities. As for aiding cultivation, that is preposterous." Suddenly, a thought struck Song Junwan, and she exclaimed in alarm, "This is grave. These individuals may have unwittingly become sacrifices for those malevolent practitioners. If we do not protect them, they are in imminent danger of losing their lives." "Sacrifices?" Chu Huan asked, bewildered. "Sacrifices are far more insidious than mere malevolent energy. Those practitioners employ formations to siphon the life force from these workers. When they are ready to harvest these workers, they will serve as sustenance for their breakthroughs," Song Junwan elucidated. Her words sent a chill down Chu Huan's spine, making his scalp tingle. "This method is exceedingly treacherous." "Damn it!" Chu Huan clenched his fists. "Fortunately, we discovered this in time. Otherwise, the fate of these workers would have been dire," Song Junwan declared solemnly. "We must locate them quickly." Chu Huan clenched his fists, his voice brimming with indignation. "This group of wicked cultivators is utterly ruthless. In their quest for power, they are capable of any atrocity." Just as Chu Huan prepared to counsel the workers to flee, an unexpected surge of formidable energy surged from outside the factory. This aura caused several workers to collapse to the ground. Sensing the malevolence, Chu Huan and Song Junwan hastened towards the exit. There, they beheld a bald man, his face contorted with malice, glaring at them. "I was so discreet, yet I never anticipated being discovered. However, it matters not. As long as I eliminate you, our plans shall still succeed." "Ha ha ha." The bald man laughed maniacally, his expression turning ominous. Thus you both must perish. Chapter 54. Peculiar formation as he spoke. A plethora of dark energy erupted around the bald man's body. He formed seals with his hands, and the previously withered trees began to lose all vitality, which flowed into him. Attack! Song Junwan shouted, her fists clenched as she charged forward. Chu Huan cried out in alarm. Stop! But was too late. Like an arrow released from its bow, Song Junwan lunged towards the bald man. A sinister smirk spread across his face, and he disdainfully remarked, excellent timing. As he spoke, the once withered leaves began to stir. With a fierce cry, Song Junwan unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the tree into splinters. Yet, the bald man had vanished from sight. Song Junwan, if you wish to live, return to me. Chu Huan shouted angrily upon witnessing her reckless behavior. Taken aback by his outburst, Song Junwan looked puzzled, but instinctively chose to trust him. What was happening? She swiftly returned to Chu Huan's side, her voice low with concern. Chu Huan shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This is their stronghold. They have set numerous formations here. Although the bald man's cultivation is merely at the 7th rank of the innate stage, he can easily defeat us by leveraging these formations. Song Junwan's complexion paled upon hearing this. No wonder she felt something was amiss when she was about to strike him. What shall we do? She asked, her demeanor grave. The bald man harbors a profound intent to kill us. If this continues, I fear he will surely end our lives. Fortunately, he has employed trees to set up the formation, whereas you have grasped the true essence of fire. Let us strike together. You will unleash your fire essence to incinerate these trees, and I will seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Chu Huan proposed. Agreed. Without hesitation, Song Junwan nodded fervently. Are you too afraid? If you possess the courage, come and kill me, the bald man taunted, observing the duo momentarily frozen in place. The two swiftly launched their assault against him. Unfazed by their combined efforts, the bald man let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent. With that, the surrounding branches began to assail Chu Huan. Heaven-consuming fist. The furious flames erupted from Song Junwan's fist, incinerating the branches that had encircled Chu Huan. To his astonishment, you are a genius who has grasped the essence of fire? I take particular delight in extinguishing geniuses. The bald man laughed heartily. Burn away. As a practitioner of the innate realm, let us see how many punches you can unleash. As he spoke, he summoned the surrounding trees to launch an assault on Chu Huan and Song Junwan. Observing this, Song Junwan struck again, yet the trees around them seemed inexhaustible. In a moment, they found themselves ensnared once more by numerous branches. Chu Huan, you rascal, if you don't make your move soon, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Song Junwan gritted her teeth, her voice filled with fury. Chu Huan nodded, allowing the sword intent within him to coalesce around the soft sword at his waist, poised and ready to unleash its power. Spirit Stream Sword. After Song Junwan launched another punch, Chu Huan immediately executed one of his strongest techniques, slicing towards the bald man. Ha ha ha, with your meager strength, do you think you can challenge me? The bald man continued to taunt Chu Huan and Song Junwan. In the next instant, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, the terrifying sword aura locking onto his form. With a swift motion, a scar appeared across the bald man's face. How is this possible? He stared blankly at Chu Huan, his voice low and filled with disbelief. Despair flooded the bald man's eyes as he collapsed to the ground. With the bald man slain by Chu Huan's sword, the surrounding trees disintegrated entirely. This fellow was quite troublesome. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate him together. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Song Junwan sighed in relief, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Chu Huan shook his head, declaring, he was merely a minor pawn. Undoubtedly, there are more formidable evil cultivators lurking nearby. Are you jesting? Song Junwan expressed disbelief at Chu Huan's words. Although the bald man was of average strength, the formation he had laid out was remarkable. She had nearly fallen into his trap. If a powerful adversary of equal standing were to confront this formation, they would surely perish within its confines. Without further ado, Chu Huan produced the silver needles he had forged from malevolent energy. You see, The malevolent energy within him is entirely different from the 8 silver needles in my grasp. If he is indeed the mastermind, the others. Chu Huan did not finish his thought. Song Junwen's expression tightened. She had previously encountered that malevolent energy and knew that only by employing the essence of fire could it be gradually incinerated. Clearly, the bald man's power was insufficient for such a feat. What shall we do then? Song Junwan inquired, anxiety etched across her face. Raising his hand, Chu Huan noticed one of the silver needles beginning to vibrate. Its master is nearby. We must proceed with caution, Chu Huan stated solemnly. Previously, he had surrounded the malevolent energy with innate vital energy. He had just retracted his vital energy, resulting in the 5th silver needle beginning to tremble. Song Junwan observed as the malevolent energy surrounding the 5th needle began to surge wildly. In the next moment, the malevolent energy surged away into the distance. Earlier, weren't you curious about the purpose of this malevolent energy? Chu Huan smiled, stating, with this malevolent energy, we can trace its master. As he spoke, Chu Huan and Song Junwan found themselves deep within a forest. In that moment, the ominous aura abruptly dissipated, and a profound sense of crisis surged within Chu Huan. Song Junwan scrutinized the surroundings, apprehensive of a potential ambush. Chu Huan, have you noticed anything? She inquired cautiously. This place is exceedingly strange. It is unnaturally quiet. There are no birds chirping, not even the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Be careful. I have a nagging feeling that our adversary is not far from us, Chu Huan remarked, casting his gaze around with a grave demeanor. After a prolonged silence, the two remained without any sign of their foe. Have you perhaps miscalculated? Song Junwan questioned. Chu Huan shot her a glance, but remained silent, for he could distinctly sense the presence of a formidable opponent concealed nearby. However, the opponent's methods were astoundingly sophisticated, rendering Chu Huan incapable of detecting even the slightest trace of their aura. Just as he began to doubt his instincts, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. Youngster, this matter does not concern you, nor can you influence it. Leave at once. The voice reverberated from all directions. Despite the revelation of the speaker's presence, Chu Huan and Song Junwan remained oblivious to their location. How terrifying must this individual's strength be? What audacity! You dare to lurk in the shadows once more. If you possess any courage, step forward and face me, Song Junwan declared defiantly. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The voice retorted. As it spoke, a tempest roared, and dust swirled violently. Leaves danced through the forest, and soon they coalesced into a colossal hand that descended menacingly towards Song Junwan. This strike harbored an unfathomable might, despite summoning all the innate energy within her. Song Junwan found her efforts to counter the blow as futile as a drop in the ocean, yielding no effect whatsoever. The immense force bore down upon her, rendering her immobile as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. Chu Huan too felt the weight of this overwhelming pressure, though he experienced only a fraction of the lethal intent directed at Song Junwan. Seeing her in peril, Chu Huan unleashed his sword intent, the peak of his innate energy surging forth in a brilliant display. Spirit sword he might call, he shouted. The terrifying sword intent illuminated the surroundings as Chu Huan merged with his blade. The sharp sword aura transformed into a streak of light, slashing toward the giant hand in the void. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, the colossal hand effortlessly obliterated his attack. How is this possible? Chu Huan gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. In the next heartbeat, the giant hand came crashing down. He grasped Song Junwen's arm, attempting to evade the impending strike. Should they be crushed by that hand, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. Just as the hand was about to connect with them, the force abruptly diminished by several magnitudes. Chu Huan and Song Junwan were propelled backward, flying over 10 meters before landing on ground. Chu Huan, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Should we meet again, I shall slay you, even if it means defying the Saintess's command. The chilling voice echoed from the void. In the next instant, the oppressive aura that had enveloped Chu Huan vanished entirely. Chu Huan and Song Wanjun inhaled deeply, feeling as though they had been granted a second chance at life. Had it not been for the sudden mercy of that formidable being, they would have already crossed into the gates of the underworld. The power of that individual was utterly terrifying. If all the malevolent cultivators possessed such might, it would be impossible for Chu Huan and Song Wanjun to alleviate the crisis in Hansheng. Who exactly was that person? Why did they abruptly cease their assault? And who was the saintess they mentioned? Filled with confusion, Song Wanjun turned to Chu Huan, who shook his head in response, indicating his lack of knowledge. That person's cultivation level must have reached at least the 9th tier of the Transcendence realm, or perhaps they are a superlative existence far beyond that. We must exercise caution. Song Wanjun spoke with a grave tone. Recalling the encounter with that enigmatic powerhouse, a wave of helplessness washed over her. Despite exerting her utmost effort, she had been unable to discern the figure's appearance. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Were your plans moving forward? Chu Huan asked solemnly, his expression serious. Song Wanjun shook her head, having initially presumed that the strongest among the malevolent cultivators would be merely in the Transcendence realm. She was astounded to discover that an entity surpassing that level had intervened. This matter had completely exceeded her control. She could not make decisions nor bear the burden alone. What filled her with despair was the realization that there were presumably 8 such powerful, malevolent cultivators. This situation has gone beyond my expectations. I must report this. If necessary, I will bring Wu Qi over. He is a prized asset of the Martial Arts Association, and with him here, they will surely not remain indifferent. Song Wanjun smirked, contemplating her options. Very well. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Chu Huan replied in a serious tone. For some reason, he felt that this incident was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The strength of an individual in the Transcendence realm was already formidable. Entities transcending that level seldom made their appearance in the secular world. The sudden emergence of such individuals indicated that their motives were anything but pure. All right, Song Wanju nodded, and soon after, bid farewell to Chu Huan as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Huan sighed deeply, pondering. Who could the saintess mentioned by that mysterious powerhouse be? Do I know her? After a prolonged contemplation, he still found no answers, shook his head, and left the area. Initially, Chu Huan had intended to investigate the origins of these malevolent cultivators. However, upon returning home, he was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Who are you? Chu Huan's gaze sharpened, his sword intent surging within him. The visitor was clad in a traditional Tang suit, with a small character for Chu stitched in silver thread on his left shoulder. This attire was familiar to him, having only seen it on members of the Chu family from Qingzhou. The sudden appearance of the Qingzhou Chu clan here could not bode well. I have come to request your return to the Qingzhou Chu family, and I hope you will acquiesce. Chu Qingfeng's gaze was gentle, his tone measured. Leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Huan raised his hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy. He had no desire to engage with the scoundrels of the Qingzhou Chu family. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Chu Huan, Chu Qingfeng smiled faintly. I am aware that you harbor some grievances against the Chu family, yet Chu Qingfeng wishes to elucidate further. However, before he could finish his words, Chu Huan's sword suddenly lunged forward. The sword's energy transformed into a myriad of sword rain, hurtling towards Chu Qingfeng. Chu Qingfeng shook his head, sighed softly, and said, Alas, it is well. Since you are not yet willing to accept your identity, I shall not press the matter. But should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, he deftly evaded Chu Huan's assault and gracefully leapt towards the exit. Do not leave, Chu Huan cried out, charging after Chu Qingfeng with his sword drawn. Just as he burst through the door, a graceful figure appeared before him. With a radiant smile, she looked at Chu Huan and said, Little junior brother, even if I may be a tad late, you wouldn't truly pursue me with a blade, would you? Upon recognizing her, a glimmer of surprise lit up Chu Huan's face. Fourth senior sister, what brings you here? He inquired, his aura calming as he beamed at Sun Ruogu. Since childhood, Sun Ruogu had always been the most affectionate among his 5 senior sisters, and after 3 years apart, Chu Huan found himself yearning for her presence. However, over the years, Sun Ruogu remained an enigma, and Chu Huan was oblivious to her undertakings outside the sect. Her sudden appearance left him somewhat flustered. "I came to see you. Do you not welcome me?" Sun Ruogu asked cheerfully. Chu Huan immediately shook his head, replying, "How could that be? Fourth senior sister, please. Come inside." He took her hand and led her into the room, though he harbored disdain for the Chu family. The joy of reuniting with his fourth senior sister made him temporarily forget his grievances. "Little junior brother, it seems you have been living quite comfortably here," Sun Ruogu remarked, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Huan. Under her gaze, he felt a wave of embarrassment and coughed awkwardly, unable to muster a response. Sun Ruogu moved closer, gently caressing his cheek with her soft, delicate hand. "Do you still remember the promise you made to marry me?" she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. "This place is lovely. Perhaps I should reside here from now on, and we could become a pair of celestial lovers." As she spoke, her fair and tender hands encircled Chu Huan's waist, drawing their bodies close together. He inhaled deeply, the intoxicating fragrance of Sun Ruogu enveloping him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "For senior sister, please do not do this," Chu Huan exclaimed, his cheeks flushed, unable to meet her gaze. Seeing the little junior brother's flustered expression only heightened Sun Ruogu's amusement. She locked eyes with him and teased, "What, little junior brother? Are you contemplating breaking your initial promise? Or have you forgotten your old love for a new one? After all these years, I have kept you in my thoughts, and you truly break my heart with this." Faced with her playful reproach, Chu Huan found himself at a loss for words, resembling a wayward child caught in a misdeed. He merely gazed at Sun Ruogu, unable to contain her laughter at his bewildered demeanor. Sun Ruogu finally burst into giggles. "Little junior brother, did you truly think I came here just to indulge in romance?" "I have come with a purpose," she said with a rueful smile. "A purpose? What kind of purpose?" Chu Huan asked, his curiosity piqued. Sun Ruogu was filled with bitterness. It's still the senior sister. She is preoccupied with other matters and cannot afford to divert her attention. Moreover, with the emergence of the evil cultivators in Hansheng, I was left with no choice but to come here. You were involved in this matter, so promise me, do not meddle in it any further. Is that agreeable?" Sun Ruogu's expression was solemn as she looked earnestly at Chu Huan. "With my assistance, shouldn't the fourth senior sister find things easier? Why is she reluctant to let me intervene? Why?" Chu Huan was perplexed. Sun Ruogu shook her head. "Junior brother, there are some things that ought not to be questioned. You must have sensed today how formidable those evil cultivators are. Even if the senior sister were to take action herself, she might not be their match. Not to mention that this matter has received tacit approval from above." "What?" Chu Huan was thoroughly shocked by this revelation. The matter had received tacit approval? How could this be? Are they truly willing to disregard the lives of millions in Hansheng? Sun Ruogu realized that her words had led Chu Huan to misinterpret. "I am not here to slay those evil cultivators, but to assist them," Sun Ruogu clarified. "Do you understand why only that young girl was permitted to come here? Hansheng is fraught with complexities that necessitate the evil cultivators to handle them themselves. It is said that 1,000 years ago, an evil king sought to emerge. The evil cultivators have congregated here, intent on vanquishing that king. If he were to rise, not only Hansheng, but the entire Han province could descend into a hell on earth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chu Huan shook his head in denial. "What sort of person can live for thousands of years? It is simply absurd." Sun Ruogu's lips curled slightly as she spoke softly. "Junior brother, let's not look far. Consider Zhang Jinren from Wudong. Do you think an ordinary person could live over 200 years? Do you truly believe that Zhang Jinren has passed on? The Chu family of Qingzhou, a mere clan. Why is it that no one dares to provoke them? Do you know why? And what the first emperor? Do you think that the eternal emperor would be so obsessed with alchemy if he hadn't encountered a true immortal? Ah, you are still too young. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you glimpse the truth of this world." Sun Ruogu's words left Chu Huan dumbfounded. It seemed that there were secrets long concealed. Only by reaching the highest peak could one unveil the mysteries of the world. Had he not practiced martial arts, Chu Huan would have outright dismissed the notion that someone could cleave mountains and rivers with a single sword. Was he not a legend in the hearts of many? Regardless, Those evil cultivators must not harm the innocent. That is my bottom line. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Huan clenched his fists and spoke solemnly. Seeing Chu Huan's earnest demeanor, Sun Ruogu was taken aback for a moment. After a brief silence, she nodded. Very well, I promise you. Sun Ruogu gazed at Chu Huan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Noticing the inexplicable smile on the fourth senior sister's face, Chu Huan asked in confusion, Senior sister, what is amusing you? I smile because I believe you have matured. After a few years apart, you have indeed changed significantly. It seems that Master S' decision back then was indeed the right one. Previously, if Chu Huan had encountered such matters, he would not have considered the ordinary people. In his eyes, common folk were akin to ants, killed without a second thought. Now, Sun Ruogu observed in Chu Huan a reverence for life that no one within the sect could impart. As their conversation unfolded, an irate voice erupted from outside. Chu Huan, I know you are in there. Come out immediately or face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruogu furrowed her brow slightly. It was a rare occasion for her to reunite with her junior disciple and to playfully tease him at that. Yet unexpectedly, someone had come to provoke them. Junior disciple, it seems your life has not been particularly comfortable, Sun Ruogu remarked with a smile. Shall I assist you in resolving this? Chu Huan shook his head and replied coolly, I will handle myself. He too was curious as to who would seek trouble with him unprovoked. As Chu Huan opened the door, he was met with Zhou Haoran's icy gaze. Behind him stood dozens of imposing men, each wielding firearms, their eyes trained warily on Chu Huan. Any sign of movement from him would prompt them to act without hesitation. You finally decided to show yourself. Zhou Haoran sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You have unjustly harmed a military officer, and we require you to come with us to the barracks. The corners of Zhou Haoran's mouth curled upwards, his eyes glinting with provocation, seemingly eager for Chu Huan to retaliate. With a sharp gaze, Chu Huan coldly responded, Zhou Haoran, you are courting death. Previously, he had felt at fault for pursuing Qin Shiyu, and now Zhou Haoran sought to create further trouble for him. Perhaps he had been too lenient before. Courting death, is it? Then show me what you've got. Zhou Haoran taunted, aiming his handgun at Chu Huan's head. He knew well that Chu Huan's prowess was exceptional. No matter how fast he was, could he possibly outpace a bullet? Without further ado, Chu Huan raised his fist and struck. Zhou Haoran was caught off guard as Chu Huan's punch crushed his handgun into a lump of metal. How could this be? Zhou Haoran gasped in disbelief. In the next moment, Chu Huan executed a swift kick to Zhou Haoran's chest. Zhou Haoran found himself utterly defenseless against Chu Huan's might, sent flying over 10 meters away. Coughing violently, he spat a mouthful of crimson blood onto the ground. Lying there, his eyes bloodshot, Zhou Haoran howled in a frenzied rage. Chu Huan, how dare you strike me? You are as good as dead. This time, you will surely perish. As Zhou Haoran uttered these words, the burly men surrounding him raised their guns, aiming them at Chu Huan. Witnessing this display, the malevolent energy within Chu Huan surged forth. I did not take kindly to being threatened with firearms. Put down your weapons immediately, or bear the consequences. Chu Huan, you worthless fool, how dare you strike me? I will ensure your demise. Mark my words. Zhou Haoran bellowed, his fury boiling over like a rabid dog. Attack, kill him. Zhou Haoran commanded his followers. As they prepared to pull the triggers, Chu Huan, seeing their unwillingness to heed his warning, declared, since you refuse to listen, do not blame me for what follows. With that, the sword energy within him surged forth. Kill. Upon hearing Chu Huan's command, Zhou Haoran urged, quickly eliminate him. As Zhou Haoran's voice faded, Chu Huan's finger descended. The intent of his sword transformed into countless strands of sword energy, piercing towards the crowd. Boom! The sword energy struck their bodies, toppling them to the ground. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Chu Huan's face contorted with rage, and the murderous intent within him was unleashed in that moment. Chu Huan, how dare you? Zhou Haoran's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. If you harm them, you are declaring war against the Han province military, against the nation itself. I advise you to think carefully. Is that so? One audacious accusation. Just because you few rotten fish and stinking shrimp think you can represent the Han province military, can you truly speak for the Dragon Nation? What are you even worth? Hearing Zhou Haoran's words, Sun Ruogu, who'd been watching from the sidelines, could no longer restrain herself. Her gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on the group, unapologetically declaring, "Junior brother, incapacitate them all. I wish to see who dares to trouble you." If it were merely a personal grudge between Chu Huan and Zhou Haoran, Sun Ruogu would not intervene. However, since Zhou Haoran claimed to represent the entire Dragon Nation, she was eager to uncover the powerful backing behind him. What qualifications does he possess to represent the Dragon Nation? Who are you? Do you even know? Zhou Haoran's countenance changed drastically upon hearing Sun Ruogu's words. Yet before he could finish, Sun Ruogu delivered a powerful kick to him. "You are not worthy to know who I am. I give you half an hour to summon your war god from Han province to come here. If he does not arrive, you shall all perish." Sun Ruogu's kick was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Zhou Haoran was nearly struck dead by it, yet the aura she exuded sent shivers down his spine. Even his superior could not exert such overwhelming pressure. Chu Huan had not anticipated the ferocity of the fourth senior sister. Zhou Haoran's gaze turned frosty as he silently mused. "Since you dare to provoke our Han province military region, do not expect me to show mercy." With that thought, Zhou Haoran wasted no time in dialing his superior's number. "What? There is such a formidable person in Hansheng? I wish to see just how powerful they are." "You are not qualified. Have the war god of Han province come here." As his counterpart seethed with rage, Sun Ruogu's cold voice resonated once more. With her words, their fury intensified. "Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Tell Dong Fenglang that Sun Ruogu demands he come here. If he fails to show, he shall bear the consequences." Sun Ruogu spoke with a detached tone, her killing intent palpable. Dong Fenglang, the war god of Han province, a true heavyweight in Han province. He was also a martial arts master. How dare this woman challenge Dong Fenglang? Who is she? In that moment, terror gripped everyone. They understood that Sun Ruogu was not boasting. She was indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could she be aware of Dong Fenglang's name? "Junior brother, if Dong Fenglang does not provide me with an explanation today, I shall annihilate them." Sun Ruogu seethed with fury, her anger unabated. "All right." Chu Huan nodded with a smile. He held no goodwill towards Zhou Haoran. Previously, he had not held Zhou Haoran accountable, but now, having come under the pretense of military authority to capture him, he was determined to kill Zhou Haoran. Otherwise, Zhou Haoran might become even more reckless. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Haoran endured more than 20 agonizing minutes. Suddenly, the sky reverberated with a cacophony of roars as a dozen aircraft soared overhead, landing in front of Chu Huan's villa. Witnessing the scene, Zhou Haoran and his companions rose to their feet. In a swift descent from the aircraft, the victorious Dong Fenglang hastened to Sun Ruogu's side and bowed respectfully. With a beaming smile, Dong Fenglang addressed Sun Ruogu. "Instructor Sun, why did you not inform me of your arrival in Han City? I would have been delighted to host you." Seeing Dong Fenglang's demeanor towards Sun Ruogu, Zhou Haoran and the others turned pale. Dong Fenglang was the war god of Han province, an authority whose word was law. How could he show such deference to Chu Huan Sr.? Who exactly was Sun Ruogu? Wasn't Chu Huan merely a useless son-in-law? Why did he possess such formidable connections? "Indeed, you are quite the gracious host." Sun Ruogu replied with a smile. "I have just reunited with my junior disciple, and your soldiers apprehended me, claiming that offending them equates to offending the entire nation. Even my senior sister would not dare utter such words." Sun Ruogu's words struck Dong Fenglang like a bolt of lightning. While others may not recognize Sun Ruogu's senior sister, he was acutely aware of her identity. Sun Ruogu had once been the instructor of the war god from multiple provinces. Dong Fenglang's ascension to the innate realm, becoming the war victor of Han province, was significantly aided by her. As for her senior sister, she was a figure that even the nation's elders held in great respect. It is worth noting that these elders were the guardians of the nation, among the most powerful in the country. In the presence of that esteemed figure, even the guardians often found themselves reprimanded like children. "Instructor Sun, surely this minor matter does not warrant alarming her?" Dong Fenglang said with a sycophantic smile, eager to appease. If this situation escalated, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Junior disciple, how do you suggest we address this matter? Sun Ruogu disregarded Dong Fenglang and turned her gaze toward Chu Huan. Chu Huan understood that his fourth senior sister was deliberately elevating his stature. Speak freely about your intentions. If you're displeased, we can summon my senior sister. Sun Ruogu said with a hint of annoyance directed at Chu Huan. They wish to kill me. Chu Huan stated succinctly, casting his gaze back at Dong Fenglang. Dong Fenglang's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling slightly as if he might kneel. He realized that Sun Ruogu would not summon him without cause. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that someone sought to harm Sun Ruogu's junior disciple. From their exchange, it was evident that Chu Huan was indeed the junior disciple of that esteemed individual. The more he pondered, the more ashen Dong Fenglang's face became. My young friend, I was completely unaware of this matter. Dong Fenglang exclaimed in fury. I only learned moments ago that these scoundrels had deserted, and now that you have discovered them, I shall deal with them according to military law. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran's complexion changed drastically. He understood that he had been abandoned by the war god of the provincial capital. War god, we wish to explain. The others pleaded. Dong Fenglang thundered in response. Nonsense. You dare to desert while under my command? You deserve death. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing his innate qi, directing it toward the traitor. Boom! The man was struck down by Dong Fenglang with a single blow. Witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered pale with fear. They had not anticipated Dong Fenglang's decisiveness. Chu Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of wariness flickering within them. Dong Fenglang, do you truly believe such petty tricks could deceive me? Sun Ruogu let out a cold snort, fixating his gaze on Dong Fenglang. An imposing aura bore down upon Dong Fenglang, who felt an immense force pressing upon him, threatening to crush his very being. Struggling against the overwhelming urge to kneel, Dong Fenglang gritted his teeth and implored, I beseech Instructor Sun to spare me this time. Chapter 58. Renewed turmoil spare you? Your troops sought to harm my junior brother, and you expect forgiveness? Were you really? Sun Ruogu raised his hand and struck at Dong Fenglang. The blow sent Dong Fenglang staggering back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth, his face ashen. Had my junior brother been harmed, that blow would have been merely a prelude. Sun Ruogu bellowed. In light of the fact that my junior brother is unscathed, I shall not press the matter further. However, Sun Ruogu's gaze lingered on Dong Fenglang, who understood that Sun had additional demands. Smiling, Dong Fenglang replied, Instructor Sun, should you have any requests, I shall endeavor to fulfill them. As I understand it, you recently acquired a sword polishing stone. That object serves you little purpose and may attract unwanted attention. Why not gift it to my junior brother? What say you? Sun Ruogu's eyes bore into Dong Fenglang. Awaiting his response, Dong Fenglang's expression shifted, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated Sun Ruogu would demand the polishing stone from him, which held little value for himself, but was worth its weight in gold for a sword cultivator. The stone contained formidable sword intent, significantly aiding one's comprehension of such. It could also refine the wielder's sword intent, enhancing their offensive capabilities. Should Dong Fenglang choose to sell it, he would undoubtedly fetch a fortune. Sun Ruogu's attempt to obtain it without compensation felt somewhat excessive. Of course, I would not take your polishing stone without something in return. Sun Ruogu said with a smile. I know that 10 years ago, you sustained grave injuries in battle against the Japanese, affecting your foundation. If left untreated, your life may be at risk. My junior brother can heal your wounds. In exchange, you would bestow the polishing stone upon him. How does that sound? Instructor Sun, are you serious? Dong Fenglang was taken aback by Sun Ruogu's unexpected proposal. He had endured severe injuries for a decade, suffering relentlessly. Countless physicians had proven powerless in their attempts to heal him. Could Chu Huan truly cure him? Would I deceive you? Sun Ruogu replied coolly. With that, Sun Ruogu turned his gaze to Chu Huan. Chu Huan smiled gently and said, very well, follow me. As Sun Ruogu entrusted him with Dong Fenglang's treatment, Chu Huan discerned the nature of Dong Fenglang's afflictions. Although Dong Fenglang harbored doubts about Chu Huan's medical skills, he placed his faith in Sun Ruogu. Moreover, Chu Huan is also the junior apprentice of Sun Ruogu. Such a person is undoubtedly extraordinary. Chu Huan, accompanied by Dong Fenglang, entered the villa. He wielded silver needles, channeling a peculiar energy that spiraled within Dong Fenglang's body. The moment Chu Huan pierced Dong Fenglang with the silver needles, a warm current surged through him. Dong Fenglang, feeling this soothing warmth, nearly gasped in delight. Chu Huan acted swiftly, inserting the needles into Dong Fenglang's body. In a fleeting instant, his form was adorned with an array of silver needles. To his astonishment, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his head. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Huan withdrew the needles. Dong Zhan Shun, please circulate your internal energy and observe any differences from before, Chu Huan stated with a smile. After the removal of the needles, Dong Fenglang felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. Upon hearing Chu Huan's words, he promptly followed the instruction to activate his internal energy. No pain? Truly, your medical prowess is unparalleled, Dong Fenglang exclaimed with a hearty laugh, filled with excitement. This injury had lingered within him for a decade, tormenting him throughout those years. To his astonishment, Chu Huan had managed to heal him in merely half an hour. Such medical skill is nothing short of miraculous. It would have been challenging for me to achieve this in such a brief time without the assistance of your fourth senior sister S-Strike, which helped to clear your internal energy channels, Chu Huan candidly explained. Hearing this, Dong Fenglang felt a warmth in his heart. Initially, he believed that Sun Ruogu had struck him as a form of punishment, unaware that she had meticulously planned everything. Chu Shun Yi, this is my payment for your services. Please accept it. With that, Dong Fenglang placed the sword-grinding stone he had previously promised into Chu Huan's hands. Chu Huan received the stone, his face beaming with excitement. Thank you, Dong Zhan Shun. Dong Fenglang smiled slightly, shaking his head. You deserve it all. After exchanging pleasantries, Dong Fenglang departed with his subordinates from Chu Huan's residence. Junior, you must have gained quite a bit this time. Haven to you? Sun Ruogu inquired with a smile. Chu Huan nodded. The sword-grinding stone was indeed a treasure of immense value to him, far beyond his expectations. Next, this fellow will undoubtedly introduce numerous friends to you, and you shall acquire even more treasures, Sun Ruogu remarked with a grin. Whether it be Dong Fenglang or other battle deities, prolonged warfare inevitably leaves lingering ailments. Once the news of Dong Fenglang's recovery spreads, many will undoubtedly seek healing. Those battle deities are abundantly wealthy. Hiring Chu Huan for treatment will certainly be rewarding for him. Thank you, fourth senior sister, Chu Huan replied with a smile. He understood that when fourth senior sister summoned Dong Fenglang, she had already paved the way for him. Henceforth, he could simply sit at home and await the rewards. There is no need for thanks. Without such exceptional medical skills, even my intervention would bear little fruit. Sun Ruogu smiled. Well, having lingered here for quite some time, I must now attend to the tasks assigned by my senior sister. After her departure, Chu Huan found himself immersed in a whirlwind of activity once again in the following days. Although those malevolent cultivators did not physically harm the children, the young bodies were utterly incapable of withstanding such malevolent energy. Chu Huan could only exert his utmost efforts to rescue the children. Just as he was busily attending to them, Lin Shui suddenly called, "Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened." The gravity of Lin Shui's words caused Chu Huan's expression to stiffen, and he urgently inquired, "Shui, what is it? Take your time. My mother and several villagers in her village are trapped due to a sudden landslide." Lin Shui's voice trembled with distress. "What? Where is Annie?" Chu Huan asked hastily. "In Fo Ling village. Don't panic. I will take you back immediately." Chu Huan hung up the phone, preparing to head to Fo Ling village. Just as he ended the call, the inebriated Song Wanjun rushed over in haste. "Chu Huan, we are in grave trouble. A fierce battle between two malevolent cultivators outside Han City has triggered a landslide, injuring and killing numerous villagers. We must go to Fo Ling village at once." Chapter 59. The mysterious place what? Upon hearing Song Wanjun's words, Chu Huan's countenance changed dramatically. If the landslide in Fo Ling village was indeed the result of the battle between the cultivators, then Lin's mother's life was in imminent peril. What on earth is happening? Chu Huan's face darkened ominously as he demanded, "Aren't those scoundrels all in Han City? How could this catastrophe extend to a remote mountain village?" Song Wanjun shook her head helplessly. When she received the news, she too was utterly bewildered. "Chu Huan, this is not the time for questions. We must head to Fo Ling village immediately. Once we rescue the villagers, we can discuss everything," Song Wanjun declared with urgency. Chu Huan clenched his fists, his expression as cold as ice. He understood that this was not the moment for idle talk. "Let's proceed to Fo Ling village first," he replied solemnly. Thus, Chu Huan drove with Lin Shui towards Fo Ling village. During the journey, he explained Song Wanjun's identity. Fo Ling village was over 100 kilometers from Han City, and after a 2-hour drive, the three arrived at the outskirts of the village. At that moment, Fo Ling village lay in disarray. Rescue workers, accompanied by the wails of children, created a cacophony of distress. A cordon had been established near the landslide site. No unauthorized personnel are allowed beyond this point. A man in police uniform advised as the trio arrived, "My mother is trapped inside. I need to see." Lin Shui's face was grim as she clenched her teeth. The man shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but this area is dangerous. If you enter recklessly, we cannot guarantee your safety. Shui, you should wait outside. I will go with her to ascertain what has transpired within." Chu Huan understood the precariousness of the situation. Lin Shui was exceedingly fragile. Should she encounter another malevolent cultivator, her life would be in jeopardy. "Rest assured, Shui, we will certainly rescue Annie," Song Wanjun said earnestly. Though Lin Shui was anxious, she understood that her entering would only complicate matters for Chu Huan. She nodded, pleading, "Brother-in-law, you must bring my mother back." "I will," Chu Huan replied with utmost sincerity. After presenting her identification, Song Junwan was promptly released by the staff, and they entered the site. Soon, the two arrived at a depression in Foding Village. Chu Huan and Song Junwan sensed their surroundings carefully and discovered a vibrant life force emanating from below. They appeared to be buried underground, yet their lives were likely not in imminent danger. Song Junwan, brimming with excitement, turned to Chu Huan and spoke. Chu Huan nodded and replied gravely, "Let's work together to carve a passage here." As they spoke, both joined forces. They harnessed their innate energy, cautiously excavating downward. Due to the risk of a landslide, they were hesitant to exert their full strength. After half an hour, they managed to create a narrow pathway. "Let's proceed." Chu Huan and Song Junwan immediately dashed inside. Shortly after entering the depression, Chu Huan was astonished to discover an entirely different space within. The collapsed ground seemed to be cradled by a peculiar hand, safeguarding the villagers of Foding. "What an eerie place," Song Junwan remarked, her face reflecting confusion. Chu Huan, however, was not preoccupied with his surroundings. He hurried towards the source of the life force, his mind solely focused on the safety of Lin Mu. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry reached his ears. A surge of joy filled his heart. "Song Junwan, they are in that direction," he exclaimed, accelerating his pace to forge a path toward the sound. With their combined efforts, they arrived at the source of the cries in just 20 minutes. Half of Foding Village's inhabitants were gathered there, encouraging one another. Upon seeing the villagers, Chu Huan's expression darkened. As a doctor, he noted with concern that every villager over the age of 30 bore tumors within. Those under 30, however, appeared remarkably healthy, with Lin Mu being an exception. "Auntie, are you all right?" Chu Huan quickly spotted Lin Mu nearby and rushed to her side, inquiring anxiously. Upon seeing him, Lin Mu was overwhelmed with joy. "Chu Huan, what brings you here? Is Xiaoxua with you?" "She hasn't come too, has she?" Lin Mu asked excitedly. "Yes, she's waiting outside. I came with this national security officer specifically to rescue everyone," Chu Huan explained. "Wonderful. This is truly marvelous," Lin Mu exclaimed to the villagers. "The government has sent people to save us. We will be able to leave." Her words sparked a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. "Auntie, how did you all end up here? What happened after the collapse of Foding Village?" Song Junwan inquired curiously. Considering the extent of the collapse, it was miraculous that even a tenth of the villagers managed to survive, yet they had not only endured but had gathered together. "We do not know. Suddenly, Our village was engulfed by the mountain, and everyone was buried beneath the earth. Then we noticed a beam of light and followed it to this place. Upon arriving here, we encountered yet another collapse along our path. Lin's mother provided an explanation of the situation they faced. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan and Song Junwan were utterly bewildered. Was this not the most absurd tale? After all the villagers had gathered in a safe location, another collapse occurred? Could it be that the villagers of Fling village were under divine protection to experience such phenomena? Otherwise, how could one rationally explain their circumstances? Just as Chu Huan and Song Junwan were about to inquire further about the specifics of this place, the mountains trembled once more. Quickly, everyone, gather closer to me, Chu Huan exclaimed, her expression changing drastically. Song Junwan immediately took action, channeling her innate vital energy to form a protective barrier. Chu Huan, act swiftly to rescue everyone. I sense the presence of malevolent cultivators during the tremors. They're not far from here. Song Junwan urged solemnly. Without hesitation, Chu Huan unleashed her sword intent. Lingxi's sword pierced the heavens. A surge of sword energy shot skyward, cleaving through the layer of earth that loomed above them. Let us go, we must ascend, Chu Huan instructed urgently. The villagers of Fling, though astonished by Chu Huan's prowess, quickly scrambled towards safety in the face of danger. The commotion caused by Chu Huan had drawn the attention of nearby rescue personnel, who promptly assisted in bringing the villagers to safety. Just as the villagers emerged from the underground, the cavern they had just vacated trembled violently, becoming entirely engulfed by the mountainside. Chu Huan and Song Junwan exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief evident. The occurrences in Fling village were undeniably peculiar. They could not accept that all of this was mere coincidence. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, deep within Fling village, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. The ground where Chu Huan and the others stood shook violently from the energy emanating from the depths of the forest. Song Junwan promptly instructed the rescuers. You must evacuate the villagers first. We shall investigate what is transpiring. With that, she and Chu Huan swiftly made their way towards the source of the energy. Upon arrival, they were met with two overwhelming presences that bore down upon them. The expressions of Chu Huan and Song Junwan shifted dramatically as they realized the intensity of the auras, which had reached the fifth tier of the Transcendence realm. Chapter 60. The Evil King is about to emerge? The fifth tier of the Transcendence realm. How could such a remote village harbor a being of such formidable strength? It was known that, aside from the hidden ancient beings, only Wudong possessed cultivators of the Transcendence realm within Han province. Just as the two were engulfed in astonishment, an enraged voice pierced their ears. Old ghost Lin Yuan, you dare deceive us? You are courting death. Ha ha ha, deceive you? The seal has been broken, and the evil king is about to emerge. You shall all perish. A sinister voice suddenly boomed. Immediately, the terrifying energy erupted forth. The two Transcendence realm cultivators clashed once more. As Chu Huan and Song Junwan observed the unfolding scene, their expressions grew increasingly grave. The seal has been broken. The evil king is about to emerge. Though their exchange was brief, it revealed a multitude of information. However, the identities and origins of these two individuals remained a mystery to Chu Huan. The malevolent energy emanating from them was substantial, and it was evident that the earthquake in Fling village was intricately connected to their presence. After scrutinizing the two, Song Junwan spoke in a low voice. Chu Huan nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing her assessment. The fierce battle continued, with neither side exerting their full strength, both engaged in a tentative probe of each other's capabilities. Yet, the overwhelming power unleashed by the two combatants caused the ground beneath them to sink once more. This cannot continue. If it does, the villagers of Fling and the surrounding areas will inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Chu Huan remarked, his expression darkening as he addressed Song Junwan. We must act together to apprehend them. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze to Song Junwan, who understood that further delay would only exacerbate the situation. She too sought clarity on the implications of the dialogue exchanged between the two. Very well, Song Junwan replied after a moment of contemplation. Were it not for the risk of endangering the villagers, she would not have acted impulsively. The opportune moment to strike would be once both parties had exhausted their strength. Yet, the time for action had arrived. Who goes there? Suddenly, the sinister figure with a hawk-like visage let out a chilling growl. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive, gnome-like figure also turned its attention towards the location of Chu Huan and Song Junwan. Chu Huan realized they had been discovered, yet the two adversaries chose not to conceal themselves further. Ha ha ha, so we have two innate realm warriors among us? Quite an unexpected turn. The hawk-faced villain smirked derisively, his eyes glinting with contempt. Upon seeing Chu Huan, the gnome's expression shifted. Wind demon, I have yet to fulfill the orders given by the Saintess, so I shall not waste my time with you. With that, the gnome leapt into the air, retreating deeper into the forest. The wind demon scoffed. How laughable that two innate warriors could frighten you so. Upon hearing the gnome's words, Chu Huan and Song Junwan exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. They had not anticipated hearing the Saintess' name once more in this place. Who was this Saintess? Why did they choose to retreat upon encountering Chu Huan? A cascade of questions flooded Song Junwan's mind, yet she swiftly dispelled them. She knew that their foremost priority was to capture the malevolent figure before them. Is it you who has brought such calamity upon Foling Village? Chu Huan demanded. Upon hearing the village's name, a sinister grin spread across the wind demon's face. The villagers of Foling deserve their fate. They all must perish. And you, for coming here, shall meet the same end. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing the formidable aura of a fifth-tier transcendent warrior towards Chu Huan and Song Junwan. With his sword drawn, Chu Huan infused his blade with intent and unleashed a powerful strike. Song Junwan, not to be outdone, summoned the essence of fire to manifest a striking palm. Spirit Blade, Heavenly Flame Palm. Together, they launched their assault against the Wind Demon. The Wind Demon, taken aback by their mastery of intent, soon erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, so you are elite warriors of the righteous path? How fortuitous. Today, I shall annihilate you both, delivering a crushing blow to those so-called righteous forces by eliminating two extraordinary prodigies. In this age, few prodigies possess the ability to grasp profound meaning, particularly among the wicked practitioners. Having spoken, he conjured a fierce tiger. As the tiger was unleashed, its might reverberated throughout the realm. The quintessence of the fifth tier of the Transcendence realm converged within this singular strike. A tiger, forged from pure energy, charged directly at Chu Huan and Song Wanjun. In no time, the trio's onslaught collided. With a resounding roar, the tiger emitted a piercing cry, obliterating the attacks of Chu Huan and Song Wanjun entirely. In the next heartbeat, the tiger surged towards Chu Huan. Witnessing this, Chu Huan's expression shifted drastically. The disparity in cultivation between him and Feng Xie was insurmountable. To breach this punch with his innate cultivation was akin to scaling the heavens. Oomph! Chu Huan snorted disdainfully, summoning the sword grinding stone to his palm. Harnessing the sword intent from within, he struck once more. The spirit link sword. A torrent of sword intent coalesced into a radiant beam. The boundless sword energy clashed with the impending punch. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Chu Huan's sword energy was annihilated, sending him staggering back several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Feng Xie smirked, a trace of contempt glimmering in his gaze. I did not anticipate such formidable strength from one of your innate realm. You truly cannot be spared. Song Wanjun prepared to strike again, but Feng Xie scoffed, useless. Those of the innate realm are but feeble against me. Chu Huan, his gaze piercing, declared coldly, if the innate realm cannot vanquish you, then I shall ascend to the Transcendence realm to do so. Song Wanjun nodded in agreement, stating, with your prowess, it would be effortless for me to slay you. Ha ha ha! Feng Xie howled with laughter. You two little brats are truly unaware of your own limitations. Today, I am eager to witness how you intend to kill me. Undoubtedly, these two were prodigies. Yet, the chasm in their realms was far too vast. Feng Xie dismissed the notion that they could be his adversaries. The prospect of eliminating these two talented individuals would yield undeniable benefits for him. As for Chu Huan's claim of swiftly entering the Transcendence realm, was he jesting? At the moment Feng Xie uttered these words, Chu Huan stepped forward. In an instant, the aura within him surged violently. His innate realm pinnacle, originally at the 9th level, ascended directly into the first tier of the Transcendence realm, halting only at its peak. How could this be? Feng Xie gazed at Chu Huan in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the next moment, Song Jun lightly stomped her foot. The energy within her began to surge ferociously. Boom! A resounding roar erupted from within her, propelling her aura to the 3rd tier of the Transcendence realm. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Xie stood flabbergasted. He stared incredulously at the two before him, stammering, How is this possible? Had they merely been of the innate realm, he would have held a 90% chance of defeating them. Yet now, he felt utterly devoid of any hope. In that instant, he finally comprehended why the malevolent practitioner had fled upon encountering Chu Huan and his companion. Flee! Feng Xie hesitated no longer, turning to escape. Chu Huan leapt into action, striking down with his sword. The razor-sharp sword energy spanned dozens of meters, transforming into myriad beams of light that bore down upon Feng Xie. A chilling voice escaped Chu Huan's lips. Want to escape? Do you truly believe you can? Chapter 61. The Veil of Mystery with a Fierce Sword Intent. He aimed directly at Feng Xie's crown. Feng Xie, his visage twisted in rage, bared his teeth and roared at Chu Huan. You little wretch. Do you think I fear you? You seek death, and I shall oblige. Upon uttering these words, Feng Xie unleashed his full power. Pressing his hands together, a peculiar malevolent energy emanated from within, shattering the surrounding sword aura. I had no desire to engage with you two children, but since you insist on clinging to me, do not blame me for what follows. He bellowed, cornered by the duo. Ridiculous. At that moment, Song Jun transformed entirely. She radiated with fiery light, the searing flames coalescing into form. The temperature around them surged dramatically. Heavenly Flame Palm, attack! She shouted furiously, as the flames enveloped her hand and struck towards Feng Xie. The intense heat bore down on Feng Xie. He looked up, his eyes filled with trepidation. This strike exuded an aura of profound danger. He retreated incessantly, channeling his inner strength to its pinnacle. Evil King Esbao. As he spoke, Feng Xie's body bowed to the ground, summoning a colossal shadow of the Evil King. A vast pressure descended, colliding with Song Jun's gathered palm. Observing this, Chu Huan drew upon the sword intent within the grinding stone. Lingxi sword. He amassed his power to its zenith. Countless strands of sword intent manifested into a radiant circle. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. At that moment, Chu Huan felt an extraordinary connection with the swords of the universe, as if they resonated with his very spirit. I am a sword, he proclaimed, and the sword intent within him surged violently, his assault intensifying. Slash! Feng Xie, with hands clasped, let out a low roar from the Evil King's shadow behind him, seemingly displeased by the provocation from the two insignificant beings. The forces collided once more. Chu Huan cleaved through the shadow of the Evil King, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that struck Feng Xie directly. With a grunt, Feng Xie was sent flying. Song Jun's attack followed closely, driving him into the ground, his body sinking beneath the earth. Ah, you two scoundrels! Feng Xie roared in fury. As a dignified 5th-tier transcendent, he found himself humiliated by the injuries inflicted by these children. In the next instant, Chu Huan swung his sword downward towards Feng Xie's head, leaving several sword marks across his face. Feng Xie attempted to rise in resistance, but Chu Huan delivered a swift kick to his chest. Care to repeat what you just said? Feng Xie gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Huan. He recognized his defeat utterly and irrevocably. Speak, what do you desire? Feng Xie's gaze turned frigid, adopting a demeanor of defiance in the face of death. Speak, what conspiracy do you have here? Chu Huan demanded, cutting to the chase. The presence of a 5th-tier transcendent was indeed extraordinary. I harbor no conspiracy. Feng Xie vehemently shook his head, immediately denying. However, upon meeting Feng Xie's gaze, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Huan's eyes. It seems you're courting death. Thus, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Chu Huan wielded her longsword. The air was enveloped by the sword's aura, each wave striking wind evil like a dagger, leaving behind wounds. Ah, 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 I beg you. Stop. Wind evil pleaded, filled with trepidation. Chu Huan gazed at him coldly and commanded, Speak. Wind evil, trembling in fear, hastily responded, I. Song Wanjun delivered a swift kick to Wind evil, threatening, Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak at once. She discerned that Wind evil intended to concoct a flimsy excuse to mislead both herself and Chu Huan. I did not. I swear. Wind evil protested urgently. The seal of the evil king is located in Fuling village, and as a follower of the evil king, I naturally came here. Lin Yuan and the old ghost are subordinates of the saintess, seeking to prevent me from breaking the seal, which is why we had a dispute. Then why did you resort to killing the villagers of Fuling? Chu Huan was skeptical of Wind evil's words. If their sole intention was to break the seal, why would they create such a commotion? There must be a deeper conspiracy at play. It was an accident. We did not intend to cause such a disturbance. A landslide occurred during our fight. Wind evil explained. Are you still lying? Just moments ago, you declared you would slaughter all the villagers of Fuling. Yet now you claim it was unintentional. Who do you think you are fooling? Song Wanjun interrogated him. Did I say that? I did not. Wind evil protested, waving his hands, completely forgetting his earlier declaration. Seeing that Wind evil still refused to divulge the truth, Chu Huan acted again. She produced a silver needle and thrust it toward him. With each needle that penetrated an acupoint, the agony within him intensified. What have you done to me? Wind evil felt a disconcerting shift within him, his face contorted with pain. He writhed, his hands clawing at his skin in desperation. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely infused a touch of sword aura into your acupoints. Now, it feels as if 1,000 ants are gnawing at your heart, and it will only worsen. Chu Huan clarified. You scoundrel, I have already divulged all I know. Cease this at once. Wind evil's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Chu Huan, wishing nothing more than to see her obliterated. No sooner had he spoken than he resumed his frantic scratching. This unbearable, which made it impossible for him to stop. After 2 minutes, Wind evil finally reached his breaking point. All right, I will tell you. I beg you, spare me. Chu Huan waved her hand, withdrawing the sword aura from his body. Wind evil lay on the ground, taking deep breaths, relishing the absence of torment. Soon, a sinister smile crept over his face. Fool, if you think you can extract information from me, you might as well perish. With that, he lunged at Chu Huan, his internal energy surging violently. This is bad. Fortunately, Song Wanjun had remained vigilant. At the instant Wind evil attacked, she summoned all her strength and struck him squarely in the chest. With a single strike, he pierced through the heart of Feng Xie, who collapsed to the ground, emitting a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you wretches, when my king awakens. He will surely avenge me, and you shall be torn to pieces. Upon finishing his words, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his lips, his neck twisted, and he died on the spot. Damn it. No clues were extracted from his mouth before he perished. Song Wanjun clenched her fists, filled with rage. It matters not. Chu Huan contemplated for a moment, declaring, Since they refuse to divulge any clues, we shall seek them ourselves. There are undoubtedly significant secrets hidden within Boli village. Hearing Chu Huan's assertion, Song Wanjun nodded in agreement. Whether it was Feng Xie's earlier threat to slaughter all the villagers or the miraculous appearance of a sanctuary that saved the residents after the landslide, the entire Boli village exuded an aura of enigma. What astonished Chu Huan even further was the revelation that the evil king was also sealed in this very place. Each incident pointed to the extraordinary nature of Boli village. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards the location of Boli village and spoke solemnly. Let us proceed. We must inquire with the villagers, for they may hold the key to the mystery. Chapter 62. The village chief of Boli village who has lived for over 2,000 years? Outside Boli village, rescue personnel had already amassed. Upon arriving at the makeshift aid station set up in Boli village, Chu Huan encountered two familiar faces, his fourth senior sister, Sun Ruogu, and Chu Qingfeng from the Chu family of Qingzhou. The two were inquiring of the villagers about the recent unusual occurrences in Boli village. However, the villagers seemed entirely indifferent to their presence. Fourth senior sister, what brings you here? Chu Huan approached Sun Ruogu with curiosity. I am here on a mission. Sun Ruogu replied, her expression perplexed. Shouldn't I be asking you why you are here? Did I not warn you against getting involved in this matter? This situation was entangled with complexities, and many formidable individuals were involved. If not for a task assigned by her senior sister, Sun Ruogu would not have wished to partake in it. Naturally, she was displeased to see Chu Huan unexpectedly arrive. Fourth senior sister, Xiao Xue, is a villager of Boli, which is why Chu Huan offered an awkward smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had promised Sun Ruogu to refrain from engaging in the conflicts among the evil practitioners. Unforeseen circumstances had led him to encounter Sun Ruogu here again. Upon hearing Chu Huan mention that Lin Shui was a villager, Sun Ruogu was initially taken aback, but her expression soon darkened. With a stern countenance, she warned Chu Huan, leave at once. This matter is beyond your control. Fourth senior sister, why are you with him? Chu Huan's eyes narrowed, ready to strike down Chu Qingfeng at any moment. The animosity between him and the Qingzhou Chu family had become irreconcilable. Rather than wait for them to trouble him again, he preferred to take the initiative and eliminate them one by one. I will explain our relationship once this matter is resolved, Sun Ruogu replied, clearly exasperated. Promise me, do not engage him in conflict for the time being, will you? Heeding Sun Ruogu's admonition, Chu Huan managed to suppress the murderous intent within him. Very well, fourth senior sister, I shall grant you this favor. Chu Huan chose to ignore Chu Qingfeng henceforth. Sun Ruogu was aware of Chu Huan's temperament, so she promptly left the area with Chu Qingfeng. Chu Huan, who are they? They arrived and immediately began to inquire about everything, even more intrusive than a household registration check. Lin Shui expressed her displeasure as she approached Chu Huan. With a bitter smile, Chu Huan explained, the one you just saw is my fourth senior sister. They have come to ensure the safety of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's irritation lessened somewhat. Xiao Shui, do you know if there are any peculiarities in Fuling village? Chu Huan inquired curiously. Lin Shui found his question rather baffling. What could possibly be strange? With that, she turned and walked toward the villagers. Chu Huan understood that he would not uncover the clues he sought from Lin Shui. He approached Lin's mother and asked in a low voice, Annie, are you aware of any secrets in Fuling village? Lin's mother was momentarily taken aback, her expression suddenly turning grave, her face pale. However, she quickly shook her head, saying, no, there's nothing. How could a poor mountain village have any secrets? From Lin's mother's reaction, Chu Huan sensed that she was concealing something. Perhaps this could lead to a breakthrough. Understanding the secrets within Fuling village might reveal the intentions of the malevolent cultivators. Auntie, do you remember the tumor on your body? Chu Huan suddenly asked. Before Lin's mother could respond, he elaborated. When I was saving everyone earlier, I discovered that every villager over 30, except for you, has a tumor. If you do not disclose the village's secret, even if I cure everyone's ailments, this situation will recur. Chu Huan's words struck Lin's mother like a dagger to the heart. She stood frozen for quite some time. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. I knew it. I knew it. Observing Lin's mother's emotional breakdown, Chu Huan exchanged glances with Song Wanjun. They understood that Fuling village harbored a significant secret. However, the specifics would only be revealed when the villagers chose to share them. After a considerable pause, Lin's mother seemed to reach a momentous decision. Chu Huan, come with me. I will take you to see the village chief. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Shui. Lin Shui understood that Lin's mother wished to keep Fuling village's secret from anyone but Chu Huan. She took Song Wanjun by the hand and cheerfully suggested, Miss Song, shall we go outside to enjoy the scenery of Fuling village? Although Song Wanjun was eager to uncover the village's mysteries, she held back her curiosity. All right. Lin's mother led Chu Huan to the village chief. Village chief, Xiao Chu wishes to inquire about matters concerning Fuling village. She began hesitantly before departing. Benefactor, please have a seat. Chao Siming smiled gently, gesturing for Chu Huan to sit down. I cannot accept such a title. Uncle, please do not embarrass me. Chu Huan waved his hand, smiling. He settled beside Chao Siming, patiently awaiting an explanation about Fuling Village. Yet Chao Siming seemed reluctant to discuss it. Chu Huan was quite straightforward and immediately said, Uncle Chao, although I am unaware of the hidden troubles of Fuling Village, I must express that the villagers are afflicted with severe ailments. Given their current condition, it is unlikely that they will survive beyond 50. You too are gravely ill, are you not? While I possess the capability to heal their ailments, you must understand that this merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Please enlighten me on what Fuling Village conceals, so that I may provide the appropriate remedy. Chu Huan's words rendered Chao Siming pale with concern. He sighed deeply, his voice laden with resignation. You are correct. I am indeed in a dire state, and at most, I have 3 years left to live. Not just myself, but all the villagers of Fuling are unlikely to see their 50th year. As he spoke, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. What on earth is happening? Chu Huan queried, perplexed and curious. Chao Siming gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Little one, can you truly assist Fuling Village in breaking this curse? His eyes glimmered with anticipation as he asked. Chu Huan nodded earnestly. Uncle, trust me, I will surely succeed. Chao Siming slowly rose, pacing the room with a sense of urgency. After about 10 minutes, he clenched his fists as if he had made a pivotal decision. All right, I shall reveal to you the secrets of Fuling Village, he said through gritted teeth. Fuling Village boasts a history of over 2,000 years. Save for the village chief, no resident of Fuling Village has lived beyond 50. Do you know why? Chu Huan looked at Chao Siming, but refrained from responding, aware that the answer would soon be forthcoming. With a wry smile, Chao Siming continued, Do you know how long I have lived? 2,000 years. No, it should be 2,015 years. Upon hearing this revelation, Chu Huan leapt from his chair in astonishment. What? How is that possible? In Chapter 63, titled The Secret of Fuling Village, the Kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it was evident that, regardless of perspective, Chao Siming appeared to be in his 40s. As a doctor, Chu Huan was certain of this fact. Since the establishment of Fuling Village, I have been its guardian. 50 years marks a cycle, and I have witnessed over 40 such cycles. Chao Siming's demeanor was somber as he spoke. Let me tell you about Fuling Village. It was originally a Buddhist kingdom, a sanctuary where the great Buddhas converged. It once rivaled the Grand Thunder Monastery from the journey to the west. However, over 2,000 years ago, a malevolent king emerged, causing chaos across the land. Only through the combined efforts of several great Buddhas was he subdued and subsequently sealed away here. Due to the fall of the Buddhas and the passage of time, what was once a vast Buddhist kingdom has now dwindled to a mere village. We, the residents of Fuling Village, serve as its guardians and the focal point of the seal that binds the malevolent king. For over 2 millennia, the villagers have drawn upon their ancestors' Buddhist essence to keep the evil king at bay. But this has resulted in them developing peculiar ailments due to the lingering power he exudes. Alas, Fuling Village has now been devastated, and we have lost our purpose. As he spoke, a deep sense of helplessness etched itself upon Chao Siming's face. Are you implying that you have been here for over 2,000 years, relying on reincarnation to sustain your existence? Chu Huan inquired, still finding it hard to believe. Chao Siming nodded affirmatively, stating, It is through the power of Buddhism I have cultivated over the years, coupled with the divine abilities of Buddhism, that I have been able to achieve this. However, my Buddhist power is now depleted, and I lack the strength to continue suppressing the evil presence here. With a solemn tone, Chao Siming continued, Young friend, I am uncertain about the fate of Fuling Village in the future. I hope you can intervene to save the villagers, for they are unaware of their responsibilities and the fact that their ailments stem from the malevolent king beneath the earth. I implore you to keep this matter confidential. After expressing his plea, Chao Siming bowed deeply to Chu Huan. Upon hearing Chao Siming's words, Chu Huan felt a profound admiration. He realized that Fuling Village harbored a significant secret. To his astonishment, The villagers have been sacrificing their own lifespans to suppress the evil king. Rest assured, village chief, I will exert my utmost efforts to assist these villagers. Chu Huan declared earnestly. My young friend, I understand that your purpose here is to confront that malevolent king. Trust in it, for it will be of great aid to you. Chao Siming stated, producing a golden statue of Mithra Buddha. The figure bore a joyful expression, appearing remarkably lifelike. As Chu Huan beheld the statue, he felt an irresistible pull towards it. In that moment, he heard countless sacred chants resonating in his ears. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chu Huan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the Mithra Buddha statue. Chao Siming shook his head, gazing towards the direction of Fuling village, and sighed. My young friend, after over 2 years, my mission has been fulfilled. It is time for me to depart. With that, he stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, vanished before Chu Huan's eyes. Esteemed elder, esteemed elder. Chu Huan called out repeatedly, but received no response. Just as Chu Huan felt a pang of disappointment, the ground around him began to tremble once more. He rushed outside to witness the sky illuminated by radiant Buddhist light. Golden beams enveloped the void, dispelling all darkness. A solemn voice echoed throughout the heavens. Evil King Wutian, since you wish to break free from your confinement, I shall send you off one last time. As the voice resonated, the Buddhist light converged towards Fuling village, and a massive swastika appeared in the sky. Old bald donkey, you could not kill me back then, and you still cannot now. A furious roar erupted from beneath the earth, filling the void. An extraordinary black mist surged from Fuling village, ascending towards the heavens and engulfing everything in its path. The swastika in the sky was swallowed whole, vanishing completely. In the next instant, the entire mountain began to collapse. Old bald donkey, you shall perish. After 10 minutes, an anguished and furious voice emanated from below. Observing this, the crowd surrounding Fuling village began to pray fervently. Chu Huan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Young one, it is now in your hands. At that moment, he heard the voice of village Chief Chao Siming resounding in his ears. Clenching his fists, Chu Huan vowed silently, do not worry. I will do everything in my power to eradicate the evil king. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers around him began to tremble violently. A sudden and urgent voice echoed through the sky. Hurry! The structure here is on the verge of collapse. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this alarming news, Chu Huan's expression shifted dramatically. He dashed out and urged Lin's mother, Annie, please, get the villagers of Fuling to leave at once. Lin's mother nodded, and with the assistance of the rescue personnel, she and the villagers of Fuling made their way out in an orderly fashion. Junior brother, you must leave as well. Sun Ruogu approached Chu Huan, speaking in a grave tone. Just now, while scouting with Chu Qingfeng, we discovered several formidable practitioners of the dark arts nearby. The formation here has been breached, and the Dark King could emerge at any moment. If we do not depart now, it may be too late. Filled with urgency, Sun Ruogu turned and sprinted deeper into the mountains. Watching Sun Ruogu's retreating figure, Chu Huan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Senior sister, I cannot follow your advice this time, he said, grasping the golden statue of Mithra Buddha in his hand with a bitter smile. As he prepared to assist Sun Ruogu and the others, at that moment, Song Wanjun arrived with Lin Shui by his side. Brother-in-law, take me with you. Chu Huan shook his head. No, it is far too dangerous here. You lack the necessary cultivation. To venture forth recklessly could endanger your life. They were about to confront the Dark King. Although Chao Siming had not disclosed the harrowing details of the battle between the Buddhist sect and this Dark King, the annihilation of an entire Buddhist nation was sufficient testimony to the formidable power of this adversary. Chu Huan was determined to shield Lin Shui from peril. Brother-in-law, trust me. I will be fine. Lin Shui insisted, her teeth clenched. Since my arrival here, I have felt a calling. If I do not heed my heart, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Song Wanjun discerned the turmoil within Chu Huan and smiled. Trust her. We shall go together. Brother-in-law, as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing, regardless of the danger. Lin Shui grasped Chu Huan's hand, pleading once more. Seeing Lin Shue's endearing demeanor, Chu Huan found it impossible to refuse her. Moreover, he understood that Fuling village harbored profound secrets. If it was indeed the lingering will of the great Buddhas of Fuling calling out to Lin Shui, she might very well be the key to unraveling their predicament. With this thought, Chu Huan nodded. Very well. Since you insist, I shall not deny you. However, you must promise me not to wander off. Otherwise, all right, brother-in-law? I will listen to you. Just as Lin Shui finished speaking, a sudden eruption of powerful auras burst forth from the direction of Fuling village. A terrifying presence surged towards Chu Huan and the others. They beheld several sinister figures soaring through the sky, their expressions twisted with malice. Let the ants of Fuling village perish. Chu Huan, enough with the idle chatter. Let us strike together and eliminate these fiends first. Song Wanjun exclaimed, stamping her foot before launching herself into the air. In that instant, her aura intensified once more. The pinnacle of the third stage of transformation clashed violently with the dark practitioners before her. Boom, boom, boom. The confrontation unleashed an astonishing surge of energy. Those who obstruct me shall be met with death without mercy. A malevolent cultivator exuded an aura of dread, a terrifying presence that bore down upon Song Wanjun. With a swift motion, she raised her hand to form a seal, summoning the essence of fire. A colossal fiery handprint coalesced in the sky, hurtling towards the wicked cultivator before her. With a resounding crash, the two forces clashed momentarily, the fearsome handprint enveloping the evil one, incinerating him in flames. You scoundrels, seeking to harm innocent lives, must first reckon with me, Song Wanjun proclaimed, embodying the regal essence of a fire sovereign, her gaze cast down upon the assembled malevolence. Slay them. Annihilate everyone in Fuling village. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the air. Is that so? You may not be capable enough. With that, Chu Huan brandished his sword and ascended towards the heavens. The razor-sharp sword energy soared skyward. With a single strike, he decisively vanquished 6 or 7 innate realm warriors. Together, Chu Huan and Song Wanjun stood resolute, guarding their position against the advancing evil cultivators. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains surrounding Fuling village, a tremendous roar erupted. The energy unleashed from the ensuing battle sent tremors through Chu Huan, even from thousands of meters away, causing his heart to race. As Chu Huan fought, an ear-piercing voice pierced his ear, brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned towards the direction of Lin Shui. Yet, Lin Shui had vanished without a trace. Xiao Xue. Chu Huan bellowed in fury, but Lin Shui offered no response. The sight of her disappearance plunged him into a frenzied state. Where are you, Xiao Xue? Clutching his sword, the murderous intent within him surged like a tempest. The malevolent cultivators remained undeterred. In that moment, rage consumed Chu Huan. It's all your fault, you wretched scoundrels. His eyes ablaze with fury, his energy surged toward the nearest foe. The powerful sword energy cleaved through the air, and with a single stroke, he obliterated a transcendent realm warrior. In the blink of an eye, over 10 innate realm warriors and 3 transcendent realm fighters lay slain around him. Kill! 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 At that moment, Chu Huan resembled a man possessed, driven by a singular thought, to eradicate the fiends before him. The hidden cultivators around him launched their attacks. In mere moments, his body was marred with wounds. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persisting relentlessly. Blood stained his garments, soaking the earth beneath him. At this juncture, a transformation began to occur within Chu Huan. Drops of his blood flowed into the golden Methriya Buddha that Chao Siming had bestowed upon him. The once lifelike figure of the Methriya Buddha seemed to come alive, emanating invisible rays of Buddhist light that enveloped Chu Huan's form. He felt as though he had entered a realm of enlightenment. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from his lips. In the next instant, Chu Huan vanished from sight. Witnessing his abrupt disappearance, Song Wanjun's expression shifted dramatically. Chu Huan, where are you? Time passed, though how long, he cannot tell. Eventually, Chu Huan gradually regained consciousness. His wounds had all healed. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Where on earth is this? Chu Huan pondered. Filled with curiosity, he slowly rose to his feet, a radiant light from afar guiding him. At the moment Chu Huan beheld this divine illumination, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The brilliance surrounding him was indeed blinding. Could this possibly be the Buddhist realm from 2 millennia ago? As Chu Huan surveyed the colossal statues of Buddha around him, his expression was filled with awe. The statues seemed to pulse with life, as though each one possessed a soul. To his surprise, that individual had gifted it to you. If so, we must honor our promise from long ago. A resounding voice of Buddha echoed beside Chu Huan. Just as curiosity took hold of him, the previously dim statues began to glow vibrantly. Countless rays of light converged around his body. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment flickered in Chu Huan's eyes. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" In the next moment, the radiant light, along with the Maitreya Buddha, lifted Chu Huan's body. He felt as though the light was cleansing every fiber of his being, filling him with newfound strength. His cultivation level began to ascend at that very instant, from the second tier of the transformational realm to the pinnacle of the third tier. Finally, it reached the fourth tier before gradually coming to a halt. A torrent of extraordinary memories surged into Chu Huan's mind, making him feel as though his head might explode. Little one, the reason we did not vanquish the evil king before is a technique we've honed over thousands of years. The melodious voice of Buddha resonated within his consciousness once more. Chu Huan sensed a peculiar energy flooding into his body, and thereafter, he lost consciousness. "Brother-in-law, wake up." Amidst his haze, Chu Huan heard Lin Shue's voice. "Xiao Xue, don't go." Chu Huan reached out, attempting to grasp that figure. His hand felt soft and weak. He squeezed tightly. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? You're still asleep, and yet so restless." Lin Shue's shy voice rang in his ears. Only then did Chu Huan realize. He opened his eyes to find Lin Shue blushing, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he asked, "Xiao Xue, what are you doing here? While you were fighting?" That voice summoning me became increasingly clear. "Following its source, I arrived here," Lin Shui replied, her eyes glistening with concern. "And you?" she inquired, puzzled. "I was drawn here by a beam of light while searching for you," Chu Huan explained. "Let us exit first. We have no idea what awaits us outside." He took Lin Shue's hand as they soared towards the exit. As they turned to leave, the surrounding statues slowly transformed into grains of sand, dissipating into the earth below. Just as Chu Huan prepared to burst forth from the ground, a terrifying force descended from the sky, targeting him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and struck out with a punch. Surrounding him was an expanse of radiant light. As he unleashed his fist, a colossal Buddha manifested behind him, charging at the assailant. The individual was obliterated into a mist of blood by Chu Huan's strike. A disciple of the Buddhist sect? How dare those bald monks leave a successor behind? Eliminate him. The moment Chu Huan's body emanated the light of Buddha, many dark cultivators turned their gaze towards him. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his surroundings, Chu Huan's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, akin to the manifestation of a Buddha. The radiance of the Buddha exerted a formidable suppression over the group of wicked cultivators, causing the feeble ones among them to retreat in haste. Witnessing this assembly of malevolence only intensified the murderous aura within Chu Huan. "Kill!" he roared, his sword slicing through the air once more. At that moment, a violently ferocious presence suddenly descended from the heavens, targeting Chu Huan with lethal intent. The overwhelming force locked onto Chu Huan, and as the terrifying energy struck him, the surrounding Buddha light dimmed to a shadow of its former glory. He struggled to resist. The sheer strength of the attack rendered him immobile. The disciple of the Buddha must perish. Chapter 65. The sacrificial killing array and the frenzied wicked cultivators above. A dreadful handprint descended with ferocity. Chu Huan looked up to behold a hand, reminiscent of a mountain, bearing down upon him. "If the starry old demon dares to lay a finger on my junior brother, I shall annihilate your wicked sect." Just as Chu Huan believed his demise was inevitable, a furious voice echoed through the void. In the next instant, A beam of sword light shattered the colossal hand poised above Chu Huan. Before he could fully comprehend the turn of events, his fourth senior sister, Sun Ruogu, appeared like a celestial being, shielding Chu Huan from harm. "Stand aside." The starry old demon glared at Sun Ruogu with malice, gritting his teeth. "He is the disciple of the Buddha. I must slay him. Try to lay a hand on him." Sun Ruogu brandished her sword, its terrifying chill directed at the starry old demon. "Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end." The starry old demon let out a chilling roar. Raising his hand, the heavens and earth shifted ominously. A force far surpassing the realm of transformation bore down upon Chu Huan. Realizing the starry old demon intended to kill Chu Huan, Sun Ruogu spoke with unyielding authority. "Old wretch, did I ever grant you face? How dare you be so audacious before me?" As she spoke, Sun Ruogu swung her sword towards the starry old demon. The power he had summoned was utterly suppressed by her. As her sword descended, the space around the starry old demon became chaotic. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at Sun Ruogu. "Begone, otherwise I will surely slay you." Sun Ruogu stood resolutely, protecting Chu Huan. The starry old demon's eyes radiated dark malevolence, as the evil energy within him spread ominously in all directions. "Sun Ruogu, I recognize your extraordinary prowess, but I advise you to refrain from interfering in this matter. He is a disciple of the Buddha, and we must eliminate him." The starry old demon spoke with unwavering conviction. They would not relent until Chu Huan was dead. The suppression exerted by the Buddha's disciples was far too potent for them. Moreover, it was that very group of Buddhist practitioners who had once subdued the evil king, leaving the wicked cultivators bereft of a leader and unable to lift their heads in defiance. If they allowed Chu Huan to remain, he would forever be a source of calamity for them. Is that so? You are welcome to try. Sun Ruogu's murderous intent surged, her sword resonating with power, utterly unafraid. In fact, should the starry old demon utter another word, she would not hesitate to strike him down. "Sun Ruogu, since you have chosen death, do not blame me." The starry old demon's murderous intent surged. He raised his hand and struck towards the heavens. A black palm print materialized, producing a deafening roar in the sky. "Everyone, offer your sacrifices!" the starry old demon bellowed. With this furious cry, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The mountains began to tremble once more. Witnessing the scene, Sun Ruogu displayed a look of confusion, asking, "What are you doing?" "I have stated that he must die today. My king must also emerge." The starry old demon appeared as if possessed. He formed seals with his hands, thick black energy flowing from his palms. Drops of black blood trickled forth from his hand. Suddenly, he struck the ground. Blood-colored radiance emanated from his center, spreading outward. "Sun Ruogu, since you wish to protect this boy, then you shall all perish together." As he spoke, blood vessels appeared on the starry old demon's face, rendering him grotesquely fierce. "This is bad. Sun Ruogu, they intend to break the seal through sacrifice and release the evil king." An urgent voice echoed from afar. Chu Qingfeng arrived, his expression grave. "The situation has spiraled out of control. We must find a way to rectify this, or the consequences shall be dire." The starry old demon let out a sinister laugh. "Haha, it's too late. The formation is complete, and my king shall undoubtedly emerge. Originally, I intended to slay the Buddhist disciple and offer his blood to my king, restoring him entirely. It is because of you, wretched woman, that our plans have been disrupted. However, once my king breaks free, he will devour him whole, regaining significant power. And then you shall all meet your end." The starry old demon exuded a malevolent satisfaction, his visage grotesque in its triumph. His words left all present in shock. They clearly had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a perilous point. "The formation is complete? You think you can unleash that monster?" Just as the starry old demon reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice reached his ears. A woman clad in a flowing white gown approached, exuding an air of commanding presence that rendered it difficult to gaze upon her directly. "Ha, holy maiden, you do not believe I lack contingencies, do you?" The starry old demon growled coldly upon seeing her. "I, the starry old demon, have traversed for 180 years, cultivating 8,000 death warriors. Prior to this, I prepared the blood of 100,000 individuals to enact the formation. Moreover, I have dispatched death warriors to the surrounding villages. If the blood proves insufficient, I will command them to slaughter entire villages. When the time comes, the heavens will be drenched in blood and filled with resentment, allowing my king to emerge in his most formidable state and consume you all. As he spoke, the starry old demon's eyes brimmed with longing, as if he could already scent the blood. You madman, you are utterly insane. Lin Shui trembled with rage upon hearing the starry old demon's words. The others also wore expressions of profound gloom. No one anticipated that the Elder Star Demon had descended into madness to such a degree. Ha ha ha, continue your scorn. I am certain it will not be long before our king awakens. The Elder Star Demon remained unfazed by the insults hurled at him. On the contrary, he seemed to revel in the outcome. As the crowd conversed, waves of peculiar energy encroached upon them from all directions. For presences surpassing the realm of transcendence enveloped the assembly. Master, we have completed the task you entrusted to us. In half an hour, we shall utterly dismantle the formation, and at that moment, our king shall return. The leader knelt before the Elder Star Demon, speaking with utmost reverence. Excellent. You have arrived just in time. The Elder Star Demon bellowed with laughter, his gaze imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Before our king breaks free, we shall strike together and eliminate them. Let their blood be a sacrifice for our king. The malevolence within the Elder Star Demon surged forth once more. He fixed his gaze on Chu Huan. You hold him off. I shall deal with this disciple of the Buddha. Yes, master. The four formidable beings exuded a menacing aura, forming a colossal array that surrounded Sun Ruogu and the others. The Elder Star Demon concentrated his murderous intent upon Chu Huan. Brat die. Chapter 66. The emergence of the evil king faced with the Elder Star Demon's onslaught. Chu Huan's expression turned grave. A resonant chant echoed within his mind. Brother-in-law, no. Just as Chu Huan prepared to employ the methods he had acquired in the underground Buddha kingdom against the Elder Star Demon, Lin Shui grasped his hand. Confused by Lin Shui's actions, Chu Huan looked at her in bewilderment. Let me handle these clowns. Lin Shui smiled at Chu Huan, providing an explanation. Chu Huan was utterly perplexed. Lin Shui was going to confront them? Surely, this was no jest. When had she undertaken any training? A torrent of questions surged through Chu Huan's mind. At that moment, the Elder Star Demon's hand descended with ferocity. Lin Shui, frightened, closed her eyes but still grit her teeth and gazed skyward. Please, ancestors, lend your strength. Upon uttering these words, radiant, multicolored Buddhist light emanated from around the village, enveloping Chu Huan and Lin Shui. The hand that was poised to strike Chu Huan suddenly halted in midair. What is this? Get away from me. The Elder Star Demon bellowed, slamming his palm down. The impact reverberated through the void. At that instant, the surrounding Buddhist light coalesced into a massive swastika. The terrifying radiance of Buddhism obliterated the descending hand, and the swastika bore down upon the Elder Star Demon, suffocating him. Damn it! How is this possible? The Elder Star Demon's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The energy contained within this Buddhist light was overwhelmingly formidable, having traversed the realm of spiritual transformation for many years. His strength was unfathomable, yet he could not withstand the might of the swastika before him. Chu Huan was equally astonished by the scene unfolding. How could Lin Shui, seemingly powerless, summon such terrifying strength? Brother-in-law, his power has been sealed by the methods left by the village chief. You must strike him down quickly. Lin Shui gritted her teeth as she gazed at Chu Huan, urging him forward. Although Chu Huan was deeply intrigued by the secrets Lin Shui harbored, he recognized that their primary objective was to vanquish the starry old demon. Without hesitation, Chu Huan brandished his sword and charged at the starry old demon. As he unleashed his attack, the surrounding Buddhist radiance fused entirely within him, amplifying his assault several-fold in an instant. Chu Huan seethed, his eyes fixed with ferocity upon the starry old demon, his sword aimed directly at him. The starry old demon struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from the swastika seal. But to no avail. This power inherently restrained the starry old demon, and with Chu Huan's cultivation far surpassing his own, it was clear that even this remnant of a seal was beyond the demon's capacity to dismantle. Harnessing the might of the Buddhist realm, Chu Huan pierced the starry old demon's body with his blade. In disbelief, the starry old demon stared at Chu Huan, his eyes wide with horror. "How is this possible?" he gasped. With his level of cultivation and power, even standing still, Chu Huan should have been incapable of breaching his defenses. The starry old demon had schemed for so long, never anticipating that he would be brought to such a state of disarray by a mere junior like Chu Huan. With a twisted grimace, he glared at Chu Huan and declared, "Since you wish to kill me, I shall grant you your desire." With that, he seized Chu Huan's sword, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The sight of such a visage sent a shiver down Chu Huan's spine. Yet, sensing the imminent demise of the starry old demon, he questioned what further tricks he could possibly employ. Just as curiosity gnawed at him, the starry old demon tightened his grip on Chu Huan's sword and forcefully slashed it across his own body. In an instant, the starry old demon was rent asunder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Drops of inky black blood cascaded to the ground. With a maniacal laugh, the starry old demon proclaimed, "I implore my king to arise." Subsequently, he wrenched his blood from his body, merging it with the earth. Witnessing this, the expressions of all present darkened to an extreme. The droplets of black blood hastened the activation of the surrounding array. "You madman!" Chu Huan shouted in fury, astonished that the starry old demon would resort to self-sacrifice. With the demon's formidable power, such a sacrifice would undoubtedly expedite the array's initiation, leading to unimaginable consequences. As anticipated, Chu Huan soon felt the malevolent energy in the vicinity intensifying. Not only did he sense the shift, but Sun Ruogu and Chu Qingfeng also felt the ominous change. "What? The starry old demon has sacrificed himself?" Sun Ruogu exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Our master has fulfilled his task. Now it is our turn." The disciples of the starry old demon, witnessing this, bore resolute expressions. "For the resurrection of the evil king, we are willing to give everything." As they spoke, the four of them moved in unison. "This is bad. They too are preparing for sacrifice." Sun Ruogu's countenance changed dramatically at this realization. The others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to intervene. But it was already too late. These four individuals had transcended the ordinary transformation realm, stepping into the spirit transformation realm. Once they resolved to end their lives, no one could impede them. As four individuals unleashed their powers simultaneously, the ground became stained with blood. In the realm between heaven and earth, countless strands of malevolent energy surged chaotically. Soon after, these ominous energies coalesced, forming a crimson pillar that soared towards the heavens, adorned with sinister auras. The overwhelming presence emanating from this column forced everyone back several steps. Simultaneously, not only in this vicinity, but also in surrounding areas, additional pillars erupted skyward. 7 colossal blood-red columns aligned in the formation of the Big Dipper, connecting across the sky. The already trembling ground began to quake anew. Witnessing the scene, Sun Ruogu's countenance shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The formation they set has been completed, and the evil king is about to be unleashed." While Chu Huan and the others remained oblivious to the evil king's true power, Sun Ruogu and her companions harbored a profound understanding of the threat. The consequences of releasing the evil king would be unimaginably dire. "Huh, this damned seal has finally shattered." A chilling voice echoed from the depths below as Sun Ruogu's heart raced with fear. Subsequently, the area surrounding the 7 crimson pillars radiated an agonizing brilliance. In the next moment, the ground was torn apart by the 7 blood-red columns, accompanied by thunderous roars from beneath the earth. "Break for me!" A furious roar reverberated from the abyss. An immensely terrifying force surged from below, relentlessly breaking through the void and rapidly ascending towards the surface. "This is not good. He is coming out." Sun Ruogu's expression grew grave as she quickly retreated to stand beside Chu Huan. Chu Qingfeng also encircled Chu Huan and Lin Shui. Chu Huan's face darkened, her gaze icy. Suddenly, a myriad of strange images flickered in her mind. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the ground. The 7 pillars, which had been radiating crimson light, merged in an instant, transforming into a long spear. The spear emitted a light, melodious hum, as if capable of cleaving through the skies. Just as everyone's attention converged upon the spear, a hand suddenly grasped it. "Old friend, we can finally battle together. If that is the case, let this place flow with rivers of blood." The figure hovered in the void, holding the spear, with blood-red eyes and a torrent of malevolent energy within, surging violently towards the heavens below. Chapter 67. The power of all Buddhas merges with my being as the evil king made his move. The surrounding space and time came to a standstill. Chu Huan found herself unable to move under the immense pressure of the formidable force he unleashed. Sun Ruogu gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed firmly on the evil king, her intent to kill palpable. "To contend with my junior apprentice, you are not yet capable." With that, she tightened her grip on her sword intent, unleashing it with fervor. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, resonating with a melody of its own. Lingxi's sword. Sun Ruogu merged her sword intent with her inner spiritual power, concentrating it into a singular point. Around her, it seemed as if countless sword energies were rampantly intertwining. Gritting her teeth, Sun Ruogu raised her hand and slashed forward. A beam of sword light surged directly towards the space occupied by the evil king. Oof! The evil king snorted coldly, lightly stamping his spear against the void. An endless wave of malevolent energy radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. The sword aura unleashed by Sun Ruogu was utterly obliterated. That terrifying malevolence bore down upon him. Sun Ruogu was sent flying by a single strike, blood spilling from his lips. The evil king, with a frigid gaze, disdainfully remarked, "How dare a mere clone challenge me?" With that, he wielded his spear, condensing myriad bloodthirsty energies into a singular point, thrusting it towards Sun Ruogu. "Begone!" Chu Huan roared in fury. Instantly, a multitude of celestial sounds emanated around him. The once wildly violent spear was shattered by Chu Huan's force. His eyes glimmered with a golden light, cold and unyielding, as he fixed his gaze upon the evil king. The evil king, with a piercing stare and a surge of murderous intent, exclaimed, "I never expected these bald monks to leave behind a successor of the Buddha. How intriguing." He coldly regarded Chu Huan, bellowing, "All Buddhist monks deserve extermination." With that, the evil king charged at Chu Huan, spear in hand. Chu Huan clasped his hands together, and the surrounding Buddhist light coalesced into the essence of Maitreya Buddha. He raised his hand, forming a swastika with the gathered light, matching the force emitted by the evil king. "Those bald monks could not kill me, even when united. Do they think a mere thought can bring about my demise?" Utterly laughable, the evil king roared, striking the swastika with his spear, which was enveloped in bloodthirsty energy. He slightly lifted his hand, and the spear pierced through the void, annihilating the swastika conjured by Chu Huan. Chu Huan's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated the evil king's power to be so formidable. That earlier strike had been a full-force amalgamation of the Buddha's might, yet it could not withstand the evil king. "Since you have been sealed for 2 millennia, you ought to remain buried forever, not to resurface." Chu Huan raised his hand once more, the Maitreya Buddha swirling above his head. In the next moment, countless rays of Buddhist light radiated from the mountains and rivers around him. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, a single palm to vanquish evil. Chu Huan intoned, and the surrounding hundreds of miles reverberated with the sounds of Buddhism. These sounds coalesced, merging into his palm. In the sky, countless Buddhas manifested, surrounding and besieging the evil king. Seeing the multitude of Buddhas, the malevolent energy within the evil king intensified, an ominous aura surging towards the heavens. "You wretched scum, if you have the audacity, confront me directly. What merit is there in displaying such trivial skills?" The evil king growled, his malevolent energy clashing with the Buddhist light above. He then swept his spear towards the myriad Buddhas, a palpable killing intent soaring to the skies. An eerie glow clashed with the Buddhist light. Around the evil king, A tumultuous sea of blood surged, enveloping the heavens above. Chu Huan gritted his teeth, channeling the Buddha's power within him, fiercely suppressing the evil king. The two formidable energies clashed incessantly. As time passed, the Buddhist light within Chu Huan began to dwindle. Blood python entwines, devour. The evil king sneered, a terrifying energy bearing down upon Chu Huan. The celestial Buddhas, under this onslaught, began to shatter. The celestial light of the Buddha was utterly annihilated by the malevolent king. Chu Huan was forced back several thousand meters by this devastating strike. Little junior brother, Sun Ruogu, witnessing Chu Huan being sent flying, was filled with anxiety. She raised her hand and unleashed a sword strike. A sharp sword aura coalesced into myriad beams of light, forming a protective barrier around them. The evil king, observing this, scoffed derisively, saying, "Humph, with such trivial skills, do you think you can prevent me from killing him?" With that, the malevolent king tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and lunged toward Chu Huan. Gritting his teeth, Chu Huan raised his hand, summoning the Mithril Buddha from within. The palm of the Tathagata. A smile appeared on the Mithril Buddha behind him, as the shattered Buddhist light began to converge once more. Chu Huan formed seals with both hands, channeling energy that continuously gathered. The light of the Buddha coalesced into a massive hand, striking towards the evil king. Together, Sun Ruogu and Chu Huan unleashed their combined technique, placing themselves as a barrier before the malevolent king. The evil king's eyes burned crimson, as the murderous intent within him coalesced anew. From the void, a colossal demonic figure emerged, and the spear in his hand expanded ominously. A pair of demonic eyes radiated a bloody glow, capable of ensnaring the hearts and minds of men. The evil king bellowed furiously at Chu Huan, "Brat, I told you. Today you shall die." With that, he thrust the spear, piercing through the surrounding Buddhist light. The Mithril Buddha, which had gathered above Chu Huan, could only withstand the assault for a brief moment before being forcefully shattered by the evil king. In that instant of the statue's destruction, Chu Huan felt his internal organs suffer varying degrees of injury. He coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his body appearing to fragment under the strain. The heir of the Buddhist sect must die. The evil king's eyes glowed with a bloody light, as the bloodthirsty aura behind him melted into an endless sea of blood, enveloping the void where Chu Huan stood. Witnessing this scene, many faces changed dramatically. Sun Ruogu, sword in hand, stood resolutely in front of Chu Huan. "You think you can kill my little junior brother? What a delusion." As she spoke, Sun Ruogu's aura began to swell. Meanwhile, Chu Qingfeng rushed forward, suppressing his fear of the evil king, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. "No one from the Chu family shall fall." Lin Shui approached Chu Huan, grasping his arm and solemnly declaring, "Do not worry. Nothing will happen to you." Chu Huan shook his head. He had exhausted all the means left to him by the Buddhist sect, yet it was still insufficient to withstand the evil king's onslaught. The power of this malevolent king was far too terrifying, beyond their capacity to confront. "Fourth senior sister, you all go ahead. I can still fight him." Chu Huan gritted his teeth, enduring his injuries as he rose from the ground. Although he could not vanquish the evil king before him, he at least aimed to protect everyone and ensure their escape. The evil king, witnessing this, sneered coldly, "Since you cannot bear to see them perish, I shall send you all together." With that, he raised the spear in his hand. A terrifying aura surged forth, directly targeting Chu Huan's form. The overwhelming might shattered the surrounding void. The radiant light, originally conjured by Chu Huan, was utterly devoured by the sinister aura of blood. The evil king gazed intently at Chu Huan, his murderous intent surging forth. Die. Chapter 68. The provocation of the Korean brute as his palm descended. It was imbued with an overwhelming malevolence. Merely the force of this presence was sufficient to obliterate a martial arts master. The power of the Buddhist realm within Chu Huan had completely dissipated. Facing such a terrifying adversary alone, he could only grit his teeth and confront him directly. At that moment, as the oppressive aura fell, Sun Ruogu and Chu Qingfeng were flung thousands of meters away. Chu Huan was nearly brought to his knees beneath the weight of this power. Lin Shui, pale as death, collapsed into Chu Huan's embrace, on the verge of unconsciousness. A spear was aimed directly at Chu Huan's chest. A single thrust could rend him to pieces. Just as this spear was about to extinguish Chu Huan's life, a chilling reprimand shattered the heavens. Wang Bin, return to where you belong. This is not a place for your rampage. Upon hearing this, the evil king scoffed. What are you? How dare you meddle in my hunt for the Buddhist disciple? With that, he tightened his grip on the spear and shot into the void. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the sky, a series of thunderous roars echoed. Subsequently, the once indomitable spear began to show signs of cracking. I spare you for the sake of your master, but should you dare to move against him again, I will ensure that you and your master find eternal rest. The icy voice rang out once more. As these words were spoken, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. The evil king's expression shifted dramatically. This hand had him locked in its grasp. Should it strike him, annihilation was certain. If I had not been suppressed for a millennium, my powers diminished. How could I allow you to act so recklessly before me? The evil king roared in fury. Begone! That domineering voice resounded again. If you do not leave, you shall perish. The evil king's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet tinged with trepidation. He then turned and fled into the distance. If you cannot suppress the malevolence within you, I shall personally see to your destruction. The cold voice echoed once more as he departed. With that, the cataclysmic aura abruptly dissipated, and the evil king vanished without a trace. Chu Huan, witnessing this scene unfold, bore an expression of disbelief. Moments ago, he had thought his demise was certain. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious entity had intervened to save him. Feeling the threat dissipate, Chu Huan could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Lin Shui grasped Chu Huan's hand, filled with anxiety. Junior disciple, are you okay? San Rooga hurried to Chu Huan's side, inquiring urgently. Chu Huan shook his head. Do not worry, I am fine. His earlier confrontation with the evil king had unleashed a force far beyond his capacity to withstand. Now, he felt utterly drained, yearning only for slumber. With the evil king dealt with, there should no longer be any danger here. Sun Rooga smiled at Chu Huan and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan nodded and promptly fell asleep. Seeing Chu Huan unconscious, Sun Rooga smiled wryly. She lifted Chu Huan, and along with Lin Shui and the others, departed from the scene. Brother-in-law, you have finally awoken. Lin Shui exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chu Huan open his eyes. Chu Huan shook his head, feeling an excruciating headache and soreness throughout his body. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. Xiaoxue, what time is it now? Chu Huan inquired with curiosity. Brother-in-law, you have been in a deep slumber for 3 days, Lin Shui explained. The fourth senior sister and the others left after ensuring your safety. Chu Huan nodded in understanding. For the next 2 or 3 days, Chu Huan remained in a recuperative state, with Lin Shui by his side. After 3 days of rest, his body had largely recovered. During the week following his recovery, Chu Huan dedicated himself to treating the villagers of Fuling Village. Thanks to his efforts, the villagers were liberated from their ailments. As he prepared to depart, the villagers expressed their reluctance to see him go. However, Lin Shui had numerous matters to attend to, and Chu Huan had previously promised Huang Jianhua to participate in a competition with the Kingdom of Goryeo, which was now only a few days away. After disappearing for so long, he knew it was time to re-emerge. Master, you have finally returned, Huang Jianhua exclaimed as soon as Chu Huan stepped through the door. I have been trying to reach you, but you were unreachable. My hair has nearly turned white from worry. Noticing that Huang Jianhua appeared relatively robust, Chu Huan inquired with curiosity, what has transpired? Recently, there's been turmoil caused by evil practitioners, leading to a strain on medical resources at the hospital. Additionally, the Kingdom of Goryeo has taken this opportunity to trouble us. We have ignored their provocations due to past grievances, but they have begun to spread rumors, even going so far as to insult our traditional Chinese medicine, claiming it is rubbish and that we have stolen from Goryeo. Huang Jianhua explained. Even if I had a 70 to 80% chance of teaching them a lesson, I hesitate to act against such young opponents. At this point, Huang Jianhua sighed deeply. In his prime, He could have easily overwhelmed the young practitioner from Goryeo, but now, plagued by illness, he was reluctant to treat patients. To his surprise, Goryeo had arrived prematurely, catching him off guard. In recent days, due to his silence towards Goryeo, they began to provoke traditional Chinese medicine. Just yesterday, they set up a challenge, asserting that whatever ailments our traditional Chinese medicine could treat, theirs could as well, and that those we could not treat, they could. Many in the provincial city were incensed and took up the challenge, but they were all defeated. Upon hearing this news, Huang Jianhua stationed guards at Chu Huan's residence. As soon as Chu Huan returned, he rushed over. Are the people of Goryeo truly this arrogant? Chu Huan's expression tightened upon receiving the news. Traditional Chinese medicine originated in the Dragon Kingdom, yet due to historical circumstances, much of its essence has been appropriated. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom places great importance on heritage, leading to the loss of many traditional practices. Chu Huan had not anticipated that Goryeo's traditional medicine had developed to such a level, to the extent that even Huang Jianhua lacked complete confidence in overcoming them. Master, you must take action, Huang Jianhua urged, gritting his teeth in exasperation. Chu Huan nodded slightly and said with a calm demeanor, rest assured, as long as the Koreans intend to pursue their ambitions, I shall not allow them to succeed. Where are they currently showcasing their skills? Gather all the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from Han Province. Today, amidst the lesson I impart to the Koreans, I shall also enlighten everyone about the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. One individual, no matter how formidable, cannot ensure the prosperity of this art. Only by allowing all who study traditional Chinese medicine to grasp its allure and recognize its wonders can we nurture and expand its reach. Upon hearing these words, Huang Jianhua was instantly elated. He had been prepared with a vehicle, merely awaiting Chu Huan's return. The two promptly drove towards the provincial capital. Soon, Huang Jianhua, accompanied by Chu Huan, arrived at the venue where the Koreans were demonstrating their prowess. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by throngs of onlookers. As they arrived, they heard the disdainful voice of a young Korean. You bunch of incompetent doctors from the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you claim this as traditional Chinese medicine? This art is a treasure of our Korea, and see you butcher it so is nothing short of laughable. You bring shame upon our nation. Chu Huan's expression darkened with indignation. He maneuvered through the crowd, his gaze piercing as he addressed the Korean. You cannot even heal your own ailments. Yet you come to our Dragon Kingdom to pontificate? Who do you think you are? Chapter 69. A resounding retort. I am the expert. Chu Huan's words left the previously speechless crowd of Dragon Kingdom citizens astonished. Over the past few days, they had endured relentless disparagement from the Koreans, leaving them enraged yet powerless to alter the situation. While they longed to confront the Koreans physically, their national dignity restrained them. Otherwise, they would have long since dealt with these Korean provocateurs. Upon hearing Chu Huan's declaration, their spirits surged. Yet, when they beheld his youth, that fervor was swiftly doused. After all, skill in medicine cannot be measured by mere passion. It is fundamentally a contest of expertise. Many doubted that someone so young could possess substantial medical knowledge. When Park Guk-chong, the Korean practitioner, spotted Chu Huan approaching, a smirk of contempt graced his features. He mockingly inquired, "What's this, young lad? Are you perhaps unwilling to concede?" "Concede? You cannot even cure your own ailments. How can I possibly concede to you?" Chu Huan replied coldly. He had held a particular disdain for these Koreans and now saw an opportunity to teach them a lesson, aiming to leave them thoroughly embarrassed. "Don't spout nonsense. How can I possibly be ill?" Park Guk-chong retorted, his anger palpable as he glared at Chu Huan. Observing Park Guk-chong's furious demeanor, Chu Huan chuckled derisively. "Is that so? Have you not been experiencing persistent discomfort in your lower abdomen, as well as slight pain around your elbow and knee joints? Furthermore, have you noticed a foul taste in your mouth and troubled sleep?" At Chu Huan's probing questions, Park Guk-chong's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, he vehemently denied. "You are just talking nonsense." Of course, Park Guk-chong would never admit the truth. Acknowledging Chu Huan's words would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Sighing, Chu Huan shook his head with a look of resignation. "I initially intended to offer you assistance, But since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, so be it. Alas. Chu Huan sighed deeply, feeling a profound sympathy for Park Guk-chang. Observing Chu Huan's earnest demeanor, Park Guk-chang felt momentarily lost and bewildered. He glanced at the renowned physicians of Goryeo surrounding him, all of whom shook their heads, clearly unable to discern the nature of his affliction. He himself felt no discomfort. Yet, the symptoms described by Chu Huan echoed precisely in his mind. Could it be that he truly harbored an incurable ailment? I indeed exhibit the symptoms you mentioned. Park Guk-chang admitted with a nod. Do you possess a remedy? Indeed, I do. Chu Huan responded, seizing a silver needle in his hand. In an instant, he deftly inserted several needles into Park Guk-chang's body. A wave of warmth surged through him, but suddenly he felt a peculiar unease, and his face flushed crimson. Noticing Park Guk-chang's discomfort, Chu Huan smiled and remarked, "You are merely experiencing a food allergy, which explains your current state. However, the allergen's effect on your body is quite mild, and you have not taken it to heart. There is no grave concern. Just let it out." With that, he patted Park Guk-chang on the shoulder. As soon as Chu Huan's words fell, Park Guk-chang released a loud and odorous flatulence before everyone present. "What on earth is that foul stench?" someone exclaimed, covering their nose with a look of disgust directed at Park Guk-chang. Many instinctively distanced themselves from him, even the Goryans. Witnessing this scene, Park Guk-chang's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage, as he wished to rend Chu Huan to pieces. This scoundrel did this on purpose. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Chu Huan remarked, "Do you not feel much better now?" Park Guk-chang desired to curse Chu Huan, yet he could not deny the truth in his words. He was rendered speechless, trapped in his own predicament. Humph. After some time, Park Guk-chang composed himself and coldly retorted, "Is this all the prowess your dragon kingdom possesses?" With a beaming smile, Chu Huan replied, "I have been awaiting your words." He then cast a cold glance at the Goryans and stated, "Before you come to our dragon kingdom to challenge us, it would be wise to first remedy your own ailments." Among the five, 3 were clearly unwell. How could they dare to confront him? Park Guk-chang shot a frosty glare at him and bellowed, "Nonsense! Utter nonsense! They are all esteemed physicians of Goryeo. How could they possibly be ill?" Previously, when Chu Huan treated him, it had been nothing more than a stroke of luck. Now, he dared to speak such absurdities. Chu Huan surveyed the other 4 Goryans and scoffed. "Must you continue to conceal the truth? Do I need to strike you down before you are willing to speak honestly?" He pointed at 2 of the Goryan physicians, Jin Shishir and Li Changhua. "Esteemed physician Jin and physician Li, do you not agree that you are unwell?" Park Guk-chang glared at the 2 angrily, demanding if all the esteemed physicians of Goryeo are ill and cannot recognize their own ailments. What purpose would there be in continuing this challenge? Preposterous! Jin Shishir exclaimed furiously, rebuking Chu Huan. "Your dragon kingdom's traditional medicine may be in decline, but it does not warrant such slander against me. Pray tell, what ailment do you assert I possess?" Li Changhua waved his hand, his expression one of indifference, as he turned his gaze towards Chu Huan. Chu Huan shook his head, remarking, "It appears your comprehension of traditional Chinese medicine is still lacking." He then glanced at Jin Shishir. "Your complexion is sallow, and there is a hint of malevolence between your brows, indicating your ailment is quite serious. Yet, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you have failed to recognize it. What a disgrace to our discipline! However, it is to be expected. The knowledge you have pilfered is incomplete. Today, I shall enlighten you. Traditional Chinese medicine is divided into 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Today, I will teach you the art of observation. Have you recently experienced a loss of appetite, occasional vomiting, or a sensation of pain in your lower abdomen akin to being pricked by a mosquito? Yes, and what of it? Are you suggesting I am unaccustomed to the local conditions? Must you fabricate an illness for me?" Jin Shishir retorted with a scoff. "Unaccustomed to local conditions? If intestinal inflammation leads to cancer, one might as well deem it a case of being unaccustomed to local conditions." Chu Huan replied, casting a cold glance at Park Guk-chang. "Do you not pride yourself on your medical expertise? Why not diagnose him yourself?" Park Guk-chang, evidently skeptical of Chu Huan's assertions, meticulously examined Jean Shershur's pulse. Initially, he perceived no significant issues. Just as he prepared to counter Chu Huan, the latter's icy voice interjected. First, press gently 3 times 2 inches above his lower abdomen. Then press 3 times on the lower abdomen. And finally, take his pulse again. Park Wuchang's expression remained one of disdain. People for Dragon Country are indeed adept at theatrics. A few presses cannot possibly reveal an illness. Nevertheless, he followed Chu Huan's instructions and pressed 6 times. Upon re-examining the pulse, his countenance began to shift into one of complexity. He looked at Jean Shershur in astonishment, his brow furrowing slightly. Park Wuchang shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! This is absolutely inconceivable." Observing Park Wuchang's expression, the onlookers cast curious glances, eager to uncover the results of his diagnosis. "Speak, what have you diagnosed?" Chu Huan inquired with an icy gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Park Wuchang took a deep breath, resignedly stating, He truly has an ailment." The Korean onlookers were incredulous. "Impossible. The medical practices of Dragon Country are mere imitations of our esteemed Korean techniques. How can one diagnose without taking the pulse?" Lee Chung-hwa and the other 2 Korean medical experts stepped forward, each conducting their own examination of Jean Shershur. Upon careful assessment, they found that his condition aligned perfectly with Chu Huan's diagnosis. The proficiency of this diagnostic technique overshadowed their own. "Park Wuchang, do you still dare to be so arrogant before us?" A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. Unable to even diagnose your own ailments. Yet you come here to put on a show? Begone. Leave, you Korean." The actions of Park Wuchang and his peers had long been met with resentment from the crowd. Witnessing Chu Huan deliver a resounding rebuttal to this group, they were eager to see the Koreans depart. With a darkened expression, Park Wuchang clenched his teeth, furiously declaring, "Even if you can diagnose, what does it matter? The essence of a doctor lies not merely in diagnosis, but in treatment. In this era, any machine can diagnose numerous ailments. But what purpose does that serve if those illnesses remain incurable? If we are to compete, let it be in our ability to heal. Only when you surpass us in this regard can you speak." Chapter 70. The Unashamed Koreans. As Park Wuchang's words echoed, Jean Shershur and Li Guoqing stood in agreement. The surrounding crowd fell silent, acknowledging the truth that mere diagnostic prowess is insignificant without the ability to treat. Park Wuchang cast a triumphant glance at Chu Huan, saying, "Young man, your diagnostic skills are commendable, yet they are insufficient. Let us engage in a contest to determine whose healing abilities are superior. Are you willing to accept the challenge?" His tone dripped with provocation, and Jean Shershur and the others mirrored his smug expressions. In their homeland, Park Wuchang was regarded as a preeminent healer, his youthful expertise surpassing that of the 4 combined. He had successfully treated countless cases, and in the realm of medicine, he possessed ample grounds for pride. "You may dare to bury me if I perish," Chu Huan replied coolly, then shifted his gaze to Lee Chung-hwa. "As esteemed guest from Korea, since you are afflicted, I shall reluctantly offer my assistance in your treatment." Chu Huan's words further incensed Park Wuchang, who glared at him, teeth clenched, and threatened, "If you continue to speak nonsensically, I shall have your mouth torn asunder. Whether it is nonsense or not, I believe the afflicted knows best." Chu Huan retorted, glancing at Lee Chung-hwa, "Your chronic ailment, I presume, has plagued you for about 30 years? The recent exacerbation must have rendered you nearly incapacitated. In the brief span of 10 minutes since my arrival, your left hand has twitched 8 times. If your condition remains untreated, it could severely impact your medical practice. No?" Lee Chung-hwa trembled under Chu Huan's fixed gaze, feeling utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. "How do you know this?" he stammered, gritting his teeth in disbelief. His affliction had remained manageable for over 2 decades, only manifesting troubling symptoms in the past 2 years, and, as a physician, he understood the ramifications of his deteriorating condition on both his career and life. Should he lose the ability to practice medicine, his status in Korea would plummet, and his family would likely be marginalized. Thus, he had concealed this matter, believing that silence would shield him from scrutiny, only to find himself unmasked by Chu Huan. "Dr. Lee, is it true that you suffer from a chronic ailment?" Jean Shershur inquired, astonished. Park Guchong and the others also regarded Li Chenghua with incredulity, unable to fathom that he had kept such a significant secret. With a deep sigh, Li Chenghua admitted, "Alas, I am left with no choice. This ailment is nearly beyond the reach of any remedy," shaking his head in resignation. Park Guchong's expression shifted, confusion evident as he questioned what illness could be deemed untreatable. His own medical knowledge was considerable, albeit marginally superior to that of Li Chenghua. If Li Chenghua claimed his condition was incurable, it seemed likely that no one in existence could effect a cure. 30 years ago, I was inadvertently struck by a stone, resulting in muscle decay. After self-treatment, I managed to restore about 90% of my condition, yet I was left with lingering aftereffects, muscle atrophy, and blocked meridians. In the past 2 years, I have employed numerous remedies, all to no avail. At this point, Li Chenghua let out a deep sigh. Park Guchong exchanged glances with the others, revealing their profound helplessness. Muscle atrophy and blocked meridians are notoriously difficult to treat. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many patients enduring lifelong disabilities. Moreover, given that Li Chenghua's affliction has persisted for over 30 years, the prospect of a cure seems utterly improbable. Alas, it is no wonder you feel such despair. Park Guochong sighed deeply, then turned his gaze to Chu Huan. Young man, you appeared so confident earlier. Do you truly believe you can cure the esteemed Dr. Li? With medicine proving futile, Park Guochong found it hard to believe that Chu Huan possessed the capability to heal him. Should he fail, it would merely expose the young man's boastfulness, allowing Park Guochong to turn the tables and diminish Chu Huan's reputation. Isn't it merely a minor issue? Before me, it poses no challenge whatsoever. After stating this, Chu Huan glanced at Huang Jianhua and inquired, "Have the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners I requested arrived?" Huang Jianhua promptly nodded, smiling as he replied, "Master, rest assured, they are all here." "Excellent. In that case, let them come and observe while I demonstrate," Chu Huan declared, producing silver needles in preparation for a lesson. Hearing this, Huang Jianhua's heart brimmed with joy. He was acutely aware of Chu Huan's remarkable expertise in acupuncture. It was precisely this prowess that had prompted him to become Chu Huan's disciple. Now that Chu Huan was willing to teach publicly, his anticipation was immense. Soon, Huang Jianhua summoned a dozen practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Pay close attention. This is muscle atrophy and blocked meridians. We need Chu Huan to treat Li Chenghua while simultaneously educating everyone. Time flowed like water, and before anyone realized, 2 hours had passed. The attendees gained a profound understanding of the issues surrounding blocked meridians and muscle atrophy, even acquiring a degree of mastery. With practical application, they would undoubtedly resolve many everyday ailments. Upon concluding his explanation, Chu Huan quickly withdrew the needles. The previously dazed Li Chenghua was awakened by Chu Huan's call. "Is it done?" Li Chenghua cast a scornful glance at Chu Huan, skeptical that the young man could remedy his supposedly incurable condition in just a few hours. "You should try it yourself," Chu Huan retorted, refraining from boasting. Such matters held weight only when declared by the afflicted. Upon hearing this, Li Chenghua immediately began to assess his body. To his astonishment, the pain that had plagued him vanished entirely, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. He realized he was genuinely healed. Just as Li Chenghua was filled with exuberance and excitement, Park Guochong and Jean Shershur signaled him with their eyes to feign ignorance. Li Chenghua, understanding their cue, nodded. With a derisive smile, he looked at Chu Huan and contemptuously remarked, "Ha, I thought you could truly cure me, but it appears you were merely exaggerating. I can still feel some lingering pain in my hand. It seems you are deliberately overstating your abilities." As soon as Li Chenghua's words left his lips, Huang Jianhua was immediately incensed. "You scoundrel! Master clearly healed you, yet you dare to speak such slander. Have you no shame?" During the healing process, Chu Huan had specifically instructed them to examine Li Chenghua's condition. It was only after several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners confirmed that Li Chenghua was in good health that Chu Huan withdrew the needles. To his astonishment, Li Chenghua was now feigning ignorance. You people from Longwa are nothing but hypocrites. Lacking the ability to cure ailments, you boast incessantly, unwilling to acknowledge your own medical inadequacies. Truly pathetic. Park Guchang sneered at Chu Huan with a sense of triumph. Li Chenghua nodded in agreement, coldly scoffing. I truly thought you possessed some skill. Turns out you merely know how to brag. The other Koreans began to join in the mockery of Chu Huan. With a steely gaze directed at Li Chenghua, Chu Huan replied coldly, I have the ability to heal you, but I can just as easily restore your ailments. Since you claim I have not cured you, I shall render you incapacitated. Chapter 71. Chu Huan's Scheme. The Korean fools fall into the trap. As soon as Chu Huan's words fell, a wave of sword energy surged into Li Chenghua's body. Li Chenghua felt a tremor coursing through him. The previously buoyant sensation evaporated, replaced by the familiar twitching. He looked at Chu Huan in disbelief, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, You actually resort to such vile methods. How despicable. Despicable? You claim I have not healed you. I merely restored your condition to its original state. What is so vile about that? Chu Huan replied with disdain. Is this what you consider despicable? With that, Chu Huan clenched his fists. As he approached, Li Chenghua's complexion turned pale with fear. He anxiously beseeched, don't act recklessly. Do you Longwa people only know how to resort to violence? Lacking the skill to heal, do you intend to bully us with brute force? Park Guchang glared at Chu Huan, his teeth clenched in fury. With a piercing gaze, Chu Huan coldly addressed Park Guchang. Lacking the ability to heal? I merely believe that dealing with someone as hopelessly ill as you would be better accomplished by sending you to reincarnation, where your afflictions can be truly resolved. Indeed, I've long felt disdain for these fools. Let's eliminate this scoundrel. Someone shouted, fists clenched in anger. Chu Huan had clearly healed this Korean, yet this scoundrel was being deceitful. This group of Koreans were not only shameless, but also enjoyed standing on their moral high ground to criticize others. Their double standards were thoroughly understood. Let us eliminate this scoundrel. Unable to contain themselves, someone stood up, ready to strike Park Guchang. Witnessing this scene, Huang Jianhua grew anxious. He immediately turned to Chu Huan, saying, Master, the competition has not yet begun. It is too early to eliminate them. You must not act impulsively. Seeing Huang Jianhua's anxious demeanor, Chu Huan smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, if I wish to kill him, I could do so at any moment. There is no need to act publicly. These Koreans, with the exception of Park Guchang, had little martial prowess. That meager strength was insignificant before Chu Huan. Upon hearing Chu Huan's words, Huang Jianhua's mood calmed considerably. He smiled at Chu Huan and said, Master, you can leave the forthcoming matters to me. As he spoke, he addressed Park Guchang and the others after this competition. I trust you will no longer have the qualifications to remain here. I advise you to return from whence you came, or else we shall strip you of your dignity. Upon hearing Huang Jianhua's words, Park Guchang gritted his teeth and shot a furious glare at Chu Huan. You insolent brat, the tides may shift, but we shall remember this day. In 3 days, we shall meet again at the formal competition. With that, Park Guchang stormed off with his compatriots from Goryeo, leaving the people of Longwa to revel in their victory. Yet, amidst the celebration, a few voices could be heard rising above the crowd. How dare you treat our esteemed guest from Goryeo in such a manner? Truly outrageous. Before long, those two individuals were beaten down. Master, the demeanor of the Goryeo people is far from cordial. I fear they may resort to underhanded tactics. Huang Jianhua, his expression grave, cautioned Chu Huan as Park Guchang and his entourage faded into the distance. Indeed, young divine healer, Goryeo is the second most shameless nation in the world. Having suffered defeat, they may seek to harm you. You must be on your guard. An elderly Chinese physician respectfully warned Chu Huan. Others joined in, urging him to be cautious. Chu Huan smiled and replied, Fear not. I'm more concerned that these Goryeo ruffians will not dare approach. Should they come, I shall extend a warm welcome. The audacity of the Goryeo people in Longwa, Chu Huan would ensure they understood that such audacity comes at the cost of life. Huang Jianhua still harbored concerns for Chu Huan's safety. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, Rest assured, I shall take heed. Damn that scoundrel. It is all because of that wretch. He has thwarted the grand ambitions of Goryeo. I must kill him. I shall surely kill him. Park Gukchang raged, his voice a cacophony of fury. Initially, he had intended to use his medical skills to teach the traditional Chinese doctors in Han City a lesson before the competition, while simultaneously promoting the culture of Goryeo. However, he did not anticipate that Chu Huan would ruin his plans. This was utterly unacceptable to him. Young Master Park, what are your next intentions? Li Qinghua inquired with a somber expression. At that moment, he regretted his decisions deeply. The struggle between the two sides had ended in their utter defeat. Originally, his hidden ailment had been completely cured by Chu Huan, but now, through some means unknown, his condition had worsened significantly. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. He understood that Park Gukchang would not let Chu Huan escape unscathed. Thus, he contemplated capturing Chu Huan during Park Gukchang's retaliation to compel him to treat him once more. Rest assured, Physician Li, I will dispatch someone to capture that detestable Longhua individual. I will make his existence a living hell. As he spoke, Park Gukchang's murderous intent intensified. Bring forth the 4 divine departments. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Soon, the members of the 4 divine departments approached Park Gukchang. All of them were martial artists, with the leader of the 4 divine departments having reached the 2nd rank of the innate realm. Greetings, young master. The leader of the 4 divine departments, Che Xiaozhu, stood respectfully before Park Gukchang, akin to a servant. Che Xiaozhu, a martial arts master of innate 2nd rank, encountered Park Guochang and still bowed in respect, highlighting the latter's esteemed status. Park Guochang nodded knowingly and instructed in a deep voice. Capture the person in the photograph at the quickest speed. I wish to deal with him thoroughly. With that, he tossed the image of Chu Huan to Che Xiaozhu. Upon seeing the photograph, Che Xiaozhu immediately affirmed, yes, young master, I shall act tonight to bring him before you. Park Guochang waved his hand, signaling Che Xiaozhu to depart. Che Xiaozhu, accompanied by the members of Tian Ci, Sibu, swiftly vanished from the scene. Park Guochang's expression turned fierce, his murderous intent surging forth. Damn it! Who dares to oppose me? They seek death. After uttering these words, he crushed the cup in his hand. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land, a night ripe for murder. Under the cloak of night, a dozen shadowy figures flitted through the dimly lit streets, soon converging upon an upscale manor. Is this where the person in the photograph resides? Che Xiaozhu inquired, producing the picture given to him by Park Guochang. Captain, we have thoroughly investigated. That individual indeed lives here, a member clad in black replied respectfully. Moreover, he has deliberately dismissed the staff, conveniently facilitating our actions. Che Xiaozhu, taken aback, questioned, he dismissed the staff? Is there a trap? Instinctively, he felt unease. Captain, even if there's a trap, what of it? As long as that brat is present, we will strike, and no matter how great the trap, we shall overcome it. A team member scoffed dismissively. Indeed, those from Longhua are worthless. There is truly nothing to worry about. With that, a glimmer of coldness appeared in Che Xiaozhu's eyes. Everyone prepare to act. As he spoke, the group leaped forward, charging into the manor. Just as they entered, the lights within the manor ignited, and Chu Huan emerged from the shadows. Smiling as he addressed Che Xiaozhu and the others, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Che Xiaozhu quickly warned his companions. This is bad. There's a trap. We must flee. With a cold sneer, Chu Huan retorted, since you are here, you shall all remain. Chapter 72. The secret of the undying elixir and the breakthrough to martial God. Since you are here, you shall all remain. As soon as Chu Huan's voice faded, he vanished from sight, transforming into a fleeting shadow, blocking Che Xiaozhu's path. Upon seeing Chu Huan, Che Xiaozhu wore a disdainful expression. Kid, since you've come to us, don't blame me. Previously, he had sensed a trap and doubted the completion of his mission. To his astonishment, Chu Huan had willingly walked into his grasp. Chu Huan's reckless behavior was, to him, a fortuitous windfall. Che Xiaozhu clenched his fists, launching a powerful attack without reservation, fearing a potential ambush from Chu Huan. Innate 2nd rank? Not bad, Chu Huan remarked with a cold smile. Seeing that Chu Huan appeared cornered, yet still feigning bravado, Che Xiaozhu shouted, "Kid, die for me." This punch contained all of Che Xiaozhu's strength. He was confident it would severely injure Chu Huan and fulfill the task assigned by the young master. Just as Che Xiaozhu envisioned his triumph, Chu Huan raised his hand and effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike. The body of the little pig, like a kite with severed strings, flew several meters away. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, leaving several meters of marks behind. A spray of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. He looked at Chu Huan in disbelief, astonished as he asked, "How can your strength be so formidable? Who summoned you?" Without indulging in needless conversation, Chu Huan interrogated him. The little pig clenched his teeth and remained silent. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall eliminate them first and return to question you." With that, Chu Huan transformed into a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, he captured all the experts from the Tianci faction, discarding them before the little pig like lifeless dogs. Witnessing this scene, the little pig was utterly terrified. He gazed at Chu Huan, his eyes brimming with dread. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Chu Huan emanated an aura of unfathomable depth. In mere moments, the Tianci faction was effortlessly obliterated by him. How had the young master provoked such a terrifying entity? The little pig's mind raced with thoughts. "Are you still unwilling to speak?" Chu Huan, like a deity, scrutinized him. The little pig felt that even if he remained silent, Chu Huan possessed countless means to deal with him. Perhaps only revealing the young master's identity could save his own life. Yes. The young master sent me to capture you." The little pig gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. "And who is this young master?" Chu Huan asked with a sinister smile. "Park Guchong." The little pig dared not hesitate, promptly uttering the name. Satisfied, Chu Huan nodded and said, "Excellent. Lead me to him." He was already aware that Park Guchong would not let this matter rest easily. After leaving the arena, he had boldly announced his residence, awaiting the arrival of the people from Goryeo. Now that the little pig and his companions had arrived, it was indeed time to exact revenge. He did not subscribe to the notion that a gentleman should wait 10 years for revenge. If he bore a grudge, he preferred to settle it the same day. What? Upon hearing Chu Huan's words, the little pig was immediately taken aback. He had assumed that upon hearing Park Guochang's name, Chu Huan would retreat. Yet, it appeared that Chu Huan not only showed no signs of backing down, but was also eager to seek trouble with Park Guochang. Was this lad serious? Did he not realize Park Guochang's status in Goryeo? "I told you to lead the way." Chu Huan kicked the little pig, who felt as though his internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage. Coughing violently, he quickly replied, "All right, I will lead the way under the little pig's guidance." Chu Huan soon arrived at Park Guochang's location. The moment Park Guochang saw Chu Huan, a smug expression graced his face. He gazed down at Chu Huan with an air of superiority and disdainfully said, "Boy, weren't you rather arrogant before? Dare to be arrogant once more? The trash from long country dares to tarnish the dignity of my noble Dahan people? Why are you still standing there? Kneel before me." With that, Park Guochang raised his foot to kick Chu Huan. The little pig instinctively closed his eyes. He had intended to warn Park Guochang, but he had not anticipated such reckless impulsiveness. Before he could utter a word, Park Guochang had already laid hands on Chu Huan. What nonsense is this? Chu Huan raised his foot and kicked Park Guochang in the abdomen. An immediate sharp pain surged through Park Guochang's stomach. He clasped his hands around his midsection, his face reddening with agony, and glared at Chu Huan, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "You damned Dragon Kingdom waste! How dare you kick me? Kick Xiaozu! Why are you still standing there? Finish him off." However, Che Xiaozhu, who had always been obedient to him, remained frozen in place upon hearing his command. "Kick Xiaozu! You insufferable fool! Why aren't you moving?" Park Guochang seethed with rage, his face flushed as he ordered. Che Xiaozhu, looking distressed, replied, "Young master, it's not that I don't want to act, but I simply cannot defeat him." "What?" Park Guochang's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face as he looked at Chu Huan. "Isn't he a doctor? How can he also possess martial skills? This is impossible." Chu Huan's gaze was piercing as he coldly inquired, "Your visit to Han Province is undoubtedly not merely for a simple competition with us, is it? Speak." What is your true intention? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't talk rubbish. Park Gukchang's expression flickered before he quickly regained composure, grinding his teeth as he questioned. Previously, Chu Huan had merely speculated that Park Gukchang and his entourage had ulterior motives for coming to the Dragon Kingdom. If their sole purpose was to compete in traditional Chinese medicine and acquire the notes left by Li Shizhen, there would be no need to dispatch martial arts masters. Moreover, upon entering this place, Chu Huan sensed the presence of several martial arts masters, along with the aura of a transcendent martial artist. Although the energy fluctuations of these warriors were quite low, the sudden appearance of so many Korean martial artists was indeed unusual. Coupled with Park Gukchang's earlier demeanor, Chu Huan had already ascertained that their intentions were far from innocent. You are still somewhat dishonest. With that, Chu Huan raised his hand, sending a blade of energy into Park Gukchang's body. Park Gukchang felt as if his internal organs were pierced by 1,000 swords, experiencing excruciating pain. Unable to endure the torment, he rolled on the ground. Soon, he was not only in agony, but also overwhelmed by an unbearable itch. As he wailed, he scratched at himself, his skin torn and bleeding. I beg you, I will tell you everything, just spare me. Park Gukchang knelt on the ground, bowing in supplication. The sensation of both pain and itch was akin to a fate worse than death. Chu Huan waved his hand, retracting the blade of energy from Park Gukchang's body. Taking a deep breath, Park Gukchang felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, when he looked at Chu Huan again, his eyes were filled with trepidation, as if he were facing a demon. Speak. Chu Huan wasted no words, his voice icy. Under Chu Huan's scrutinizing gaze, Park Gukchang dared not be careless. Fearfully, he confessed, I will tell you. We came this time ostensibly to obtain Li Shizhen's notes, but in reality, we seek the elixir of immortality left behind by Emperor Qin and the secrets to transcending to the martial god level. Chapter 73. Turn the world upside down. As soon as Park Gukchang finished speaking, Chu Huan delivered a kick to his chest. Do you take me for a fool? Does Emperor Qin possess an elixir of immortality? Or can he truly transcend to the martial god level? Chu Huan stepped on Park Gukchang and questioned him. What kind of joke is this? If the first emperor possessed an elixir of immortality, he would have long since dominated the world. How could there be a group of small nations like Goryeo still prancing about? As for breaking through to the martial god level, that is merely a legendary existence. Whether such a realm even exists is debatable. This nonsense about seeking a mythical elixir of life. Does he truly consider himself a fool? Brother, I assure you, everything I say is true. Park Gukchang hastily explained, it is not just us, even the pirates from Japan and others from different regions have sent experts here in search of the elixir and the means to transcend to the martial god level. If you do not believe me, you may investigate. Park Gukchang, intimidated by Chu Huan, dared not resort to tricks in his presence and quickly sought to clarify. Observing Park Gukchang's actions, Chu Huan lowered his head in contemplation. Lost in thought, Park Gukchang then signaled to Che Xiaozhu, indicating for him to summon other powerful figures from Goryeo to confront Chu Huan. Che Xiaozhu immediately understood, turning discreetly and channeling his innate energy, calling out to those outside. Young master is under attack. We implore the esteemed lords to rescue him. However, scarcely had Che Xiaozhu uttered these words when a blade of energy pierced through his heart. Vivid crimson blood stained his body, and with a look of profound resentment, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Park Gukchang's lips twitched slightly. Chu Huan's decisiveness in killing was alarming. In Chu Huan's eyes, enemies were as insignificant as weeds. Sparing them would only invite further chaos. Naturally, he showed no mercy to his foes. Do not approach. My people are already here. Park Gukchang's face turned pale, his expression cold as he glared at Chu Huan. Rest assured, I shall slay them all, and then you. Chu Huan replied coolly, standing his ground. The Goryeo individuals had no noble intentions upon entering the Dragon Kingdom. He felt no psychological burden in eliminating them. Upon hearing this, Park Gukchang's inner dread dissipated instantly. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the experts he had brought from the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Huan was merely a physician, Even if he were a master of martial arts, he would still be insignificant before that esteemed figure. Imagining this, Park Guk-chang envisioned Chu Huan being reduced to pulp by that individual. A hint of cold malice glimmered in his resentful gaze. "You wretched fool. Wait until that esteemed figure defeats you. I will ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures." In his mind, Park Guk-chang envisioned the impending scene, pondering who would dare to lay a hand on the young master of the Park family. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside the door. In the next moment, a flash of blades surged into the room, powerful innate energy enveloping the space. A figure, akin to a tempest, charged towards Chu Huan with a knife. In the face of this fierce assault, Chu Huan raised a hand, and with a single finger, struck down. Before the attacker could even touch him, they were sent flying, dissolving into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Park Guk-chang gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. Isn't he just a doctor? How could he possess such terrifying martial prowess? As Park Guk-chang remained in shock, Chu Huan strode forward, heading towards the door. At this moment, the corridor was filled with dozens of martial arts practitioners. At the forefront stood a diminutive elder, his complexion sallow and his demeanor ominous, exuding an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Chu Huan and bellowed, "You brat, are the one who dared to assault our young master? Enough with the trivialities." Chu Huan cast a fleeting glance at the elder before drawing his long sword from his waist. An aura of terrifying sword light radiated from his body, the sword chi directed at the gathered crowd, instilling a sense of suffocating dread. At such a tender age, you have already comprehended the essence of sword intent. Are you perhaps the sword maniac of the Dragon Kingdom? The frail elder's face contorted with fear as he turned to flee. The sword maniac, a force to be reckoned with among his peers, commanded such prowess that even the older generation would tread carefully in his presence. Should a sword maniac appear here, he was no match. Flee. Do you think this wretched lot can escape? Chu Huan regarded the elder with disdain, cleaving toward the formidable, transcendent realm warrior. With a sword chi passed, the ground was rent asunder, and the surrounding walls were reduced to dust by the ferocity of the strike. The martial artists in the corridor were annihilated beneath the weight of Chu Huan's sword. The elder, sensing the calamity of the attack, trembled uncontrollably. No. In a tumult of despair and resentment, the warriors of the Goryeo kingdom were obliterated by Chu Huan. Hearing the anguished cries reverberate through the corridor, Park Guk-chang hastily emerged from his chamber. Upon witnessing the scene, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. "Demon, you are nothing short of a demon." Chu Huan was truly terrifying, having slain so many formidable individuals from Goryeo in a single stroke. At this moment, regret washed over him. He lamented his arrival in the Dragon Kingdom. Even more so, he regretted provoking this demon, Chu Huan. "Now it is your turn." Chu Huan, sword in hand, enveloped Park Guk-chang in a suffocating aura of murderous intent. Under Chu Huan's unwavering gaze, Park Guk-chang was paralyzed with terror, losing control of his bowels. With a swift motion, Chu Huan swung his sword at Park Guk-chang. The latter's head fell, lifeless and irrevocably so. Completing this grim task, Chu Huan sheathed his long sword and vanished into the hotel like a shadow. The following day, news of the massacre of Goryeo National spread like wildfire throughout Han Province. The authorities even classified it as a terror incident. However, upon discovering the presence of martial arts masters, some exceeding even that level, and following investigations by martial experts revealing an exceptionally potent sword intent lingering in the hotel corridor, it became apparent to the martial community that this was not merely an act of terror, but rather the work of an extraordinary powerhouse who had decimated the Goryeo Nationals. The remnants of sword intent left in the corridor indicated this individual's remarkable mastery of the sword. Some surveillance footage surfaced, revealing only a youthful silhouette, obscured by the swiftness of his actions and the surrounding sword chi, rendering his true visage indistinguishable. In an instant, speculation arose, placing the blame for the massacre squarely upon the sword maniac. Public discourse amplified, with many questioning the motive behind the sword maniac's assault on the people of Goryeo. Amidst the fervent discussions, some directly pointed fingers at Chu Huan, presenting the surveillance footage from when he first entered the hotel. This time, the incident involving Chu Huan's elimination of numerous individuals from the Goryeo kingdom has been thoroughly substantiated. Countless gazes converged upon Chu Huan. In just a single night, he once again caused a sensation throughout the nation and even across Asia. Upon receiving the news, the wine enthusiast Song Wanjun hurriedly sought out Chu Huan. This is dire. Chu Huan, the news of your assault on the Goryeo people has become widely known, and many are eager to hand you over to quell the fury of Goryeo. Observing the frantic demeanor of the wine enthusiast, Chu Huan smiled faintly. If I dare to kill them, I am unafraid of their retribution. Moreover, they were the ones who provoked me. What do I have to fear? Witnessing Chu Huan's calmness only heightened Song Wanjun's anxiety. She explained, if it were merely a group of martial artists, then your actions could be dismissed, but this involves one of the three prominent families of Goryeo, the Park family. They will undoubtedly exert pressure from above, and under such duress, they will surely seek to apprehend you. Barely had Song Wanjun finished speaking when imposing auras began to converge from outside the manor. The powerful presence made her countenance grow tense. This is not good. They have arrived. Chapter 74. The onset of chaos. As soon as Song Wanjun's words fell, a group of formidable beings, their expressions frosty, stormed into the manor. At the forefront stood a man exuding a commanding aura, instilling a heavy sense of foreboding. Upon seeing him, Song Wanjun's expression shifted. Chu Huan. This man is named Miao Li Min, an elder of the Miao clan, whose strength has reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier of the transformation realm. He has come to capture you, likely having conferred with the Martial Arts Association. His grievance is not merely due to your slaying of the Goryeo individuals, but rather because you have killed their holy son, and he seizes this incident to trouble you. Accompanying Miao Li Min were 2 individuals, both at the 3rd tier of the transformation realm. The simultaneous arrival of 3 from the transformation realm signified ill intentions. Upon entering the manor, Miao Li Min glared at Chu Huan. Chu Huan, upon seeing our arrival, do you not kneel and confess your transgressions? Miao Li Min, brimming with rage, unleashed the oppressive force of the 6th tier of the transformation realm directed at Chu Huan, intending to assert his dominance before the confrontation even began. Chu Huan responded coolly. The Goryeo people sought my life and violated my dignity. They deserved death. With that, he produced a video he had prepared earlier and tossed it to Miao Li Min. Without even a glance at the item that Chu Huan had thrown, Miao Li Min crushed it with a single palm. Even at death's door, you still speak defiantly. His eyes glinted sharply as he bellowed. Seize him. Should he resist, execute him on the spot. You dare. Song Wanjun interjected, her voice fierce as she stepped in front of the 2 formidable warriors. Witnessing Song Wanjun come to Chu Huan's aid, Miao Li Min scoffed. Wine enthusiast, are you truly willing to oppose our Miao clan for this boy? Song Wanjun, a rising figure of her generation, possessed extraordinary talent and was destined to lead an era. Yet for now, she remained a young prodigy, and the Miao clan's deep-rooted heritage could easily extinguish her brilliance. Regardless, procedures must be followed to apprehend Chu Huan, not to act rashly. Song Wanjun's tone turned icy, unwavering in her stance. For both public and private reasons, she must stand by Chu Huan's side. If Miao Li Min were to lawfully take Chu Huan away, she would have nothing to say. Yet now he seeks to exploit his power against her, and she will not acquiesce. Who dares to obstruct me? The Miao clan? I will not show mercy. Miao Li Min's gaze radiated murderous intent as he issued a ruthless warning. Why are you still hesitating? Attack! With that command, the warriors behind him surged forward to assault Chu Huan. With me here, who dares to harm Chu Huan? Jiu Qi gritted her teeth, voice laced with fury. As she prepared to strike, Chu Huan placed her hand on Jiu Qi's shoulder, saying, "Let me handle my own affairs." Upon hearing this, Jiu Qi's expression shifted. Chu Huan, rest assured, they cannot touch you with me around. Chu Huan shook her head. Since everyone perceives me as a soft target, I shall make them aware that there are consequences for attempting to harm me. Sensing the surge of murderous intent within Chu Huan, Jiu Qi grew anxious. She understood that Chu Huan had awakened her killing intent. Although Miao Limin sought to misuse his power, he nonetheless represented the facade of the Martial Arts Association. If Chu Huan were to slay him on the spot, it would offend the entire association, making her future existence in a martial world exceedingly difficult. That is of no concern, Chu Huan replied with a smile, her demeanor calm. Upon finishing her words, she grasped her sword, her gaze fixed on Miao Limin. Miao Limin snorted dismissively. You brat, even when death is imminent, you still talk tough. With that, he made a forceful move. Others joined in, surrounding and attacking Chu Huan. In the face of this onslaught, Chu Huan charged into the crowd. The Windstorm 13 sword strike. A powerful sword intent enveloped them all. With her fourth tier, Transcendence Realm Cultivation, she swept across the battlefield. Under the impact of this sword intent, those at the innate realm were wounded by her sword aura. Fourth tier, Transcendence Realm? How could this be? Miao Limin's expression changed drastically upon sensing Chu Huan's imposing aura. Wasn't her cultivation at the peak of the ninth tier of the innate realm? How had it suddenly risen to the fourth tier of transcendence? Ignoring Miao Limin, Chu Huan thrust her sword towards a sixth tier innate martial artist. The latter trembled under the pressure of her sword intent. With a swift strike, she felled the sixth tier warrior. Standing resolute, she countered with a slash. A terrifying sword aura surged towards two innate martial artists. Their faces paled as they attempted to evade the sharp sword light. Having already embraced her murderous resolve, Chu Huan would not spare their lives. In the instant they retreated, her sword eliminated both. You wretched scoundrel, I will kill you. Miao Limin howled in a frenzy upon witnessing the slaying of his three disciples. Innate martial artists are dominant figures in the secular world. In the blink of an eye, Chu Huan had slain three of them, a significant blow to the Miao clan. Chu Huan disregarded Miao Limin and struck again. Miao Limin, driven mad, lunged at Chu Huan, his long knife relentlessly slashing toward her. In the face of Miao Limin's relentless assault, Chu Huan deftly dodged, refusing to engage him directly. As he evaded, he struck again, eliminating two innate martial artists. Witnessing Chu Huan's decisive and ruthless approach, Song Wanjun stood nearby, filled with astonishment. If she were to intervene, she would merely offer a light touch. Her identity was delicate. Recklessly slaying the Miao clan's innate masters would trigger a cascade of repercussions. Chu Huan, however, was entirely unconcerned with such matters. If he could kill, he would. In a mere 2 minutes, before the eyes of Miao Limin, a sixth-tier, transcendent expert, Chu Huan had dispatched 10 innate masters. Now, only 2 ninth-tier innate warriors and 2 third-tier transcendent experts remained by Miao Limin's side. Miao Limin surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses and succumbed to a complete rage. Chu Huan, you scoundrel! I vow to tear you to shreds. Miao Limin roared, each strike infused with explosive power. Chu Huan let out a cold laugh, disdainfully retorting, just now, I refrained from allowing these ants to hinder my pursuit of you. Now that they are dead, it is your turn. At the moment Miao Limin shattered the video evidence, in Chu Huan's eyes, he was as good as a corpse. With that, Chu Huan launched a formidable strike, his sword aimed directly at Miao Limin's heart. You damned rodent, you finally dare to confront me. Miao Limin bellowed, raising his hand to attack Chu Huan. The two of them amassed their energies, both poised to unleash their full might. Their speed reached extraordinary heights. In powerful energy, waves emanated from their forms, expanding outward. The clash of blades sparked dazzling flames as Miao Limin gritted his teeth. Roaring die, he stomped the ground, gathering all his innate energy into his hands, bearing down upon Chu Huan. Observing the collision between Chu Huan and Miao Limin, the other formidable warriors seized the opportunity to strike from behind. You dare to kill my kin of the Miao clan? You shall perish. 2 innate warriors and 2 third-tier transcendent experts wielded their weapons simultaneously, launching an assault on Chu Huan's back. Chu Huan, be careful, Song Wanjun shouted, hastily warning him. The distance between them was too short. It was too late for her to intervene. Sensing the four approaching, Chu Huan exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. The four swiftly closed in, their terrifying innate energy converging from different angles towards him. Chu Huan abruptly stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. Harnessing the sword intent within, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, directing it at the four attackers. Not good. The four had not anticipated that Chu Huan had a backup plan. The sword energy he unleashed surged toward them with ferocity. The two transcendent warriors quickly mobilized their innate energy to counter the dreadful sword attack. However, the two innate warriors were a fraction too slow, suffering injuries from the onslaught of sword energy. "You insolent wretch!" Miao Limin was taken aback, realizing that Chu Huan had been prepared all along. Instead of being injured by their combined efforts, they had unwittingly fallen victim to Chu Huan's strategy. Trash! Chu Huan summoned his sword intent, executing a powerful strike. With a singular, brilliant flash of sword light, a piercing radiance erupted forth. The sharp sword aura coalesced into a brilliant beam, aimed menacingly at Miao Limin. Faced with such a formidable assault from Chu Huan, Miao Limin dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Gripping his long blade tightly, he swung it wildly. The resonating clangs of metal echoed as the sword aura collided with Miao Limin's weapon. Chu Huan unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes in quick succession, forcing Miao Limin to retreat continuously. After these 3 blows, Miao Limin found himself in an utterly disheveled state, ensnared by the overwhelming sword intent. Any moment of carelessness could lead to injury at the hands of Chu Huan. A narrow path of light. Chu Huan concentrated his sword intent, channeling the aura into a singular line that surged towards Miao Limin. The potent sword energy encircled Miao Limin's form, compelling him to retreat dozens of steps, blood surging within him. Suddenly, he tasted a metallic sweetness, and a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. "Fourth brother, are you all right?" 2 formidable practitioners of the 3rd rank of the Transcendence realm rushed to Miao Limin's side, their expressions filled with concern. Miao Limin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "This young man's strength far surpasses my expectations. We are likely no match for him. Do not worry, 4th brother. I have already informed our 3 elder brothers. They shall arrive swiftly, and with their presence, we will surely vanquish this youth." Mo Yunxiao's eyes glinted with coldness as he spoke. He too had not anticipated that Chu Huan possessed such terrifying prowess. After witnessing Chu Huan effortlessly dispatch several innate martial artists before Miao Limin, it became clear that Chu Huan's abilities were beyond their control. "We merely need to entangle him. Soon, I trust that our eldest, 2nd, and 3rd brothers will arrive." Hong Shizong nodded, gritting his teeth in agreement. Chu Huan had already incurred a blood debt with them, one that must be repaid in kind. "Is that so? In that case, I shall take the liberty of eliminating you all." With that, Chu Huan summoned the sword intent from within, preparing to annihilate them. Just as his words fell, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted in the heavens. 3 powerful energies surged toward Chu Huan. "You dare to harm my brothers? Prepare to die." A furious voice boomed. A long spear descended from the sky with tremendous force, targeting Chu Huan. The newcomer exuded the presence of an 8th-rank Transcendence realm warrior. The spear plummeted, aiming directly at Chu Huan's crown. Chu Huan felt as if a colossal mountain was bearing down upon him. Gripping his sword tightly, he summoned all his sword intent, channeling his innate vigor to its utmost limit, thrusting upward at the descending spear. Clang! The spear and sword clashed fiercely. Chu Huan's body trembled as he gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the pressure of the spear. "Get away!" He gathered all his strength and slashed upward into the void. With that single strike, he forced the newcomer back several steps. Yet, Chu Huan himself staggered back, his countenance darkening. In the next moment, 2 7th-rank Transcendence realm experts charged towards him. "You shall pay for daring to kill our kin." The 2 7th-rank practitioners unleashed their full might. Just as they bore down upon Chu Huan, Song Wanjun sprang into action. With a fierce stomp, her aura surged once again to the 3rd rank of the Transcendence realm, manifesting a colossal hand of fiery intent to shield Chu Huan. Upon witnessing this, Chu Huan summoned the sword intent within him and forcefully unleashed a strike. The energies erupted by the 4 individuals collided with one another. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding roars emanated from the center of the four, expanding outward in tumultuous waves. Chu Huan and Song Junwan were forced to retreat several steps, their expressions grave. Youth, those who dare to harm us must be eliminated. Kuang Tianzhua tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, his innate strength at the 8th rank erupting in that very moment. The others also sprang into action, preparing to encircle and annihilate Chu Huan. Just as the crowd surrounded Chu Huan, a deep rumble suddenly echoed from the sky. Hud. The ominous thunderclaps resonated throughout the entire estate. Above, a dozen aircraft had encircled Chu Huan and his companions. Those inside had better not make any rash moves, or they shall bear the consequences. A stern voice boomed from the aircraft. Witnessing this scene, Kuang Tianzhua and the others' expressions drastically changed. They had not anticipated that the troops from Han Province would intervene in this matter. Chu Huan gazed at the planes above, a faint smile gracing his lips. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the leading aircraft gradually descended. As the cabin opened, Dong Fenglang emerged, beaming as he approached Chu Huan. "Dr. Chu, I apologize for my tardiness," he said with a smile. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's no trouble. Dr. Chu, how do you intend to deal with these intruders who have unlawfully invaded your residence?" Dong Fenglang inquired without delay, his question succinctly revealing his purpose. The terms unlawful invasion and frenzied intruders struck a chord deep within Miao Limin and his companions. "Dong Fenglang, what do you mean by this?" Miao Limin clenched his fists, a murderous intent directed squarely at Dong Fenglang. The overwhelming energy nearly suffocated Dong Fenglang. With a fierce glare, Dong Fenglang admonished Miao Limin. "Should you dare to make even the slightest move, I will ensure your complete annihilation. Furthermore, the forces behind me will investigate you, erasing your families and influences from Longhua entirely." Dong Fenglang, the war god of Han Province, was indeed a figure of considerable stature within the military. Although his own cultivation was not particularly high, he was not someone an ordinary martial artist could humiliate. To strike at Dong Fenglang was tantamount to declaring enmity with the entire Han Province military and even with the nation itself. Miao Limin and his cohort could not afford such consequences. Upon hearing this, Miao Limin's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Dong Fenglang, seething with rage as he questioned, "Are you truly willing to oppose this youth and the Martial Arts Association?" Just as Miao Limin's words fell, another series of thunderous roars erupted from the sky. More than a dozen aircraft approached swiftly from a distance. The planes were predominantly occupied by war god-level figures from various provinces. Upon witnessing so many military leaders making their appearance, Miao Limin and his companions turned pale. The foremost individual was none other than a national-level war god. He leapt from the aircraft, a terrifying aura sweeping across the area. As a newcomer arrived, Miao Limin and the others' expressions transformed in shock. The newcomer's piercing gaze and icy demeanor fixed upon Miao Limin, igniting a fierce spark of confrontation between them. Miao Limin, a formidable warrior of the 6th tier in the Transcendence realm, found himself suffocated by the overwhelming aura emanating from the newcomer. The visitor cast a disdainful glance at the gathered crowd and scoffed. "What are you? Do you truly believe you can threaten us with the Martial Arts Association? Do you think the association would risk offending us for the likes of you?" Chapter 76. Who could resist the allure of gaining a place in the ancestral records by defeating the Japanese? If it were anyone else daring to belittle him, Miao Limin and his companions, Kuang Tianzhua and others, would have retaliated fiercely. However, the individual before them was none other than Li Qinglong, the Azure Dragon, the commander of the Eastern Forces. Not only was he a high-ranking military figure and the nation's guardian deity, but he was also a member of the Elder Council. His martial prowess had already reached the threshold of the spirit transformation realm. Such a person, in terms of both strength and influence, far surpassed them. It is no exaggeration to say that even those who had reached the spirit transformation realm would regard Li Qinglong with a measure of reverence. The president of the Martial Arts Association would address him as the war god Li. How could they dare to act recklessly in front of Li Qinglong? After being reprimanded by Li Qinglong, Miao Limin could only suppress his dissatisfaction and remain in place. Li Qinglong approached Chu Huan, a hint of apology on his face. Doctor, Li, I sincerely apologize. I intended to visit you some time ago, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to postpone until today. Please forgive me. Although Chu Huan had never met Li Qinglong in person, he had seen his photograph on television. It appeared they had no prior interactions. So why did Li Qinglong show such respect towards him? Dong Fenglang noticed the confusion on Chu Huan's face and quickly explained, Dr. Chu, General Li has heard of your exceptional medical skills. He did not continue, but Chu Huan understood. It turned out that Li Qinglong intended to request his medical assistance. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan nodded in acknowledgement. Dr. Chu, how do you plan to deal with these intruders who have invaded your residence? Li Qinglong's gaze sharpened, an intense killing intent radiating from him. As he spoke, his hand rested on his waist, ready to strike down Miao Limin and the others without hesitation at Chu Huan's command. Chu Huan shook his head, the air thick with murderous intent. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Miao Limin and declared, You are from the Miao tribe, correct? Today, you have trespassed into my abode with the intent to kill me. I offer you this opportunity. Let us battle. If you survive, they shall live. If you perish, they will accompany you. Do you dare? With a glacial stare, Chu Huan's voice thundered. He felt Li Qinglong's formidable strength, yet he yearned to take matters into his own hands. The enemy must be vanquished by his own hand. Upon hearing Chu Huan's challenge, Miao Limin's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Previously, he had intended to rely on the others to overwhelm Chu Huan. But now Chu Huan openly challenged him. Given the circumstances, he could not refuse. Otherwise, the ever-watchful Li Qinglong would ensure he faced dire consequences. Very well, Miao Limin replied, his demeanor calm. With that, he tightened his grip on his great blade, preparing himself for battle. Chu Huan wasted no breath. He summoned his sword intent and unleashed a strike. The spirit of the sword. The terrifying sword energy contained all of Chu Huan's power, hurtling towards Miao Limin. Miao Limin had not anticipated the ferocity with which Chu Huan struck. The sword energy surged like a tempest, battering against him relentlessly. The terrifying force of the sword compelled him to retreat repeatedly. Miao Limin wielded his broadsword, employing his agility to evade the onslaught. Break! He roared, gathering his energy at his dantian, delivering a powerful and forceful strike. The surrounding sword energies were shattered by his blow. Miao Limin suddenly stomped his foot, fracturing the ground beneath him, and charged at Chu Huan like a ferocious tiger. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Li Qinglong observed this with a nod. Previously, he had been unaware of Chu Huan's capabilities, but he had heard of the close relationship Chu Huan had with a certain esteemed individual. Moreover, Chu Huan's unparalleled medical skills instilled a glimmer of hope in Li Qinglong. Notably, after Chu Huan had cured Dong Fenglang's chronic ailment, Dong Fenglang had made remarkable breakthroughs in his cultivation within less than a month, now attaining the 6th rank of innate. Should he also heal his own affliction, he might well ascend to the spirit transformation realm. Without any of these elements, he could not have come here in person. Witnessing Chu Huan at the 4th rank of transformation, overpowering Miao Limin at the 6th rank, Li Qinglong was filled with astonishment. Cut! At that moment, Chu Huan uttered a low command. The sharp sword radiance, imbued with sword intent, bore down upon Miao Limin. Miao Limin attempted to counter, but the force behind this strike was overwhelming. As the sword descended, Miao Limin's long blade shattered, and he was sent stumbling back several meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Huan would not afford Miao Limin the slightest chance to recover. Swift as lightning, he lunged forward with the ferocity of a gale, attacking Miao Limin with unrelenting speed. Miao Limin was left with no choice but to resist with all his might. Within merely 2 exchanges, Miao Limin was defeated by Chu Huan. With his sword poised at Miao Limin's neck, emitting a chilling glimmer, Chu Huan stood triumphant. The expressions of Kuang Tianzhua and the others shifted dramatically. They had not expected that in less than 10 exchanges, Chu Huan would vanquish Miao Limin. At that moment, their fates lay entirely in Chu Huan's hands. Chu Huan, I concede, Miao Limin declared, his voice laced with bitterness and fury. But I warn you, I am an elder of the Miao clan. You ought to silence yourself. Chu Huan interjected, slicing his sword. A scar marked Miao Li Min's neck. Even in death, he could not fathom the decisiveness of Chu Huan's strike. Such trash dares to threaten me? Chu Huan scoffed. Upon witnessing Miao Li Min's demise, the others erupted in outrage. You seek death, boy. With that, Kuang Tianzhua launched a fierce attack against Chu Huan. Li Qinglong bellowed in response. Miao Li Min's lack of skill led to his demise. He deserved it, and you shall meet the same fate. As he spoke, Li Qinglong drew his long sword. The sharp sword light sliced through the air. Countless sword shadows descended upon the battlefield. The bodies of Kuang Tianzhua and his companions froze in place. As Li Qinglong sheathed his sword, they all collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment flickered in Chu Huan's eyes. The sword intent Li Qinglong had just unleashed was significantly more powerful than his own. His cultivation has reached the threshold of semi-transformation. Such strength would likely outmatch even some adept practitioners of the transformation realm. Esteemed senior, I am grateful for your assistance. Chu Huan said respectfully, gazing at Li Qinglong with a smile. In response, Li Qinglong waved his hand nonchalantly. These individuals deserve their fate. There is no need for gratitude. However, I do have two matters I wish to request your assistance with. Chu Huan understood that Li Qinglong had come, likely seeking his help in healing. As for the other matter, he was somewhat unclear. Li Qinglong had just rendered Chu Huan significant aid, so it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Please, esteemed senior, speak freely. I shall exert my utmost effort if it is within my capabilities. Chu Huan replied with a gentle smile. Li Qinglong nodded. I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. Years ago, during a battle with a formidable adversary, I sustained a grievous injury. I would like to request your help in my healing. Chu Huan scrutinized Li Qinglong for a moment and, after a brief contemplation, assured him, rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall do my utmost to assist you in your recovery. There was, however, another matter that piqued Chu Huan's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. I have observed that individuals from nations such as Japan and Korea have begun to act recklessly. Our military wishes to invite you to join us in addressing this issue. Li Qinglong earnestly requested. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan nodded immediately. If it were a matter of confronting others, he might hesitate. However, when it came to Japan and Korea, he would not waver. As the saying goes online, why hesitate against the Japanese? This is a matter worthy of ancestral records. Eager to engage, Chu Huan inquired, when will we confront the Japanese? Shall we go to Japan and vanquish them all? Chapter 77. Let us tackle this together. I disdain complications. Li Qinglong and his companions had already surmised that Chu Huan would acquiesce to their request. However, they were taken aback by his eagerness to take the initiative and strike at Japan. Even they felt somewhat embarrassed by his boldness. Ahem, young friend, when your strength reaches such a level, you may attempt it. For now, Li Qinglong awkwardly coughed twice, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Indeed, I too look forward to that day. Song Wanjun replied with a smile. Very well. When that day arrives, esteemed senior, do let me know, and I shall give my all. Chu Huan beamed, filled with excitement. Esteemed senior, you may need to remain in Han province for a while. Your injuries are quite severe, Chu Huan remarked, glancing at Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong shot Chu Huan a knowing look. He was well aware that a part of the reason Chu Huan wished to keep him in Han province was for his healing, but he suspected a portion of it was to enlist his aid in resolving certain matters. Nevertheless, Li Qinglong did not mind. As long as Chu Huan could help alleviate his affliction, he would not begrudge assisting him with his trivial issues. You little schemer, Li Qinglong pointed at Chu Huan. Very well, I indeed should rest for a time. During this period, I shall accompany you in your ventures. Excellent. Chu Huan grinned widely, exhilarated. With Li Qinglong by his side, any forces he had previously offended would think twice before daring to act against him. Of course, Chu Huan knew that the most pressing matter for him was still to elevate his own strength. Only by rapidly enhancing one's capabilities can one remain unafraid of any adversary. In the forthcoming days, Chu Huan devoted himself solely to treating Li Qinglong and cultivating his skills, reveling in the bliss of his routine. Yet, such light-hearted days are often fleeting. Upon slaying 5 renowned physicians from Goryeo, Chu Huan inadvertently provoked the wrath of Park Wuchang, the heir of the illustrious Park family, one of the 3 prominent clans of the Han Kingdom. Enraged by the news, the Park family exerted pressure on Han Province and even the Dragon Kingdom, demanding the harshest punishment for the perpetrator. They dispatched Park Guoji, the second son of the Park family, along with 3 formidable practitioners at the 9th tier of the Transcendence Realm, with a singular order to eliminate Chu Huan. Upon learning of the Park family's decree against him, numerous factions within the country were stirred, eager to take action against Chu Huan. Notably, the Spirit Communication Guild, members of the Miao tribe, and certain individuals from the Qingzhou Chu family were particularly keen. However, due to Li Qinglong's influence, this group refrained from immediate action. Nevertheless, the tranquility of Han Province was soon disrupted by the brewing storm. Having offended various powers, many were now fixated on Chu Huan's every move, yet he remained blissfully unaware. He continued his routine, arriving at Li Qinglong's residence as usual. "Uncle Li, I believe that in no time, your hidden ailment will be completely cured." After days of treatment, the bond between Chu Huan and Li Qinglong had grown increasingly intimate, with Chu Huan now addressing him as Uncle Li. Li Qinglong nodded. "Young one, do you remember our agreement from a few days ago?" Chu Huan nodded, wondering if they were planning to confront the Japanese. The Japanese had sent numerous prodigies to probe a certain relic in Han Province, and Li Qinglong intended for them to take action to ensure that these prodigies remained there permanently. As he spoke, Li Qinglong's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned icy. As a hawkish figure in the Dragon Kingdom, he harbored a strong desire to obliterate the Japanese. The geopolitical rivalry between great nations often transcends mere confrontation, involving both overt and covert struggles. This time, Li Qinglong was particularly opposed to the Japanese probing within the Dragon Kingdom's secret realms. However, the Japanese had offered the Dragon Kingdom an irresistible proposition, one that even a hawkish figure like Li Qinglong could not refuse upon learning the price they were willing to pay. Since refusing the Japanese request was not an option, his strategy was to eliminate the younger generation of Japan. This was Li Qinglong's line of thought. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan's interest peaked. "Uncle Li, are you serious?" "Indeed, because of you, not only will the Japanese come, but also individuals from Goryeo will venture into this secret realm." Li Qinglong replied solemnly. "Otherwise, do you think you would be enjoying such leisure now?" Hearing this warmed Chu Huan's heart. He had killed 5 divine physicians from Goryeo and several martial arts masters, undoubtedly inciting their fury, and he was acutely aware that Goryeo would seek revenge. Even Li Qinglong might find it challenging to stave off such retribution. Yet, the past few days had been unnaturally calm. Chu Huan had been curious about why the Goryans remained so quiet. It seemed that external intervention had allowed him to enjoy such peace. "Young one, you have half a month left. Use this time wisely to prepare," Li Qinglong said with a smile. "Before that, I hope you can meet with those hot-headed individuals in the military and give them a proper lesson." Upon hearing Li Qinglong's words, Chu Huan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Qinglong would assign him such a task. "Uncle Li, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Chu Huan said with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. "That is entirely up to you," Li Qinglong replied leisurely. "I have already informed them that you are to be the captain of their operation, with Song Wanjun as the vice captain. If you do not want that group of youngsters to cause trouble once they enter the ruins, you'd better teach them a lesson early on." Hearing this, Chu Huan realized that Li Qinglong was quite certain of his compliance. "All right, since you insist, Uncle Li, I shall devote myself to this endeavor." Chu Huan smiled slightly and asked, "Where shall we meet?" "At the military headquarters in Han Province," Li Qinglong responded, and amidst his words, Chu Huan faintly heard the sound of helicopter blades. With a resigned expression, he looked at Li Qinglong. Knowing full well that Li Qinglong had anticipated his agreement and had already summoned the military helicopter. "Oh well, experience does come with age," he thought, begrudgingly admitting his respect. "Young man, today the acupuncture has been completed and the helicopter is prepared for you. Off you go," Li Qinglong said with a cheerful demeanor. As he spoke, Dong Fenglang appeared at the door. "Uncle Li, you could have simply told me without all this fuss." Chu Huan shook his head. Li Qinglong remained silent, merely gesturing for Chu Huan to proceed to the military headquarters. At this point, Chu Huan realized there was no turning back. Under Dong Fenglong's guidance, he soon arrived at the Han Province military district. Dong Fenglang led him to a somewhat secluded courtyard and smiled, saying, "Dr. Chu, you can handle the rest on your own from here." Upon hearing this, Chu Huan nodded, understanding that both Li Qinglong and Dong Fenglang wished for him to resolve the matter himself. "Very well," he said, stepping into the courtyard alone. As soon as he entered, a harsh voice pierced the air. "Who are you? Get out." Chu Huan turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Silence. "He is Chu Huan, your temporary vice captain." At that moment, Song Wanjun rushed to Chu Huan's side, sternly reprimanding the members of Team Qinglong. "Captain Song, I accept your leadership without complaint, but what qualifications does he have?" Long Shuang coldly glared at Chu Huan, speaking with contempt. "You don't actually think hiding behind a woman will make us recognize you as our captain, do you? How laughable. A mere insider trying to command us?" Song Wanjun, upon hearing this, was incensed and clenched her fists, ready to defend Chu Huan. However, Chu Huan grasped her hand and shook his head. He then fixed his gaze on the members of Team Qinglong. "Tell me, what would it take for you to accept me?" He had anticipated that joining Team Qinglong would not be a smooth process. Since they refused to comply, he would simply have to subdue them. "Defeat me, and I shall acknowledge you," Long Shuang declared, fists clenched and brimming with arrogance. "I too." The other members of Team Qinglong chimed in. Chu Huan smiled faintly. "Very well. Why not all come at once? One by one is too tedious for my liking." Chapter 78. Defeat until submission. Arrogance. They were utterly insufferable. Long Shuang was completely provoked by Chu Huan's earlier words. He clenched his fists and stomped his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura of a peak in innate 9th rank, directly bearing down on Chu Huan. "You dare to be so arrogant before me? You seek death." As he spoke, a green dragon coalesced atop his fist. Green Dragon Fist. Unleash your fury. The members of the Green Dragon Squad had all trained in this formidable martial art, known for its immense power, rarely allowing anyone of the same realm to withstand a single blow. Long Shuang, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, was further enraged by Chu Huan's provocation. This punch could severely injure those newly entering the first rank of the Transcendence Realm. Chu Huan shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "Lacks a bit of finesse." With that, he tightened his fists and unleashed the force of an innate 9th rank, countering Long Shuang's strike. The collision resounded with a thunderous boom as their fists met. The internal energy within Long Shuang was instantly shattered by Chu Huan's might, forcing him to stagger back several paces, barely regaining his footing with the assistance of his companions. Chu Huan regarded Long Shuang with a calm gaze and coldly declared, "I told you, you alone are insufficient. Why not challenge me together?" The talents of this group were not to be underestimated, all having attained the innate 9th rank, particularly Long Shuang and a few others, who had even reached the pinnacle of this level, just a step away from becoming Transcendence Realm warriors. Yet, before Chu Huan, they appeared woefully inadequate. "You are far too arrogant," Long Shuang retorted as his companions surged forward to engage Chu Huan. However, their power paled in comparison to his. In a mere exchange, Chu Huan sent them reeling backward. "I suggested you all join forces. This way, your defeat will be more palatable." Growing increasingly displeased at their continued delay, Chu Huan commanded, "Long Shuang, let's strike together." His audacious words ignited a fury among the others, prompting the entire Green Dragon Squad to unite against him. Witnessing their collaboration, a smirk graced Chu Huan's lips. "Now, this is more entertaining." As he spoke, he drew the long sword from his waist, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent that radiated from his being. "Against you, I require but a single strike." With that declaration, Chu Huan executed a single downward slash. The terrifying sword intent bore down upon all members of the Green Dragon Squad. As heavy as a mountain, they found themselves gasping for breath under its oppressive weight. Long Shuang gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Chu Huan, striving to break free from the sword's pressure. Yet, the disparity was insurmountable. No matter their struggles, they could not shatter this singular blow. "Bow down." Chu Huan summoned his internal energy once more, directing it towards the Green Dragon squad. They gritted their teeth, desperately resisting. Boom! After enduring for a minute, they could no longer withstand the horrific force and collapsed to the ground, observing the defeated members of the Green Dragon squad, covered in dust and dirt. Song Wanjun displayed a faint smile. Cheerfully, she remarked, "I warned you earlier about Chu Huan's volatile temper and advised against provoking him, yet you chose to ignore me. How do you feel now?" Hearing her words, the members of the Green Dragon squad sought refuge in the ground. "Now, is there anyone among you who still dares to defy?" Chu Huan inquired coolly, casting a disdainful glance at the remnants of the Green Dragon squad. The members of the Azure Dragon team lowered their heads in unison. Noticing the silence, Chu Huan chuckled and inquired, "So, does this mean you all tacitly agree to my leadership?" With that, he commanded, "Stand up. Each of you shall face me in a 10-minute duel. I intend to guide you in your cultivation." A grin spread across his face as he spoke with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Long Shuang and the others were puzzled by Chu Huan's intentions. "You're Long Shuang, correct? Come forth, let us practice." Chu Huan pointed at Long Shuang. Recognizing Chu Huan as the captain and aware of his superior strength, dared not resist. Thus, he prepared to engage in combat with Chu Huan, soon regretting his decision. As soon as the duel began, Chu Huan unleashed his prowess at the pinnacle of the fourth tier of the Transcendence realm, swiftly overpowering Long Shuang. He then delivered a series of punches to Long Shuang's face. "Relying on others, are we? Taking shortcuts, are we? Let us see how formidable you truly are for daring to speak thus." Within a mere 2 minutes, Long Shuang was left bruised and battered, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Witnessing Long Shuang's dismal state, the remaining members of the Azure Dragon team turned pale with fear, unfazed by their distress. Chu Huan proceeded to engage each member in turn. In just half an hour, all 20 members of the Azure Dragon team found themselves sprawled on the ground, lamenting their plight. "With such meager strength, do you truly require my assistance?" Chu Huan remarked coldly. "I shall return in 3 days for another round." The members of the Azure Dragon team wept openly. Observing their pitiful condition, Song Wanjun offered a wry smile. "Is it really necessary to treat them this way?" Chu Huan shook his head. "Necessary? Uncle Li instructed me to teach them a lesson, and I shall heed his words. By the way, here is a medicinal bath I have prepared for them. Let them soak well over the next few days." With that, he handed Song Wanjun a prescription and took his leave, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Chu Huan, do you have a moment?" Just after departing the military headquarters, Chu Huan received a call from Jiang Murong, who missed him after their time apart. Chu Huan nodded. "I have no pressing matters at the moment." "What is it?" "Murong says she misses you and wants you to come to her house." Before Jiang Murong could respond, a voice chimed in from the other end. "Qin Shiyu." Confusion washed over Chu Huan. Shortly thereafter, he received a location from Jiang Murong. "Qin Shiyu, you did this deliberately." Jiang Murong seethed, clenching her teeth. She had wished to invite Chu Huan out for a private meeting, not to be at the Qin residence, especially with esteemed guests in attendance, including Qin Wei, who were busy entertaining. "Murong, what are you thinking? I'm merely creating an opportunity for you." Qin Shiyu replied earnestly. "What is the current status of your relationship with Chu Huan? You still haven't truly secured him." She continued, "If I can assist you, perhaps tonight will be your night of celebration." As she spoke, Qin Shiyu reached out toward Jiang Murong. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have a night of celebration?" The two ladies began to playfully tussle on the bed. "All right, you must leave now. I need to prepare myself to give Chu Huan a surprise when he arrives." After their playful banter, Jiang Murong suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. Thus, Qin Yushir was pushed out the door. She gazed at Jiang Murong, who was applying makeup in the room, feeling a wave of displeasure. "Oomph. You can only be my sister-in-law. How could someone like Chu Huan be worthy of you?" With this thought, Qin Yushir sent a text to Qin Wei. Upon receiving his sister's message, Qin Wei wore a conflicted expression. However, thinking of Chu Huan's boastful demeanor, he was filled with anger. "Oomph. I must prove to Murong that I am the most outstanding." Qin Wei clenched his fists, silently vowing in his heart. "Qin brother, what troubles you?" Lin Langya inquired. Noticing Qin Wei's heavy heart, he had been enjoying conversations with Qin Wei, and given that the Spirit Commerce Association sought to establish trade routes in Han Province, he had been discussing potential collaborations with the Qin family. I had been rather melancholic for the past fortnight. Do you recall? Qin Wei referred to an incident from half a month ago. I remember. I even advised you not to forsake the entire forest for a single tree. Lin Langya chuckled. The one I admire is Jiang Murong, and today her boyfriend is visiting our home, invited by my sister. Qin Wei said, both amused and helpless. What? This is utterly outrageous. Lin Langya gritted his teeth, exclaiming, do not worry. Qin brother, I shall seek justice for you. Hearing this, a confident smile graced Qin Wei's face. When Chu Huan arrived at the Qin family's villa, Jiang Murong and Qin Shiyu had already been waiting at the door for his arrival. Chu Huan, you have come, Jiang Murong exclaimed, linking her arm with his, her face radiant with joy. After nearly half a month without seeing him, she missed him dearly. Chu Huan cast a surprised glance at Jiang Murong, astonished. Your cultivation has actually broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th rank? Under Chu Huan's gaze, Jiang Murong blushed deeply. Yet when Chu Huan spoke, she wished she could strike him down. If he had nothing nice to say, he should have remained silent. She had hoped he would notice that she had dressed up for him. Instead, his first remark was about her cultivation. Oomph. Jiang Murong stamped her foot, feeling a bit upset. Ha ha ha. Qin Shiyu laughed heartily. With such emotional intelligence, Chu Huan dared to compare himself with my elder brother. Just wait. I will show you. Chu Huan, you are too amusing, Qin Shiyu said with a beaming smile. What? Chu Huan appeared baffled. Oh, by the way, that fool Zhou Haoran tried to cause me trouble later, but I incapacitated him. He won't bother you again. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu was initially taken aback, then regarded Chu Huan with even greater disdain. Chu Huan, even when you boast, at least prepare a draft, will you? Zhou Haoran was punished for offending a significant figure in the military. What does that have to do with you? Qin Shiyu turned away, unwilling to engage with him further. What happened to Zhou Haoran? Jiang Murong quietly inquired. She understood that with Chu Huan's strength, there was no need for him to boast about such matters. He brought a whole entourage from the military, seeking to trouble me, and then I gave him a thrashing. He must be suffering greatly now, Chu Huan said with a smile. Jiang Murong nodded, saying he deserves it. Murong, did he cast a spell on you? Why do you believe everything he says? Seeing that Jiang Murong had no doubts about Chu Huan's words, Qin Shiyu felt even more incensed. Is this woman overly infatuated with love? Chu Huan boasts, yet she seems utterly oblivious. Chu Huan, at best, is merely a physician, claiming to have the audacity to strike members of the military. How absurd! Shiyu, that is enough. Jiang Murong shot a fierce glare at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu, if you are unwelcome, we may take our leave. There is no need for this passive aggression. Chu Huan felt a twinge of displeasure towards Qin Shiyu. From their first encounter, she had been an obstacle in his path. Now, she was once again exhibiting her caustic demeanor. Just as Qin Shiyu was about to offer an explanation, a derisive voice interrupted, echoing in the ears of those present. TSK, this is the first time I have seen a man living off a woman speak with such bravado. Come, enlighten me. Why do you have to act so arrogantly before Miss Shiyu? Chapter 79, From Arrogance to Humility. The conceited young master becomes a servant. Lin Langya strode up to Chu Huan with an air of superiority. Noticing Chu Huan's unadorned attire, his disdain intensified. Lin Langya had heard from Qin Wei that Chu Huan was skilled in healing arts, but what incensed him further was the fact that this scoundrel was a son-in-law. How could such a lowly individual even dare to vie for a woman against Qin Wei? It was utterly laughable. Who are you? Chu Huan inquired with a hint of curiosity tinged with displeasure. Qin Shiyu was a woman and a close friend of Jiang Murong. Chu Huan could choose not to engage with women. However, that did not imply he would allow anyone to trample upon him. He had been simmering with anger, and now, with this outlet for his frustration, he felt immensely relieved. I am Lin Langya, the son of Lin Xiu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Communication Guild. Lin Langya declared with a frosty gaze, brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Communication Guild, a smirk crept upon Chu Huan's lips. He regarded Lin Langya coldly and replied, The Spirit Communication Guild? How fortuitous, for I have some grievances with them. What are you even worth to contend with me? Lin Langya retorted disdainfully, but before he could finish, Chu Huan's fist flew forth, striking him squarely. Lin Langya, caught off guard, was sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Qin Wei and Qin Shiyu's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Chu Huan would be so fierce as to lay hands on Lin Langya. Chu Huan, have you lost your mind? Do you even know who he is? Qin Shiyu exclaimed, nearly in tears. If it were merely a disagreement with Lin Langya, she could have navigated the situation. But Chu Huan had actually assaulted him. This time, Chu Huan was doomed. Qin Wei's tone turned frigid as he admonished, Chu Huan, how could you lay a hand on my esteemed guest? This is utterly unacceptable. Lin Langya, nursing his face, stood his ground for a moment before furiously bellowing at Chu Huan. You pathetic coward. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly for this. With that, Lin Langya clenched his fists, charging at Chu Huan like a wild wolf. As the son of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Communication Guild, Lin Langya had already attained the 3rd rank of the innate stage. In an instant, he was prepared to unleash his formidable power to crush Chu Huan. You dare to provoke the Spirit Communication Guild? I will end your life, he shouted, lunging toward Chu Huan. However, his fist had yet to descend upon Chu Huan. Chu Huan lifted his foot and delivered a kick to his abdomen. With a whoosh, Lin Langya was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wei was struck with fear, his face paling. Lin Langya's strength was formidable, yet before Chu Huan, he appeared utterly powerless. Qin Shiyu was equally astonished by the prowess displayed by Chu Huan. Initially, when Chu Huan had ambushed Lin Langya, she thought it was merely due to Lin Langya's lack of vigilance that he was so severely struck. However, just moments ago, Lin Langya had exerted all his strength against Chu Huan, yet he was still crushed. This was ample evidence that Chu Huan could indeed overpower Lin Langya. Lying on the ground, Lin Langya roared in a fit of desperation. You dare to lay a hand on me? The Spirit Trading Association will not let you off. Oh, really? Chu Huan replied disdainfully. If the Spirit Trading Association is so formidable, then why did you not dare to confront me after I annihilated the branch of the Spirit Trading Association at 9 Sections Village? That place was worth over $1 billion. Upon hearing this, Lin Langya's complexion turned pale, his eyes widening in horror as he gazed at Chu Huan. What did you say? You destroyed the 9 Sections Village branch of the Spirit Trading Association? Lin Langya trembled, his face turning ashen. The destruction of the 9 Sections Village branch had incited the wrath of the entire association. Upon learning of this news, they had prepared to dispatch formidable experts from within their ranks to eliminate Chu Huan. Yet, just as they were about to act, the mysterious president of the Spirit Trading Association suddenly changed orders, instructing them to stand down. Furthermore, a decree was issued that from that moment forth, the Spirit Trading Association must not be enemies with Chu Huan. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the association. Upon receiving this news, everyone within the association began to investigate Chu Huan. They only knew that he had slain several innate realm experts with a single sword strike. Subsequently, he had defeated the holy son of the Miao clan and eliminated a prodigy from the Woken nation with one sword. Eventually, he even killed experts of the Transcendence realm. Thus, within the association, Chu Huan was almost revered, and everyone sought to avoid crossing his path. Lin Langya had meticulously gathered information about Chu Huan. He had heard that Chu Huan was a youthful master, a prodigy who comprehended sword intent, a superlative powerhouse of the Transcendence realm, and a formidable being of mysterious origin. Yet, no one knew that Chu Huan was also skilled in medicine and was a son-in-law. How could such an extraordinary individual possibly be a son-in-law? In that moment, Lin Langya felt a desire to end his own life. It is I, what do you wish? As he spoke, a sword energy surged threateningly towards Lin Langya's brow. Terrified, Lin Langya collapsed to the ground once more. He immediately waved his hands, pleading for mercy. Young Master Chu, had I known it was you, how could I have dared to be so rude? He swiftly knelt before Chu Huan, slapping his own face twice. Young Master Chu, it is all my fault. I was blind and offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. Witnessing Lin Langya's frantic actions, Chu Huan was left in a daze. Qin Wei was equally bewildered, and Qin Shiyu was astonished as well. Lin Langya. This was the son of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Trading Association. Qin Wei's connection with Lin Langya was purely based on their shared interests. Otherwise, Lin Langya would not have spared Qin Wei a glance. Yet now, he found himself kneeling before Chu Huan, pleading for mercy. This left Qin Wei with a sense of surrealism. What was happening? Jiang Murong, equally perplexed, cast a curious glance at Chu Huan. The Spirit Commerce Association spanned the globe, teeming with formidable figures. Even Wudong would not dare to provoke them lightly. Lin Langya had offended Chu Huan. He should have immediately contacted his father and summoned the association's powerful members to deal with him, right? Hadn't Lin Langya been quite arrogant just moments ago? What had caused this sudden display of cowardice? It seemed he had misread the script. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm not certain either." He harbored considerable grievances with the Spirit Commerce Association and had only aimed to teach Lin Langya a lesson upon encountering him. Seeing Lin Langya kneeling and begging for mercy made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "What is this? Are you afraid I will kill you?" Chu Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking in a cold tone, Lin Langya forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "Young Master Chu, if it were anyone else, I would certainly not be afraid. But you are someone the president has explicitly instructed us not to provoke. In the entire association, who would dare touch you, they would be immediately expelled. And my father would be no exception. If it were someone else, killing Lin Langya would lead to a relentless vendetta for my father. But should you kill me, he would merely sever our father-son relationship. A son can be replaced, but if the Lin family were to fall from the Spirit Commerce Association, it would be utterly devastating. They are well aware of the gravity of the situation." Lin Langya's words struck Qin Wei and Qin Shiyu like a thunderclap. When had Chu Huan become so formidable that even a top-tier young master like Lin Langya dared not provoke him? Chu Huan, equally bewildered, gazed at Lin Langya. Had the Spirit Commerce Association truly been intimidated by him? "Young Master Chu, I was entirely in the wrong earlier. I am willing to pay any price to seek your forgiveness." Lin Langya bowed deeply to Chu Huan. Should Lin Langya dare to act arrogant before him once more, Chu Huan would not hesitate to end his life. Now that Lin Langya had shown submission, it felt somewhat inappropriate for Chu Huan to take further action against him. There was indeed a minor misunderstanding between us. Now that it has been resolved, let us consider it forgotten. Chu Huan chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation. "Forgotten? How could that be? I must sincerely apologize to young Master Chu." Lin Langya bowed deeply once more. Although he was unaware of Chu Huan's background, he recognized that anyone of such significance to the president was undoubtedly extraordinary. As a businessman, he understood the importance of knowing whom to befriend and whom to avoid. Cultivating a good relationship with Chu Huan would undoubtedly benefit him in the future. Despite having been beaten by Chu Huan, he perceived this as an opportunity. Witnessing Lin Langya's transformation in demeanor towards Chu Huan left Qin Wei utterly bewildered. Before Chu Huan's arrival, he had intended to use Lin Langya to teach Chu Huan a harsh lesson. Now, it seemed entirely impossible. He even began to regret having offended Chu Huan. "Young master, the only way to convey my respect for you is to sincerely apologize." With that, Lin Langya made a phone call to arrange for a hotel. Chu Huan frowned slightly. He had no desire to engage with Lin Langya. As Chu Huan was about to decline, Jiang Murong smiled and said, "Chu Huan, why not agree to him? Let us all enjoy a splendid meal together. We shall raise our glasses in celebration." After speaking, Jiang Murong exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shiyu. Previously, Qin Shiyu had promised Jiang Murong that she would get Chu Huan intoxicated and have her way with him. With such a golden opportunity at hand, she was determined to see it through. Seeing Jiang Murong's agreement, Chu Huan felt it inappropriate to refuse. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us gather and enjoy ourselves." The Tongling Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Han Province. Lin Langya, being the son of the Grand Elder of the Tongling Chamber of Commerce, holds the highest authority at this establishment. Under Lin Langya's guidance, the group proceeded directly to the Tongling Hotel. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the hotel's general manager, who stood outside with a beaming smile, showing utmost respect. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Manager Zhang, why are you still standing there? Lead me to the supreme private room. I wish to properly entertain our esteemed guests. Lin Langya waved his hand, signaling Manager Zhang to take the lead. Manager Zhang, appearing embarrassed and apologetic, replied, Young Master Lin, the supreme private room is no longer available. What? It was still available when I called you just now, and now you tell me it's gone? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Langya's anger surged, his fists clenched in fury. Young Master Lin, when you made the reservation, it was indeed available. But just now, young Master Wang and young Master Chun arrived with a group of Japanese guests, claiming they wished to treat them well, and thus they occupied the supreme private room. Manager Zhang explained, I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen at all. As Manager Zhang finished speaking, Lin Langya's fist tightened. Zhang Yu, Chun Sheng, you two scoundrels dare to seize my room? I will make you pay for this. Lin Langya exclaimed angrily, ready to confront the two. However, Jiang Murong did not wish to complicate matters at this time. After all, who knows when she would have a chance to invite Chu Huan out again? Let it go. It's just a minor issue. What matters is that we all enjoy ourselves. Jiang Murong waved her hand, urging Lin Langya to calm down. Lin Langya glanced at Chu Huan, and upon seeing Chu Huan nod, he said, Rest assured, Chu Huan, such a situation will not occur again. Witnessing Lin Langya's fury, Manager Zhang nearly lost his composure. Both Lin Langya and the aforementioned young masters were sons of the elders of the Tongling Chamber of Commerce headquarters. These individuals were not someone a mere manager like him could provoke. If anything serious were to happen here, the consequences would be dire for him. Fortunately, Lin Langya's anger was quelled. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. Manager Zhang, now with a beaming smile, led the group to the queen's private room. Just as they reached the upper floor, they encountered a drunken man staggering towards them. Upon seeing Jiang Murong and Qin Shiyu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The man, in a fit of exhilaration, rushed towards them. Haha, flower girls. Come, drink with me, and serve me well tonight. Get lost. Before the man could come closer, Jiang Murong delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. What nonsense is this? With Jiang Murong's kick, the man sobered up considerably. She glared furiously at Jiang Murong and Qin Shiyu, gritting her teeth as she shouted, You two wretches dare to strike me? I will annihilate you scoundrels. Chapter 80. Eradication of the Japanese dogs. Seeing the man humiliate Jiang Murong, Lin Langya stepped forward in a rage. How dare you speak like that? Apologize to my friend at once, or do not blame me for being rude. Lin Langya clenched her fists, ready to teach the man a lesson. Apologize? Bah, were you a bunch of Chinese pigs? Do you think I, a noble of the Yamato nation, would stoop to apologize to you? Yamamoto Koichiro sneered contemptuously. I advise you to send these two flower girls over to serve me well, or else. As he spoke, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. In his view, the people of Longhua were the epitome of lowliness. The women of Longhua who caught his eye ought to kneel and serve him. Get lost. Chu Huan raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Yamamoto Koichiro was sent flying several meters. How dare you act so brazenly here? Who gave you the audacity? Chu Huan coldly questioned, her gaze fixed on Yamamoto Koichiro without a hint of mercy. Yamamoto Koichiro, enraged by the slap, shouted, You lowly scoundrels dare to strike me? Just wait. I will have you torn to shreds. With that, he attempted to rise from the ground. However, as he stood, Chu Huan lifted her foot and pressed it down on him. That foot felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, crushing Yamamoto Koichiro, who cried out in pain. Li Sang, Zhang Sang, what are you doing? Get out here now. Yamamoto Koichiro struggled while yelling in fury. At his loud call for help, a group soon rushed out from the luxurious private room. Lin Langya, what on earth do you mean by this? How dare you assault our esteemed guest? Are you seeking death? Zhang Yu stormed over, furious, standing beside Lin Langya. One of the Japanese drew his katana, charging at Chu Huan. You scoundrel! You're asking for death. The fierce blade, imbued with terrifying momentum, lunged towards Chu Huan. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Chu Huan extended 2 fingers and caught the katana, Jing Bianshu looked on in disbelief. He had exerted all his strength into that strike. Yet it hadn't harmed Chu Huan and was instead held fast between her fingers. How could this be? Jing Bianshu gritted his teeth, straining to withdraw the katana. But in that instant, Chu Huan squeezed hard. With a resounding clang, the katana snapped. Jing Bianshu, overexerting himself, fell to the ground. Ah! How dare you treat me like this? I will kill you. Jing Bianshu seethed with rage. He rose, preparing to attack again, but Chu Huan swiftly turned, executing a spinning kick that sent him flying several meters away. Bang! Jing Bianshu's body crashed against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Lin Langya, upon witnessing this scene, Chun Sheng was consumed with rage, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea what you are doing, you scoundrel?" Yamamoto, Kei Ichi, and Jing Bianshu are esteemed members of the Japanese delegation and honored guests of the Spirit Commerce Association. How could Lin Langya treat them in such a manner? This was utterly excessive. Chun Sheng, is this the attitude of your spirit group? At that moment, Shui Bian Chonlang approached, questioning him. He was flanked by 6 or 7 Japanese martial artists, their gazes sharp. Rest assured, young master Shui Bian, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Chun Sheng responded with a slight bow, his voice grave. Shui Bian Chonlang nodded. Speak. What do you intend to do? He completely disregarded Chu Huan, viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Anyone who dared to harm their Japanese compatriots would pay dearly. Hearing Shui Bian Chonglang's words, Zhang Yu smirked. What do you wish to do? These 3 men. We shall dispose of them in our courtyard for the dogs, while these 2 women shall become our playthings, Shui Bian Chonglang declared, his gaze filled with possessiveness towards Jiang Murong and Qin Shiyu. Ha ha, indeed. The women of Long Kingdom are alluring and delightful to toy with. The Japanese martial artists behind him nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a similar desire. Chun Sheng hesitated momentarily, remaining silent. Zhang Yu, with a beaming smile, stated, Very well, I shall execute young master Shui Bian's orders. He then turned his attention to Lin Langya. Lin Langya, young master Shui Bian, is the envoy of this Japanese delegation, a key figure for our future collaboration with the Commerce Association. How dare you offend him? You know the consequences of your actions. Hand over these 2 women as offerings to young master Shui Bian, or else. Lin Langya could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he struck Zhang Yu squarely in the face. What are you, to issue commands to me? I'll kill you. As he spoke, Lin Langya unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, intending to retaliate, found himself nearly beaten to death by Lin Langya. What do you think you are? How dare you act so recklessly before me? Speak again, and I shall end you. With that, he delivered several more brutal kicks to Zhang Yu until the latter lay unconscious. Observing Lin Langya's defiance, Shui Bian Chonglang's fury intensified. His eyes gleamed with menace as he gritted his teeth. Damn you, you Chino pig, I've already granted you a chance at life. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me. With that, Shui Bian Chonglang raised his Japanese blade, malevolence radiating from him. Is that so? In my Long Kingdom, you dare behave so insolently? Were you? Lin Langya retorted, releasing the aura of a 3rd grade innate master. The oppressive force of a martial arts master bore down upon Shui Bian Chonglang. The latter scoffed, drawing his blade to strike. A sharp flash of the blade emanated forth, instantly shattering Lin Langya's 3rd grade innate aura. A fierce blade aura surged toward Lin Langya. Faced with this onslaught, Lin Langya's expression changed drastically. This individual was at least a 9th grade innate master. He was undeniably no match for him. Just when Lin Langya believed his demise was inevitable, Chu Huan appeared by his side, seemingly out of nowhere. With a mere pat on Lin Langya's shoulder, the overwhelming aura that had engulfed the atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. Lin Langya gazed at Chu Huan in astonishment, his eyes brimming with admiration. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of Chu Huan's prowess, effortlessly dismantling such formidable force with a mere gesture. Shui Bian Chonglang, observing from the water's edge, focused intently on Chu Huan, his grip tightening around his katana, his gaze sharp. I did not expect to find such a master here, he thought. But a master? Hardly. Against you lot of Japanese scum, it suffices. Chu Huan waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Feeling the contempt emanating from Chu Huan only fueled Shui Bian Chonglong's fury. You seek death, he roared, launching a fierce attack with his katana aimed at Chu Huan. Chu Huan raised his hand and gently pointed. The tip of his finger met the blade with the precision of a needle against a weed-on, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces clashed repeatedly, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Teeth clenched, Shuabian Chongling bellowed, "Die." He channeled all his strength into the long blade. Chu Huan, with a cold smirk, concentrated his power at his fingertip. The two forces collided once more. Clang! A clear sound resonated from Chu Huan, as Shuabian Chonglong's katana was shattered. How is this possible? Shuabian Chonglong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Huan. This blade was forged from special metal. Even an ordinary transcendent realm expert could not hope to destroy it. Yet, Chu Huan had effortlessly crushed it. Just how terrifying was Chu Huan's strength? In that moment, Shuabian Chonglang realized he had kicked over an iron plate. Before he could process this revelation, Chu Huan delivered a swift kick to his chest. With a powerful force, Shuabian Chonglang was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. His complexion turned pale as he looked at Chu Huan in fear. Who are you? Why are you so strong? His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th grade. The only ones capable of defeating him with ease were those in the transcendent realm. While he could not claim to know all the young transcendent realm experts of the Dragon Kingdom, he had certainly heard of them. Yet, Chu Huan felt like a phantom, utterly unfamiliar to him. Dare to wreak havoc in my Dragon Kingdom? You shall die. Chu Huan ignored Shuabian Chonglong's query, his voice laced with fury. With that, he took a step forward. You rascals, what are you waiting for? Gather together and eliminate this scoundrel. Seeing Chu Huan descend like a deity of death, Shuabian Chonglang panicked, urgently instructing his companions to confront Chu Huan. Chu Huan cast a disdainful glance over the group, lifting his hand and pointing lightly at the assembly of Japanese warriors. A terrifying sword intent swept across the battlefield. Before they could even approach him, the Japanese warriors were relentlessly cut down by Chu Huan's overwhelming force. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, especially Shuabian Chonglang. At that moment, realization struck him. You're Chu Huan? Chu Huan, the man infamous for his ferocity, who had previously annihilated the Japanese prodigy Nakayama Ri with a single sword strike. He was marked as a target to be eliminated by the Japanese. However, it is evident to all that only the most exceptional talents from the land of the rising sun can contend with Chu Huan. Other warriors, upon sighting Chu Huan, would flee at the first opportunity. Shuabian Chonglang, merely seeking a meal, was unexpectedly confronted by Chu Huan. Chu Huan, you cannot harm me. We have an agreement with the Dragon Country that no one shall act recklessly before the opening of the secret realm. Shuabian Chonglang trembled in fear, a damp and yellowish liquid seeping from beneath him. The noxious odor nearly overwhelmed those nearby. Chu Huan regarded Shuabian Chonglang with indifference, retorting, Is that so? You claim an agreement with the Dragon Country to refrain from chaos, yet you wish to treat me like a pet? Shuabian Chonglang attempted to elucidate, but before he could finish his plea, Chu Huan raised his hand. A terrifying surge of sword energy enveloped Shuabian Chonglang, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck. Despair filled Shuabian Chonglang's eyes as he gazed at Chu Huan, seeking mercy. Yet, Chu Huan showed no inclination to relent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shuabian Chonglang collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu and Chen Sheng were paralyzed with fear. Young Master Chu, we were blind to your greatness. I implore you to spare my life. Both men knelt before Chu Huan, their heads bowing in supplication. I do not accept your apologies. With that, Chu Huan lifted his hand, poised to strike again. At that moment, Zhang Yu shouted in anger, Lin Langya, while the higher-ups of my spirit communication chamber are being hunted, you remain indifferent. Zhang Yu, since you insist, I shall call your father. A faint smile graced Lin Langya's lips. Turning to Chu Huan, he said, "Young Master Chu, please grant me a minute to dissuade this fool from his futile hopes." Chu Huan nodded nonchalantly. "Proceed." Zhang Yu was taken aback by Lin Langya's cooperation. His eyes filled with a ferocious glint as he envisioned Chu Huan's despair. The call was quickly connected. "Fourth Elder, Zhang Yu has offended young Master Chu. I am calling to request your assistance." A cold voice emanated from the other end. "Zhang Yu? Who is Zhang Yu?" "Nephew, do not speak nonsense. I do not know him." Despair washed over Zhang Yu as he wailed into the phone. "Father, it is me. My signal is poor. Nephew, we shall converse another time." And with that, the line went dead. Chapter 81. The Ruins Emerge. Secrets of the First Emperor. How long does it take to transition from disappointment to despair? The answer, merely 10 seconds. Zhang Yu had believed that once he reached his father's phone, salvation would be assured. Yet, to his astonishment, the call was abruptly terminated. In that moment, Zhang Yu was plunged into utter desolation, falling from grace. "Do not kill me. I possess knowledge of many matters. Please, spare my life." Zhang Yu begged on his knees, hoping to preserve his existence. "What concern is that of mine?" With that, Chu Huan ended his life. Chun Sheng met the same fate at the hands of Lin Langya. Subsequently, Lin Langya instructed his subordinates to seal the events that transpired here. In mere minutes, the matter was resolved. "Young Master Chu, I sincerely apologize. I had no inkling that I would encounter them." Lin Langya wore an expression of helplessness, immediately offering his apologies. "Not all," Chu Huan replied, his curiosity piqued. "What exactly does the upper echelon of the Spirit Merchants Guild mean?" He fixed his gaze upon Lin Langya, a smile gracing his lips. Their relationship had soured during their time at the Qin family, yet upon hearing his name, Lin Langya immediately apologized. Now Zhang Longhu, one of the 4 elders of the Spirit Merchants Guild, had severed his father-son ties with Zhang Yu after learning that his son had offended Chu Huan. This was indeed perplexing. He was merely a minor character. Logically, the Spirit Merchants Guild should not harbor any fear of him. Why then did they regard him with such reverence, as if he were a deity? Not only Chu Huan, but also Jiang Muyong and others were equally intrigued, casting puzzled glances at Lin Langya. With a bitter smile, Lin Langya replied, "Young Master Chu, I must confess that I am not entirely clear on this matter either. However, the President has issued a directive that anyone within the Spirit Merchants Guild who offends you will be expelled and never employed again. With the President's order, how could we dare to act recklessly?" Lin Langya gazed at Chu Huan with curiosity, a look of anticipation on his face. "Young Master Chu, do you know our President? He is as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen even by the 4 elders." Though Lin Langya held a high position within the Spirit Merchants Guild, he had never encountered the President. The mystery surrounding this figure intrigued everyone in the guild. "I have not met him." Chu Huan shook his head. "Do you think I would annihilate your guild branch if I knew your President? Would I rob you of billions?" Chu Huan's words caused Lin Langya's lips to twitch slightly, and he chose to drop the subject. Indeed, if Chu Huan were acquainted with the President, he would not dare to destroy the guild. Yet, if Chu Huan did not know the President, how could such a stringent order have been issued? This conundrum left Lin Langya utterly baffled. Qin Wei and the others stared at Chu Huan, completely astonished. Initially, they had dismissed Chu Huan's claim of robbing billions as mere boastfulness. But now, with Lin Langya tacitly acknowledging the event, it became apparent that Chu Huan was not exaggerating. He was truly formidable. Qin Wei had been thoroughly defeated by Chu Huan and no longer wished to engage in any arguments. Qin Shiyu, meanwhile, was entirely taken aback by the regal aura exhibited by Chu Huan. For the first time, she felt her brother was unworthy of Jiang Muyong. Chu Huan was simply too exceptional. Few in this world could rival him. It seemed her only course was to aid Muyong in pursuing Chu Huan. Qin Shiyu mused inwardly. Thus, at the dining table, she began to pour drinks for Chu Huan incessantly. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyu, her eyes glazed with intoxication, stood before Chu Huan. Raising her glass, "Chu Huan, let us continue drinking. Tonight, I am determined to get you drunk," she added. "I made a pact with Muyong to get you intoxicated and then push you down." Saying this, Qin Shiyu lost control and began to drink. Observing her drunken antics, Chu Huan could only smile wryly. Originally, she intended to keep him drinking all night. It was only through the intervention of Qin Wei and the others that they managed to restrain her. Qin Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, led Qin Shiyu away from the hotel. Upon reaching this point, Lin Langya noticed that only Chu Huan and Zhang Murong were present, and feeling out of place, he decided to take his leave. Chu Huan, please do not misunderstand. Shiyu was quite inebriated earlier, and her words should not be taken to heart. Zhang Murong said, her expression conflicted as she gazed at Chu Huan. Chu Huan nodded earnestly. I assure you, I will not take it seriously. You need not worry, observing Chu Huan's serious demeanor. Zhang Murong felt an urge to punch him twice. Why is he so stubborn? Can't he utter a few sweet words? Enjoy yourself then. With that, Zhang Murong stood and departed. As Zhang Murong walked away, Chu Huan was left in a state of confusion, unaware of where he had erred. This woman truly was perplexing. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it and pursued her. Zhang Murong, why are you suddenly angry? Let's discuss this properly. Zhang Murong felt a splitting headache upon hearing Chu Huan's earnest inquiry. He is indeed a real man. How could she possibly have developed feelings for him? I am not angry. She gritted her teeth and replied. Chu Huan chuckled. I too believe you wouldn't get upset without reason. You are not the petty type. This comment instantly infuriated Zhang Murong. What did he mean by her not being petty? Could she not be angry? Chu Huan. Zhang Murong glared at him. Yet internally, she forced herself to remain calm, telling herself, I am not angry. What's wrong? Chu Huan approached with a smile, inquiring gently. Zhang Murong shook her head. It's nothing, just go back early. With that, she turned and stormed off in anger. Watching Zhang Murong's inexplicable behavior only deepened Chu Huan's bewilderment. What on earth does this woman want? Sigh, the thoughts of women are indeed difficult to decipher. Chu Huan shook his head and returned to his estate. In the ensuing days, Chu Huan was primarily occupied with treating Li Qinglong and shuttling between the military base. During this period, Li Qinglong entrusted Chu Huan with a significant task. The reason the Japanese were behaving so submissively this time was entirely to uncover the secrets of a mysterious predecessor from the Qin dynasty, who had left behind certain artifacts. These artifacts pertained to the elixir of immortality and methods for transcending to the martial god realm. Thus, Chu Huan's entry into the secret realm was a mission of success, with failure being unacceptable. Upon receiving this information, Chu Huan was utterly astonished. He could not fathom the existence of an elixir of immortality. As for transcending to the martial god realm, he had only just reached the transcendent stage, a vast distance from achieving that level. Nevertheless, he resolved to give his utmost effort in fulfilling Li Qinglong's request. Before he knew it, half a month had swiftly passed. Li Qinglong, along with Chu Huan and the members of the Qinglong 10th team, arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. After a month of rigorous training, 3 members of the Qinglong 10th team had broken through to the first level of transcendence, while the remaining members had all reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. Now, each of the 22 members of the Qinglong 10th team possessed extraordinary strength, standing out among their peers. As Chu Huan and his companions arrived outside the secret realm, they discovered that over a dozen factions were already waiting there. Ha ha ha, Li Qinglong, you have finally arrived. A hearty laugh reached Chu Huan's ears upon their arrival. A middle-aged man, exuding a robust aura, approached them. Li Qinglong's gaze turned icy, his expression sharp. Dongfang Yuanqing, I am in no mood to entertain you right now. Kindly step aside. The man named Dongfang Yuanqing chuckled heartily and moved closer to Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong, I wish for you and your Qinglong team to collaborate with us in dealing with our adversaries. What do you think? I am extending this offer as we have a member from our Qingshu sect involved in this battle. Dongfang Yuanqing remarked nonchalantly. Is that so? No, thank you. Li Qinglong shot a disdainful glance at Dongfang Yuanqing before turning away. Seeing that Li Qinglong ignored him, Dongfang Yuanqing's anger flared. You may be arrogant, but I find it hard to believe that your military Song Wanjun can be compared to our Zhuge Shijia. Uncle Li, who was that person just now? Chu Huan inquired with curiosity. That man? You might not have heard of him, but you surely know of a prodigy from the Qingshu sect, the gun enthusiast Zhuge Shi. Li Qinglong smiled slightly, glancing at Chu Huan. If it weren't for you being here, I might have considered discussing an alliance with him. With you around, I have faith. The secrets contained within this secret realm were too profound. All the prodigies from across the land were likely to converge here, including the famed seven enthusiasts. Chu Huan's strength was on par with the seven enthusiasts, and his foundation was formidable. With him present, there would be no unforeseen mishaps. Chu Huan was taken aback that Li Qinglong would place such a heavy responsibility on him. All right, you need to remember those two teams and eliminate them completely. With that, Li Qinglong directed his gaze toward two teams 100 meters away. The moment Chu Huan caught sight of the two teams, his expression turned pale. One of the teams consisted of at least 100 members, and the aura emanating from their leader was enough to instill fear, even from a distance. This individual was a prodigy from the Wakuni, named Yamamoto Dutta, who had reached the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm and had comprehended the essence of the blade. Be cautious when encountering him, Song Junwan warned solemnly. Among the 100 from Wakuni, 3 have grasped the realm of comprehension. Do not take them lightly. Chu Huan's gaze fixed upon the group of Wakuni prodigies, a chill spreading in his eyes. Killing a prodigy from Wakuni could elevate one's lineage. Who could resist such temptation? The other team was led by individuals from Goryeo, specifically the Park brothers, Park Wuji and Park Guya. Both possessed considerable strength, and you must exercise caution. Song Junwan cautioned gravely. Hearing this, Chu Huan could only manage a bitter smile. It seemed he had deep-seated grudges with both the Wakuni and Goryeo factions. A misstep could very well result in a significant incident. Just as Chu Huan's gaze was locked on the Wakuni team, he and Yamamoto Datong's eyes met, igniting sparks of intensity between them. Yamamoto Datong made a gesture across his throat towards Chu Huan. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chu Huan clenched his fists, refusing to yield. Though they had yet to enter the secret realm, a fierce clash of energies had already ignited between the two. Chapter 82. The mysterious giant python encounters danger. Chu Huan, you must be wary not only of the individuals from Wan Goryeo, but also of certain sects within our own nation. Li Qinglong cautioned, his voice heavy with concern. After all, this venture may unearth the secrets surrounding the ascension to the martial god. He sighed deeply as he spoke. However, do not let fear overwhelm you. We do not seek trouble, but we must not shy away from it either. His eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Understood. Chu Huan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Song Wanjun chuckled softly. Chu Huan, you need not fear. If worst comes to worst, we can always persuade Wu Qi to assist us as our muscle. Hearing her words, Chu Huan couldn't help but smile wryly. She had mentioned luring Wu Qi more than once. Was he truly so easily swayed? As their conversation unfolded, a sudden surge of powerful auras erupted around them. Chu Huan looked up to see the leaders of the formidable factions unleashing their formidable energies, their hands forming seals as they directed their might towards the sky above the secret realm. This secret realm, said to have been crafted by Gaguzzi, was astoundingly intricate and masterfully designed, nearly impossible to breach during ordinary times. Now, over 2 millennia later, the potency of the formation had diminished considerably, particularly at this moment when its defenses were weakest. Yet, it would still require the combined strength of over 20 experts at the transformation stage to tear open a breach. Song Wanjun, clearly more knowledgeable than Chu Huan, elucidated further. After 3 minutes, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the earth, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. A fissure began to visibly widen around the mountains. Quickly, enter! A peak 9th grade elder of the transformation stage called out sharply. At this command, the young warriors who had been poised for action surged forth, plunging into the depths below. We must go as well, Song Wanjun urged, glancing at Chu Huan. With his 20 comrades from the Qinglong 10th team in tow, Chu Huan swiftly descended into the abyss. They soon vanished from sight. Watching Chu Huan's retreating figure, Li Qinglong stroked his beard thoughtfully, silently hoping that this time he would not be disappointed. Once they entered the depths, Chu Huan and his companions found themselves enveloped in darkness, an eerie atmosphere pervading the air. Chu Huan, this place feels rather sinister, Song Wanjun remarked, her expression grave. Long Shuang and the others nodded in agreement, sensing that this locale was indeed unusual. Let us explore cautiously, Chu Huan suggested, unfamiliar with this relic. He was aware of its connection to Li Shizhen, and Song Wanjun had just mentioned its ties to Giguzi. The secrets concealed within would only be revealed through careful investigation. Listen, there's a sound over there. Suddenly, Song Wanjun pointed to a nearby spot, her voice low and serious. A chilling cry echoed in Chu Huan's ears. Ah! His face paled as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. In the briefest of moments, the sound faded into silence, leaving behind a few gnawed corpses. Are these the bodies of the Japanese? Chu Huan gazed at the remains with astonishment, curiosity evident in his voice. He never anticipated that the Japanese would meet such misfortune, losing several men upon their arrival. What attacked them? Why are the bodies in such disarray? Song Wanjuan's expression hardened as she surveyed the gruesome scene, her voice low and serious. Though she harbored a disdain for the Japanese, the brutality of it was simply unbearable. Captain, look, there is a snake skin above us. At that moment, Long Shuang pointed skyward, his eyes wide with terror. Everyone turned their gaze upward to behold a snake skin, thick as a barrel, dangling ominously overhead. Judging by the extent of the shedding, this serpent must have measured at least several meters in length. As they beheld the skin, a chill ran down their spines, and goosebumps erupted across their bodies. Observing the snake skin alongside the devoured Japanese corpses, it was evident that these individuals had likely been consumed by the serpent. The more they pondered, the graver their expressions became. This place was indeed peculiar. Fear not. As long as we remain united, we shall face no peril, Chu Huan proclaimed with a smile, prompting nods of agreement as they endeavored to relax. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling everyone. Stay here. I shall investigate the source of that sound. Chu Huan dashed toward the noise, vanishing into the darkness. The source was less than 100 meters from his position, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the scene. Before him lay a python, its tail flinging a man through the air. The man was drenched in blood, his garments soaked through. A wretched cry escaped his lips as the python opened its jaws, preparing to swallow him whole. With a firm grip on his sword, Chu Huan raised his hand and struck towards the serpent. The sharp blade of his sword cleaved through the air, directed at the massive python. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger. It glanced at Chu Huan, twisting its body and retreating from the scene. Seeing the python depart, Chu Huan rushed to the man's side. Are you all right? The man quickly shook his head, gratitude etched on his face. Thank you. Were it not for you, I would have surely been consumed by that beast. You are Japanese? The moment Chu Huan heard the man's voice, a chilling intent surged within him, enveloping the man. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to share everything I know. The Japanese man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. In the face of the python, he had been undaunted, believing that this encounter would mark the beginning of his ascent to the pinnacle of Japanese society. However, he was forsaken by Yamamoto Dado, tasked with luring the serpent away. Now, all he desired was to return to Japan, to escape this cursed place. Oh, is that so? Chu Huan inquired with intrigue. He was unfamiliar with this locale, and extracting information from the man could prove advantageous. Speak then, he urged, eager to glean intelligence regarding the secret realm. Only in this manner could he avoid being ensnared in a web of deceit. All right, I will speak. The Japanese warrior gritted his teeth, preparing to divulge his knowledge. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Chu Huan declared, I do not believe your words. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a blinding light of Buddha emanated from his palm. Embrace the great Dharma. Chu Huan then struck downward toward the crown of the Japanese warrior. The radiant light swiftly penetrated the warrior's being, enveloping the surroundings in a dazzling golden glow. This peculiar technique was a divine power he had acquired within the subterranean Buddhist realm, capable of ensnaring the hearts and minds of others, turning them into his subservience. Initially, Chu Huan regarded this ability as somewhat trivial, yet now it proved invaluable. As the Buddha light surged into the Japanese warrior, the latter appeared momentarily dazed, gazing vacantly at Chu Huan. Speak, why has your nation expended such great effort to come here? Chu Huan inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Japanese warrior hesitated for a moment, but soon responded, "It is our deity, the eight-headed serpent, who has commanded us to seek the legacy of Giguzi. If we obtain this legacy and harness the powers of the 10 great generals of the first emperor, we shall unlock the tomb of the first emperor and control the terracotta warriors, thus ruling the entire world." Upon hearing this, Chu Huan's expression shifted dramatically. The notion of acquiring Giguzi's legacy and the strength of the 10 generals of the first emperor seemed utterly preposterous. Was such a feat even conceivable? Moreover, how could the eight-headed serpent possibly be aware of this? Suddenly, a name surfaced in Chu Huan's mind: Su Fu. There had long been rumors that Su Fu had not perished, but had instead been living in seclusion in Japan. If that were true, this endeavor might indeed become a reality. The name of the malevolent king, Wang Bin, resurfaced in Chu Huan's thoughts. Wang Bin was one of the great generals of the first emperor. If this wicked king were indeed the historical Wang Bin, a chill coursed through Chu Huan. He felt as if an unseen hand was weaving an intricate web of schemes around him. "What else do you know?" Chu Huan's countenance darkened as he pressed for answers. The Japanese warrior shook his head. "We came here with only a general understanding. The specifics are known only to Yamamoto Datong and a few others." Chu Huan felt a mixture of disappointment and concern at the warrior's words. "Since you are of no further use, you may as well perish," he said, and with that, he raised his hand and struck down the Japanese warrior, ending his life. After this act, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Chu Huan. He had not anticipated the extent of Japan's ambition to unearth the tomb of the first emperor. The tomb was laden with numerous traps, designed by countless formidable beings and master strategists, all of whom were rendered powerless by its complexities. As for controlling the terracotta warriors, previously, Chu Huan would have dismissed such an idea as ludicrous. Yet now, with the knowledge that the great General Wang Bin still lived, everything seemed disturbingly plausible. Regardless, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the Japanese intruders. Only then could their nefarious plot be thwarted, Chu Huan resolved inwardly. He intended to rendezvous with Song Wanjun immediately and relay this information to her. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the distance towards him. Chu Huan looked up and realized that this energy was emanating from the direction where Song Wanjun and the others were located. Alas, they find themselves in peril. Chu Huan accelerated to his utmost, swiftly racing towards the direction of Song Wanjun. Upon his arrival, he was met with a tempest of blade and sword energies. "Who dares to wreak havoc in this place?" Chu Huan bellowed, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that pressed upon the surroundings. With rapid strokes, he advanced upon the martial artists before him. One strike unleashed a torrent of sword energy, annihilating over 10 warriors. Seizing this moment, Song Wanjun released scorching flames from her hands, dispersing them in all directions. Witnessing this, the members of the Azure Dragon Squad swiftly congregated behind Chu Huan. With a piercing gaze and a surging killing intent, Chu Huan demanded, "Who are you? You despicable scoundrel, you have slain my brother. I shall demand blood for blood." Chapter 83. Annihilation of the Koreans from the shadows emerged an individual from the crowd. This person was none other than Park Guk-ki from the Kingdom of Goryeo. Park Guk-ki exuded a chilling, murderous aura. His keen eyes were fixed intently on Chu Huan. If looks could kill, Chu Huan would have been reduced to mere fragments. As Park Guk-ki approached, Chu Huan scoffed. "Blood for blood? You Goryeo scum sought my demise, and now wish to meet your end? You court death." With a roar, Park Guk-ki unleashed the formidable aura of a fifth-tier transcendent, bearing down upon Chu Huan's very being. The members of the Azure Dragon Squad turned pale at the overwhelming pressure. "Remain here and witness my annihilation of him." As he spoke, Chu Huan transformed into a streak of lightning. A powerful sword intent surged forth, targeting Park Guk-ki. The energies emanating from both combatants collided fiercely. Park Guk-ki brandished a short sword, and their sword energies clashed. The clash of sword energies illuminated the surroundings. A faint smile graced Chu Huan's face as he remarked, "I did not anticipate your strength to reach such heights. Yet before me, it remains insufficient." With that, Chu Huan struck once more. The 13 whirlwind swords. A colossal tempest swirled around him. At the heart of the whirlwind, countless sword energies surged forth, invigorating the area. In an instant, this domain was enveloped by sword intent. Kill! Chu Huan growled, a dreadful whirlwind coalescing into a long sword, hurtling towards Park Guk-ki with the force to obliterate the heavens and earth. Realizing the terror of this strike, Park Guk-ki's countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately called out to the Goryeo warriors behind him, "Everyone, assist me in dispelling this sword." Upon hearing Park Guk-ki's command, the Goryeo warriors sprang into action. Waves of formidable energy bombarded the sword energy conjured by Chu Huan. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with thunderous sounds as the unleashed sword energy was forcefully shattered by the Goryeo warriors. Chu Huan was also driven back several dozen steps by their combined might. Seeing Chu Huan retreat, Song Wanjun shouted furiously, "Do you intend to gang up on Chu Huan alone? You must first ask if I consent." As she spoke, her aura surged once more. Her cultivation had ascended to the 5th tier of transcendence. Kill! Song Wanjun's killing intent surged forth. The entire figure surged forth like a fiery phoenix, charging towards the warriors of the Goryeo kingdom. Upon witnessing Song Wanjun's intervention, Long Shuang and others sprang into action as well. The tumultuous clash erupted once more. Chu Huan, today you must perish. Park Guk-ji's gaze was sharp, fixated on Chu Huan. With a hearty laugh, Chu Huan retorted with disdain, "Is that so? I'm most eager to see what prowess allows you to utter such brazen words." As he spoke, the long sword in Chu Huan's hand darted forth like a cunning serpent, piercing towards Park Guk-ji. The sword energy radiated around him, pressing menacingly against Park Guk-ji's form. The two engaged in combat anew. This time, devoid of assistance, Park Guk-ji found himself overwhelmed by Chu Huan's relentless assault. A thrust of the sword left a scar upon Park Guk-ji's body. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chu Huan, roaring with fury, "You scoundrel! I shall end you." "Is that so?" Chu Huan responded, channeling his sword intent. Simultaneously, he summoned a radiant light with his left hand. Lingxi One sword. Kill! Chu Huan propelled himself to the pinnacle of speed, executing a decisive strike. In the pitch-black depths, the sword light flickered, piercing through Park Guk-ji. Faced with this strike, Park Guk-ji dared not underestimate it. He swiftly retreated, but Chu Huan's long sword quivered slightly. The soft sword's energy surged towards him from behind, cutting off his escape. Break! Park Guk-ji summoned all his might, swinging his sword to counter Chu Huan's onslaught. The two sword energies clashed, generating formidable forces. In that moment, Chu Huan unleashed a powerful golden king palm towards Park Guk-ji's chest. Unprepared for such an astonishing mastery of both swordplay and palm techniques from Chu Huan, Park Guk-ji hastily tried to retreat to evade this fierce blow. Yet it was too late. The attack arrived with alarming swiftness. The palm struck squarely against his chest. Park Guk-ji spewed forth a mouthful of blood, sent staggering back several meters. The impact left his internal organs reeling from the force of Chu Huan's strike. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chu Huan with seething rage, vowing, "Chu Huan, I will settle this score with you. You need not wait. I shall reunite you and your brother right now." With his long sword poised, Chu Huan lunged directly at Park Guk-ji. Park Guk-ji swiftly turned, attempting to evade the strike by utilizing the shrouded darkness. However, he gravely underestimated Chu Huan's velocity. The sword descended, piercing through his heart. In disbelief, he stared at Chu Huan, exclaiming, How is this possible? My cultivation surpasses yours. Why is your speed greater?" He could not reconcile this reality. Chu Huan summoned his sword intent, driving it deep within Park Guk-ji's limbs and core. Tremors coursed through Park Guk-ji's body as he fell before Chu Huan, his eyes filled with profound unwillingness. Kill! After vanquishing Park Guk-ji, Chu Huan struck fiercely. Though the Goryeo kingdom had 4 or 5 warriors of transcendent realms, none had grasped the essence of intent, compounded by their inferior cultivation compared to Chu Huan and Song Wanjun. In a mere 5 minutes, all 20 warriors from the kingdom of Goryeo were vanquished. However, 2 members of the Azure Dragon Society also fell in battle. Cursed be the kingdom of Goryeo. The next time I encounter their members, I shall exact vengeance for Chu Huan and Zhao Qing. Long Shuang clenched his fists, overwhelmed with grief and rage. Zhao Qing and Chu Huan were the two fallen comrades. Rest assured, this time, not a single one of Goryo's people shall leave the ruins alive. Chu Huan's eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent as he declared fiercely. Witnessing Chu Huan's wrath, the others clenched their fists, silently vowing to eradicate the Goryo scum. Chu Huan, what are your plans moving forward? Song Wanjun inquired solemnly. They had just arrived at the ruins and had already lost 2 members. Yet they had not gleaned any clues or information regarding the ruins. We must first locate the martial and Taoist enthusiasts, unite with them, and eliminate the Japanese. We shall deliberate on other matters after dispatching that group of ruffians. Chu Huan stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us find him first. Although she was unaware of Chu Huan's rationale, she held an unwavering trust in him. The group continued their search in the darkness. After wandering for nearly 20 minutes, they suddenly spotted a faint glimmer of light. Let us investigate what lies ahead. Upon arriving at the source of a light, they discovered that no illumination existed in this clandestine realm. The darkness seemed endless, and now that they had finally glimpsed light, they were determined to uncover its origin. In a short while, Chu Huan and Song Wanjun led the group swiftly toward the luminous area. This must be the center of the ruins. Song Wanjun observed the surrounding stone walls and spoke solemnly. Chu Huan shook his head. No, we are still at the periphery of the ruins. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. A snake. A colossal snake. This exclamation captured everyone's attention, and they beheld an enormous serpent, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, slithering toward them. There are more here, and over there. In an instant, they found themselves encircled by several gigantic pythons. The snake's eyes glinted with malice, their tongues flickering ominously, as if intent on devouring Chu Huan and his companions. Captain, what shall we do? Long Shuang trembled in fear as he surveyed the surrounding serpents. The aura emanating from these snakes was formidable. Even if they exerted their utmost strength, they likely stood no chance against them. What instilled further dread